So yeah, the worst part of my bottom surgery transgender Q&A video. Samantha Lux.
I could not answer all of them. So for today's video, in honor of my birthday, yes, it was my birthday on Sunday, last Sunday, May 16th, I figured we could do another chill video where I just sit down, do my makeup, and answer some of you guys' questions. I got a ton of questions on Instagram, some of them being very personal, very invasive questions, and some of them being more lighthearted, just like fun questions. So if you're interested in hearing about the worst part of my bottom surgery, or if you're interested in what I look for in a potential partner, or if you're interested in just watching me do my makeup, this is the video for you. I didn't know what to say, like continue watching. I post new videos here on my channel every Monday and Thursday, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. My hands are so filthy with makeup. I just finished my makeup, I swear. Like I'm not a dirty bitch. Are you done? Thank you. Something just moved. Like my fucking studio is haunted, I swear. Are you done? Thank you very much as I shiver and quake from the ghost over here. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Patreon, so if you're interested in donating, the link for that is down below as well. But yeah, with no further ado, I'm gonna jump back in time to before I had my makeup on, and we are going to start today's video. So let's get into it. Okay, so just like last time I did my makeup for you guys, I've already done my eyebrows. Now I'm just setting a little bit of concealer on my eyelids with some translucent powder, and I'm gonna go in with some eyeshadow. All my eyeshadow palettes are canceled right now, so I'm not even gonna show you what I'm using. I'm just using like a neutral brown color. But the first question that I have to answer for you guys is, what was the biggest struggle during post-op? I had a really hard time after my surgery. I faced some pretty bad complications, and it really took a toll on my mental health because I could not be very independent. I couldn't like take care of myself very well. I could barely even like get out of bed for a while. And it really did mess with my head a lot because the people that I was in the hospital with, like the other girls that were having the surgery done, there was one person a year older and then one girl a year younger. And by day 9 in the hospital, they were much farther along than I was, I want to say. They were able to sit down comfortably. They were able to, you know, walk around without really much restriction. But that wasn't the case for me. I had a lot of pain trying to sit down. I had a lot of discomfort, even just like moving around and like, especially like going into the car after day 9 and stuff like that. It was just really brutal. Once I got to the hotel after I left the hospital, it was probably just from moving around so much, but I got a lot more swollen and the stitches started to come apart. It was the worst pain that I've ever felt, and it was terrifying. Down there did not look anything like I was expecting it to look. Like it was a mess. So it really, really freaked me out. Like I thought that it was going to be like messed up and like freaky looking forever, and you know, it was just going to be too much for me. But I just kept repeating that phrase to myself, like trust the process, it'll be worth it. Like you got to give it time. And eventually things were fine. You know, I healed fine, everything healed perfectly. Like it was fine. It just took me a little bit longer than it takes, you know, the typical person. I don't mean to say this to scare you. Like you have to remember everybody's body reacts differently. Everybody has a different experience, all that kind of stuff. 3 months down the line, when I had the second part of the surgery, my surgeon said that everything looked the way it would have looked if I had not had those complications. You know what I'm saying? And then especially after the second part, any of the extra scarring or anything like that was taken care of, so it was fine. Yeah, that was my biggest struggle. I just felt like I was gonna not be okay. So the next question is, how did your birthdays change since coming out? Surprisingly, a lot of people were asking me this, and I never really have thought about it before. Thankfully, I feel like not a lot did change. Like, you know, obviously I was able to be more authentically myself, but the people surrounding me didn't really change, fortunately. If anything, I was just able to be more comfortable and, you know, wear like the birthday outfits that I actually wanted to wear, which was fun, I won't lie. The next question is, do you want to explore other parts of entertainment besides YouTube, such as singing or acting? So I won't lie, I am the worst singer. Like I love to sing, and I've talked about how singing has gotten harder, you know, after my tracheal shave, which I said in my last Q&A video that I am getting it fixed. I'm actually having that surgery next week. Pray for me. Oh my God, I'm so scared, but like, it's gonna be great. But yeah, just because I love singing doesn't mean I'm good at it, so I don't think that would be necessarily the path that I would choose to go down. Maybe I'll be like a little rapper though. Shit, no, I'm just kidding. But as for acting, like I would be so down to do that. I've actually always wanted to be an actress since I was little. Like it always seemed like such a far-fetched goal and stuff like that, so I never really got into it. Plus being a very feminine little boy, I got made fun of for enough things that like I didn't want to go into theater and like give people just more ammo to attack me for. But yeah, like Netflix, hit me up. You have a little trans voice acting spot or something like that? How cute would that be? Like a little voice acting role? I would die. I finished my eyeshadow. This is like my go-to look whenever I'm doing my makeup. I wear this look a lot on camera, and you know, whenever I'm going out. It's just different shades of brown and stuff in my crease and a light beige shade on the eyelid. Now I'm gonna start doing my eyeliner, and I'm gonna get into the next question as well. How do you deal with dating and hookup culture as a trans woman? Also, sexuality reveal, question mark? I've never really been too into hookup culture. Like, I mean, Maybe back in college a little bit more so, but now I'm just like not about it at all. I really need that emotional connection to somebody to like enjoy myself, if you know what I'm saying. And the best way that I deal with this, and honestly like the only way that I deal with it, is I just kind of, you know, ignore it. As soon as a guy like gives me a hint that he is looking to hook up or like not pursue something romantic with me, I kind of just like cut it off. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think we're looking for the same thing actually. Sorry, bye. That's just not what I'm looking for at the moment. And so I'm just not going to waste my time with it. And honestly, I feel like even if you tell somebody like, oh, I'm not really looking for a hookup right now, if that's what they're looking for, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, me neither. Let's just like see how things go. Let's just see how it like whatever happens, happens. No, that's not, no. Take me on a date or fuck off. And I feel like it's even more prevalent being trans. Like people are not always down to want to be like with you in a romantic way, but they're down to like experiment with you and see like what it's like to be with a trans woman, whatever, whatever. And I'm just like not about to be that person for them. And then the second part of this question, sexuality reveal. I feel like I've talked about this before. I didn't mean to roll my eyes at you because I'm just rolling my eyes at my own sexuality. But I am straight, so I date straight men. So fun, so fresh. So the next question is, are you a religious person? No. I have never been a religious person. I have always believed in like God or like a higher power or something like that, but I've never really subscribed. I've never really subscribed to like an organized religion of any type. Even when I was younger, like my parents never made me go to church or anything like that. It was just never really our thing. Oh my God, what? It's all over my face too. What the hell? However, I would describe myself as a spiritual person. I know it's like, oh my God, I'm so spiritual and so woke. In all seriousness, I would describe myself as spiritual, and it's actually one of the things that really helped me come to terms with my trans identity. Not really come to terms with, more so just understand my trans identity. So I know that everybody understands their trans identity a little bit different, but the way that I kind of made sense of mine in the beginning anyways, was that my energy or my spirit or my soul or my vibe or whatever you want to call it was a girl or was female. I do to this day still strongly believe that our souls and our spirits and our inner energy and inner vibe or whatever you want to call it, they're not attached to our bodies. So just like the separation of what would you say? Like soul and, I don't even, you guys know what I'm talking about. And the next question is, when do you see the effects of progesterone? I'm currently on it too as a trans woman. I actually started progesterone fairly recently in my transition. I think it has been over a year, so it's really not that recent, but I just mean like I didn't take it from the beginning of my transition, you know? The reason that I started taking progesterone was because after I had my bottom surgery, I felt like my libido was very low. I did not go through that whole surgery to not even want to. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. I talked to some other trans people and stuff like that, and they said to either increase their dose of estrogen, or some people even tried taking progesterone. So I did both. It also has helped me a lot with my weight redistribution in my hip area, and that did help a lot. As for when I saw the effects, it's kind of hard to tell because it is so gradual, you know, but I will say that my libido's come back and I noticed some weight redistribution, so it's working. I don't know when it started working, but it started working at some point. The next question was also asked a lot of times, and I've answered this question before. How dare you not? No, I'm just kidding. But the question is, what is your height, or how tall are you? Like blah, 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 blah. I am 5'8". I used to be 5'7", and I was like, I wish I was 5'8" so I could be like, you know, like model height. And then I grew an inch, so here I am, model height. Hire me. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so the next question is, how do you know that you are trans? Because I feel like I am, but I have doubts and fears. Doubts and fears are extremely normal. I still doubt myself to this day. I'm like, am I really trans? Like, am I really? And then I'm like, girl, yes, you are. I feel like, first of all, it is such a huge, you know, process to go through. So you want to make sure you're making the right decision. So obviously you're going to doubt yourself and you're going to go through like the pros and cons and all that kind of stuff. But more than that, I feel like with our culture, our society, where so many people are hating on trans people and trying to invalidate our identity, it makes it so easy to just be like, okay, well, trans people aren't real, so I can't be trans, blah, blah, blah. Which obviously is not the case, but it just makes it really easy to just doubt yourself because so many people are doubting you as well. What really helped me just like finally be like, yep, that's what I need to do. This is who I am, whatever, whatever, was I thought about who I wanted to be in the future. I thought about where I saw myself as an old person, you know, just living my life. And I came to the conclusion that I could never be like an old man. Like it just sounded so weird to me. It sounded so foreign and like honestly scary to me. And when I realized that, I started thinking, okay, well, could I see myself as an old woman and like, you know, like a cute little old gardener woman or something? I don't even know. But the answer was yes. It seems so much more comfortable and so much like freer and, you know, lighter. Yeah, I thought about, you know, like what I like to do, like my interests, you know, what toys I like to play with when I was younger, all that kind of stuff. And that did help me figure out that I was very attracted to femininity. It wasn't like the deciding factor for me. It was more so just like, who do I see myself living as for the rest of my life? What is my internal perception of who I am? Okay, the next question is, do you like crystals? If yes, which one is your favorite? So I have been getting into crystals a lot lately, not to sound like I'm so spiritual and so trendy and cute, but like, I'm all about it. I actually went to a crystal store fairly recently with my best friend, and like we got a bunch of crystals and she like started me out on it, and it was super cute. But actually for my birthday, she got me this new crystal, which is so beautiful. I'm gonna insert a video of it right here. This one is currently my favorite. I actually saw it in a TikTok. Somebody was like talking about it and I thought it was so beautiful and I just like sent it to her right away. And then she got it for me. How cute is that? Love you, Cassie. I'll insert a little video of the rest of my crystals as well. She also got me this candle that when you burn it, you find crystals inside. Isn't that so cute? Do I look cute? The next one says, happy birthday. I love you. I love you too. Thank you so much. Do you think movies like She's the Man and Mrs. Doubtfire are transphobic? So I don't think that they're like inherently transphobic, like dressing up like the opposite gender to, you know, accomplish a goal or something like that. I don't think that's transphobic. It's kind of like Mulan. Like, you know, she pretended to be a guy so that she could go to war and, you know, her dad wouldn't have to. However, I do think that in movies like that, there are often transphobic lines. Or as for these two specific movies, I haven't seen them in a while. I should watch them now. She's the Man was my jam when I was younger, I won't lie. I would have to rewatch them and really like listen to all the different like lines and jokes and stuff, because I'm sure there's some problematic moments in there. Should I do like a little review on She's the Man or Mrs. Doubtfire? Would you be into that? Okay, so the next question is, why did you start YouTube? Sorry if this has already been addressed. No worries, it's fine, no worries at all. I actually started my channel out as a makeup channel. How fitting for this video. You can scroll all the way back in my videos, and my very first video that I posted on this channel, or the first video that's still live on this channel, I believe is a makeup tutorial, like literally from before I transitioned. But then once I started transitioning, my goal, or you know, the reason that I continued YouTube kind of changed. I noticed that there was definitely a huge gap in media representation for trans people, and I figured, hey, like if I can't be an actress at the moment while I go to college, I'll create media a different way. I'll make my own media, you know what I'm saying? So I really just wanted to create a channel where I could be a positive role model for other trans people and give back to the little community that we have here. That is my concealer all done. She is bright. She is brightened. I'm gonna apply a little bit of a translucent, or a lot of a translucent powder. The next question is, do you believe in astrology? I'm sure you can already guess, but I do. I'm talking about crystals and spirituality already in this video. Like, of course I believe in astrology. Come on, you can't tell me that I'm not a Taurus. You can't. You just can't. My best friend, my ex-boyfriend of like 3 years, they were both Virgos. Like, I just get along very well with Virgos, and that's just like something that Tauruses are, you know, notorious for, you could say. Also, I can be very, I don't want to say stubborn, but stubborn. If you didn't know I was a Taurus, what would you say that I was? Little question for you guys. I saw a few questions asking me what my big three were, my top three. My sun sign is a Taurus, my moon sign is a Virgo, and my rising sign is a Leo. So, period. So the next question is kind of fun. It says, what would you have changed your name to if you had been born with a non-unisex name? I was born Sam, so that's just always been my name. When I was first transitioning, I did consider changing it to a fully different name, because I didn't know if I wanted to, you know, keep the name that I grew up with, because it just has a lot of memories associated with it, but it's fine. I was definitely considering other names, like I said, but I don't remember what they were, honestly. I did ask my mom what she was gonna name me if I was a girl, and she said Taylor. So I thought about Taylor, but I just don't feel like I'm a Taylor. I really don't. I know I just asked you in the last question, but what do you guys think my name could have been? Like, what do you think would have fit me well? I need to know. Okay, so as I do my nose contour, it says, first, happy birthday, girl. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. How do you recommend cis people to be better allies? Great question. I love this question. I think the most important thing you can do as a cis person is allow trans people to use their voice, and mostly just uplift trans people, because as a cis person, yeah, you can be extremely accepting, extremely supportive, and, you know, maybe even extremely knowledgeable in the community, but you'll never like have that firsthand experience of being trans in spaces that don't have a trans person in them. Like, say you are with your other cisgender friends and trans people like come up in conversation for whatever reason, like maybe you're talking about somebody that just transitioned, and say like they dead name them or they refer to them as their old pronouns. I think that's something that you can do that's extremely impactful as a cis person, is to correct other cisgender people. Not only does it mean a lot to me as a trans person to know that cis people have my back, but also it sends a message to those cis people that like, We're not just doing this because they want to be referred to as this. We're doing it because that's who they are. Like, nothing grinds my gears more than people who are, you know, advocates for certain groups or advocates for certain communities, but then behind closed doors, they don't really have the same energy. The next question is, how did your family react when you came out as trans? For the most part, everybody was accepting. They're like, okay, well, whatever you do, whoever you are, we're gonna love you no matter what. However, like with my mom, even when I told my mom, she was like, all right, well, like, are you sure? Like, I don't think that you are. Maybe you could just like be a gay boy, blah, blah, blah. Like, just didn't understand, you know? Which is fine. Like, at that point, even I wasn't as knowledgeable in the trans community as I am now, so it was a valid question in the moment, okay? My dad did have a much harder time with it, but he came around eventually, so no complaints there. And even like the most conservative people in my family really just like stepped up. Like, some of the people that I thought were not going to be accepting were super accepting. Got my name off the bat, got my pronouns off the bat. Like, it was great. That first year that I came out, even during the holidays, like they got me gifts that said Samantha on them, and they were like the girl gift that they would get. You know what I'm saying? So I've definitely been super lucky with my family's reaction. And I'm so, so grateful for it. Okay, so I just did my lips off camera for obvious reasons. I cannot talk while I'm doing my lipstick, but I used the LA Girl lip liner in Sugar and Spice, and I used the Maybelline Superstay Matte Ink in shade Poet. Cute. We're almost done with the makeup, so we're almost done with the questions as well. For blush today, I'm using the Milani Luminoso blush. I love this blush. It's so pretty. Thanks, Corey Reynolds, for, you know, giving me that little tip. So the next question is, what qualities do you look for in a romantic partner? Do good guys exist? So I think good guys definitely exist, and I kind of go for the good guy, you know what I mean? Like, I used to be all about like the bad boy, blah, 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 but I've decided I'm not about it. No, I'd rather have a good boy. Like a little Ted from Schitt's Creek, imagine? Yes, please. Physically, I don't really have a type. I will say that I prefer people with dark hair and preferably somebody that's a little bit taller than me. But I definitely do have a type when it comes to personality. I need somebody that is extremely empathetic, somebody that just like has a big heart, you know, somebody super, super sweet. Also somebody that like has a similar sense of humor to me. Like, I have a very strange sense of humor, I feel, and they just need to like get it. Also, I want somebody very outgoing, especially because I can be very shy at points. I know, right? You're like, Samantha Lux, shy? Who? Where? But in certain situations, I am extremely shy, so I prefer to have somebody that is not as shy as me. Other than that, I don't really have too much of a type. Y'all want to set me up with someone? Let me know. And then the last question, as I do my highlight, if I can find it. I'm using the e.l.f. Baked Highlight today. I don't know what the shade is on this. Moonlight Pearls. There we go. The last question is, how do you find confidence in being trans? How did you feel confident identifying with the label? It took me a really, really long time to be comfortable just being like, oh yeah, I'm trans. Like, I'm transgender. Yeah, no big deal. I love it. Whatever, whatever. Just because there is so much stigma around it. There's so many like preconceived notions. Is that a word? Preconceived notions? I think it is. So many misconceptions about what it means to be trans, and because of that, it was really hard to like be confident in the fact that I am trans. But just to be completely honest, most of my confidence has come from you guys. You guys consistently hype me up and tell me that I'm a great person and, you know, I'm a nice person and all that kind of stuff, and to love myself and everything. And it really does help me a lot because you guys know that I struggle with a lot of mental health things, and, you know, I struggle with self-confidence, all that kind of stuff. So when you guys spread love all the time on my channel and to me in my comment section and everything, it helps more than you could ever know. I'll just say that. But yeah, you guys, that is the end of the makeup. Actually, I have a few more things that I need to do, like setting spray. I need to do some lip gloss, just like some finishing touches, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and do those finishing touches off camera, and I will be right back, okay? So this is what my makeup looks like. I don't have any earrings in, I just realized that. It's fine, whatever. That is going to be it for today's video. I hope you guys learned something. I hope I answered your question. I do really, really like filming videos like this where I just sit down, do my makeup, and answer you guys' questions. So make sure that you follow me on Instagram so that next time I ask, if you guys have any questions, you can submit your question right there. If you did like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot. I post new videos here on my channel twice a week, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. What else? Comment down below your favorite stuff of my makeup routine, the favorite stuff of your makeup routine, whatever you want to say, just go say hi. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Thursday's video. Bye, everyone. While this does temporarily kind of adjust the title to FF, what you end up getting is Spider-Man, who joins the Future Foundation and quote-unquote replaces Johnny Storm. I use that phrase very sparingly. But this builds on the events of Valeria discovering the remnants. Meet Stello, alpha glucose biosensor that reveals how food, exercise, Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. It's always a great day when a celebrity that I follow, let alone a celebrity that I like, comes out as LGBT. I just get so excited because when I was growing up, I never really could look up to celebrities that were gay or trans or non-binary or anything like that just because they weren't very popular. I'm sure there were some, but I can't think of any at the moment. If you haven't heard the news, Demi Lovato actually came out as non-binary this week. I think it was this week. I'm gonna say it was this week. And announced that they are now going by they, them pronouns. They also just started a podcast, and in the first episode, they talk about what being non-binary means. They go over some of the myths and some of the hate that non-binary people get. So in today's video, I wanna not only watch that video that they put on their Twitter, but I also wanna talk about the podcast that they just started, look at some of the criticism that they are getting in response to their coming out, and tell you what they had to say about it in their podcast. I post new videos here on my channel every Monday and Thursday, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. I'm just gonna pretend the noise is happening. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And also, I have a Patreon, and the link for that is down below as well. So yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into Demi Lovato's little coming out video. We'd love to see it. So I found the video that they posted on their Twitter, and before we watch the video, I want to just read the tweets that they tweeted alongside the video. So they tweeted, "Every day we wake up, we are given another opportunity and chance to be who we want and wish to be. I've spent the majority of my life growing in front of all of you. You've seen the good, the bad, and everything in between. Not only has my life been a journey for myself, I was also living for those on the other side of the cameras. Today is a day I'm so happy to share more of my life with you all. I am proud to let you know that I identify as non-binary and will officially be changing my pronouns to they, them moving forward. This has come after a lot of healing and self-reflective work. I'm still learning and coming into myself, and I don't claim to be an expert or spokesperson. Sharing this with you now opens another level of vulnerability for me. I'm doing this for those out there that haven't been able to share who they truly are with their loved ones. Please keep living in your truths and know I am sending so much love your way." So Demi clarifies that they are in no way a spokesperson for the non-binary community or the trans community, and that they don't wish to be, but they just want to share this part of themselves so that, you know, somebody out there that may be going through the same thing has somebody to look up to. Now we're going to watch a little clip that they posted and see what it's all about.
Living in the fourth dimension means existing consciously in both time and space, but for me, it means having conversations that transcend the typical discourse. I want to take this moment to share something very personal with you. Over the past year and a half, I've been doing some healing and self-reflective work. And through this work, I've had the revelation that I identify as non-binary. With that said, I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them. I feel that this best represents the fluidity I feel in my gender expression and allows me to feel most authentic and true to the person I both know I am and still am discovering. In this first episode, I'm excited to share with you what this means to me and what it may look like for other people. I want to make it clear that I'm still learning and coming into myself, and I don't claim to be an expert or a spokesperson. I know this might be a new conversation for many, so I'm inviting my friend Alok, someone I trust, to spend time on this platform. Alok is an author, performer, and an important voice within the non-binary community and beyond. Their work to create visibility, equality, and understanding has inspired me on my healing journey. We'll discuss identity at large, but also take the time to personally reflect on how I came into my truth so that we, like many others, are able to live our lives authentically.
Aww, so cute, right? Is that not the cutest thing you've ever heard? Okay, so that was like a little advert or like a little teaser for their podcast that they are releasing called 4D. I also really love that in the full-length podcast episode, they brought in an established non-binary advocate, somebody that has experience advocating for the community, somebody that, you know, is already out here doing the work. The podcast episode is almost 40 minutes long, so we are obviously not going to be watching it in this video anyways. I will link it down below, and I definitely recommend that you watch the full thing. It's a very interesting, very cool way to just see Demi. Now I want to get into some of the criticism that they've received in response to their coming out. So I just wanted to take some of the most common criticisms and some of the hate comments that I saw the most on videos talking about Demi's coming out and just kind of combat it with what Demi literally said in their podcast. So I have a collection of tweets that came out in response to Demi's coming out video, but I also have a bunch of comments that were on a video reacting to Demi's coming out. This first one is a comment that was on that YouTube video, and it said, "I went to the barber and got a shitty haircut. Time to turn it into a way to get attention on my new sexuality / gender identity. Emphasis on new. There's a couple things going on in this comment. Not only are they saying that Demi is just trying to get attention, but they're also saying that this is just some new trend that they're following along with, and they're just making this up on the spot to get attention, or, you know, maybe to promote an upcoming album or an upcoming piece of work or something. But in the podcast, Demi talks about how long they've been working on this and how long they've been struggling with their gender identity. A quote from it says, "This is my truth. I can't shove it down anymore or I will end up in that place I was in a year ago." Now I just want to say, I saw so many comments and so many like tweets saying, "Oh, looks like Demi's using again, blah, blah, blah." And I don't even want to include them in this video because that is just honestly disgusting to me that somebody would not only bring up like substance abuse, but then go and invalidate their identity because they've struggled in the past with substance abuse. Demi says that they lived in shame for much of their life. They believe their overdose happened because they were ignoring their truth and suppressing who they really were to satisfy their stylists, their team members, and even their fans. They clarify that they could literally leave their career today, but tomorrow they will still be non-binary. And that's another thing that I saw a lot of, where people are saying that like, oh, they're just doing this to promote their album and stuff like that. Y'all don't see like all the criticism, all the hate that they're getting because of this? Don't you think that there is a more effective way? I'm sure all the people hating on Demi are not being like, well, let me go listen to their new album. In their words, for the first time, they're putting their well-being above their career. The next comment says, "He and she will become offensive terms and songs will be re-recorded or banned. We will all eventually be referred to as an it." This is something else that Demi and Alok talked about in their podcast. It's this whole myth that trans people and non-binary people and gender non-conforming people are posing a threat to, you know, the normies of society. That we're not going to allow them to refer to themselves as a he or a she, and, you know, it'll become illegal to say those words ever. Alok clarified in the podcast that they're not trying to police anybody's gender. They know how it feels to have their gender so heavily policed for their entire lives, and they would never want to do that to anybody else. So, like, if you want to call yourself a he or a she or whatever you want to go by, that's fine. Demi even went so far to say that they would be accepting of mistakes and, you know, they wouldn't even care if people use the wrong pronouns as long as they were putting in that effort to show them their respect. The next tweet, and I feel like this is such a common thing that non-binary people hear, "How the fuck can I refer to a singular person with they or them? I'm confused. I don't know. How will you ever refer to them? What will you call them? I don't know." First of all, they is grammatically correct, even if you're using it in the singular form, but like we won't even talk about that. Alok literally clarified, "If you're more focused on grammar than respecting someone's identity, you need to get your priorities not straight, but queer." Get it? Get it? They also emphasized that literally all languages, literally all words are made up. You think that the world was created with a set definition for every single word and, you know, like dictionaries just fell from the sky or something? They joked in the podcast like, you don't still speak in Old English. Like, languages are consistently changing and constantly evolving to incorporate different ideas. This person responded to Demi's tweet and said, "This doesn't make you hip or edgy. It makes you confusing to deal with and a poor role model for children." And then along the same lines it says, "Seems like Demi and Sam Smith are trying to jump on a sort of trend rather than actually feeling that way. It's like they're trying to seem more relevant than they already are. Wish they would just stop acting as though they're the exact same as the everyday person when they aren't." You're right, they're just like lizard people, right? Is that what they believe? This whole myth of oh, you're just seeking attention, you're just going along with a trend, and you're not even actually non-binary, you're blah, 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 blah. Being non-binary has been a thing for thousands of years. The reason that you're seeing people be so vocal about who they are and so vocal about their identities and that it's okay to be who you are is because way back in the day when colonization came around, they targeted and erased those communities. The only thing that's new here, as Alok said in the podcast, is the words that people are using to describe themselves because, again, languages are constantly changing. Something else that they pointed out in this podcast is a lot of the times conservatives are like all about you expressing yourself and being who you are, unless you're LGBT. Then they're like, no, you can't do that. So somebody tweeted in response to Demi Lovato coming out as non-binary, and they said, "What does it mean exactly?" And then somebody responded saying it means they're dealing with a lot of internalized misogyny while proclaiming themselves special. So first of all, I just want to respond to the first tweet that says, "What does it mean exactly?" I don't think that's necessarily like a mean tweet. Maybe they're just genuinely curious, but in the podcast, literally, I just tweet out the link to the podcast for all of these comments or whatever, but Alok actually gave a beautiful definition for being non-binary. They said, "We are people who have existed for thousands of years who actually experience ourselves outside the idea of a man or woman." And then in response to the other person saying that it's a result of internalized misogyny and wanting to be special, they said, "We're not confused or self-hating. We are happy, we are free, we are loving and finally living our lives." What's the point of tweeting these things at somebody that is so clearly just trying to be happy, so clearly just trying to learn to love themselves. Especially coming from a whole like TERF point of view where they're like, oh, we're just about protecting women and we don't want women to, you know, hate themselves so much that they change their bodies. So you're all about people loving themselves and accepting themselves for who they are. Once again, unless they're LGBT, right? Why can't you just accept people for who they are and let them love themselves however they see fit? What's the issue? Like, how is it hurting you? In America, we are vilified for these same views, you know, talking about views that go against non-binary people. The whole purpose of these movements is to divide and conquer. The problem is that many of us who truly know what we believe in do not feel the need to shout what our beliefs are. We have a live and let live attitude. I, for one, am sick and tired of these people in groups trying to force me to believe what they believe. The silent majority is rapidly getting tired of being silent. They're like, I just don't feel the need to shout what my beliefs are. These people are forcing their beliefs on all of us and, you know, they're trying to divide and conquer. Like, sis, nobody is trying to shame anybody. Okay, like, I'll just say that. We're not trying to shame you. Actually, I mean, if you're gonna purposely misgender somebody, maybe you should be shamed, but never mind. The point of Demi coming out and making the video that they made was to quote unquote spark conversations where these conversations aren't usually had. And again, to possibly help people who may be struggling. And hey, I mean, it's working. This tweet says, I'll be coming out as non-binary to my family today because of you. You give me this empowerment. I'm so proud of you, Demi. You're so valid. Literally just saying like, thank you. Thank you for showing me that it's okay to be non-binary. Thank you for giving me the courage to be who I am. This person said, as a step parent of a trans kid, I appreciate you sharing this and I recognize how hard this is. Please know I'm so proud and thank you for making it easier for our kids to just be themselves. Literally a parent, somebody who has an actual trans child saying you are putting in work that is going to make my child's life easier and happier. Like, are you really so against the movement that's just trying to make kids happy? Says quite a bit about you. Anyways, I think that's enough talking about all the hate comments. We have to just laugh at the conservatives who are upset about somebody living their life. So hopefully you did get a laugh out of this video. Hopefully it wasn't too, you know, upsetting to listen to. I mean, I tried to make it like funny, right? Maybe, kind of. If you did like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I want to say a really big congratulations to Demi for finally coming to this point in their life, as well as thank you for being such a positive, vocal role model for the non-binary community. Make sure that you spread some love down in the comments below. I'm sure there's going to be some conservatives or some whatevers, you know, trying to invalidate Demi. And that's not what we're about here. So let's just flood them out, okay? Flood them out. But other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye, everyone.
The power of Christ compels me.
Willing to give it a go. By the end of this video, you'll all be scrambling to apply. I just know it. All right, let's look at the facts. Alex, 24, 179 centimeters, which translates to 7'5", 70 kilograms. Legs make up 60% of her height. Runs, lifts, A-cup breasts, triple D-cup ass. Solid 7 out of 10 on a good day. Why am I single? What does that word even mean? Let us consult the English dictionary. Only one, not one of several. Am I unmarried or not involved in a stable sexual relationship? Or am I simply playing a bit of cricket? Let's take a quick retrospective back at my dating history just to set the scene. Caitlin, when I was 12, I offered her a flower. She got hit by a car. Emily, when I was 14, after 2 years of therapy, I asked her if she wanted to go to the movies with me. I didn't know she was blind. Michael, when I was 19, I set him free after he became a femboy. These things rarely end well for me. Since I turned 20, nothing. And in all my life, I've never actually had a long-term relationship. But I know I'm attractive. I know I'm a catch. So there must be something wrong. And I am determined to figure out what it is. Perhaps at this point, the best thing to do is to simply ask the people who won't date me. And if we're being completely honest, they're not dating anyone. Alice is short. Haven't you, like, always been single? Yeah, that's the problem. Because you won't accept you're a bottom. No one is worthy enough for you. Alice, you just gotta get good, honey. They scared of the gremlin.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Ben Shapiro is at it again. He really just cannot keep transgender people out of his mouth. I mean, I guess it's fine because I just get to keep creating content about it, but I don't know, at least get like one good argument though, you know? Last week he posted a video titled Debunked Transgender Ideology. And this man literally did not debunk a single thing. For today's video, I figured we could watch his video and debunk the debunk. I post new videos every Monday and Thursday here on my channel, so if you are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I have a lot of very exciting, very fun videos coming up shortly, so you're definitely gonna wanna make sure to subscribe, so go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. Also, I have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this video titled Debunked Transgender Ideology.
Now, in the past few years, you've heard a lot of statements that sound like we must not raise boys as boys and girls as girls because we just can't be sure that kids actually have the sex assigned to them at birth. You've heard that some people are men in women's bodies or women in men's bodies. You may even have heard that if you're a straight dude and you don't want to have sex with a trans woman, meaning a biological male, this makes you gay.
Right off the bat, here we go with these arguments that honestly I've never even heard of. I think what he's referring to is when people say that you should raise boys and girls the same, which obviously doesn't mean that you have to do the exact same things for boys and for girls. Obviously, there's conversations that you're going to want to have with boys that you may not want to have with girls. When people say that, they're really just referring to like the morals and stuff like that. For example, in boys, you shouldn't excuse things such as violence just because they're boys, and you shouldn't not allow a little girl to play with trucks or something because she's a girl. That's all we mean when we say raise boys and girls the same. You have every right to not sleep with anybody that you don't want to sleep with, including trans people. The reality is a lot of trans women look identical to cisgender women, so straight men are going to be attracted to them. They may not want to have sex with them once they find out they're trans, but that does not change the fact that they were initially attracted to them. That's all we're trying to say. Okay? Doesn't make you transphobic to not want to be the trans person, doesn't make you gay, anything like that. These are just straw man arguments, for real.
Males and females reproduce with one another in the human species. We've known this for quite a while. The simple reality is that the human species is sexually dimorphic. Sex is binary. We come in two brands, male and female.
Males and females reproduce. Like, gotcha. We're on the same page. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. And yes, I agree again that humans are actually sexually dimorphic. However, the level of dimorphism is actually very limited compared to other species. But I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to point out that males are different than females and like, whatever. I agree. Then he goes on to say that sex is binary. But not exactly, Ben Shapiro. According to biologists and a variety of other scientists, sex is not at all binary. Most humans do fall on either the male end of the spectrum or the female end of the spectrum, but that does not change the fact that sex is a spectrum. Intersex people are individuals born with physical sex markers such as genitalia, hormones, gonads, or chromosomes that are neither clearly male nor female. The existence of intersex people shows that there are not just two sexes, and the lines between the sexes can be blurry. The sex spectrum is the concept of a continuum of people with sexes ranging from people with typical male physiology to people with typical female physiology.
There are certainly people who have anomalous genetic conditions, like Klinefelter syndrome, in which a person has two X chromosomes and a Y chromosome, and in whom breast development looks female while male genitalia are present. Overall, disorders of sexual development affect 1 in every 5,000 births. Now, the presence of abnormal development does not mean that sex is a spectrum. To suggest otherwise, it would be the same thing as saying that because one child every few thousand is born with 3 toes, this means that the number of toes in the human being is a spectrum.
It literally does. Yes, if you want to get all technical about it, the number of toes that a human can be born with is a spectrum. Just because 5 toes is the typical amount that people are born with does not mean that there isn't a range of number of toes that somebody can be born with. There is a range of possibilities, and that's what a spectrum is, a range of possibilities. Just because most people land on one side or the other side of the spectrum, or even most of the time on one specific point of the spectrum, does not negate the fact that it is indeed a spectrum.
All reproduction is rooted in the presence of sexual dimorphism. To pretend otherwise is biologically nonsensical.
Again, dude, sure. But what is the point of emphasizing that sexual dimorphism is the root of reproduction? Like, what? Why? Just to point out that males and females are different? Because, again, like, we understand. Trans women, like myself, understand that there are differences between us and cisgender women. We're not arguing with you.
That's why, to end a conversation on transgenderism, just ask for a simple, non-self-referential definition of the terms man and woman. When I say non-self-referential, I mean you can't say, I feel like a woman, therefore I am a woman. For advocates of biology, the answer for what is woman or what is man, is simple. You can look at chromosomes, SRY genes, reproductive systems, verifiable answers to the question.
Again, I clarify this in literally all of my videos when I'm reacting to people like this, but they just don't get it. The terms man and woman dictate gender. According to the World Health Organization, gender interacts with but is different from sex, which refers to the biological and physiological characteristics such as chromosomes, hormones, and reproductive organs. Gender is defined again by the World Health Organization as the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. This includes norms, behaviors, and roles associated with being a woman, man, girl, or boy, as well as relationships with each other. Refers to a person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. So no, Ben, I don't know what biologists you're talking to, but that's not what biologists say. The consensus is that being a man or being a woman is not at all defined by your chromosomes, by your SRY gene, or by your reproductive systems. Being a man is to be a member of the gender that is typically associated with the male sex. Being a woman is to be a member of the gender that is typically associated with the female sex. Sex, gender. They're different.
For advocates of the position that some biological men are women, or vice versa, there is no standard that can be applied. A man can become a woman or a woman a man at any time without any stable definition of man or woman whatsoever.
I literally just defined it for you, Ben. We have definitions, you're just not listening.
It is simply ridiculous to suggest that if a boy is effeminate, he's actually a girl, or that if a girl is masculine, she might actually be a boy. But this is what gender theorists argue.
No, it's not. It's literally not what we argue. Again, this is a straw man argument. If anything, I would argue that the left is much more accepting of men being feminine and still being a man, or women being masculine and still being a woman. Remember that time that you said that Harry Styles was no longer a man because he was wearing a dress?
The origins of the gender identity movement lie with a professor of medical psychology at Johns Hopkins in the 1960s. His name was John Money.
Here we go. Here we go.
After twin boys were born, and after a botched circumcision destroyed one boy's penis, that boy was raised as a girl. By the time that boy was a teenager, the boy felt extraordinary discomfort because he was biologically male, and his parents told him the truth.
Quick pause, I'm gonna let him finish. He did not feel this extraordinary discomfort because he was biologically male. He felt this discomfort because his gender identity was a boy.
His theory was children could identify as members of the opposite sex, and that radical surgery was the proper solution. That inside, these kids were members of the opposite sex in reality, and that surgery would merely make their bodies align with their identity. Money claims that, quote, the gender identity gate is open at birth for a normal child, no less than for one born with unfinished sex organs, and would stay that way for at least a year. So in other words, you could have a full biological boy with finished sex organs, and his gender identity was still open. Brains and bodies were considered in direct opposition, completely separate from one another.
Ben, you're so wrong, dude. John Money did not believe that David Ryman was really a girl on the inside. He believed that gender was only socially influenced, meaning you could raise any child to be any gender you want if you raised them that way. This Reimer case perfectly shows that gender identity, which is different than gender as a concept, gender as a whole, it perfectly shows that gender identity is innate and unchangeable. Reimer was born as a cisgender male, meaning he was born physically male and his gender identity was a boy. After his botched circumcision, Money said that they could raise him as a girl, but he was unsuccessful due to the fact that you cannot change somebody's gender identity. He was unsuccessful just like it is always going to be unsuccessful to try to change a trans woman's identity from a girl to a boy.
If gender is a meaningless social construct created by society, why does it matter more than sex, which is actual real biology? And why is gender more real than biology itself? Why would anyone need to change his or her body in order to align with gender, a social construction, when gender and sex are completely separate in the first place?
I just got like attacked by a piece of fuzz, sorry. He's like, why is gender more real than biology, which is actually real? First of all, I just want to quickly point out again that Shapiro and other conservatives like Shapiro love to like intentionally mix up the concepts of gender and gender identity to confuse the viewers. So just keep that in mind. They are completely different concepts. Gender as a whole is socially constructed. Gender identity, or who you perceive yourself as, is innate and unchangeable. Once again, this is another straw man argument. Nobody is saying that gender is more real than biology. Nobody. However, just like you pointed out with the John Money case, gender identity is unchangeable unlike biology. Sure, you may still have the same chromosomes or the same reproductive functions or the same SRY gene or whatever you want to say, but it is definitely possible to manipulate your outward appearance to more closely resemble the sex that matches your gender identity.
Gender dysphoria, which is what we're talking about here, is a serious and tragic disorder. It is also extremely rare. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, those who had received a diagnosis of gender identity disorder or transsexualism and were seeking hormone treatment and or surgery represented just 0.005 to 0.014% for males and 0.002 to 0.003% for females. Those stats are now rising dramatically.
We had that big announcement from an Oscar-nominated actor announcing he is transgender. Elliot Page came out publicly with a post about his identity.
People suffering from gender dysphoria, which, in its non-politicized definition, means the persistent belief that you are a member of the opposite sex, have a tragically high suicidal ideation and depression rate. That suicidal ideation rate remains tragically high after surgical and hormonal treatment.
He's like, the rate of being transgender is increasing and it's becoming more popular, but then literally gives us an example of why that's happening. It's because of that representation provided by people like Elliot Page and the increased acceptance of the trans community in society. Not because it's a trend and it's a fad and people just want to be trendy. As for the high suicide rates, the studies show that they are only that high when that trans individual has their gender identity rejected, which is exactly what Ben is doing. If you really care about those rates being high and you want to, help people, stop making videos like this that are literally hurting us.
But suffering from a mental disorder does not change your underlying sex, any more than believing that you are Napoleon Bonaparte makes you Napoleon Bonaparte.
How many strawman arguments are we going to get in this one video? Like, it's 10 minutes long. Trans people are fully aware that having gender dysphoria does not make you the opposite sex. It means that our gender identity does not match our sex. So therefore, we try to change our bodies to more closely resemble our unchanging gender identity. Does that make sense? Am I breaking it down well enough for you?
Now, none of this means that anybody suffering from gender dysphoria ought to be mistreated. Anybody with any sort of disorder ought to be treated with nothing but sympathy and care. But this does mean that a society that seeks to propagandize to children that they can switch their gender is both lying to kids and doing them psychological harm in the process.
I hate this phrasing, switching your gender. Nobody switches their gender. A trans girl's gender identity has always been a girl, whether they knew that or not. What he's really trying to say here is nobody is transgender, and telling people that you can possibly be transgender is causing psychological damage, which again is not supported by the data. Surprise, surprise. This study, which again will be linked down below, I gotta teach Ben Shapiro how to link studies. I don't know if he knows how. It says, we identified 55 studies that consist of primary research on this topic, of which 93% found that gender transition improves the overall well-being of transgender people, while 7% report mixed or null findings. We found no studies concluding that gender transition causes overall harm. You're just making that up. If anybody's propagandizing some bullshit, it's you, Ben Shapiro.
With the new Equality Act,
the motion is adopted.
The Biden administration and the Democratic Party are seeking to promote the idea that any institution that doesn't mimic these lies has to be destroyed.
The Equality Act is a non-discrimination law. These people cannot, they're just like, I want to discriminate. No organization is allowed to discriminate against trans people. That's what he's complaining about. He's like, well, my church should be allowed to discriminate against them, so this Equality Act is pretty bad.
In the end, a man claiming to be a woman is making an unsustainable claim. He can't even know what it is like to be a woman because he is not one. A man with surgeries and hormone treatment does not become a woman, nor does a man who simply declares himself a woman. All of this is insane propaganda that is being propagated for political purposes. So, no, a man cannot become a woman or a woman a man.
This final claim that he makes that it's all for political purposes and, being transgender and this whole trans ideology is just politically motivated is just so ridiculous to me, because these bills, like the Equality Act, are saving transgender people's lives. But what's the point of your video, Ben? To defend the biology that doesn't agree with you? No, I don't think it is. I think it's actually to appeal to your right-wing, science-denying, transphobic viewers. Thank God that video is over. All I have to say is thank you for the content, Ben Shapiro. Thank you so much. It is honestly so sad that so many people are watching this video, and if you read the comments on this video, everyone's like, yeah, he's so right. I'm so glad we have a Ben Shapiro in this world to stand up to this Walsh. I used to think I was a horse when I was younger, and thank God my parents didn't put a saddle on me. Really? You think that's the same thing? Is there science backing up the fact that you might be a horse? Anyways, what do you all think about this? Do you agree with Ben Shapiro? You better not. No, I'm just kidding. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot. Leave a comment. Let me know what your opinions are. Let me know which claim of Ben Shapiro's was your least favorite, or your favorite, or the most ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Also, make sure to share this video with your most transphobic relative. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Thursday's video. Bye, everyone.
It is a problem for sure. Number 5, head pats. Pat, pat. They just make us happy. And that right there is just it. Ladies and gentle people, trans girls want to be happy. Why do we want all these 5 things? We want to feel cute. We want to look cute. Because being cute makes us feel warm and fuzzy inside. It makes us happy. It makes us feel lighter. We look in the mirror and think, oh, I'm just the...
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So obviously I am not in the same place that I usually am to film. I'm actually out in Arizona. I'm finally going to be getting the adhesions that occurred during my tracheal shave finally released, removed, whatever you want to say.
Control of the world.
My biggest insecurities right now, my Adam's apple. So hey, what's up you guys? It's Samantha. 2 weeks from today, what's the date? Today, March 8th, I will be having my very first surgery. I'm extremely nervous, I'm extremely excited. The surgery that I'm getting done in 2 weeks is going to be my tracheal shave. I will be having the surgery with Dr. Zukowski in Wilmette, Illinois. For me, I feel like it is one of my biggest tells and one of my biggest insecurities, so it's just something that I really wanted to take care of. It's very prominent, it's very annoying, it's very... I hate it, it's so bad. So we just got back to our hotel from the pre-op appointment, and it wasn't bad. It was actually kind of cool. They answered a lot of our questions and took pre-op pictures like I thought they were going to. Pretty big bathroom. This is where I will do my pre-op shower. Super fun. Dr. Zukowski is actually picking me and my mom up from our hotel room. Well, not our hotel room, like our hotel, which I thought was kind of cool, kind of weird, kind of cool. But yeah, so he's gonna be picking us up at like 5:30, heading over to the surgery center, and then we'll be getting started. This is my first day post-op. My surgery was yesterday. My voice sounds like a truck driver, so don't judge me. Thanks. I have a little bit of soreness in my throat. It's not too bad though. But yeah, he said everything went super well. It's as flat as can be. So, yeah. My voice is still very, very hoarse. The doctor said that was normal. It would be back to normal by the time I'm done healing. You can see I have some bruising, some pretty intense bruising actually. So today is Saturday. My voice is still kind of struggling, if you will. So today is Monday. I do have some very intense bruising. Of this yellowy color that you see is all bruising. Flash, you guys, really just kidding. It's been exactly 3 weeks today since I had my surgery. He said I would be swollen anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, so I'm still like right in the middle of that. So this is how it looks right now. I still have a little bit of bruising right here. You can kind of see that I'm pretty swollen in this area. And there still is a little bit of numbness right very close to the incision. But as you can tell, I don't know if you can tell actually, but my voice is still very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's not like, it feels very restricted. For today's video, as you can tell from the title, I'm going to be talking about something that honestly is my biggest insecurity. It's been bothering me since 2016 when the original surgery was. I want to say about 2 weeks after the surgery, my speaking voice did improve a lot. It was relatively back to where it was before surgery. It did feel a lot more tense and a lot more tight, and also swallowing felt kind of strange for some reason. I could not even bring my singing voice to a falsetto like range. I couldn't switch into that head voice at all. Like, it felt like something was blocking my larynx from moving up and not allowing it to get higher up to accommodate for those higher pitches. I was able to get a laryngoscopy done, and they looked down at my vocal cords and they didn't find anything wrong. I started Googling, researching, doing all that kind of stuff, looking into trans forums, looking into other, tracheal surgery forums, all this kind of stuff. And eventually I found something called tracheodermal adhesion. This is when the scar tissue or the skin underneath the incision sticks to the larynx or sticks to your trachea and kind of like fuses together. For so long I just kind of accepted that these were the consequences that I was gonna have to live with. But at this point I feel like there's a little bit of hope left, I'm actually having surgery this May. I was suspecting that what was causing my issues, which is like a little bit lower of a voice, a little bit raspier of a tone, what I suspected what was causing it was something called tracheodermal adhesion. Basically, scar tissue forms right around this area and adheres to the underlying structures of your neck to like your overlying skin. I've come to the conclusion that it is not tracheodermal adhesion like I thought it was. Rather, I have adhesion to the hyoid bone. So again, I'm not going to get super scientific about all this, but the hyoid bone also helps in the production of pitch. But like I said, I am having surgery this May to finally release the scar adhesion, and I'm really, really hoping that it will fix the problems that I'm having with my voice. I'm just so frustrated with where my voice is at, and I'm so frustrated with the consequences of that seemingly super simple procedure. So just pray for me, please. Pray that it works, because I don't know what I'm gonna do if it doesn't. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So obviously I am not in the same place that I usually am to film. I'm actually out in Arizona where my surgeon is. I'm finally going to be getting the adhesions that are in my neck. I was gonna say my throat, but they're not really my throat, it's like my neck. I'm getting the adhesions that occurred during my tracheal shave finally released, removed, whatever you want to say. Whenever I post videos about my voice, everybody's like, your voice is fine, your voice is so pretty, your voice is this, your voice is that, and I appreciate it, definitely, don't get me wrong. It's very, very sweet, and I really do appreciate it a lot. I just want to clarify that this is not a surgery to feminize my voice. It's nothing like that. It's mostly just to get rid of the adhesions that I have on like this area. That is such a cute angle. I feel like I can't swallow all the way. I feel like I can't clear my throat all the way. It feels like I constantly have something like stuck in my throat, if you know what I'm saying. I also have very limited range of mobility. I can't lift my head all the way back. I can't turn all the way to the side, anything like that. I also can't talk very loud. I can't like scream or anything like that. Like my voice just kind of cuts out. I'm not too sure the surgery is actually going to work. My surgeon said that she has, done it a couple times and it has helped. Obviously, she cannot guarantee anything because of just, the type of surgery that it is. So just so you guys can get another little look of the adhesions, they start right about where my scar is. You can see obviously the skin gets sucked up literally every single time I talk. And then if I were to just raise my larynx, sorry, I just realized I was looking at myself. I should be looking over here, but if I just raise my hyoid bone, sorry, I think I said my larynx. You can see that the skin clearly gets stuck to that as well. Hopefully if it doesn't help my voice, it'll at least help, the tension that I feel all the time. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say right now. I am going to be heading to the office literally right now. My appointment's in like an hour. I'm not going under general anesthesia or anything like that. They're just doing some local numbing stuff right around the area. Yes, I'm going to be awake for it. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm glad I'm not going under anesthesia, but also I don't know if I want to be awake when they're, looking around all in this area. But I mean, they want to make sure that when I move everything around that they're actually properly released. So it makes sense, but it's still kind of freaky. But yeah, you guys, so now that is pretty much it. I will see you at the office. Marked at my neck. That's my incision from the other surgery, and they're gonna release all of this.
I'm here with an update.
Oh, God, my back is killing me, dude. Oh, God. Oh, God, my back is killing me, dude. It's like, oh, aching back. It's like, God, I hate when it happens. I wish I had some icy hot. Oh, seriously, I wish I had some icy hot or something. Damn. Or need to give me an ice pack for my back.
They just marked up my neck. That's my incision from the other surgery, and they're gonna release all of this. Hi everyone! I wanted to get this video out to you guys as soon as possible and just get back into my normal schedule. I've missed posting twice a week. Like, I feel like I've posted twice in the last, like, 2 or 3 weeks maybe, and that is not okay with me. Especially this month. It's Pride Month. Hello? I am still pretty swollen, so I'm trying to keep my head at, like, a flattering angle. Like, it's just not cute. But yeah, I do want to talk a bit about the recovery process and how things have been going for me. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So it's been, I think, like 2 weeks now. I'm actually just about to get in the shower, but I wanted to show you guys what my neck looks like at the moment. This is what I've been doing at night to try to get some of the swelling to go out. I haven't filmed anything since the procedure. It's been literally like 2 weeks, and honestly, the only reason for that is because I was so swollen and it made me so uncomfortable to look at. It looked like I just had like a giant double chin. No shame to double chins, but it just made me so uncomfortable, so I just did not want to like film it. But yeah, like I've been saying, I've been taping my neck like I am right now just to try to get some of the swelling to go down. But I wanted to show you guys what the incision looks like. Hopefully you don't fall off my couch. You're literally leaning against some laundry right now. So to be completely honest, I don't know if you, oh my God, this is like painful. I don't know if you can hear a difference in my voice, but I definitely notice one myself. It feels a lot clearer to me. It feels a lot smoother to me. And not only that though, it feels a lot easier to make certain pitches or to enunciate certain syllables, things like that. I am going to talk a little bit about the post-op care that I've been doing, just because there is a lot that I have been doing to maintain, you know, like the, I don't know, the result, I guess you would say, just to make sure that that intense scarring doesn't come back. And that's where all the discomfort that I was feeling was coming from. I probably should have like de-stuck this a little bit. It's not sticking to my incision, don't worry. I should just rip it off, huh? Oh, that was not cute. For the first couple of weeks, I had the worst double chin. I was just like wearing a face mask. Thank God for face masks, but I feel like everybody thought I was so weird because where I'm from, you don't have to wear face masks outside anymore, anything like that. So when I was out with my friends, I would just be wearing a face mask underneath, like not even on my face, just underneath. They're like, what are you doing? But yeah, this is what my neck is looking like right now. As you can see, they used the same exact incision. I do still have some swelling. I can feel it like right here, like this area. This is just like that tape, don't worry. This is also from that tape. But as you can see, the incision is healing really well. I also did not have like any bruising whatsoever, which is crazy to me because if you look back at the first part of this video, you can see like when I first had my tracheal shave done, the bruising was ridiculous. I know it's a completely different surgery. They're doing much more intense stuff, everything like that, but the bruising was just like crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say right now. Like I said, I just wanted to show you the incision, show you how it's looking so far. I'm gonna check back in a little bit later, probably after my appointment or tomorrow or something, and let you guys know like the details of what they found, like when they were doing the procedure. Also like the post-op care that I've been doing, just all the good stuff basically. But yeah, for now I'm gonna go and I will check back in a little while. So it is the next day now. I'm about to actually film a different video for next week, but I figured since I already have my makeup done, I'm already all dressed up, I'm already sitting here in front of the camera, I might as well do a little check-in for you guys right now, let you guys know how I've been healing, show you my incision, all that kind of stuff with an actual like legit camera. I want to start out by talking about what my surgeon found when they went in to do the procedure. I do want to take a second to talk about today's sponsor. Today's video sponsor is the brand Harry's, and I am so excited to talk to you guys about them. As I'm sure you know, I am a very proud supporter of the LGBT community. community. Unlike other brands this Pride, Harry's is actually doing the work and actually putting in an effort to help better the LGBT community. Harry's has also consistently been a huge advocate, raising nearly $300,000 for organizations like the Trevor Project, for the Albert Kennedy Trust, as well as GLAAD. When you get this kit, you actually get to play a part in helping support suicide and homelessness prevention in the LGBT community. 100% of their proceeds from this limited edition set is going to be donated to the Trevor Project. But more than that, you actually get to honor queer artists and creators. This shave set is actually designed in collaboration with Chinese-born and New York-based illustrator named Zipeng Zhu. Their Instagram will be linked down below, so I'm not just gonna butcher your name and then not put your credits in, don't worry. So each of these sets include a limited edition Harry's razor with a unique iridescent rainbowed finish designed to be a true positive reflection of Pride. You also get 3 blade cartridges, each with a flex hint, lubricating strip, and precision trimmer. You get the foaming shave gel, which gives a rich lather and a very comfortable shave, even for people with sensitive skin. And you also even get a blade cover to protect your blades and keep them dry when they're not in use or when you're traveling. This year, Harry's has a goal to reach over 200,000 LGBT youths through their contributions to the Trevor Project. So yeah, this Pride Month, make sure to buy all of your razors from Harry's, as they are supporting the LGBT community and donating 100% of their profits to the Trevor Project. Also, if you're a new US customer, you can get $5 off of any shave kit, including the Shave with Pride set, when you use my link down below. Thank you so much, Harry's, for sponsoring me this Pride Month, for doing the work for the LGBT community. And yeah, if you're interested in this kit or any of their other kits on their website, make sure to use my link down below and act fast. They gonna sell out quick. Like I said in part 1 of this video, this surgery that I had was not intended to feminize my voice in any way. I know there are some procedures out there that will tighten your vocal cords or, you know, tie your vocal cords together even to give you a higher pitched voice, but that is not what I had done at all. The procedure that I had done was intended to release the scar adhesions that I had in my throat and my neck. I hope you can't see it. I don't know like how this angle is. I think it's okay. I don't think you can see it too much. So in the first part of this video, what I theorized what was happening was I had scar adhesions to my hyoid bone and it was restricting movement of my hyoid bone. However, I'm not really sure that's exactly what the case was. I do know that there was a lot of very dense, thick scar tissue that formed, but it wasn't just around my hyoid bone. It was honestly just like this whole area. So it was kind of cementing not only my hyoid bone in place, but all of the surrounding muscles in place as well. If you don't know, literally every single day your body produces something called fascia, which super simply is a connective tissue that runs throughout your body. So if you don't use your hand a lot, the fascia will start to build up under your skin and movement will feel a lot more tense. So when you feel like your muscles are getting tense or stiff, what's actually happening is the fascia is starting to build up and restrict that movement. Obviously, during my initial surgery, I was not moving my neck around a lot because I didn't want to mess anything up. So not only was the fascia building up, but also there was a ton of scar tissue that was forming and solidifying all of that built up fascia in place. So what I think happened was during my initial surgery, my surgeon didn't do like a typical tracheal shave. He not only shaved down the cartilage, which is what, you know, a typical tracheal shave is, but he also did a lot of liposuction. He also did fat excision in like the lower deep layers of, you know, the neck. He also moved some muscles around in an attempt to push back any remaining cartilage. I'm not gonna say that he scarred down the area on purpose, which I think might have happened, but I will say that the surgery was way overdone. Way too much liposuction and fat excision was done, and it created a space that had no other option other than to fill itself with scar tissue. It scarred all the surrounding tissues, including the muscles, in place so that they could not effectively move, they could not effectively do what their job is to do. And it has been miserable to live with the consequences of that surgery. During the procedure, my surgeon told me that she was able to release pretty much all of the scar. I don't think that she actually removed scar tissue, but I think that what she did was cut through the scar tissue to try to help it reform in a way that wasn't as constricting to me. I don't want to show off this too much because it's really like not cute, but I do know that she released all the way down to like down here, all the way up above my incision, all the way like around it, pretty much just like all over the area. There was just scar everywhere. And right afterwards, I definitely noticed a difference. I'm not sure it felt exactly how it felt, you know, before I had the original surgery, but I will say that it felt a lot better. My voice did feel a bit less restricted. I do think that I still have some muscle tension that I need to kind of work out, but I've definitely noticed that any of the tension or anything like that that I could not resolve beforehand is a lot easier to resolve now. When I had the tracheal shave back in 2016, immediately I felt very tight and very restricted in the area. And after I had this surgery to release all that, it did feel a lot better, but in the days afterwards, I could feel it starting to get tight again, and I could feel everything start to scar down again and become restricted all over again. So since then, I've been doing a lot of massaging, a lot of scar release techniques, all that kind of stuff to try to keep everything loose and, you know, not constricting. It has only been a little bit over 2 weeks, so I have been going kind of easy. I don't want to cause any additional damage or any additional injury. I just want to let everything heal, and then I can work on the adhesions that are happening. But I am kind of like gently going in and massaging and keeping all the fluids and all of the everything going on under there moving, and you know, keep it all going so it doesn't just sit there and stick together. It's a little bit extra swollen in this moment because I did not tape it last night. I usually will do the tape that you saw, you know, a second ago in the beginning of this video. I've noticed that the swelling has gone down a lot, so I don't want to, you know, cause any additional adhesions to start to form. For the most part, I've just been like doing the massages and the stretches and stuff like that and letting it heal on its own. So as for the issues that I was having before, I would say that they're like 75% resolved. I don't want to say that they're like 100% resolved, but I will say that the surgery did help me a lot. And I think it's going to be easier to get to a place where I'm fully comfortable and I'm fully content with everything that's going on with like my voice, with swallowing, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I feel like I definitely noticed a difference, and obviously that's all that matters, but it's like I can feel right here like actually doing something, whereas before it was all just like scarred up and it couldn't really like move or assist in the swallowing process, but it's doing a thing now. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing a thing. I do still sometimes feel like a pulling sensation right around the incision, but I think that's because I haven't been able to massage the incision as vigorously as I've been massaging everything else. It's healing at a bit of a slower rate because I'm more gentle on it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, overall, I think that the surgery was successful. I'm really, really happy that I was able to do it and have some of these complications resolved. I still do have some work to do to get my voice to a place that I really want, but now I feel like it'll actually be possible to, you know, do voice training or to effectively stretch out my neck muscles and stuff like that, whereas before it felt really impossible to make any progress. Like I said, the surgery was never intended to feminize my voice or anything like that. However, I do think that having everything be more loose and being able to stretch out these muscles and stuff like that, I feel like it has definitely helped my resonance and my tone a lot. It might be one of those things that only I notice and, you know, my dysphoria just enhanced, but that's what this was all about. You know, I know that I joked in my last video like, I'm finally fixing my voice. Shout out to you transphobes that pushed me to do this, blah, blah, blah. But that's really not what this was about. It was about me being comfortable with myself, not only physically, like being able to comfortably swallow and comfortably move my neck and stuff like that, but also get to a place where I feel like I can train my voice to not make me dysphoric. I'm so glad that I'm healing well and everything has been taken care of, but I just really, really want to encourage you guys to do your research. I know when thinking about surgeries, everybody's like, do your research, but for real, do your research. Go onto Facebook groups, go onto, you know, different forums, all that kind of stuff where the doctors don't have control over what's being said. You need to be extremely careful when going for any type of surgery, no matter how seemingly simple it is. And that's the mistake that I made. I thought, you know, it's just a tracheal shave, you know, it's no big deal. It's just they go in, they shave it down, and they're done. No biggie. Don't think like that. Okay, just don't do it. So yeah, I don't really have too much else to say about the procedure other than, you know, just thank you guys for being there for me, and thank you guys for the kind words and support on the last video. It really does mean a lot. Thank you all so much for always being so considerate of my insecurities and trying your best to make me feel better about myself. But yeah, other than that, I think I am going to go. So thank you all so much for watching. I am going to be getting back into my normal schedule starting with this video, so you can expect to see me every Monday and Thursday here on this channel. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you again so much for being here for me and for sticking through me through the process. Like, I really just don't know how to show you guys how grateful I am, but I truly am so, so grateful for literally every single one of you. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye, everyone.
Wow, dude.
Really just like incel feel like women be shopping, am I right? Like, no,
Hi.
women are actually not. The economy is fucked, and for the most part, the vast majority of women out there are not like. Who?
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Happy Pride Month. It's our month, finally. What's up? How y'all doing? So my last two videos, they weren't very Pride themed. I'm just gonna say it, they just weren't. So I figured to make up for that, the rest of my videos this month are gonna be Pride themed. I'm sorry, it's just, it has to happen. I'm sorry. To start it off, I figured we could do a video that I actually already saw here on YouTube. I know, so original, so creative. I'm going to be rating or ranking, I think it's rating, because I'm not gonna like rank them in order, I'm just gonna rate them. I'm going to be rating companies' Pride collections. So I first saw this video from a YouTuber named Chris Clemens. Love Chris Clemens. Shout out to you, Chris Clemens. Great idea. I'm stealing it. Thanks. I post new videos here on my channel every Monday and Thursday. I am getting back into my schedule. I'm getting back into my grind. So definitely make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. I'll wait for you. I almost forgot to say I'll wait for you, but I will. You know me being hella patient as always. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. What's the other part? Oh, I have a Patreon. If you want to donate, the link for that is down below as well. Thank you. With no further ado, let's get right into this video. Okay, so the first brand that we are going to rank, why do I keep saying rank? It's rate, girl. The first brand that I'm going to rate for this video is gonna be Playboy. I won't lie, I've been into the Playboy merch lately. Like, I bought their little sunglasses, the little Playboy thing. They were just so cute. I don't have them like near me or else I would put them on right now, but they're cute. I was about it. So when I said that they had a Pride collection, I was like, all right, let me click on over, let me check it out. There's a few different factors that I'm going to be rating these brands' collections upon, with, whatever you want to say. The first criteria is how easy it is to, you know, access the Pride collection. Right off the bat, as soon as you go into the Playboy website, it's like the first thing that you see, like shop Pride, GG good for Playboy Pride, all that kind of stuff. Another one of the criteria for rating is going to be whether or not they have the inclusive flag. You need to have the inclusive flag. If you don't know, basically this flag is just supposed to be more inclusive. So not only does it include the trans community, but it also has the brown and black stripes on it to represent the intersectionality of being gay or being trans while being black or a person of color. Check 2 for Playboy. And I guess the third criteria would be whether or not I would buy any of the products. So looking through, they're kind of cute, I guess. Like, would I buy any of this? Maybe. Pride is Good framed pennant for $150. It's literally Pride Month. Like, that's a hate crime. Also, Playboy's little, like, mission statement for Pride, it says, Playboy Pride. This new collection celebrates the uniqueness and diversity in each of us while paying homage to the catalysts who have sparked change. At Playboy, we believe Pride doesn't just begin or end with one month of the year, but it can be found each day through the unrestricted celebration of one's sexuality. Period. Except, it's not all about sexuality. Include gender identity in that shit too. I ain't celebrating my straightness. Fuck that. I kind of like the Kittens Pride in Numbers t-shirt. It's like a little gaydar shirt. That's kind of cute. The fanny pack? I'm about a fanny pack. I love a fanny pack. Okay, so we're gonna rank this. Should I rank it out of 5 or out of 10? I'll rank it out of 10 because we have like 10 options. So I'm gonna rate Playboy's Pride collection like a 7.5 out of 10. That's what they're gonna get. I don't know how I came to that number, but that's what they're getting. Okay, so the next brand that we have is Walmart. Ranking criteria number 1, how easy is it to find? I just stuttered so hard. But when you go to Walmart's website, she's nowhere to be found. Like, do y'all even know it's Pride Month? You have to literally like search Pride in the search bar and then it'll come up, Pride and Joy, spark love, extinguish hate. Like, sis, you couldn't have said that on the homepage? Walmart's little mission statement, we welcome everyone to be their authentic selves, always. Let the unique you shine through. Thanks, Walmart. Right underneath their little mission statement, it just like features products that are also donating to like organizations. I'm not giving you credit for that, sorry. As for the products, I'm not gonna go into each of the categories because who has time? But like just going off of like the main little thing, like no ma'am. The only thing that I would buy out of this list is the Rainbow Absolute Vodka, and it's not even the inclusive flag. Ugh. There's no trans stuff. Literally none. Which, like, I love the gays, don't get me wrong. We love the gays. But it's not all about the gays, okay? Like, I'm gonna give Walmart, honestly, like, 2 out of 10. You get a 2 out of 10. I'm sorry. You get a 2 out of 10. Okay, so now we have Amazon, and again, I'm gonna go to the homepage first, see how easy it is to see that they actually have a Pride collection, and I'm not seeing it. That's not good. Not too good. They do have a Pride collection, so I just went to it. We like when they have trans and gay products and all that kind of stuff, but like, what are you doing? What else? Like, how are you actually helping the community other than like making cute shoes or something? I think that Amazon Smile is a program that goes on all the time, and you can just like pick a charity, and then when you shop on Amazon, they'll give like a portion of like their sale to whatever charity you pick. So like, I'm not giving you credit for that. You can't just like put it on there like, oh, I'll just change your charity for you. Like, no ma'am. No, I'm rating Amazon 3.5 out of 10. It needs to be on the homepage. You need to let all these straight homophobic bitches know that it's Pride Month. First of all, you can't just link other brands. That's not how this works. Okay, so next up we have Coach. Coach is like what would you say, like an accessories brand. So when you go to the Coach website, once again, there is no mention of Pride on the website. The only way that you can get to like their Pride stuff is if you search for Pride. And even then, it's not like a Pride collection or anything like that. It's just like their rainbow products. They're like, yeah, we sell these rainbow shits. Like, here, enjoy. Happy Pride. Once again, it's just rainbow stuff. There's no like trans flag or anything like that, which like, again, like it's cute, it's whatever. But if I'm gonna buy something that's Pride themed, I don't want a rainbow. I want a trans flag, or at least like the rainbow with the trans colors in it. The rainbow mixed charms bag charm, kind of cute. I could be about it. The umbrella, I would carry that umbrella, I won't lie. The rest of it is like not cute. So I'll give them a 3.5 as well. Yeah. So now we're moving on to Savage Fenty, Rihanna's lingerie brand. Love it. Anybody from Savage watching this? Hit me up. You go to savagex.com. First thing that you see, Savage X Pride. They even have like a little rainbow X in the Savage X Fenty. Love that. Love the little touch. Literally the whole home screen that's about Pride. I love it. They're already doing great. Let's go to their Pride section. So we click on Pride and we see Savage X Pride. Our first ever Pride capsule collection is here for everybody. Love that. We love inclusion. And then as for the actual products, I am about it. Like I hate when brands come out with like Pride clothing and it's all just like rainbows and shit like that. Like it's just not cute. It looks like a JoJo Siwa thing. No offense to JoJo Siwa, she kills it, but it's not my vibe. See like this Savage X smoking jacket. Like it doesn't have rainbows all over it. It's not like loud and bright and in your face and stuff, but it's still part of the collection and still goes towards the Pride cause. To be able to get something that's more my style, but still support a Pride collection would be really cool. So Savage X Fenty did great. I'm gonna rate them like an 8.5 out of 10. Yeah. So the next brand that I have to rate is Skittles. Skittles coming through with the Pride collection. So I don't know if Skittles has like an actual website, but I actually found a couple tweets that I thought were super cute. So here we go. This tweet says, to kick off Pride Month, we've partnered with Blair and Monty to spotlight LGBTQ plus creators. Our queer codes, just like a QR code, but queer, love that, will take you to skittlesqueercodes.com, a site filled with content and stories from LGBTQ plus creators sharing the importance of Pride. They also tweeted, some of you have been reporting that our rainbow is missing. We are aware. It is where it belongs with the LGBTQ plus community. Because during Pride, only one rainbow matters, and it is not the Skittles rainbow. They're like, nope, all about you bitches. We're black and white today, sorry. They also tweeted, we're celebrating #Pride this year by partnering with LGBTQ plus artists to create murals in cities around the United States. If you're in San Antonio, check out this beautiful mural by Doodle Me Alive, or check out skittlesqueercodes.com. So obviously they don't have like a Pride collection, which like I get it, it's okay, they're Skittles. They have like one thing. I think that what they have done with the rebranding of the packaging and, you know, supporting creators and creating murals and stuff like that, I think that that is good enough. I don't know, I feel bad like giving them like a high score like the other brands, because the other brands like have like legit collections, but I feel like it's the thought, it's like the effort that counts, you know, they're still giving back to the community. I'm gonna give them another 8.5 out of 10. Sure am. I don't know about any of you, but when I was little, I loved Legos. Like honestly, you get me a Legos kit right now and I'll build it. I'm there, piece by piece, putting that bitch together. On Lego's homepage, it's literally like all rainbows. Oh my god, that's so cute. Like all the different people with different colors and stuff like that. I think it's meant to represent the diversity of everybody. But then underneath it says, everyone is awesome. The Lego Group is committed to building a more diverse and inclusive organization where everybody belongs to help us reach and inspire every child and grown-up in the world. We believe that Lego play is for everyone, no matter your race, your gender, how you identify, or who you love. This page shares just some of the ways that we embody that belief. I'm crying. We have this dude holding a little rainbow with all the little people. I think that's so cute. It says, why I designed the Everyone is Awesome set. If I had been given this set by somebody after having come out, it would have been such a relief to know that somebody had my back. To know that you've got someone there to say, I love you, I believe in you, I'll always be here for you. I'm actually gonna cry now. That was actually so sweet. They have a bunch of different like Pride things. They have a little Pride parade float, a little rainbow tree, a little Just Human thing, building bridges. Oh my god, this is so cute. I want to give them like a 9.5 out of 10, just because like if I give them a 10 out of 10, then we can't get better. You know what I mean? And I don't know what's coming up. I mean, I do, but like, I just want to make sure that I'm not overdoing it too quick. You know what I'm saying? But they did real good. Okay, so next up we have Uno. You know, the card game where y'all are like, Uno, I got one card left. Apparently they have a Pride edition. Mattel doesn't have anything on their website, so that's awkward. But on the Target website, you can see that Uno is selling a Uno version where it says Uno, play with pride, and it's like all rainbows and they have like a rainbow card, whatever. On the packaging, you can see it says in partnership with the It Gets Better project, which means that they are going to be donating some of their profits to the It Gets Better project. Uno is actually one of my favorite card games. Like, I feel like it's just so simple. It's just like a classic, you know, and it's good with a lot of people. I feel like some card games are only good with like 2 or 3 people, but Uno, you're good. Anyways, getting to the rating. Unfortunately, Mattel or Uno did not have anything on their website, so I can't, you know, say that they had a good homepage for Pride or anything like that. I can't say that they had a good mission statement because I don't see one of those either. The last criteria is if I would buy anything in their collection. I don't think it's an actual collection. Again, I think it's just this one game, but honestly, I would buy it just because it's so cute. But you know, compared to the other brands, they did not really do as much. So I'm gonna have to rate them maybe like I'll give them like a 3.5 because they are making donations and stuff. I don't know. So the next brand is Balenciaga. If you don't know who Balenciaga is, they are a designer, like very bougie clothing brand. I did not see anything for Pride on their homepage, so that's not looking too good. I don't really see any like mission statements or anything like that. But the products, they're kind of cute, I won't lie. I do like very simple designs for clothing. So the clothing with like the little rainbow that just says Balenciaga, that's cute. And then also I say I like simple clothing, but like this little heart clutch thing. I love little climbers. But then also like the gay pride ones, so they just say like gay and then pride underneath. Everything. So cute. I would wear that all the time. Even though I'm not gay. For real, I like it and I feel like it's just so funny. Like just the words gay, pride, like it just kills me. I love it. One thing I will say is they just have like a rainbow, they just have gay, they don't have anything for trans, anything for non-binary, anything for, you know, bisexuality, anything like that. It's very limited in terms of LGBTQ representation. In my opinion, this is kind of just like them trying to make money off the gay community, which like it's fine. I understand it's a brand or whatever, but it's not like, you know what I mean? Like some of the other brands were like actually trying to make a difference for the LGBT community. All of that being said, we have to get down to the rating. So they didn't have anything on their homepage. They didn't have a mission statement. They didn't have inclusive flags. So basically I'm just rating on like the fact that some of these clothes are cute. I don't know, like a 4.5? Maybe like a 4? I'm gonna give it like a 4. I feel like I'm being really harsh with these ratings. I've given like 2.5, 3.5, 4, like I'm sorry. The last brand that we have to rate today is Target, and I actually wanted to save this one for last because I'm just gonna say it right now. Target's collection was my favorite. Right on their homepage, they have a Pride like banner or whatever. It says hashtag take pride everywhere. Check out clothing, home decor, pet gear, and more. Not only do they have more than just like a few items of clothing, they actually have home decorations. They actually have stuff for your pets, which I thought was so cute. Like imagine like a little dog collar that says like pride or something like that. They have the inclusive flags with the rainbow, the trans colors, and the brown and black stripes. It's not just like gay rights. They also have shirts that say trans rights are human rights, love is love. They have party supplies, books, they even have candles. But my favorite part, I think I already said it, but the little animal pride outfits, like we have to look at them. We have to. I don't even have a dog, but like this is everything. They have a little mission statement and even a hashtag. It says hashtag take pride. We celebrate the vibrant multitudes within the LGBTQIA+ community. Together, we take pride and celebrate you all year long. They even have on their Pride like little like homepage or whatever, the Progress Pride flag, which I've been talking about throughout the whole video. This is why I wanted to give Lego like a 9.5 out of 10 instead of 10 out of 10, because I wanted to save the 10 out of 10 for Target. Because y'all nailed it. So yeah, you guys, that is all the brands that I had to rate for today's video. In conclusion, I know that I've been rating these brands and I've been pointing out what these brands have been doing wrong in their Pride campaigns and their Pride collections, but honestly, the only thing that matters to me is that brands are trying. You know, of course it does get kind of irritating when you can tell that brands are just in it for the paycheck, in it for, you know, the money. But at the same time, it does bring up these conversations that may have not been had otherwise. So even if it's just a big $900 sweatshirt that says gay on it, like, it's better than nothing, right? There are definitely brands that are doing it better than other brands, but I don't know. I guess it's the thought that counts. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk too much smack about people that I think may have, you know, some lackluster Pride campaigns or Pride collections when many other brands don't have anything for Pride. So what brand was your favorite? Which collection did you like the best? Are you going to be going out and buying anything from these collections? Let me know. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos here on my channel every Monday and Thursday, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching. Happy Pride, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye everyone.
video is I saw Asmongold himself. I don't watch Asmongold. I'm not an Asmongold fan. I'm not. Promise. I don't watch him. I do, but for some. Oh yeah, it was somebody that I think Denham's maybe popped up on my feed, and she was going over like the full Asmongold coverage of it. That's why I know that Asmongold was going over it. So I found the original video myself. It's called "I'm Gay and I Dislike the LGBT Community." It's from a year ago. But it has 2.7 million views, and I want to know why.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to Pride Month, welcome back to the Pride festivities. In my last video, I talked about different brands and different companies and their Pride collections, and I give you guys my rating for them. But today, we're gonna do something a little bit different, still Pride themed. I was sitting there watching my YouTube videos, or I don't know, maybe I was on Hulu or something like that, but this commercial came up. Honestly, I almost cried. It was so cute, so sweet. So I knew in that moment I had to find the full version and react to it here in my channel for you all. I also found a few other commercials, a few other little advertisements that are Pride themed or LGBTQ plus themed that I want to react to as well. Sorry, I'm like trying to like get everything situated. So yeah, that is what we are going to be doing today. I post new videos here on my channel every Monday and Thursday, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep us up to date with me as possible. And also, I have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into the very first Pride commercial that I have for this video. Anyways. So the first one that I want to react to, and actually this is the commercial that I saw that inspired this whole video, is a commercial by Indeed. Okay, here we go.
Hi.
I love this commercial because it's already so relatable. Like, that's literally me just looking up online like, what do I do? How do I do it? What do I do? What's gonna happen? SOS. Maybe it's just relatable for everybody. Maybe that's just, you know, me looking too deep into it. Sorry, I'm like moving all over the place right now. I cannot get comfortable in this chair.
Hi, I'm here for my interview.
I'm Dorian, and I use the pronouns he, him. Are you comfortable sharing how you would like to be addressed?
Thank you for asking. I use they, them pronouns.
Great. Well, I'd love to hear more about your skill set.
I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm losing my shit. Is that not the cutest fucking commercial you've ever seen in your whole entire life? So if you're not trans, if you're not like visibly LGBT, you might not understand the stress that goes into honestly going into any new type of situation, but especially a situation where you are literally signing up to be judged. Because honestly, that's what a job interview is. You know, you show up to be judged. That's just how it works. But as soon as this person sat down and the interviewer said, hi, my name is Dorian, I use he, him pronouns, you could see that their face got all happy, they smiled. It really does a great job of showing how impactful something as simple as, you know, sharing your pronouns could be for a trans person. And then I really, really love this line that they put on screen at the end. It says, we can't show what we can do until we can show up as who we are. When you are constantly hiding and having to, you know, police your own identity to make sure that you are even safe or feel welcome in the workplace, it takes up a lot of mental energy. And I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it is much, much harder to show up and be present and to give it your best and to show them your true capabilities when you have all of that other stuff going on in your head. But just that simple little phrase at the beginning, hi, these are my pronouns, like, are you comfortable sharing yours? And it instantly signals to that person that one, this company is a, you know, accepting company. You're going to be safe here. You're going to be welcomed and supported here. But also it allows this person to kind of let their walls down and show you, the interviewer, what they are really capable of. I loved this commercial. I thought it was very, very well done. I loved it. Great job. I hope the person gets the job. Okay, so the next one is a commercial from Starbucks. I almost said Target for some reason. It's not Target, it's Starbucks. I think it is from last year, from 2020, but I don't really care. We're gonna watch it anyways.
Gemma Miller?
Gemma Miller, please come to room 4.
Hello?
Hello, am I talking to Gemma?
Hey, Dad.
Hey! Carol, you remember my Gemma?
Gemma? How you doing?
And what's your name?
It's James.
James?
Cute. So cute. Oh my god. That reminds me of when I was first transitioning. People used to say like, oh, when you're testing out different names that you might want to use, go to like a Starbucks and say, oh, this is my name, the name that you're like curious about, or the name that you're trying out. And when they call it, if it feels right to you, then there you go. If you're not trans, you might not understand how impactful it can be to hear a name that you don't identify with all the time. You also may not realize how often your name is really used. It's not just saying, hi, my name is Sam, when like a teacher calls you for attendance or introducing yourself. Your name follows you everywhere. It's on all your cards, like your credit card and your debit card. It's on all your bills, your IDs. It quite literally is everywhere. To this day, I'll still be digging up like old paperwork or get like a letter from somewhere that I haven't been in a long time, and it will say my dead name. And it's just like, girl, like I thought I escaped you. But I like how Starbucks is like, you can just come here and just lie to us. We don't care about it. Just tell us whatever name you want. So the next commercial that we are going to be watching today is from SodaStream, and it actually is a commercial that is starring Laverne Cox. So can't wait. I love Laverne Cox.
I always knew that my life would become a rainbow story. The world just had to catch up. You're so amazing. Laverne Cox. Thank you so much. Let's change the world together.
I wanted to include this commercial because I really liked how it kind of depicted that when you're young, it may feel like, you know, everybody's against you and that you're so alone. And it shows that, you know, anything is possible. Like if you're a young person, you're getting bullied or whatever, and you want to grow up to save other trans people someday, it's totally possible. Like you do you can do it. Okay, so the next ad that we have is from Levi's.
Just let go of whatever you think you know. We've been on this earth for a blink of an eye. How could we expect to understand everything?
Gender and identity is not static. So much can be broken down and dissolved. It's so beautiful when things get rebuilt.
Trans people are magic. Full stop.
It's amazing growing up in this generation. Everything is so fluid.
There is history, but at the same time, there's also creating history. I'm doing this even if I don't get to enjoy this.
It's a gift to the next generation.
Being able to see all of these amazing people who have been themselves in a world that's so not accepting really inspires me to be exactly who I want to be.
My liberation is wrapped up in your liberation. You think you're free? Well, you're not until I am. Let's embrace change so that we can open ourselves up to learning and being in better relationship with each other.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna be honest. This one felt kind of all over the place to me. Like it feels like they interviewed these three people separately and then just kind of like took random lines and just put it all together and then put like a pretty picture over it. And it was pretty, I'll give you that. But one of the people were saying we do this for the next generation, but then it's like, do what? You're on the beach. Like, what do you do? Elaborate. Not saying that you don't do anything, but like elaborate. Like, come on. I don't know. I said it in my last video when I was talking about, you know, different companies and their pride collections that I shouldn't criticize the companies that are actually doing something when there's companies that aren't doing anything. So of course, like it is a pride commercial. Like you did show that there are people that use alternate pronouns, there are trans people that are in the world. I don't know. I'm just going to say it wasn't my favorite. Not my favorite. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not my favorite. Okay. Okay. So the next one that we're watching, and I think this one is going to be the last one, but it's my favorite one. I lost it when I saw this one. This one is from Kodak, and I think this one's also from last year, but like, it's fine.
He's like,
Hey, Jalen. Good to see you again. How are your parents?
they're doing well, ma'am.
Nolan?
Attention hungry and childish. It's like they're desperate for the
Can you come down here?
Bitch. Relatable. So my heart just dropped. I felt that. Don't be snooping. You get what you snoop for, sir.
Respect it. People who are gay and whatever, like, ask for the same respect straight people get, okay? That's what they ask for. That's the baseline level of respect that they strive for. And should, okay? It's not that hard.
Okay, I am the way that I am. Whether you like that or not is absolutely irrelevant to me. I'm not proud of being gay. I think that shit's mad dumb. Because when you think of the word pride, you think of some type of achievement, some accomplishment, something you worked for. My attraction to women is not something that I chose.
The pride comes from the history of abuse of the queer community, okay? Saying that you are proud to be gay means that you are running against the history of abuse that the queer community has faced. That's what it is. You are, like, you're reinforcing that you are okay with being gay as you are, and that you don't need help and don't need to be fixed and don't want any of that. That's what it means when you say I'm proud to be gay.
I didn't work for it. It's just how I am. Straight people don't flaunt the fact that they're straight. That's just how they are.
For real? That one got me good. Real good. Hit me right in the face. You could just like tell how scared he was and how like ashamed he felt. And like, same. If you're like a gay person, LGBT, whatever, it's not rare for you to feel ashamed of your identity. It's not rare for you to feel afraid of people finding out. I know for a very long time I was terrified. Literally, like, it was my deepest, darkest secret. It felt like something that I had to be ashamed of. I won't say that I think that that was the best way to go about like telling your kid that you know, like sneaking into their room, taking something and then like blowing it up in a picture for their birthday. What if they had just broken up? How awkward would that have been? I would bawl, I would cry. But I mean, it's a commercial. It's supposed to just be cute. And I mean, it was very cute. I almost cried, for real. But yeah, you guys, that is the last commercial or the last advertisement that I wanted to react to. I think my favorite was the Kodak one. Yeah, the Kodak one or the Indeed one. I like them all. Make sure to leave a comment down below and let me know which commercial was your favorite, which one you thought was the cringiest. And if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below because it really does help out my channel and I would really appreciate it. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So I've spoken a little bit about Billie Eilish before, back when she upset Steven Crowder, which we loved her for. Absolutely loved it. Bravo. Bravo, Billie. Do it again. But this month, Billie has gotten into a little bit of trouble and people are now accusing her of queer baiting. During Pride Month? Really, Billie? Really? I'm just kidding. So in this video, I want to give you guys my opinion on whether or not I think that Billie Eilish was queer baiting. But of course I am straight, so I didn't really feel right just having this video be all my opinion because of course I have a different experience, a different perspective on the matter than somebody who is in a woman-loving-woman relationship. Or just, you know, a woman that is interested in women. And I'm gonna read off some of their opinions as well. I really want this video to capture every side of the argument, but I will be giving you guys my opinion a little bit later on just so you know, are ready for it. I post new videos on my channel twice a week, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, make sure and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And also, I have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. With no further ado, let's get right into Miss Queerbait Eilish. No, I'm just kidding. That's not funny. Not funny. Not a good joke. Anyways, roll the video. I actually studied media communications back in college, specifically the ways that media can either create or destroy prejudice. So I feel like I'm gonna have a pretty good lens looking at this video and determining whether or not it's going to negatively impact actual LGBT people. Of course, everything in this video is going to just be my opinion, so just keep that in mind, okay? What is queerbaiting? A lot of people have been throwing this word around and it's been used in a lot of different contexts, but I think it's really, really important to note the actual definition of queerbait. So queerbaiting is defined as a marketing technique for fiction and entertainment in which creators hint at but do not actually depict same-sex romance or other LGBTQ+ representation. So basically it's when a show or a movie or something like that has two characters who the show kind of hints that they might be into each other. They know they flirt a lot, they get very intimate, they get very close, whatever, but it's never revealed that they are actually together. This is typically done as a way to expand media viewership into LGBTQ+ audiences, while at the same time retaining some of those homophobic or conservative viewers that don't want to see, a gay relationship in a show that they're watching. Queerbaiting, at least in my own opinion, is extremely problematic because it deprives the LGBT community of that actual explicit representation that it needs. Like if you want to depict an LGBT character or an LGBT relationship, say it with your gut, like do it. You know what I mean? Like don't half-ass it. So that's basically what queerbaiting is. Queerbaiting has been around for a very, very long time, whether you've heard of the word or not. It's a technique that's been used in media for, a very, very long time. Before we continue with this video, we're going to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Confessions of a Rebel, which is a new fragrance brand all about celebrating the rebelliousness in each and every single one of us. Confessions of a Rebel does something that I've never even heard of before, and I'm obsessed with it. They blend traditionally feminine notes with traditionally masculine undertones, and vice versa, all different ways, to create unique fragrances that are anything but ordinary. They're all a bit different. Some are subversive, others are straightforward, but they're all compelling in their own right. Not only are all the fragrances vegan and cruelty-free, but Confessions of a Rebel actually goes straight to the source for their ingredients, and they also make sure to source their ingredients responsibly. They work with the best and the brightest small batch farmers to do things a little bit differently. I also love the names of all the different fragrances in this line. Some of them are Love High, Get a Room, Almost Single, Fuck Mondays, About Last Night, and Bitch Please. Isn't that amazing? I just love that. So here I have fragrances Bitch Please, and I also have a little travel version of the Get a Room fragrance. So the key notes in this one here, Bitch Please, are blackcurrant, raspberry, jasmine petals, oak moss, and creamy sandalwood, and it is traditionally feminine, but men love it too. As for Get a Room, the key notes are apple tree, mandarin, cypress, vanilla, and clary sage, and this one is also traditionally feminine, but again, men love it too. Of course, I went with the traditionally feminine ones. Like, how could I not? Currently, Get a Room is my favorite. I don't know what it is about this one. Maybe it's the fact that it comes in this cute little container, but I cannot get enough of this. So yeah, if you're interested in getting a new fragrance or even just supporting my channel, make sure to use my code Samantha Lux to get 20% off of your Confessions of a Rebel fragrance. Okay, so now that we know what queerbaiting is, I want to take a second to read some of the responses that I got. Hi everyone, so I'm here editing this video and I realized that while I was filming, I forgot to talk about why Billie got in trouble, like she's grounded, what the whole issue was. So I want to give you guys a little rundown of like how everything happened. So to my understanding, this whole queerbaiting argument and this whole queerbaiting concern or criticism of Billie all started with the Lost Cause music video, in which she was with a bunch of her friends. They were all dancing, eating chips, having fun, partying. Some of the scenes they were in like pajamas, some of the scenes they were more dressed up, whatever. And some people had a really big issue with this video because they perceived it as performative bisexuality, or even just an attempt to, sexualize women loving women relationships to appeal to the male gaze. But then it got a lot worse when Billie posted a photo set on her Instagram of a bunch of different pictures of her and the other girls from the music video, and the photo set was captioned, "I love girls." This post came a little bit after people were already criticizing her for the Lost Cause music video, so it really didn't look too good for Billie, I guess. And then after that, people were of course upset, so they started doing some more digging and some more research on Billie and the people around Billie, and they discovered that Billie's suspected current boyfriend used to say some very homophobic and very racist things on Twitter and on social media. And so people are coming out and saying, well, it's very unlikely that she is queer at all if she is dating somebody that is outwardly homophobic. Of course, all of this had to happen during Pride Month, so I feel like the people that felt disrespected just felt that much more disrespected because it's Pride Month, duh. But yeah, that was pretty much the series of events that has occurred that has gotten Billie into the situation that she is currently in. So now we're gonna get back to the actual video. Sorry I had to cut in so unprofessionally like this, but it's an important little, timeline to note. So, all right, back to the video, bye. I asked my followers who were women, attracted to women, to respond to this and give me their opinion. I got a wide array of answers, some people saying it is queerbaiting, some people saying it isn't, some people saying some of it is, some of it isn't. So personally, I think that Billie is queerbaiting because she knows her fandom wants her to be gay, and she released it during Pride Month. I was conflicted at first, but when she started dating a homophobe, it was clear for me. Why would a queer person date a homophobe? I don't want to necessarily respond to these things. I'm going to give you guys my opinion afterwards, but we're just going to, soak in these responses. This person said, it's hard to judge her on queer baiting, in my opinion, since we don't know if she is straight or queer. Not every queer person wants to publicly come out as such, and we should respect that. Okay, all right. Brennan Beckwith said, I don't think real people can queer bait. I think real people can capitalize off of queer people, of course, but I don't think they can queer bait because that would imply that you know for a fact they aren't queer, which is problematic. Okay, all right. This person said trans lesbian here. I think Billie Eilish's queer baiting or whatever is indicative of a wider problem, which is the fetishization of lesbian relationships. It's always felt to me not that she was trying to gain queer fans, but more that she thinks being gay is risque in some way. I think the music video is definitely evocative of performative bisexuality of the early 2010s. For example, I Kissed a Girl, the Anaconda music video, etc. that panders to the male gaze, and following it up with the phrase, I love girls, was a choice. Her music video Lost Cause wasn't queerbaiting, however her post after the fact was annoying. She captioned her post, I love girls. I 100% think that's queerbaiting. It's also unfortunate that her boyfriend is very problematic. It's just tired how lesbians get constantly sexualized. For me, her Instagram post really seems queerbaiting. She could have captioned the picture different. It's sad to see how she does not speak about it. We get judged on a daily basis. It's tiring. To me, Lost Cause seemed to play into the hypersexualization of female friendships and how men envision lesbianism/bisexuality. Her post afterwards was def queerbaiting. I'm also disappointed in her choice of men. This person said, real people can't queerbait. She's a teenage girl exploring her orientation, and if her dancing with other women on stage is how she wants to experiment, then all power to her. She only stated she was straight like 3 years ago. Finally, I hate how fetishized non-binary loving women and women loving women are. If Billie Eilish was around a bunch of guys and doing the stuff she was doing, y'all would treat it differently. But since she's around other women, it's okay. Y'all view women-loving women and non-binary loving women relationships as entertainment or just don't even think of them as real relationships. She stated multiple times she's straight, and I respect that she's straight. But with that, we need to hold her accountable for queerbaiting. Okay, all right. So we have lots of opinions. Okay, here we go. So like I said, of course, this is all my opinion. I am a straight transgender woman. I am not, attracted to women at all. So of course I'm going to have a different perspective, but I think, I don't know what I think, but here's my opinion. So I don't think that Billie Eilish was queerbaiting. First of all, it would only be possible for Billie to queerbait if we were 100% sure that she is not actually queer or questioning or whatever you want to say. She's literally 19 years old now. I think the last time she said that she was straight was when she was a minor. I watched the Lost Cause music video right when it came out before any of this controversy, started happening. And I'll just say, at least from my perspective, it did not seem at all to be about a woman-loving woman relationship, but rather just finding a sense of comfort and finding a sense of intimacy with your close friends. The song itself is about getting over a partner who is not, worth the heartache. And to me, the music video was depicting Billie finally loving herself and, spending time with her friends and spending time with the people who do care about her. Like, yes, for sure, there are a few scenes that I can definitely understand how people would interpret to be, a little bit like performative bisexuality or whatever you want to call it. For example, there's a couple of shots in the music video of all the girls on the bed. And there's another shot where Billie is kissing another girl on like a little set of wax lips that she has, like the little candy that you put in your mouth. But really, that's about it. There wasn't really any explicitly sexual acts happening. There was nothing sexual about it, in my opinion. Like I said, I can see how some people might perceive this as a sort of performative bisexuality, but to me, it honestly just felt like they were just partying and being silly and dancing with each other, having fun, which is, by the way, very similar to the way that I act after a breakup or after, feeling down about myself. I go out with my friends, I dress up, I look all cute, I start, feeling myself, and we eat chips and we dance and party. This music video is very reminiscent of Demi Lovato's new song, Girlfriends Are My Boyfriend. My girlfriends are my boyfriend or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the same theme as all of this, where like Demi is saying, I don't need a boyfriend because I have all my girlfriends and all my, friends love me and, I'll just spend time with them. Even just the idea of like a Galentine's Day, where like you spend a day that is meant for a romantic partner with your friends because they know how to love you better. Some other people are claiming that Billie was trying to fetishize, a woman-loving woman relationship to appeal to a male gaze. Or like, how boys are all infatuated with girls that, date girls and hook up with girls, blah, 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 blah. I don't really see that. Like, I just don't. Billie's cis, straight male audience is likely very, very small. Like, I'm just gonna be real. It's likely very small compared to the audience that she has in other demographics. So to argue that she has created this whole music video to appeal to that small portion of her demographic It just doesn't make sense. Like, they're not the ones that are buying her music, you know what I'm saying? All that being said though, I think that most people were okay with the music video. I think that where they really found a problem or where they really found an issue was with the Instagram post. It is a photo set of Billie with all the other girls from the music video, and the caption is, "I love girls." Listen, I love girls is not a coming out statement. Like, it's just not. I guess I can understand how it can be perceived that way, but in my opinion, it's such a reach, and it's almost like a romanticization of the bond that Billie has with her close friends. Like, why can't Billie and her girlfriends just be that close? I am guilty of saying that I love women in the past. I'm even guilty of saying that I despise men in the past, but neither of those statements were me saying that I am, you know, romantically or sexually interested in women. It was literally just me expressing the love and gratitude and appreciation that I have for women, and also expressing the fact that men suck. Who doesn't love women? Come on, love is not a word that is exclusively used for, you know, a romantic relationship. I feel like I love more people platonically than I ever will love somebody romantically. As for the whole argument that, you know, this happened during Pride Month, so it must mean something. Oh my God, I got lipstick on my tooth. That's what it means. I disagree. I do not think that it means anything. Honestly, like, maybe it does mean something, but you know, coincidences do happen. And then the last issue that we're gonna talk about today is Billie's suspected boyfriend. So yes, this is Billie's suspected boyfriend that has not been confirmed, anything like that. However, they have been seen out together, whatever. So I mean, I think it's safe to assume that they're probably at least dating, maybe not like boyfriend, girlfriend, but like seeing each other, you know? I've always been a supporter of the phrase, you know, you are the company you keep, or even, you know, guilty by association. However, in preparation for this video, I watched the Queer Kiwis video on, you know, this whole situation, and it really gave me a new perspective. Like, you really just truly never know why two people are together. Maybe Billie never knew about the things that he said or did in his past, and you know, maybe that would be a deal breaker for Billie if she had known. Or maybe she's even trapped in a relationship that, you know, she doesn't want to be in, because people can be very manipulative, especially at Billie's young age of 19. It's very easy to be manipulated, which, by the way, her suspected boyfriend is 29. Girl. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. We should talk about it, but we're not going to. This whole situation kind of just comes down to one phrase, which is, we just don't know. I think it's really only fair to judge Billie or criticize Billie off of her own personal actions, not the actions of somebody that she is suspected to be in a relationship with. But even for the rest of the argument, this phrase could be applied because we don't know a lot about the situation. We don't know if Billie is 100% straight or if she's questioning her sexuality or whatever. To sum up, I guess I would say that I agree with people like Queer Kiwi or Brennan Beckwith when we say that people in real life, I won't say that they can't queerbait, but it's very, very hard for them to queerbait, you know? Because we just truly don't know what's going on with somebody, especially somebody as huge and as famous as Billie Eilish, somebody that is so, honestly, like, detached from the everyday person. We only see what we see online. You know, Billie is a completely different person behind the scenes. The only thing that this argument would be doing if she was legitimately questioning herself would be pushing her back in the closet. Is that really what we want to do in 2021 during Pride Month? Y'all can do that. I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, like I said, that is just my opinion. I'm definitely super, super curious to hear what you all think, so definitely put your opinion down below. If you like this video, first of all, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below, but also make sure to go and check out some other queer creators, people who are actually women-loving women, and check out their opinion on it. Queer Kiwi did an amazing video that I watched, you know, I think twice when I was preparing for this video, so definitely go check that out. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go, so thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye, everyone! Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Pride Month is officially over, at least for the rest of the world, here on the Samantha Lux channel. Pride Month is never over, Pride year, Pride eternity. However, even though you know I'm gonna keep Pride Month going all year round, I did switch up my background. I just felt like I needed a fresh, you know, something new. You know what I'm saying? For today's video, as you can tell, we have some very interesting comments to read. Pride Month ended like 2 days ago, but the Karens do not care. They're not wasting any time getting back to their usual transphobic antics. Antics? Right? That's a word. A transgender woman has recently been awarded the title of Miss Nevada 2021, Miss Nevada USA, whatever the title is called. I don't really know. I'm not really that big into pageants, but for today's video, we're gonna be taking a quick little dive into the comment section of a post about this transgender woman winning this title. I don't know what it is about trans women winning things that just gets under people's skin so much. Whenever a trans woman wins anything, I'm just excited about it because I'm like, yes, bitch, you did that. Literally, a trans woman could win a spelling bee and people would be pissed about it, so I can't be surprised. Oh my god, my coffee is literally knocked over right now. Are you joking? I feel like Facebook is a breeding ground for transphobic comments, for Karens going wild in the comment section of posts like this one. So I'm a little bit nervous about what we're gonna read today, but I don't know, should be kind of fun, maybe, hopefully. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. Also, I have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into Karen's crying in the Facebook comment section. I will never get tired of seeing Karens freak out on Facebook, literally never. This is the original post. It says, later this year, she'll compete for the Miss USA 2021 crown, and she'll be the first openly trans woman to do so in the pageant's 69-year history. I read the article. It's nothing too crazy. It's just talking about her past, you know, a little bit about her transition, but mostly it's just congratulating her for her win. It's always nice to see mainstream media outlets supporting a transgender person instead of attacking them, which we see a little too often. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of very, very sweet comments and very supportive comments on this post. However, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, who cares about the positive? Ew. I'm just kidding. You should always focus on the positive comments, of course, but that's not really what makes for an entertaining video. We can't make fun of people that are being supportive. Ew. Just kidding. I don't make fun of anybody here on this channel. Don't demonetize me. The top comment, at least the top comment that I saw, says, this is just disheartening. I can't imagine what life will be like in 50 years for my poor grandchildren. I know, it's gonna be so sad when the world is a more accepting, supportive, and loving place. I bet you wouldn't be saying that if your grandchild came out as trans. I mean, actually, maybe you would. Karens do be crazy like that. Your grandchildren are gonna be just fine. This one says, I find it ironic that trans rights will be the death of feminism. All those years of trying to be equal in a man's world has put them second to men in a dress. I can't be mean to people who have to just respond to what they are saying, not them as a person. If trans women having the same rights and opportunities as cisgender women is the death of feminism, let it burn. Any sort of feminism that does not include trans people or black women or women of color, is it really feminism? I saw a lot of comments that are very similar to this one. This is just the one that, you know, is right in front of me. Hopefully she wins because of her beauty and talents and not because they wanted to make history. Or like this one that says, right or wrong, did she win because she deserved it or because the judges felt it was what they had to do? If it was deserved, wonderful for her. Like, I understand the sentiment and I understand, like, yes, of course. I mean, same. Like, I also hope that she won because she was legitimately qualified and legitimately the best there. But like, why do you need to say that? To me, it just seems like you're not actually concerned that that's why she won, but you're kind of just pointing out the fact that that's why you think that she won. Whatever, those ones are not the worst, so I'll let it slide. I'll let it go. We women work so hard to win the right to vote, for equal pay, recognition in our fields, now being taken away by men parading around as women. Time to take a stand against this. What have you done? Name one thing you've done. Also, how are trans women taking away your right to vote, your equal pay, your recognition in your field? I mean, I guess that one, like, you could, that's like the one that you can have the best argument against, but honestly, trans women are women and they also deserve recognition in their fields. Look at this woman. She's so pretty. She's literally beautiful. Anybody that calls her a man, just say you're transphobic. Like, just say it, honey. I don't even know. It's just like, it's hard to take them seriously as like actual hate comments when they're just like, you're a man. Like, sweetie, first of all, I'm not gonna roast your profile picture. Definitely could, but I'm not going to. To say that a trans woman getting recognition is somehow taking away your recognition, I don't buy it. These earrings are gonna give me a black eye or something. I love this one. Go ahead and give they the crown. She said, I'm an ally. She said, I love gender neutral pronouns. She's gorgeous. I'm not gonna lie, but she's not an actual woman. They need to make their own pageants for trans. Nothing against them. Seriously. Just tired of all the women's sports and pageants becoming overran by transgenders. I can't. Women fought hard to get what we have today. Shouldn't be taken away by a man. I love how she's so adamantly like, nothing against the transgenders. I support you. I swear, I promise. but you're a man. Also to go on and say like, this isn't fair, they're taking away our opportunities in sports, and now they're taking away our opportunity in pageants. Like, the whole argument against trans women competing in female sports is that they somehow have a biological advantage, and now they're trying to say, of course you have an advantage at looking like a woman, you were born a man. Like, what? I think they should create Miss Trans USA separate from traditional Miss USA. I'm supportive of LGBTQ, but let them have their own pageant with sponsors, etc., where they can compete against each other on a level playing field. It's only fair to both. Why violate the rights of all other women who have the same rights to not compete against a man who identifies as a woman? It's not fair to them. How is it not fair? I don't understand this argument. I am generalizing, of course. If anything, I feel like trans women typically have a much harder time fitting into that conventional beauty standard than cisgender women. So I mean, I guess you're right. I guess it isn't fair, you know? These cisgender women just have this biological advantage over us. To say that it's obvious that trans women are going to beat cisgender women in a beauty pageant? I mean, thanks, girl, thanks. That's not right. If it has male parts, it's a man. Maybe they should just have a pageant just for these type of people. How do you know what kind of parts they have? You been down there? No. And even if they haven't had bottom surgery, they can still be a woman. Like, you know what the definition of a woman is, right? Did y'all just start skipping science class after the 4th grade? This is my favorite one. That's just not right. The real women had to work to look good and have great bodies. This person had doctors put in just the right parts to achieve a perfect woman's body. About as fair as using a race car to compete at the soapbox derby. Did you just call me a race car? That's so sweet. You heard it from the Karens on Facebook first. Trans women are race cars and you cis women are soapbox derby cars. Whose team are you on? Also this whole argument that like, oh, well the trans woman just had a bunch of surgery so that's why she's so pretty. Like, there's no rule prohibiting having plastic surgery in the Miss USA pageant. Go get your nose done, girl. Live your dream. She really takes it as far to say that trans women have not had to work for their bodies. Yeah, no work was required to transition from male to female. Yeah, definitely not. Women have had to compete with men for years. We fought for equal opportunity and equal pay. I know firsthand because of my own personal experiences that I had in my 71 years. I'm like playing with this makeup brush right now. And now, even though the playing field is not completely level, they throw these men in with us and make them take away our crowns and Olympic medals. Wow, just wow. If I was a 20-something woman just starting out in adult life with dreams and goals, I would be pissed. This is not fair to women on any level. Sorry about anyone's feelings, but what about the girl or woman that has had her dreams destroyed by a man? Oh my God, somebody is really, really upset. Like, it's a beauty pageant. Karens have nothing to do with their lives. Like, are you really that bored? This one is just a picture of a dog, a beautiful dog, a poodle. And it says Miss New York 2022. This person really just compared trans women to dogs. I mean, he did say a poodle. Like, a poodle is one of the classiest, most beautiful dogs out there, so thank you. Okay, so I think that is about enough from the Karens for today. The rest of the comment section consisted of comments that were very, very similar to the ones that we read. Again, I do just want to point out that there were a lot of very, very supportive, very loving, very accepting comments as well. So it wasn't just this negative stuff. But I mean, compared to the posts that I saw on other social media platforms, this Facebook post, riddled with Karens, riddled with toxicity. But anyways, everyone, that is going to be it for this video. Congratulations again to Miss Enriquez, Miss Nevada 2021. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Also leave a comment. Do you think it was fair? Do you think trans women should be allowed to compete in beauty pageants? Let me know. Like I said before, I post twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In my last video, I got a lot of comments saying, what, she's not even gonna talk about the Wii Spa incident. Is that a challenge? Are you challenging me? Recently a video went viral on Twitter, you know, as videos on Twitter do, and in it was a very, very upset woman who was going off at staff at a spa for allowing a man into the woman's space. Of course, this sparked a huge debate and a huge, you know, controversy, whether or not that should be allowed or whether or not, you know, that lady was in the wrong or that trans woman was in the wrong. So yeah, I just want to talk about the situation today, give you guys my feedback, and also prove you wrong that I'm gonna talk about it. Also, if you can't tell, I am a little bit sick right now. I do have a cold, so like I'm like trying not to cough and die, but we here. We have to talk about Wii Spa. We here, Wii Spa. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead, I'll wait for you real quick. Are you done? Thank you very much. And with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. So what is going on? What is happening? There's a lot going on here. A video went viral on Twitter where a woman is yelling at staff members at a spa because there is a man in the women's changing room or the women's areas exposing himself to young girls. We are going to watch a little bit of the video, so I'll let you know exactly when I'm going to play that in case you want to skip through it. However, before we do that, I just want to talk a little bit about my immediate reaction and, you know, what I thought about the tweets about it and all that kind of stuff. So obviously when this video came out, we got two different perspectives or two different opinions on the situation. On one side, conservatives and transphobes are saying, well, that's what you get when you allow trans people into women's spaces. You get men pretending to be women and going in and, you know, abusing women. And on the other hand, we have people defending the situation. Even Wii Spa or Wii Spa, or I don't want to like be saying it wrong, but I think it's Wii Spa. Wii Spa has defended their decision to allow their customer into the women's spaces, and they cited anti-discrimination laws in California as well as federal anti-discrimination laws for their reasoning for doing so. I have to be honest, when I first saw the tweets and when I first saw people talking about this, all I saw were people saying, I can't believe this man was allowed in the locker room and he was allowed to, you know, show his penis to young girls, to women, to whoever. And I was honestly appalled at it too. I thought about how I would feel if I was at a spa just, you know, relaxing and a man came up to me and exposed himself to me. Then I saw the video.
It's okay for a man to go into the women's section, show his penis around the other women, young little girls underage. Your spa, Wii Spa, condone that. Is that what you're saying? Like I asked. It's so he can stay there. He can stay there. I see a dick. It lets me know he's a man. He's a man. He is a man. He is not a female. Okay? Girls down there, other women who are highly offended for what they just saw. And you did nothing. And they can go down there with their penis. Is that what you're saying? What really? What law? What law? So women can go into the men's with their breasts. Okay. There's no such thing as transgender. He has a dick. Okay? He has a penis. His penis is hanging out. Okay, no, I'm not one. Actually, I'm a woman who knows how to stand up and speak up for my right. As a woman, I have a right to feel comfortable without a man exposing himself, okay?
So watching this video is painful. I didn't include the whole thing. I just can't imagine what it would be like to be the trans woman in that situation, having literally like this whole situation happen because of you, like everybody around you just going crazy because of this. We don't actually see the person accused of exposing themselves in the actual video. However, we can hear the staff saying that because of their gender identity, they are allowed in the women's space. I feel like it's safe to assume that the person that's being accused of these acts is a transgender woman. You can hear the woman repeatedly referring to the other person as he, calling them a man, consistently referencing their anatomy and constantly accusing them of exposing themselves to young girls. Nobody can tell from the video what actually happened. However, I do feel it's possible that we can make some educated guesses about what's happening, especially with the trends that we've seen in the past. I don't know about you guys, but watching videos like this makes me just want to throw my phone across the room. And thankfully, because of today's sponsor, we might be able to do that. Well, maybe not whip our phone, that might be a little bit aggressive. Casetify's phone cases keeps your phone safe from drops and germs while still being cute. There's nothing worse than a big chunky phone case that is so ugly. Like, no thank you. Casetify's cases come in a lot of different designs. You can pick your favorite color, your favorite print, and on a bunch of different styles, you can actually put a monogram or your name on it as well. So I have no doubt that you will find the perfect case for you. But like I said before, they're not only super cute, they're actually super, super protective as well. The cases are engineered with a 2-layer construction of G-Tech material, which makes the impact cases 6.6 foot drop test approved. And you don't have to feel guilty about ordering 4 or 5 phone cases because the phone cases are actually made with 50% recycled materials from upcycled phone cases and 100% compostable packaging printed with eco-friendly ink. And honestly, my favorite part, I didn't even know that this was possible for phone cases, but their cases now utilize a technology called Defensify, which is an antimicrobial coating that eliminates up to 99% of bacteria, which is perfect because I'm literally sick right now. I wouldn't have had this cold if I had had this Caseify case on earlier. So yeah, I'm obsessed with these cases. You will not catch my phone without one of these cases on for probably the next like 20 years. They also make great gifts for friends or for family. So if you have a loved one who has a birthday coming up and you don't know what to get them, everybody has a phone, so you might as well get them a cute little custom phone case. How fun. If you are interested, make sure to go to caseify.com/Samantha Lux to get 15% off. Thank you so much, Caseify, for sponsoring this video, and now let's get right back into it. Before we get into the past events that really remind me of this situation, I do want to point out a couple things that I did notice in the video. We can see that this is taking place in a spa named We Spa, which is a Korean style spa in Los Angeles, which is literally famous for its amount of nudity. On the website, you can see that wearing clothes in the spa areas is actually not allowed. Bathing suits are not allowed. And while most people do wear the provided towels, people are made very aware of the fact that it is very likely that they will be around people who are naked, which I feel like is a very, very important thing to know. I haven't been to a spa like this, so I would not have necessarily known that, you know, when you go for the treatments, when you go into like the salt baths or like whatever baths, you have to be naked. Like that's just how they do it. That's the style. So yeah, that being said and all of that being known, I feel like there are 3 scenarios that are most likely to have happened. The first possibility, and the possibility that I feel like most conservatives kind of leap onto, is that a man pretended to be a woman to access women's spaces and do, you know, bad things to women. Of course, that is bad. If a man pretends to be a woman to get into a woman's space to abuse women, that is wrong. I just want to clarify that. Trans people do not deserve to be punished because of the action of predatory men. In that situation, the problem is a predatory man, not a trans woman. Don't let conservative media trick you into thinking that they are the same. They are very, very different. Due to the video and because the staff was saying that the person was allowed into the women's area because of their gender identity, I don't think the situation is the situation that is, you know, the most likely to have happened. So the second possibility is that an actual trans woman went into the women's space and intentionally expose themselves to the other women or to young girls around. Again, this would be wrong. Duh. So you're at a spa that literally says on the website that clothes are not allowed. What probably happened is a trans woman was using the women's facilities and happened to have a penis. Or in other words, was existing as a trans person. This scenario sounds the most plausible to me. Conservatives and the opposition have been trying for years to demonize trans people. They've been trying for years to villainize trans bodies, and they've been very, very effective at it in a large population of people. So effective that now, whenever that population sees a trans person, they immediately think that they are in danger. They feel their safety has been violated because now they see this perverted transgender coming into their space and, you know, what else would they be doing in there? So if you know who Jessie Gender is, I actually watched her video in preparation for this video. It will be linked down below. It's a great video. I definitely recommend that you watch it. But she showed a clip from a video that was very, very similar to this situation, and I felt like it was very, very powerful to include.
Everything geeky, but
to use the ladies' room right now. Ladies' room. And there is a man here saying that he's a lady. So a few different customers trying to use the restroom, but the guy insists he's a lady.
Harassing me. I'm just using the restroom and it's
why you use the ladies' room?
My privacy one.
Well, no, you invading my privacy because I'm a woman and I deserve to use the woman, the ladies' room.
I'm in the toilet. How am I invading your privacy?
All we see in this video is a woman freaking out. You know, she's running all over the restaurant. She's alerting staff that there's a man in the bathroom. She calls them sick. She asks them what's wrong with them. She says that they're invading her privacy. And all we see is a closed stall door until we hear someone say, "How am I invading your privacy? I'm just trying to go to the bathroom," or something along those lines. This is what happens when the Ben Shapiros of the world paint trans women out to be predators. Even state governments outlawing trans people from using the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity are framing us, transgender women, as a threat, when really all we're trying to do is exist. We're just trying to go to the bathroom in a restaurant. We're just trying to change in a spa. These laws and these people that frame our bodies as dangerous, that frame our identities as predatory, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what they are doing to us. Watching those videos, it's so easy to get mad at the women because they're saying such hurtful and, derogatory things. But at the same time, I understand where they're coming from. I understand the fear that they have because that's what they've been taught to feel. So do I think that this is a good policy? Do I think that We Spa did the right thing? I do. Obviously, if something greater than that trans woman trying to change in the locker room or, exist in those women's spaces was happening, like if they were trying to do anything bad to those women, it would be a different story. What I would recommend if you are that against seeing a trans woman's body, don't go somewhere where you're going to be exposed to a bunch of people naked. If you're not accepting of all different body shapes and body sizes, then don't go. But anyways, what do you all think about this situation? Do you think the trans woman should have been allowed? Do you think she should have not been allowed? If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Thank you again, Case5 for sponsoring today's video. And other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye, everyone.
Frustration, confusion side for just a little while. That's well movement that is growing here, and then I will be happy to have conversations about this with you. Not because I need to argue my identity, but because I think it's an interesting topic, and I want people to learn more about it. It is also important to note that I will be talking about this movement as a broad, overarching movement. So when I say they, I'm not talking about any one specific individual, right? I'm talking about the right-wing anti-LGBT movement in general. I think that's important. This isn't some nebulous they want you to do this or that or whatever. There are actors in the conservative machine that do not fulfill every single point that I'm going to lay out here. However, the fact that no major conservative figures, as far as I can tell, are ostracizing each other.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So you've heard of transgender, you've heard of transsexual, but have you heard of transracial? Recently, an influencer named Ollie London has come out as transracial or trans-Korean. This whole controversy, this whole debate, conversation, whatever you want to call it, has been going around for years now, and I feel like it is finally time that I give you guys my opinion on it. For today's video, we're going to be talking about the idea of transracialism, or the idea that you can be a race that is different than the race that you were born as. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. So I feel like for the most part, transracial is one of those words that you can kind of sound out, In this context, transracial people are people who identify as a race that is different than the race that they were born as. A famous example of a transracial person or somebody who identifies as transracial is Rachel Dolezal. Rachel Dolezal is a white woman. She was born to two white parents. However, she identifies as Black. Rachel became infamous back in 2015 when she resigned from her position as the president of the NAACP chapter of Spokane, Washington. She did this after she found herself in a lot of controversy after claiming that she had been the victim of race-related hate crimes. A lot of people were obviously very, very upset with Dolezal, and some people even argued that her positioning herself as Black identified was a form of cultural appropriation or even fraud. The person that this video is going to be focused on, however, is a person named Ollie London. Ollie London is an influencer or a YouTuber, whatever you want to call them, and they recently made international headlines because they came out as trans-Korean or transracial. Now, I will quickly note that Ollie does also identify as non-binary, so I will be using they/them pronouns for Ollie throughout this video. I just think that even when we don't necessarily agree with everything that a person has to say, it is important that we do validate and recognize their gender identity. So I will be using they/them pronouns. As for their racial identity, however, I've always been the type of person to keep my mouth shut when I don't agree or I don't necessarily understand somebody else's identity. As long as it doesn't cause harm to that person or, other people, obviously, I don't really care. You do you. This example in particular, at least in my opinion, is intentionally designed to equate a transgender identity to a transracial identity, and that's when I feel like I need to say something. So if you have not seen Ollie's video yet, I'm going to play a few clips from that video right now. So beware.
Hey guys, I just want to take this chance to, you know, come out today. I've seen a lot of other people online that have come out and been very brave about it and shared their story about how they identify, their gender, their pronouns, etc. So, you know, I've taken courage from these incredibly brave people, and it is Pride Month at the moment, so, you know, I thought this was the best time to do it, you know, and add a voice, add strength to the LGBTQ+I community. So I am going to come out today and say that I've been transitioning. I've been very unhappy with who I am deep down for the last 8 years, and I've had like 18 plastic surgeries now. These are just part of my transition. And I'm feeling really good. For the first time in my life, I feel beautiful, but I am coming out as non-binary. I don't feel I identify as male or female. I just feel like I'm just in the middle. My pronouns are they, them, Korean, Jimin, because I know a lot of people don't understand me, but I do identify as Korean, and I do look Korean now. I do feel Korean. I don't identify as British, so please don't refer to me, any media or anyone online, as British, because I identify as Korean. That's just my culture. That's my home country. That's exactly how I look now. And I also identify as Jimin. That's my Korean name. You don't understand. If you're trapped in the wrong body your whole life, like, you don't understand. I haven't been trapped in this body my whole life, but it's been the last 8 years, and it's been very tough. I'm non-binary now, so I can be addressed as they, them, Korean, or Jimin. So they/them/Jimin/Korean, or Ko/Ian, Korean. That's how I identify.
There's a lot going on here. Duh. Did anybody else feel like this was just completely insincere? Like I said before, I am going to respect their non-binary identity. That's just, you know, what I'm going to do. Even though they literally misgendered themselves the only time they referred to themselves in this video, but it's fine. It feels like they just watched a couple coming out videos and, you know, took a lot of the language and the rhetoric and kind of twisted it into fitting their own narrative. It gives me very much, my pronouns are Nor/Mal. I identify as an attack helicopter. It just feels like a gag, or like this desperate attempt for attention at the expense of the non-binary or trans community. They also posted another video that I did not include clips from right after the video that I did include clips from. In the second video that we did not see, Ollie is addressing Dr. Phil and saying, "Oh, don't be mad at me, Dr. Phil. Look what I've done to myself now. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me." You see all these different people going on Dr. Phil with their wild stories, and then afterwards they come out with like, "Oh, it was just for attention, it was just a gag." And I can't help but think that this situation is extremely similar. And if it wasn't for the whole equating a transgender identity to a transracial identity, I could have let it go. I could have been like, "Hey, get your 15 minutes, you do you, it's fine, I support it," you know? But being transgender and being transracial are not only extremely different, but implying that they are the same causes a lot of actual harm for real life people. People say, well, if you can be transgender, why can't you be transracial? Do we really need to talk about it? Like, do we have to? Really? Okay, let's just take a quick look at the definitions of race and gender. Race is defined as a category of humankind that shares certain distinctive physical traits. Race is usually associated with biology and linked with physical characteristics such as hair texture or skin color, and covers a relatively narrow range of options. The keywords here are physically determined. Your race is passed down by your parents. It's prescribed in your biology. Gender, as I've talked about many, many times, as I've said many, many times, is not at all determined by biology. It's rather determined strictly by those social characteristics. The World Health Organization defines gender as the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. So just to emphasize again, gender is purely the social characteristics. These two concepts do not compare at all. But not only are these two ideas not comparable, videos like Ollie's that equate being transgender to transracial are causing actual harm to trans people and actual harm to people who are transracial. When I say transracial, I'm not referring to the people like Rachel or like Ollie who, you know, identify as a different race than they were born as. I'm referring to the word transracial in the way that it has been used for decades. This quote from an article from an actual transracial person says, "Transracial is when a child of one race is adopted by a family of another race. It is most often used for transracially adopted children of color or adult adoptees of color whose adoptive family is entirely or majority white." It goes on to say, transracial is not a fun, trendy word for white people to steal and appropriate, or a laughable fake term for activists of color to demean and mock. It's my identity, rife with complications and nuances and layers upon layers of trauma. Trauma that many other transracial and transnational adoptees share. whether we might use this word or not, and whether we might feel direct, personal, everyday impact or not. In addition to hurting those transracial people, the blurring of the lines between transracial and transgender is hurting transgender people as well. It's clear in Ollie's video that they are trying to equate being transgender and being transracial, an attempt to validate their own identity, and people like Ben Shapiro are loving this.
I think groundbreaking news. A British influencer named Ollie London is a non-binary person. They have identified as non-binary. But not only that, Ollie London decided to have $150,000 worth of plastic surgery in order to, quote unquote, look more Korean. And now Ollie London identifies as trans Korean. There are zero distinctions, none, between being trans Korean and being a trans person of another sex. Okay? It is Pride Month. Live your truth, Ollie. Live your truth. Ollie London is just as Korean as Caitlyn Jenner is a woman. Trans Koreans are Koreans. Okay? And if I say it over and over, it becomes true.
Ollie's irresponsibility, intentionally or not, is feeding conservatives ammunition to invalidate trans identities. It is a little bit hard to say whether or not Ollie was intentionally mocking the LGBT community. Kind of hard, I guess. It does seem that way, but you know, whether it was intentional or not, this invalid association is irresponsible, damaging, and honestly, kind of insulting. I will say that when somebody has this much plastic surgery, it does seem evident to me that there is something underlying influencing them to do these things. Whether or not it's Ollie's non-binary identity that's influencing these decisions or not, I do feel, you know, some sort of compassion for them. Not feeling comfortable in your own body and not identifying with the person that you're being perceived as is torturous, and I do genuinely hope that this person finds happiness and comfort in their own identity and their own life. I just hope they find a way to do that that does not harm other communities in the process. All right, that's pretty much all I had to say about this whole situation. What do you all think about this? Do you think being transracial is a thing? Do you think it's not a thing? Let me know. This video was not made to, you know, offend anybody or invalidate anybody's identity or anything like that. I just felt this video was important to make because being transgender and being transracial are obviously two very, very different things. And putting them in the same box and making them seem like kind of the same situation is very, very damaging. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye, everyone.
Imagine just have guys that look better than women, that can do makeup better than women. Think about it.
Mark of good parenting is that your child doesn't have any wish to be famous. Why is that? Because it means that they have an internal system of validation rather than an external system of validation. They're not seeking to be known by strangers. They can be content to be known by a small circle of people that they actually know back. So it's two-way rather than a broadcast system. A marker of good parenting is that your child doesn't have any wish to be famous.
Why wouldn't you want to be famous? Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't you? World's calling out everybody's mom, maced, unmaced. No.
You don't anymore have a voice? Listen, that's all my life.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Have you all heard of this whole pick-me girl trend, or I guess even it's a pick-me guy trend too? I guess anybody can be a pick-me person. If you don't know, a pick-me or somebody that is a pick-me is somebody that, at least in my interpretation, goes against their own community in an attempt to appeal to a different community. So in today's video, I wanted to share my favorite TikTok pick-me girl with you guys because I love you. You're welcome. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. The subject of today's video is actually a woman who is a men's rights activist. So if you've heard literally any of the men's rights arguments, I'm sure that you know that this video is going to be Interesting. It's gonna be fun. So I want to quickly just read you guys the Urban Dictionary definition of a pick-me girl, so you know, we know what we're getting ourselves into today. So this definition is about a pick-me girl, but I mean, there are, like I said, pick-me boys and pick-me people, if you will. But this is just the definition that, you know, I pulled up. So a pick-me girl is a girl who goes out of their way to impress boys and make them seem that they're not like other girls, otherwise known as internalized misogyny. She usually does this to be accepted by boys and be considered quote unquote one of the good ones. So they give a couple examples of what a pick-me girl might be. Quote unquote, women can't take jokes, haha, women aren't funny, lol, take away our right to vote, lol, repeal the 19th, am I right? So just trying to be like, you get it. And we don't have to, you get it. I'm sure that you've met a pick-me girl at least once in your life. Maybe I should make a video on a pick-me boy from TikTok too. Let me know. So the woman whose TikToks we are going to be reacting to today is Ken Eds on TikTok. I don't know what their actual name is. Maybe I should look. Should I? No, I don't really care. No offense, girl. I'm not trying to say your name isn't relevant. I just really don't care. I found 5 TikToks that I feel accurately represent this person's point of view. She does post a lot of men's rights videos, a lot of videos just trolling other women, to be honest, but these ones were my personal favorite. We're gonna start out with a trans-related one because, duh, of course, why not? Might as well get a nice little transition into the video. I'm sorry.
I'm scared of trans people in the bathroom, then you don't go to the bathroom.
This is not towards trans people, but I'm saying the way this mentality is, people are not scared of trans people. They are scared of the bad people that are going to abuse this logic and do wrong things with it. Say a woman is a predator, correct? And now she identifies to go in the men's room. There are young boys and there are men in there that she will sexualize because she can. And I'm not saying this is the trans community, I'm saying women in general. There are grown men that will identify as a woman to go into the women's bathroom and do bad things or sexualize them. You are giving sick people opportunities to abuse the right to go into whatever bathroom you identify as. For those of you that actually mean right and want to identify, I understand, but I believe whatever parts you have, that's what bathroom you should use, because people in this world are sick.
Okay. So I don't know if this would technically be classified as a pick-me video because it's not like she's going against other women and she's not trans, so she can't like be a pick-me by going against other trans people, but I still wanted to include it because I can. So let me get this right. You admit that trans women are not the problem, but you still think that trans women who are pre-op or non-op should have to go into the men's room? Like, first of all, how would that even be enforced? Like, who's going around checking everybody's genitalia before they go into a bathroom? If anything, having people check people's genitalia before they go into a public bathroom would allow for a lot more sexualization and a lot more potential abuse than just allowing a trans woman to use the bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity. So say a man did want to do something bad to a woman. I don't think whether or not he's allowed in that specific space is going to be the determining factor on whether or not he commits that crime. If somebody is willing to full-on commit sexual assault, I feel like they might be willing to go somewhere that they aren't technically allowed to accomplish that. Like, I feel like that's not like the biggest of their worries. So allowing trans women to use the women's bathroom or trans men to use the men's bathroom does nothing but protect those trans people from triggering situations or even potentially dangerous situations. It's not about protecting women or protecting little boys. It's about discriminating against transgender people.
This fucking comment right here, absolutely. Thank you. Feminists aren't about women's equality anymore. It's about how women are better, how women should be treated better no matter what, how men suck, and if you stand up for men or say anything positive about men, you suck too. And I've been called a misogynist and sexist lately. All right, ready? You want to hear about women's empowerment? I was on an all-male wrestling team my whole life. I went to nationals. I won. I'm a firefighter in the Navy. Work with all men. You know what my husband's job is? He has a desk job. I bring in more money than my husband does. I'm a power lifter. I fix all the things around the house because my husband's not good with tools and I am, and he does all like the electrical shit. But I also like being a wife and I like cooking for my husband and cleaning and taking care of him. Stop taking away the enjoyment of being a wife because you don't know how to be one.
So this is a common mistruth that I hear from men's rights activists about feminism literally all the time. That modern day feminism is not actually about getting equality for women, but rather taking away rights from men. Or even in some more rare cases like this one, people think that the feminist movement is out to take away rights from women and out to tell women what they need to do with their bodies or with their life. This is not true. I mean, obviously, like maybe there are a couple of people out there that are like, yeah, men don't deserve rights, men shouldn't be able to vote, blah, blah, blah. But that is not what the modern day feminist movement, at least intersectional feminism, is about. Men's rights activists will do literally anything to make you think that all feminists are these wild, loud, annoying, blue-haired teenagers. No shame to the blue hair people. I used to have blue hair. I'm all about it. I love it. They do this to try to delegitimize the feminist movement and make it seem irrational and absurd, when even the most radical feminists that I know consistently talk about the ways that men are being wronged by society and the systems and norms in place that negatively impact men. Again, at least the intersectional ones do. I don't know about the turfy type. They might not be about it. I don't know. I might even go as far to say that radical feminists talk about the issues that men face more than these men's rights activists do. Have you ever noticed that you never hear men's rights activists fighting for a cause unless it's in response to a cause being fought for by women? It's not a coincidence.
Women, when are you going to start taking responsibility for your actions? I'm going to turn this towards the we hate men, all men suck, that, all right? As mothers, you need to be building your sons up. You need to be teaching them how to be good young men. You will sit there and look at your young boys and your teenage boys and those young adult men and sit there and say, you're just like your daddy or you're just like your grandpa. And guess what kind of role model their daddy or their grandpa or whoever was? Not a good one. The words you say to them and the things you do to them, it sticks. All the times you say you ain't shit, they're gonna believe it and they're gonna think it. And then guess what? They're gonna meet a young woman and treat her just the way that their daddy treated you. Stop tearing down our young men and start helping build the type of men we want in society. Not all of them just do it just cause they learn it.
Okay, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with what's being said. I agree that parents play a huge role when it comes to helping a child develop self-worth or, respect for others. And I also agree that parents need to be careful about what they say to their kid. Absolutely. My issue with this video mostly comes from the context. Do you notice how she's only speaking to the mothers? Like, do the fathers not play a role in raising their sons? I guess not. She's literally arguing that men treating women badly is a woman's fault, specifically that boy's mother's fault. Like I said, I agree that the parents, both parents, not just one, I agree that the parents have a large role, a large amount of responsibility when it comes to teaching that kid to respect others. But once that man reaches 30 years old, or even once that man becomes an adult, they are responsible for how they treat others. Not being raised the right way or whatever you want to say might be an explanation for why you are treating people that way, but it is in no way an excuse. As adults, as grown people, we are responsible for our actions and for unlearning those toxic behaviors that are taught to us as children. Like, she can't actually think that this is, like, good reasoning or good advice to give to these women. I swear with these MRAs, everything is a woman's fault. Everything comes back to a woman. A woman's getting abused by a man, it's another woman's fault. Of course, duh. No, ma'am. No, it's the boy's fault.
Of course you can't choose your sexuality. You think people are out here willingly being...
Yes, but you can choose to be a dumb bitch, which you did, so, congratulations.
Got him! Burn! I got him good! Like, are you sure you're out here to defend men's rights? Like, I don't like to use the whole, she was joking, it was just a joke. But, like, that was clearly a joke. Who would choose to date men? Not me. Ugh, I wish that was true.
Alright, a lot of the females that have come across my videos are men.
Quick stop already. What woman uses the word females when referring to women? I can't. That's all you need to know.
Are mad at me because I'm advocating for men's rights and men's equality, and that doesn't exist. Well, it does now, because the modern day feminists attack men for no reason except simply existing as men. Most men. Some men, but still. All right? You took it from, he makes $12 an hour doing the same job I do, making $8 an hour, that should be equal, to look, I grow 7-inch armpit hair and it's green now because I can do things men do. It doesn't make sense. You're taking the femininity out of being a woman because you're pressed a man was born a man. Yes, equal pay should exist, equal rights, I understand that. But why are you so pressed that they exist and they can do things that we can't do? You can do things that men can't do. You know that, right? Stop attacking men just for existing. They did that to you and you didn't like it.
That's what you think we're upset about? Simply existing? Just existing is causing 43% of women in the United States to have experienced some sort of sexual violence in their lifetime? Just existing did that? Not to make it all about me or all about trans women, but trans women, specifically trans women of color, are routinely murdered by these toxic men in this country. Men who have been so impacted by toxic masculinity that their masculinity is now so fragile that it is threatened by that man's attraction to a trans woman, causing them to lash out at us with derogatory words or, in the worst case, violence. That form of masculinity, the masculinity that makes men feel ashamed of their attraction to trans women or entitled to a woman's body, is the toxic masculinity and rape culture that the modern feminist movement is fighting against. As for the confusion about women growing out their body hair, if you're confused, you can really just ask. Like, I'll explain. That is simply one way for women to feel agency over their bodies, because for a long time, women were made to feel that they had to shave their bodies because if they didn't, they would be considered unkempt, dirty, or even manly, when in reality this norm was really just for the satisfaction of men. Women have realized that, and they've employed a little bit of personal choice over their own body without regard to how men or how women like you, not the listener, not you watching, but the person that made this video, without concern about how people like that view them. And don't get me wrong, I hate body hair. My whole body is shaved all the time. I have laser hair removal all over my body. You will not catch me with hair anywhere, ever, except for right here. Duh. And the modern day feminist movement supports my choice to either shave my body or not shave my body. So, stay mad. LOL. There's literally nothing men can do that women can't. And vice versa. There's nothing that men can do that women can't. I mean, maybe not everything. Like I know men can't do like that little chair thing where you pull it up to your chest. Fun fact, I can do it. She's a woman. I'm joking, that did not make me a woman, but fun fact. Okay, you guys, that was the last TikTok that I had to react to for you guys for today. No. Moral of the story is men's rights activists don't exist, they just hate women. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot, so I would really appreciate it. Drop a comment down below, say hi, let me know how your day is going, let me know what you think of these TikToks. And like I said before, I post videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in Monday's video. Bye everyone!
Trans people from using their chosen restrooms in all federal buildings. Now, will this pass? I don't know, probably, honestly, in the current political environment.
Yes.
But she has been, like, being incredibly loud about it. I mean, screaming from the rooftop. She has posted on Twitter about this, hundreds of times, at least 400 by this point. And all of it has been, like, insane psychopath, again, Jesus Christ, the third face. You know, like, how dare a biological male tell me, a woman, what I should be doing in a woman's restroom? And of course, none of this is sincere. There are people who are claiming this is like TERF rhetoric. Again, I remind everyone, TERFs are basically not real. She's not a feminist, you know? She doesn't give a about predators in bathrooms. She was going to vote for, well, she would have. She's not in the Senate, but she's supportive of Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. She supports Donald Trump. She doesn't care about this.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Lil Nas X has done it again. I'm sure by this point everybody knows the song Call Me By Your Name or Montero, and I'm also sure that everybody has seen the music video and all the controversy that has surrounded that song and that music video. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I do actually have a couple of videos talking about the whole situation. It was a great time, so check out that video if you have not already. For today's video, we are actually going to be diving back into the musical world of Lil Nas X. He recently dropped a song called Industry Baby and dropped the music video for it as well. And people are freaking out again. Honestly, I watched the video. I don't think it was that like intense, but you know, of course, he's gay, so people are gonna freak out no matter what. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. TikTok, subscribe, bitch. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep us up to date with me as possible. And also, I do have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you want to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yes, with no further ado, let's get right into Lil Nas X's new music video. So obviously I'm not going to be able to include the full music video for you guys, but I am going to be including some clips from the music video as well as from the prelude. Yes, you heard that correctly. Lil Nas X actually released a prelude. Is that how it's pronounced? Prelude? I think it's prelude. He released a short little video right before he dropped the music video, and it was kind of, sorry, I'm playing with this, probably making a lot of noise. He released the prelude to try to set up the music video and set the scene, if you will.
Defendant, Your Honor, my client Lil Nas Little man, little.
Hey man, what's your name again? Lil Nas X. Lil Nas.
My client, Lil Nasty, had nothing to do with this.
As you can see, Lil Nas X is in his little court case, his little court hearing. It's supposed to be a loose representation of the court case that Lil Nas X had to go through with Nike, where, if you don't know, Nike sued him for releasing that little Satan shoe line. I don't really know what the terms of it was. It's not important.
This is about much more than shoes. Mr. Nas X, are you gay? What does this have to do with the shoes? Answer the question. Let me rephrase the question. Do your mama know you gay? Yes.
I'm scared.
Yeah, lock him up, throw away the key.
The lawyer, too. I don't know what this lawyer would be called. The prosecuting lawyer, right? I don't fucking know. Admits that this case is more than just about shoes or more than just about the song that he released. You can even see in the background the crowd is passing around the shoe, totally uninterested. They don't care about the shoe. The shoe is not the problem. Lawyer number... Oh my goodness. The prosecuting lawyer, or lawyer number 2, whatever you want to call him. I'm just gonna call him lawyer number 2 because I don't really know what it's called. Lawyer number 2, all of his questioning, or at least all of the questioning that we see, is related to the fact that Lil Nas is gay. Lil Nas even explicitly asks back, what does this have to do with the shoes? Like, why are you even bringing this up? Like, why does it matter? But the judge is like, answer the question, answer the question. Everyone's like, I need to know, this is important, this is criminal activity. That is so hot in this room, first of all. I feel like I fucking rode down the strip and pulled Satan's lair with Lil Nas X in that last music video. The part where lawyer 2 is like, does your mama know you're gay? That really reminds me of the phrase, oh, you kissed your mama with that mouth? You know, trying to like imply that it's something that they should be ashamed of or something that they should be embarrassed that their mom knows about. You see the crowd all in the background like whispering to each other, like gossiping, assumingly judging him for being gay. And then you even hear one person who is also played by Lil Nas X. I love all the roles that he has, but you hear one crowd member saying, yep, lock him up, throw away the key just because he's gay. Nothing to do with the shoes, nothing to do with the music video that came out. He's gay, lock him up. He deserves to go to jail.
Order, order! Order in the court. Lil Nas X, I sentenced you to 5 years in Montero State Prison.
In the final little scene of this video, this little prelude moment, the judge sentences Lil Nas X to 5 years in Montero State Prison. Judging by the fact that the only thing that they talked about in this court case was the fact that Lil Nas X is gay, it can be assumed that literally the only reason that he's going to jail, the only reason that he's being punished, is because he's gay. My favorite part of music videos and like this little prelude moment is trying to figure out what this prison is supposed to be a metaphor for. Of course, it's just my interpretation and nothing is set in stone. Art is supposed to be interpreted in your own personalized way, so don't take what I'm saying as like, this is what it is, this is what it's supposed to represent. This is just what I saw when I watched the video. So to me, it feels like Montero State Prison is a metaphor for his cancellation by the right or by these homophobes. I really, really love this whole idea of the prelude setting up what is going to be coming in the music video, but I also really, really love the fact that he is so explicitly commenting on culture and commenting on the hate mobs that have been attacking him since he released his last music video. When that song came out, there was, well, you remember.
I mean, this is about making evil cool, and this is about making it permissible and acceptable. I mean, this is all about targeting children, making it permissible for them to be over-sexualized, and advancing the abortion agenda.
I'm gay, y'all. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing? We should just move on, because he's gay, so I guess you're allowed to do whatever you want.
That's why I'm gonna start identifying as a trans woman, and then that way I can be part of the victim culture
Right,
and
just do
say,
whatever you
hey,
want.
you can't criticize or cancel me now.
Now you can twerk on Satan.
It's always these dumbasses.
Like, there will be reporters
These sellouts
around the public restroom waiting for you after a session then to take pictures of you going in and out.
It was a lot. It was a lot. Lil Nas is using this opportunity to draw parallels between this portrayed court case where he's being charged for being gay and the critiques that he's actually gotten for Call Me By Your Name and his release of the Satan shoes, which is that he's normalizing being evil and making evil cool. And he's doing this to show that all these critiques and all these complaints and all this hate can be boiled down to the fact that he's openly gay. And some people don't like that. A person named Nicole tweeted this. She tweeted a list of, famous people and then said, all exceptionally talented people who happen to be gay. Lil Nas X is an industry plant created for pure shock value and the low vibrational crowd. And then Lil Nas X quote tweets it and responds, Many, if not all of these artists had to hide their sexuality for the majority of their career. You seem to only respect gay artists when the gay part is tucked away. You don't like me because I embrace my sexuality instead of hiding it and never speaking on it for your comfort. I mean, he's not wrong. People love to be all about like, oh, I support gay people. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're orange, purple, blue. I don't care. I love everybody. Just don't shove it in my face. If somebody has to hide their sexuality or hide who they are for you to accept them, are you really accepting of them? I want to move on to the music video now, but before we do that, I do just want to quickly note that obviously this is going to be portraying a prison setting. I know that can be a bit of a sensitive topic for a lot of people, and Lil Nas X actually knows that as well, and he tweeted out, on a serious note, I know the pain that incarceration brings to a family, and the disproportionate impact that cash bail has on the Black community. That's why I teamed up with the Bail Project to create the Bail X Fund. Let's bring people home. And you can also see on YouTube on the music video page that there is actually a fundraiser attached to it. So yeah, I just wanted to quickly note that. So the music video starts out with the ending of the prelude where we see Lil Nas X being sentenced to 5 years, I almost said 3 months, 5 years in this Montero State Prison. You see him looking terrified, scared, you know, nervous, whatever you want to say, but then we have a little time jump into 3 months later where he looks like he is thriving, he's doing fine. I mean, as thriving as much as one can be in jail, obviously. You can also tell from the beginning of this video that the song or the music video is going to be addressed to those people who tried to cancel him or, you know, his haters or those homophobes that were so critical of his last music video. I feel like the lyrics of this song are attached a lot more heavily to the music video than they were in Call Me By Your Name. In the next scene, it goes into the shower scene with the naked men, you know, provocatively dancing and all that kind of stuff. But my favorite part of this is the lyrics that you hear when, you know, this scene comes into play. Lil Nas X is saying, funny how you said it was the end, then I went and did it again. I don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soldiers, tell them I ain't laying low. So the matching of these lyrics to the scene is everything to me because he's literally saying like, y'all were pissed, y'all tried to cancel me, y'all tried to put me in this metaphorical prison, but here I am again. I'm not scared. And this time, you know, I'm not gonna give Satan a lap dance. You know, I've moved on, I'm over it. But I am gonna twerk naked in a shower full of men. In this prison that you guys locked me in. To finish off the chorus, we see him talking on the phone, assumingly to those haters or to those homophobes again, saying, you were never really on my side anyway, so I'm not going to try to please you. Because you're gonna be mad no matter what I have to say, so I'm just gonna do me, and I'm just gonna keep, you know, living my life. The next scene, he's out pumping some iron, working out, getting his little pump on, little pump. And then it jumps into the line, I don't fuck bitches, I'm queer, with the little limp wrist, you know, to signal that, you know, he's gay. I don't fuck bitches, I'm queer. So good. He actually even said in the Genius interview where he was interviewed, you know, about this song that he's going to continue putting in these lines because even if it makes some people uncomfortable, even if it upsets some people, he's not going to hide that part of himself to make those people comfortable. And this is for a couple reasons. It's because one, that's who he is and that's, you know, what he wants to do. He doesn't want to feel like he has to hide or censor himself for anybody. Also, because young gay people are going to see that and they're going to hear that line and think, you know, when I grow up, I want to be able to rap about myself in that way too. I want to be able to be confident about myself in that way too. Now is where the symbolism, at least in my interpretation, gets really strong. We love to see it. The next scene we see him in his jail cell and we see Jack Harlow coming down the little lane with his, what's it called? Like a book trolley, a book cart. And he hands Lil Nas X the Book of Montero. I don't know if this was like a direct reference to the book of something. I don't really know. But I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like a religion or a form of spirituality that centers on the practices that were present in Call Me By Your Name or Montero. Being authentically yourself, you know, being true to yourself, whatever you want to say, etc., etc. And in the scene, you can see that he opens the book and inside he finds a tool that is going to help him escape this prison. I just love the symbolism of that, you know, that being true to yourself or practicing these Call Me By Your Name beliefs or whatever you want to call them will help you escape that metaphorical prison that homophobes lock you in. How cute! With the tools that Lil Nas X gained from the Book of Montero, he was able to successfully escape his cell and then overtake a guard who was actually distracted by the Call Me By Your Name music video. Also, if you didn't catch it, was Colton Haynes. Hi, Colton Haynes. We love you. This was one of my favorite parts because it kind of implies that even the group that condemns Lil Nas X's actions, so the people that were putting him in jail and running the jail, whatever you want to say, are also low-key about it. You know what I'm saying? Like Colton is literally playing a security guard, somebody that is supposed to be enforcing the law against Lil Nas X for being gay, and he's literally watching the Call Me By Your Name music video like, oh yes. Like that's hot, that's hot. After this, we see Lil Nas X free all the other prisoners, and then Jack Harlow starts rapping. We love Jack Harlow. I love how Lil Nas is continuing this symbolism throughout the whole music video, where like he used the Book of Montero or Loving Yourself to escape this gay prison, and now he's using those talents that he gained from the Book of Montero to free other gay people, and it's just everything. It's showing that Lil Nas X being loudly gay or vocally open about his sexuality is going to not only help him free himself from this metaphorical prison, but also it's going to help teach other gay people to love themselves as well and help them get out of this prison as well, which is clearly one of Lil Nas X's, you know, main motivations just in his career, is to help inspire that younger generation of gay people. A lot of people were really annoyed by the fact that Jack was with a woman in this scene. It didn't really bother me that it was with a woman. It more so bothered me that he was like locked up. Like, if he likes women, why is he locked up in a gay prison? I'm confused. I mean, obviously he could be bisexual or pansexual or, you know, whatever. Maybe his sexuality is just fluid, but I don't think that's the case because Lil Nas X tweeted out that he was straight. This is a bullshit ass tweet, but somebody tweeted, white corporate music executives funded a music video with Lil Nas X where a bunch of black men are in prison twerking, and the lone white man, Jack Harlow, is sexually involved with a female guard, but all the black men are sexually engaging with each other? This is progress? Just say you're homophobic, babe. Just say you're homophobic. Lil Nas X responds, let me explain. Lil Nas is gay, so he was with a boy. Jack Harlow is straight, so he's with a girl. Got it? I love the shamelessness. He's just like, bitch, not that hard. So I don't know, maybe they just lock up allies too. We love an ally. Sorry you got locked up for it, sis. And then in the next scene, we see Lil Nas X turn on a what's it called? Like a shock therapy device? You know, something that they use in conversion therapy to turn gay men straight or turn gay men straight. It doesn't work, just saying, but I think that's what it's supposed to represent. Lil Nas X actually turns on the shock therapy device on Jack Harlow, which I think is supposed to be commentary on the fact that everybody thinks that Lil Nas X is trying to turn straight men gay and just how, you know, ridiculous that is. Yes, people actually think this. People actually think that Lil Nas X is out here trying to make straight men gay. Like, it doesn't work that way. Somebody tweeted out, people are easily manipulated. You know that. Agendas are real. You also know that. He responds, yes, manipulation is real. Agendas are real. I just simply don't believe me in a fictional prison with twerking men could lead a heterosexual man to decide to suck dick. He also tweeted out, all jokes aside, the idea of a gay agenda doesn't make sense. If someone influences you to suck, you probably already wanted to suck. Did he lie? No. There were some other concerns about Jack being portrayed as straight in the music video. Somebody said, the Lil Nas X industry baby video, shaking my head. Of course Lil Nas and the black males are extra feminine and the white male is cool with the girl in jail. LOL, I mean, come on now. This is so obvious. The emasculation and attack on black men is so disrespectful. I hate homophobes, oh my god. I would respond to this, but Lil Nas X just did it so perfectly, so I'm just gonna read what he said. He says, the truth is, there's no attack. You view femininity as weakness. You don't like gay black men because you're afraid of black men as a whole being viewed as weak. You cling on to your masculinity because without it, you have nothing else going for you. Oh my god. For real though, it's so obvious when people complain about, you know, their community being portrayed as gay. What's the problem? You don't like being perceived as gay? You don't like people thinking that you're gay? So you're homophobic, right? That's what that means, right? No, there's like a mosquito. Get the fuck out of here. Jack Harlow actually responded to the criticisms of him being portrayed as the only straight man and said, Nas wrote the whole treatment for this video and I just followed his lead every step of the way. If he had asked me to be in the shower scene, I would have been in that shower scene. I just let the mastermind cook. Honored to be a part of it. But then just something funny, Lil Nas X responded to Jack's tweet and said, to the LGBT community, I sincerely apologize. I have failed you. I am embarrassed. I am ashamed, and I will learn from my mistakes, as you should. We all want to see Jack Harlow in a shower scene, you kidding me? At the end of the music video, basically, they all dance together and they escape and it's happily ever after. Yay! Now, even though this video is not as, what would you say, like critical of Christianity as Call Me By Your Name was, homophobes are still mad, obviously. Homophobes can just not stand to see an openly gay man be successful in this industry, and it's really so sad. But anyways, let's get into some more of these criticisms, or some more of these complaints that people had. We need to pray for Kanye, and I mean sincerely pray. Girl, Kanye, I mean, actually, yeah, we probably should pray for Kanye. He's not doing so good. I'm happy he's found Christ, but there's so much compromise. And then to find out he helped produce that demonic song / video that Lil Nas X made is so upsetting. The last one had Satan in it. I guess I could see how it's a little bit demonic. Okay, this one, I don't get it. I truly don't. I don't understand. There was nothing demonic about the Industry Baby video. Just say you hate gay people, Mesty. Like, just say it with your gut. Just say gays are going to hell. Just say it. Say it. Hashtag Lil Nas X isn't fighting for gay rights. He's marketing the sexual irresponsibility that's causing young men to die from AIDS. Being gay is one thing, but being a super spreader is another. There's nothing healthy or helpful about that video, especially for children. What's sexual irresponsibility though? I don't... Twerking? Twerking is gonna give you AIDS now? Y'all be silent as hell when people dedicate their entire music catalog to rapping about sleeping with multiple women. But when I do anything remotely sexual, I'm being sexually irresponsible and causing more men to die from AIDS. Y'all hate gay people and don't hide it. I would love to talk about all these arguments these homophobes bring up against Lil Nas X in this music video, but honestly, they just don't make sense. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get what they're trying to say. Lil Nas X is influencing young gay people to be super spreaders of AIDS. Bitch, how? By twerking? Like, these concerns about being a super spreader or how it's gonna impact the children are bullshit. Like, it's just bullshit. If AIDS was really your concern, you would advocate for safe sex or for, you know, going on PrEP or something like that. You would not advocate for not being gay. When you criticize an artist for doing nothing more than openly expressing their sexuality, it becomes extremely obvious what it is that you actually have a problem with. And it's that they're gay. It's not about them being promiscuous or sexual in their music videos because people have been doing that for decades. The only thing that is new is the fact that it's an openly, proudly gay man. And I really hate to tell you this, actually I love to tell you this, but music videos like this are not gonna make anybody gay. There is not one single straight person in this world that's going to turn gay after watching this music video. Not one. What might happen is a young gay person might, you know, become more confident with their sexuality, might become more accepting of who they truly are. Sure. So the real problem that you have with this music video is not that it's gonna turn people gay, but that it's gonna help gay people accept themselves and be happy with themselves. And you don't want that. You want gay people to continue to hate themselves. You want gay people to continue to be ashamed of their sexuality and keep it a secret because it makes you more comfortable. But guess what, babe? We're done with that. We're not doing that anymore. If it makes you uncomfortable to see gay people living their lives or trans people living their lives, go live under a rock. Anyways, you guys, I think that's about it for what I had to say in this video. What do you all think about the Industry Baby video? Do you think it was well done? Do you think that he's promoting the super spread of AIDS or do you think that he is just, you know, gay? Definitely let me know what you guys think down below. If I missed anything in the music video, any symbolism or any, you know, cool stuff, I guess. Definitely let me know down below. You guys know I'm all about finding little Easter eggs and stuff like that in music videos. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot, so I'd really, really appreciate it. Also, like I said before, I post videos twice a week on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
That's a different thing. He worked from McKinsey right away. Well, most does. People like this are really good as told too. It's this very specific brand of like shiny young influencer who's a toes the line, globe head, democratic shill. And then it turns out they're all the children of like military contractors or DNC insiders. He was literally being paid by the DNC. Well, for messaging like this, I hope so. This guy's response to Biden dropping out. Jesus Christ. Biden just dropped out of the presidential race. I must admit, I'm saddened by this news. He's been a fantastic president. He's truly an amazing man. Thank him for his service. And here's a selfie. It's not even a selfie. It's someone else taking it. What are your connections? You fool. This guy's literally such a normal. I don't even know. Like, I'm kind of going after him because he just reminds me of The Rock a little bit, you know? You have an influencer who's directly associated with the DNC, but rather than being interesting, aggressive, or in any way authentic, he just, like, repeats everything you would hear from an MSNBC host. Like, what is the point of cultivating relations within new media, within social media, if you're going to perfectly mirror all of the talking.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. For today's video, we are going to be talking about the recent controversy that has been surrounding DaBaby. He's a rapper. If you don't know, DaBaby is a rapper. Basically, during his performance at the Rolling Loud Festival, he made some questionable remarks, some remarks that were interpreted by a lot of people as homophobic, stigmatizing people with HIV or AIDS, and honestly, in my interpretation, a little bit sexist. I'm not even gonna lie. I figured for today's video, it could be kind of fun to look at the whole situation, listen to what he said, look at the responses that he's gotten, and just talk about it. So I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so go ahead and subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's DaBaby video. So a lot has happened surrounding this controversy, surrounding this whole conversation. So I figured we could go through everything in chronological order, you know, a little timeline moment. So July 25th was the Rolling Loud concert in Miami, Florida. If you don't know, I've never been there. Music festivals always seem so fun to me, but also so terrifying. Just the amount of people there is intimidating to me, but looked fun. Anyways, during DaBaby's performance, he made some very problematic remarks. You know what, I'll just play the video. I don't want to have to explain what he said, so take a look for yourself.
You didn't show up today with HIV, AIDS, any of them deadly sexually transmitted diseases that'll make you die in 2-3 weeks. Put a cell phone light in the air. Lady, if your pussy smell like water, put a cell phone light in the air. Fellas. Lights up. Fellas, if you ain't sucking nigga dick in the parking lot, put your cell phone lights in the air.
Let's be real about this shit.
Yeah, keep it fucking real.
Some of y'all niggas suspect as a motherfucker. Let's be real.
You know at concerts how the artists will be like, oh, if you're a bad bitch, put your light up. Like, I want to hear all the bad bitches, blah, 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 blah. It kind of reminds me of that. It gives me that vibe. So I would say there's probably a good 3 statements, a good 3 qualifying factors on whether or not he wants you to put your phone up. I know it's kind of silly to go through this as like an analysis, I guess you would say, but the first little statement, the first little qualifying factor for what he said was, if you didn't show up today with HIV, AIDS, any of them deadly sexually transmitted diseases that'll make you die in 2-3 weeks, put your cell phone light up. Basically saying if you don't have HIV, if you don't have AIDS, then I fuck with you. Put your light up. Come on, let's see it. And on the flip side of that, if you have been diagnosed with HIV, if you do have AIDS, then I don't fuck with you. It may sound silly because I know he's just an artist performing at a concert, but by saying this, he's placing shame on those people that have been diagnosed with HIV or AIDS. Shame that leads people that are affected by HIV to have worse mental health or experience discrimination from people who, for the same reasons, think of having HIV as something that is shameful. Also kind of mixed into this first little statement, he says those deadly sexually transmitted diseases that'll kill you in 2 or 3 weeks. This is just not true. I mean, at least for HIV or AIDS, it does not kill you in 2 or 3 weeks. Like, that's just false. Today's drugs allow people who have HIV or even AIDS to live much longer, normal, and productive lives. If you start drug treatment right away and take it correctly, it's possible you won't ever develop AIDS, and you may live as long as you would have without the virus. Not only is he shaming people who have HIV or AIDS, but he's spreading misinformation about those people as well. Now, the second statement that he said, I feel like a lot of people kind of breezed by this part. It wasn't really mentioned in a lot of the posts about this situation that I saw. The second qualifying statement that he says is, if your pussy smells like water, put your light up. Again, implying that if it doesn't, he doesn't fuck with you. This is so silly to try to talk about because he's saying such ridiculous things, but similarly, this is placing shame on people whose body parts don't smell like water, which is ironic because in reality, practically nobody smells like water. Of course, if there is a strong odor coming from that area, that might be indicative of something wrong with your health, but a slight smell, a slight odor is completely normal. I'm so sick of men telling women that they smell down there. Like those jokes like, oh, it smells fishy in here, close your legs. Like, dude, when's the last time you even washed your ass? Like, please shut the fuck up. Finally, the third statement, and the statement that was deemed the most homophobic of them all, and I would agree, it is obviously the most homophobic. Fellas, if you didn't suck dick in the parking lot, put your light up. And then you can even hear his hype man or whatever that dude is called say, keep it real, some of you are sus as a motherfucker. I'm laughing because I'm just like uncomfortable and these people are so dumb, not because it's like cute or funny. He says, fellas, talking to the men, fellas means men, if you didn't suck, put your light up. Or if you didn't suck in the parking lot, put your light up. Sorry, not that it makes a difference, but if he hadn't started the sentence off with fellas and if his if his hype man or whatever that dude is called didn't say, keep it real, some of you sus as a motherfucker, he might have been able to play it off like this wasn't a dig at gay people, but those things were said. So we can't. Especially the hype man saying some of you are really sus. Right after DaBaby, I'm just gonna call him Jonathan. I think his name is Jonathan, right? Jonathan? Right after Jonathan says, fellas, if you didn't suck dick in the parking lot, put your light up. And if you don't know, this whole sus joke is basically a joke that's been going around on, I think like TikTok, other social media platforms as well. It's used in a lot of different scenarios and within different contexts. But I think in this context, it's pretty clear that the joke is aimed at men that are acting feminine or suspected of being gay. Sus jokes are taking over social media. From TikTok to Twitter, spreading an anti-homosexual message. The idea behind the joke typically goes like this. A man displays a flamboyant demeanor to depict himself as homosexual or feminine, while people flood the comments calling the man sus or suspect of being gay. And then just a quick example, this is a screenshot from a TikTok that says, eating a banana in a sus way in front of my brother. It's a gay joke. You know what I'm saying? So once the video of Jonathan saying all these things came out, people were obviously very, very upset. People were going off on Twitter saying that he was homophobic, saying that he was, creating stigmas about people with HIV or AIDS, all of which I agree with. But he then took to his Instagram stories or Instagram Live, I don't really know which it was. He went to Instagram and tried to defend what he was saying, tried to defend his actions. Honestly, just made it worse.
What me and my fans do at the live show, it don't concern you on the internet or you bitter bitches on the internet. It's not y'all business. It'll never translate correctly to somebody looking at a little 5-6 second clip. It just don't work like that. Like me and all my fans at the show, the gay ones and the straight ones, we turn the fuck up. I'm talking about my boy that was at the front of the stage left over there by where I jumped at. Ask him. He got clips all on his shit. The whole night was recording. We would turn the whole night. My boy had the crop top on, front row. I say, if you don't got AIDS, put a cell phone light up. I say, if you ain't suck dick in the parking lot, put your cell phone lights up. So I could drop my next song. I wasn't going on no rant. That's called a call to action, because I'm a live performer. I'm the best live performer. I'm the live show killer. You interact with your fans. You get what I'm saying? All the lights went up, gay, straight. You want to know why? Because even my gay fans don't got fucking AIDS, stupid ass. They don't got AIDS. My gay fans, they take care of themselves. They ain't going for that. They ain't no nasty gay. You know what I'm saying? They ain't no junkies. Then I said, if you ain't suck dick in the Rolling Loud parking lot, put your cell phone light up. You know what my gay fans did? Put that motherfucking light up. Because my gay fans, they ain't going for that. They got class. They ain't sucking no dick in no parking lot. You got to get a room, a good one, 5-star hotel for them. Or goddamn, yeah, you got to wait till they go to the crib. Even my gay fans got standards.
He says, what I do at my live show is nobody's business but the crowd. And it'll never translate to the internet. And it just doesn't work like that. AKA, you don't want people to express how what you're doing is wrong or problematic. So you want to keep it in a context that limits the responses that you get from the crowd. Because at a concert venue, in that context, the person hearing what you're saying is not going to have the opportunity to say, hey, what you said was fucked up. The people in the audience at a concert are not going to be able to come up to you afterwards and say, hey, I didn't like what you said in that part. That's just not how it works. Now he's saying, well, I had a gay fan in the crowd. I saw some dude wearing a crop top, so, I couldn't have done anything that wrong if he was still there jamming, Just because it was a gay fan there does not mean that what you did was okay. There are tons of gay and trans people, not me, but there are tons of gay and trans people that still eat at Chick-fil-A. That doesn't mean that Chick-fil-A isn't out here donating money to people that are trying to take away rights from trans people. If y'all eat at Chick-fil-A, please stop. There are so many better chicken sandwiches. In the next part, he tries to clarify that he wasn't going on some homophobic rant. He was just trying to introduce the next song and, get the lights to come on. He wasn't saying don't be gay. He was saying to, be classy. Don't suck dick in the parking lot. Make sure that you get a room and such. Jonathan, if that was true, why did you start with fellas? Why are you only talking to the men? Women don't have to be classy. Women can suck dick in the parking lot. Don't get me wrong. You can suck dick wherever you want. I don't really care. Just don't get caught. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Also, if it wasn't a dig at gay people, can you explain that to your hype man? Because he clearly thought it was when he was, saying that people are acting sus. He shoots himself right in the foot. He's like, I wasn't being homophobic. My gay fans, trust me, they're not the nasty gay people. They aren't no junkies in the street. They don't get HIV. They don't get AIDS. Quite bluntly saying that people with HIV or AIDS are nasty junkies. But I mean, hey, at least he wasn't homophobic, right? Basically, this little apology of his was, in my opinion, nothing more than a big shut the fuck up, I'll do whatever I want. Stop twisting my words. And to solidify that perception of mine, he actually tweeted either the same day or the next day, a few different tweets about the whole situation as well. I tell fans to put on a cell phone light in the air. Y'all start a million-man march. I told you y'all digested that wrong, but I ain't gonna lie, I'm impressed. Now show this same amount of support when a racist cop kill one of our black ass. He tries to say that we misunderstood, even though like we heard it. It was very clear. And then he tries to switch the conversation to something that is also bad, of course, but completely unrelated. And the next tweet he says, anybody who done ever been affected by AIDS/HIV, y'all got the right to be upset. What I said was insensitive, even though I have no intentions on offending anybody. So my apologies. But the LGBT community, I ain't tripping on y'all, do you? Y'all business is y'all business. We finally got an apology for something. Is it authentic? Who knows? He does offer his apologies, you know, whether or not he actually is sorry. It's hard to say, but he does say that he's sorry. But the second half of the tweet though. But the LGBT community, I ain't tripping on y'all, do you? Y'all business is y'all business. AKA, I didn't do anything to you. Like, okay, you did though, but I mean, I guess we can pretend that we didn't all see what you said on camera. That's fine. I hate when people try to say that they're not homophobic by saying your business is your business. It's kind of like saying, you know, it's fine, you do what you want behind closed doors. Suggesting that it's okay to be gay as long as that person does not have to see it, or it doesn't impact their lives, or, you know, they don't have to be respectful of it. Jonathan tweets off another completely unrelated topic and says, and for any brands, networks, or artists that like to profit off of black rappers' influence on the culture without understanding it or having the patience to deal with what comes with the position we play in our culture, keep your money next time. We're human too. Like what? Like what are you talking about? In his final apology tweet, he says, other than that, y'all cheer the fuck up and be proud of who you are, because you can't make me feel less of myself. Aside from that, and then he tweets out some concert dates and where to get tickets for them. We love a little shameless self-promo. No, we don't. No, we don't. Jonathan, no, we don't. All in all, I'd say this was a good apology. I'm full of jokes today. I'm just kidding. No, it's not. I know this is quite a trendy word right now, but he's literally gaslighting us. He's saying, I wasn't talking about gay people. I was just saying don't suck dick in the parking lot because you have to be classy. Like, no, that's not what happened. We saw you on camera. We heard what you said. He doesn't apologize for the part about women's bodies or for shaming gay men. And the shred of an apology that we do get is extremely brief and doesn't show that he actually understands why what he said was wrong or harmful. And on top of that, the whole apology is completely washed out because of the self-promo for me. Like, even Elton John was pissed. Like, you pissed off Elton John. You done did something wrong. Elton took to Twitter and said, we have been shocked to read about the HIV, misinformation, and homophobic statements made at a recent DaBaby show. This fuels stigma and discrimination and is the opposite of what our world needs to fight the AIDS epidemic. Period. He then goes on to tweet out a bunch of different facts about HIV, which I do feel like I want to read for you guys because might as well share some accurate information. HIV has affected over 70 million people globally, men, women, children, and the most vulnerable people in our communities. In America, a gay black man has a 50% lifetime chance of contracting HIV. Stigma and shame around HIV and homosexuality is a huge driver of this vulnerability. We need to break down the myths and judgments and not fuel these. You can live a long and healthy life with HIV. Treatment is so advanced that with one pill a day, HIV can become undetectable in your body so you can't pass it on to other people. Homophobic and HIV mistruths have no place in our society and industry, and as musicians, we must spread compassion and love for the most marginalized people in our communities. A musician's job is to bring people together. Shout out to you. Even after this, even after numerous other celebrities coming out and, you know, saying things about DaBaby's statements, he didn't say anything. And in fact was basically tweeting out bragging about how unbothered he was by this whole situation. And honestly, because it's happened so many times in the past, it felt like, you know, he wasn't gonna have to face any consequences. People were just gonna be like, well, I still like his music, so I'm still gonna listen to him. Like, I'm still gonna go to his concert and give him money. You know, just another rapper doing horrible things and getting away with it. But then a couple days passed, and Lollapalooza tweets, Lollapalooza was founded on diversity, inclusivity, respect, and love. With that in mind, DaBaby will no longer be performing at Grant Park tonight. They canceled him. He got canceled by Lollapalooza. He said, y'all can't cancel me. Lollapalooza said, huh? Come again? They said, I can't do huh? And then the next day, the governor's balls Twitter tweets out, Founders Entertainment does not and will not tolerate hate or discrimination of any kind. We welcome and celebrate the diverse communities that make New York City the greatest city in the world. Thank you to the fans who continue to speak up for what is right. Along with you, we will continue to use our platform for good. And they tweeted out an updated set list that no longer included DaBaby. They didn't even say DaBaby's no longer going to be performing. They just tweeted out an updated set list. They're like, he's not there, don't love it. Loved it. I loved it. And then the same day as Governor Ball's tweet, Day in Vegas puts on their Instagram, DaBaby will no longer be appearing at Day in Vegas 2021. That's it. That's it. Wiped him from the set list, said he's no longer coming, sorry. It would have been a little bit better if they had said why, you know, like how Lollapalooza said, we strive for inclusivity, diversity, and we don't support what he has said. They were just simply like, no, he's not coming. We don't know him, which I mean is better than nothing. I'll give him that. Hi everyone, I know you can't see me right now, but after filming and editing this video, a few other things came out about DaBaby that I definitely wanted to include in this video. I mentioned that his performances at Lollapalooza, the Governor's Ball, and Day in Vegas were canceled, but apparently he is also no longer playing the Can't Wait live benefit concert in Philadelphia or the Park Life Festival in Manchester, England this September. So in total, 5 of DaBaby's shows have been canceled. And also, Boohoo Man, a clothing line that DaBaby has a collection with, tweeted out, Boohoo Man condemns the use of homophobic language and confirm we will no longer be working with DaBaby. Diversity and inclusion are part of the Boohoo Group's DNA, and we pride ourselves on representing the diverse customers we serve across the globe. We stand by and support the LGBTQ+ community, and we do not tolerate hate speech or discrimination in any form. Boohoo Man. Also, I totally missed it, but apparently he posted a music video on the 28th, right around the same time as his initial quote-unquote apologies. Not only did he hold up a sign that said AIDS, I don't really know what the whole point of this was, I think it was just a reference to some of the lyrics, but then at the end showed a little shot of some rainbow letters that read, "Don't fight hate with hate." And then below that was another statement that said, "My apologies for being me the same way you want the freedom to be you." In other words, if you want me to accept you for being gay, you have to accept me for being outwardly homophobic or, you know, stigmatizing of people with HIV. Yeah, I just wanted to include that, but yeah. Now, back to the original video. After 3 music festivals canceled his performances, I think Jonathan started to understand that he fucked up. He posted on his Instagram grid, not his story, not his live, the actual grid that lives forever. He posted, "Social media moves so fast that people want to demolish you before you even have the opportunity to grow, educate, and learn from your mistakes. As a man who has had to make his way from very difficult circumstances, having people I know publicly working against me, knowing that what I needed was education on these topics and guidance has been challenging. I appreciate the many people who came to me with kindness, who reached out to me privately to offer wisdom, education, and resources. That's what I needed, and it was received. I want to apologize to the LGBTQ+ community for the hurtful and triggering comments I made. Again, I apologize for my misinformed comments about HIV/AIDS, and I understand education on this is important. Love to all. God bless. DaBaby." I have some thoughts. Not like thoughts, but like thoughts. He starts off by saying that we didn't give him the chance to learn or to grow from his mistake, and that he really appreciates the people that were kind to him and reached out with compassion and, you know, offered him education on the topics. And I will say that he then did offer an apology to the LGBT community for the, what did he say? Hurtful and triggering comments he made. And he as well apologized for the comments on HIV or AIDS. Again, it's my little nail drum roll. I agree that people on social media can sometimes be way too aggressive. Absolutely. But at the same time, it's like, I really can't blame them. Jonathan, you are 29 years old. You are an A-list celebrity living in 2021. It is fully your job to unlearn your homophobic and sexist prejudice. And like, if you don't want to, if you would rather be outwardly problematic at one of the largest music festivals in the world, that is fully your right to do so. However, I completely understand how the LGBT community and how people who have been diagnosed with HIV or AIDS would be pissed and would be going off at you on social media. You are directly feeding the stigmas that are hurting them. Stigmas that imply that being gay is shameful and acting feminine is suspect. Stigmas that say that people with HIV are dirty or have been given a death sentence. Stigmas that lead to worse mental health, increased rates of homelessness, lack of employment opportunity, lack of support from family members. Stigmas that make people with HIV suffer in silence because they're too ashamed to get tested. So yeah, you can complain about how people are being unfair to you. At this point, you should know better. Now, am I saying to attack Jonathan relentlessly? Of course not. The best thing to do in situations like these is to talk about why what was said is harmful and hope that they will listen and learn. If they do, great. If not, I think canceling their concerts is a great idea. Like, say you have a corporate office job and you say something outwardly homophobic. The first time you're probably gonna get in a bit of trouble. You're gonna be told you can't say those things, you're gonna be told why it's wrong, and you're gonna be told not to do it again. If you do it again, you're gonna get fired. Or at least you should, in my opinion. So yeah, do I think that Jonathan is sorry? I don't know. I have no idea. I will say that I really do hope that he has learned from this, and judging by the fact that he probably lost a lot of money from those 3 canceled festival performances, he's hopefully given it, you know, at least a little bit more thought. But yeah, everyone, that's pretty much all I wanted to say on this situation, on this little controversy, if you will. I feel like it's not really a controversy. I feel like people are all like, yeah, that was fucked up. Let me know in the comments down below what you all think of this situation. Do you think that what he said was homophobic? Do you think that it was messed up? Do you think that it was fine? Let me know. Like I said, I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a big thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot, so I really appreciate it. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Now's the time to genuinely consider it.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So it has been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since anybody said hot minute, but it's been an extra hot minute since I've done a storytime video here on my channel. I used to do storytime videos literally all the time about my dating experiences, about surgeries, about pretty much everything. And I've had this one story that I have been waiting to tell you guys since literally like, I think 2016, 2017. It's been years now. In today's video, I want to tell you guys the story about the time that he left me because I'm trans. Kinda. Not really. You'll see. Not that storytime videos aren't entertaining enough in themselves, but I figured I would also, you know, do my makeup for you guys while I tell the story as well. I post videos twice a week here on my channel, usually not storytime videos. I do a lot of commentary, especially on LGBT or women's rights related content. So if you are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And also I have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yes, with no further ado, let's get right into this story time and get ready with me video. As you can see, I already have my hairpin back. I already have my eyebrows done. If you're curious about what I use for my brows, I use the Precisely My Brow Pencil from Benefit Cosmetics. I think number 4 is the shade number, but I'm not exactly sure. If not, it's like a brown. And then I just used a little bit of the Maybelline Fit Me Concealer to clean up underneath it. And now we're gonna go in with a little bit of the Benefit Professional Primer. So this story time takes place quite a long time ago, actually. I wanna say like summer of 2016, 2017 maybe. It was like 2 years after I had transitioned, but I had already had my bottom surgery, so I was ready to mingle and meet people, if you know what I'm saying. If you've been watching my channel for a while, if you know my, oh my god, I just put so much foundation. I'm using the Maybelline Fit Me foundation, if you're curious. But like I was saying, if you've been watching my channel for a long time, you probably saw the story time that I did titled My Boyfriend Kept Me a Secret Because I Was Trans, or My Boyfriend is Embarrassed of Me Because I'm Trans. The story that I'm going to be telling today was right around then. All the stupid boys were out at that time. I don't even know what was going on then, but my best friend at the time, my best friend now, we're still best friends. I don't know why I said at the time, but my best friend had a boyfriend that she had just started talking to, and oh my god, this is like way too much foundation. Yikes. So she and her roommate, who I was actually pretty good friends with as well, set me up with my best friend's boyfriend's best friend. I'm obviously not going to be using his real name. I'm going to be calling him Dwight. His real name does start with a D though, so that's why it's Dwight. And also I love The Office. That's also why it's Dwight. So my best friend says to me, you know, don't get your hopes up. We're just gonna, you know, hang out. We're just gonna meet and it's gonna be super casual. I don't want you to think this is gonna be like a date. I don't want you to get like your hopes up, you know what I mean? Because she just knows that I'm an emotional ass bitch. So she was like, we're just hanging out. It's very chill, like calm down. So we end up hanging out. My best friend is at my house. So the boys end up coming to my house and like is coming to see us. We all go out on a little adventure around my town. We go explore some abandoned buildings. And during that, me and Dwight are kind of not like sneaking off alone, but just kind of like walking off, and me and him would always end up alone together. Let's say that like we were to like walk up to a different building, me and him would kind of go ahead and like talk to each other while the rest were like behind. You know what I'm saying? He even like makes his friend switch seats with him in the car so he can sit next to me, which is like, I don't know, I thought that was cute. I mean, I understand why I thought it was cute. This boy was literally so cute. At least at the time, I thought that he was so handsome. He was literally my type. He was like a little skater boy looking boy, not even like a skater boy, just like a stoner boy. Now I'm just taking a little bit of the Maybelline Fit Me Concealer in shade 11. Somehow we end up at my old high school, kind of like sitting over a little cliff, like watching the sunset. Again, you know, sitting with Dwight, mostly conversing with Dwight. I feel so weird saying Dwight throughout this story time because it's not Dwight like from The Office. But we're sitting on this little cliff moment, you know, watching the sun go down, and in the background, or like, you know, off in the distance, there's a mountain. He's like, oh, look at that mountain over there. What a beautiful mountain. Like, you should take me there sometime. Like, have you been there? I'll bring you. What's up? Definitely, I'll definitely bring you. I would have brought him anywhere. No, I'm just kidding. But I was like, yeah, of course, like anytime, let me know. And we all end up going back to my house. He like gives me his phone number or his Instagram or something like that. And I know at that point my friend had said, you know, we're just hanging out. Don't get your hopes up, you know, whatever. But he asked for my Instagram. He asked me to take him to a mountain. We're in love. I'm just taking a little bit of translucent powder and just like setting my face. But yeah, I remember telling like my other friends that night, like, oh my God, I went out with this boy today and like we're in love. Like, he's so cute, he's so nice, like all this different stuff, and it was just too much for the first literal interaction. It was exciting, so cut me some slack. I'm just taking a little bit of the Benefit Hoola Bronzer. I'm gonna start contouring my face, but yeah, basically throughout the next couple of days, we're talking on wherever we were talking. I think it was Instagram, but we're talking on there. He's telling me that I'm so cute and that he can't wait to see me again. And, you know, I was like really feeling it. I was like very about it. Okay, so before I continue with the story, I want to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor. Teamy is the largest and most inclusive LGBTQ+ app. On Teamy, you can find dates or you can find friends, but you can also share photos and share posts and see photos and posts from other people as well. And they also have a live streaming option, so you can go on there and connect with people and, you know, talk about experiences that you wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable talking about in a platform that wasn't LGBTQ+. Teamy is free to use, but there is a paid subscription as well. With the paid subscription, you can see who's liked your profile. You can like as many profiles as you want. You can also change your location to different places in the world and apply premium filters that help you, you know, sort through the crowd a little bit more easily. I'm actually going to be going live on the Teamy app on this time, this date. Mark your calendars, make sure you're there. I'm going to be talking about different dating situations and also be giving you guys some of my tips and tricks and, you know, just talking to you guys, answering whatever questions you want to know. So yeah, definitely go make sure to set up your Teamy account with the link below. And don't forget to join me for that live stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're gonna have a great time. But okay, back to the story time. He actually ends up telling me that his best friend and my best friend, you know, the ones that are dating, actually have plans coming up, and they had talked and they think that, you know, I should tag along and it should be like a little double date moment. I was obsessed. I was like, yeah, definitely. Let me like talk to my friend and we'll figure it out. Whatever. And that's what I did. And so me and my friend made plans for the next weekend or a few days later. I honestly don't remember like how long everything lasted. Yeah, we made plans to go see them. And if you know me at all in real life, I'm a very bad planner. I'm often, you know, just not on time. For this event, this situation, this important life moment, I was not late. I was right on time. I was early. That is a contour right there. I need to blend her out. Me and my best friend get there. We meet them at like this little state park. There's actually have plans coming. Actually have plans coming up, and they had talked and they think that, you know, I should tag along, and actually have plans coming up and they had talked and they think that, you know, I should tag along and it should be like a little double date moment. I was obsessed. I was like, yeah, definitely. Let me like talk to my friend and we'll figure it out. Whatever. And that's what I did. And so me and my friend made plans for the next weekend or a few days later. I honestly don't remember like how long everything lasted. Yeah, we made plans to go see them. And if you know me at all in real life, I'm a very bad planner. I'm often, you know, just not on time. For this event, this situation, this important life moment, I was not late. I was right on time. I was early. That is a contour right there. I need to blend her out. Me and my best friend get there. We meet them at like this little state park. There's a lake. There's like, you know, nice scenery. I don't know. Oh my God, it's later in the video, so my makeup is done. But I forgot to mention that when we got there, he had a present for me. So cute. Literally, like, our second date, he was like, oh my God, I thought of you when I saw this, so I got it for you. I died. We ended up exploring a little bit. We went out on this old train track bridge thing that like went out over the water. Actually super scary. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. But afterwards we ended up setting up a little picnic near the water, and you know, had some food, we drank a little, you know, hung out, whatever. Me and Dwight were a little bit separated from my best friend and her boyfriend. Not far, we could still see them, but like we just couldn't hear them. So we were each having like our own private little conversations, you know. He's like opening up to me, getting very personal, telling me about like his family, his past, like really like just getting into it, you know. And at one point he like tells me something about himself, something very personal, and is like, I don't know, I just feel like you should know this about me if, you know, we're gonna keep talking. And so little me is sitting there thinking like, oh, that's so nice of him to tell me. Like, maybe I should tell him something that, you know, maybe he should know if we're gonna keep talking. Because at this point, I had not told him that I was trans. I knew that I liked the guy, so I figured I should probably disclose this information because I wanted to go somewhere, and that's just what you do in that situation. I'm just gonna take a little bit of this California blush by Benefit, but basically, you know, I'm sitting there and I'm debating to myself, you know, should I tell him right now? When do I tell him? Should I tell him? Am I safe to tell him? How's he gonna react? Everything. Just all of the questions, all of the thoughts, everything running through my head. As I'm sitting with this dude too, not like at home pondering it like after a date or something. Literally like face to face with this guy. He tells me something and I'm like, oh, like having this mental breakdown over whether. Then as we're getting ready to go, he like walks me towards where my car is at, and he like stops me for a second and like looks at me and he's like, so I know that you know that I know. Like this whole little, I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I know. He's like, I know that you know that I know that you're trans, and like I wish that I was the one that like was able to tell you that I knew, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I just want you to know that I fully accept you, and like it doesn't really, it's not like a big deal to me, like it's totally fine. And he like hugs me and kisses me, and you could just feel like the different connection in that moment, you know? He like hugged me a little tighter, he kissed me a little harder. It was just cute. So the next week, my best friend and her boyfriend were going to like some concert or some rave thingy or whatever. I don't really know. But they were like, we want you guys to come. Like, it would be so much fun. Like, you guys should come. And me, being me, just wanted any excuse to see this boy. So I was like, yeah, of course I love raves. I love to party. I love to go to concerts with millions of people where I can literally die. I'm just going to take a light beige color from the Child Groomer palette and put it right here on my eyelids. It turned out that my parents were actually going away for that week and said it was okay if I had a few people over to stay with me during that time. So I said to my best friend, her boyfriend, and Dwight, I was like, oh my God, you guys should come over for like a few days during the week and we can hang out and then we can go to the concert together. It'll be so much fun. And so that's what they did. My best friend and her boyfriend and Dwight ended up staying at my house a Wednesday night. But then Thursday night, I actually had plans to go camping. So I invited Dwight to go camping with me, which I paid for him to go to, just saying. And then that Friday night was the concert, so we were gonna come back that Friday night from camping, meet up with my best friend, her boyfriend, and go to the concert or the rave or whatever it was, which I also paid for him to attend, just saying. Dwight and his best friend came over, and my best friend came over, and we're all having a grand time. We actually end up going to another park nearby my house. Oh my God, this is where it gets good. I'm like I need to do my eyeliner first. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So basically we were at this park. It was me, Dwight, my best friend, her boyfriend, and then one other couple there as well. So like a nice, cute little triple date moment, you know? So we're all hanging out, and then all of a sudden, my friend and her boyfriend, and then also the other couple, both go off to, you know, horse. We love them. And I'm with Dwight, you know, we're drinking, we're having a good time, and eventually we go out into like a little field moment, and we're laying in the grass, talking, and then we start like making out, whatever. He did like a little grab and then like little flip moment, you know? I died. 10 minutes into making out, he asks me if I want to hook up. At this point, I think it was like a year after I had my bottom surgery. I was still very much a virgin. So I was one, just like kind of scared to use it, you know, just like, I don't know, just kind of scared. But also, I didn't want my first time to be in a field, you know? No ma'am, no sir. So I said no, and it was fine. He didn't ask me again. He didn't pressure me, anything like that. He just moved on. And then we ended up just going back and finding my friends again. After we find my friends and, you know, they're done being little whores. I'm just kidding. I love them. I'm just kidding. It's totally a joke. When they were done being little whores, we went back to my house. And honestly, the only thing I remember, not because I was drunk, but just because it was so long ago, the only thing I remember is saying to Dwight, like, oh my God, how comfortable are you with me being trans? And he was like very comfortable. It doesn't bother me at all, whatever, why? And I was like, you want to see a picture of me as a boy? Because we were like in my parents' house and they have like pictures of me from high school or whatever, so it was like just there, and I was like, oh my God, you want to see? He saw it, he didn't say anything, like he didn't care. Literally like unfazed, we loved it. So Thursday comes, and like I said, we were going camping this day, but we did have some time to kill before we left to go camping. Me and Dwight had actually woken up before the rest of our friends, so we went downstairs and like made breakfast together. I think we made pancakes. It was so cute. But you know, just got to spend a little bit more quality time with just each other. And it was nice. Once our friends did wake up and were ready to go out, we went for a little walk. We went to explore a little bit, walked around my town. It was cute. It was like a cute little double date moment, you know? At this point, I was still really, really obsessed with Dwight. He was so handsome. He was so sweet. And he didn't care that I was trans. He was literally like the perfect package for me at that moment. You know, my standards are a lot higher now. I have a lot more expectations and requirements, but in that moment, he was everything. We got back home from our little walk from exploring or whatever, and we were all exhausted, so we decided to take a nap. It was a nap. It was nothing crazy. It was literally just a nap. But before we like fell asleep in our nap, he did ask me to have sex again. Just putting that out there. I did also say no then, but just wanted to clarify that. Just wanted to put that out there that he was, again, trying to hook up with me. After our nap, I get ready. I'm looking all cute, you know, and we go on our way to make it to my cousin's house, who we are going to be going camping with. And on the way to my cousin's house, I don't even know what we were talking about, but the conversation came up about getting cheated on. He starts to tell me about how his ex cheated on him and how she was super toxic, like she was abusive, all this stuff. And I'm just sitting there like kind of taken back, obviously, but I was like, I'm sorry that happened to you. Like, I've been cheated on too. It definitely sucks. Like, sorry you had to go through that. Bitch, what am I supposed to say in that situation? Like, first of all, I don't give a shit about your ex. Second of all, I mean, that's like it, but I'm just gonna wipe off this bake before it's like crusted into my face. I really wish I had paid more attention to that, like him bringing up his ex, but like I said, I was obsessed with him, so I just kind of like let it roll on by. So we get camping and there's just like so many red flags. You know, he's being very disrespectful to the other people there. He's doing things that I explicitly asked him not to do and just like not caring. Overall, he was just not a pleasant guest to have on this camping trip. He's also on his phone like a lot throughout this whole night, and it was the first time that he was on his phone a lot. I don't know. And I kind of thought, you know, it's our first time, like just me and him together. You know, he doesn't have his friend to like have that crutch, you know what I mean? So maybe he's using his phone as a crutch. You know, I was just too forgiving of him. But even when I asked him, like, is everything okay? Like, you're on your phone? Like, what the fuck? Like, is everything good? He would just like mumble to himself and be like, yeah, I just have to figure something out. Okay. We go back home, we meet up with our friends, and we end up going to the concert. I got my makeup all done for this rave moment. And yeah, I'm just excited to have a good time and, you know, forget about the awful experience that I had camping with this boy that I'm obsessed with. I have a great time, but I will admit that I got very, very drunk. I ended up passing out like right when we got home. I was very, very drunk. I'm not a rave person. I was uncomfortable. I was not in my element. I needed, you know, anyways. I don't know if he was used to a more outgoing rave type person that was gonna like go through the mosh pits and like get up to the front row, but like that's just very much not me. I was, first of all, blackout drunk. Second of all, I don't like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll stand at the back and like vibe from the back. I'm good. He did try to get me to go to the front a few times, but I was like, no, like I'm good. Like, I think I did try to go to the front at one point, but instantly was like, no, I don't like it. Get me out of here. Even towards the end of the night, we ended up leaving early because I was just like not having the best time. We got back to my house at the end of the night, and like I said, I was very intoxicated, so I went up to bed, and I said to him, I was like, can you sit with me here for a minute? Like, can you lay with me? You know, because I wanted to, you know, fucking lay with him. And he was like, no, I don't want to. Just straight up, no, I don't want to. Like, I'm gonna go downstairs and like hang out with the other people. Like, what? Huh? Okay, whatever. Like, have fun. Good night. Pissed. Literally so pissed. He literally goes downstairs, doesn't get that I'm pissed, literally just does it. Doesn't even care. So the next day comes and they had planned on leaving early in the morning because they had to work later that day. He gets up in the morning, he doesn't really talk to me much, and packs up and they leave pretty abruptly. After that, I don't hear from him for a good like 2 or 3 days. I'm asking his best friend if he's okay. You know, I'm asking my best friend if she heard anything. I'm texting him like, are you good? Are you fucking dead? And eventually his best friend is just like, yeah, like, I'll have him call you. You're gonna have him call me? Okay, well, hurry up. At this point, like, any sane person would be like, okay, like, I know what's going on. Like, he's not into it, something happened, like, whatever, like, I'm being ghosted, like, whatever. But I just didn't get it. I did not know that. I did not put that together. I literally thought that he was, like, in trouble or, like, something had happened to him. So he FaceTimes me and is like, I can't do this. Like, I'm in love with my ex. He says, huh? What do you mean? The ex that cheated on you? The ex that was abusive that you talk shit about? That one? I mean, I didn't say any of that. I was just like, okay, bye, and then stopped afterwards for like 3 hours. But honestly, I was pretty heartbroken for a good amount of time. Like, I remember just like crying, like full on just like sobbing. I don't know if it was the estrogen or just like whatever, but I was so obsessed with this boy and the attention that he gave me that when it all ended, like I was just so fucking upset, especially because he had talked about this girl in such bad ways, said all the awful things that she had done to him. And then there's me, somebody who's done nothing but great things for him, but like I'm not good enough? Like you leave me for her? So it really messed with my self-esteem a lot. I was upset about it for like a little while, but then I was hanging out with my best friend and her boyfriend, who was this kid's best friend. And apparently this bitch Dwight was going around telling people that he didn't want to be with me because I was trans. Huh? What? What do you mean? Pretty sure you tried to hook up with me several times, bro. I don't think that that whole thing was an issue for you. Oh my god, I just got brow gel on my fucking brow bone. But anyways, he knew from the beginning that I was trans. And he still asked me out. He still kissed me. He still pursued me. All of that. Don't lie. Don't fucking make shit up now. It's frustrating, but like it's mostly sad that people were judging him for leaving me for a toxic ex. So he tried to justify his decision by saying that I'm trans because for a lot of people, you know, being a cheating, abusive ex-girlfriend is not as bad as being a trans. Ew. I don't know, it's just frustrating to me when people are clearly so about it, but then still turn their back on you because it's easier to be accepted when you're grossed out by trans people than when you admit that you're attracted to them. But yeah, anyways, that is the story time about the boy that left me because I'm trans. Now do you get why the because I'm trans is in quotation marks? Bitch, we all know the real reason. Okay guys, that is the end of that story and that is the end of that makeup look as well. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It's been so long since I did a storytime video and I missed it. I got tons of great stories, so if you guys want to see another storytime video soon, let me know. If you did like this video, please make sure to give it a big thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe right down below if you are not already and you would like to be. And other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching and I will see you in the next video. Bye everyone. You should take me there sometime. Like, have you been there? You should take me there sometime. You should take me there sometime. Like, have you been?
Romances are allegedly locked based on your choices in the character selection screen. Apparently, in the build of this game which the tester played, if you chose the pronouns he, him, and confirm that you're straight, then you're immediately locked into only 2 romance options for your character, which is Nev or Neve, the Ice Mage Brown Lady person, and Hardy, the musician. However, if you confirm that your character is pansexual in the character creator, then you are actually able to romance anyone in the game regardless of their gender or pronouns. Apparently, this feature may have been changed due to Baldur's Gate 3's success, which allowed you to romance anyone no matter what you were, but the jury is still out on this one. But the fact that you only have 2 romance options...
She's dying. She says also...
Which means you can't romance the Asian elf chick. I believe her name is Balara if you're a straight man, but maybe you can if you're gay, or they're only into women. But if you're pansexual and a man, then Balara is magically suddenly available. Now, I've caught Anthony out lying about things before.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. It's Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. She says, also, I was hot last year too. The media always acts shocked when celebs suffer mental health breakdowns, but they can now. I am sweating effing. Oh my god, it's ridiculous. I'm not the biggest magazine person. I've never really been the biggest magazine person, but when I would reach for a magazine, it was definitely not the National Enquirer. I don't know, the covers just never really appealed to me. They were never really my type of thing, I guess. But apparently a lot of people do like this publication. Back in 2019, they reportedly had an average of 5 million readers per week. A pretty good chunk of people right there. Well, recently they published an edition that looked a little bit like this and was titled this year's 50 Best and Worst Beach Bodies. How does an entire team approve of something like this? I really don't understand. National Enquirer, 2021? Oh my god. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this National Enquirer publication, edition, magazine. So the National Enquirer started in 1926, so it's been a long time since they've been around. And honestly, I don't think they've updated their opinions or their views or their content since then. The specific publication we're going to be talking about today was published on August 2nd, 2021, and again, looks a little bit like this. The cover is bad enough, but on the inside they make the classic jokes comparing Tess Holliday to a whale, calling women and men, young and old, flabby, saggy, lumpy, droopy, and even compared women's legs to cottage cheese. Love that. They took the most unflattering photos, went into their little Facetune app, went on the details little marker and turned it all the way up, all over the legs, and started making jokes about their cellulite and stuff like that. Cause like, duh, so funny. Tess Holliday actually posted the cover of this on her Instagram as well as some screenshots of the inside and said, LOL, I was voted the worst beach body this year and it makes me mad because it's 2021 and we are still publishing trash like this. Corny LOL, but it makes me laugh because I'm hot as fuck. LOL. They used a photo from last year and I included some more recent photos of me last month looking fine as hell in a string bikini so they can have the most updated, not hot content. So considerate. We love a considerate icon, queen, legend. Can you see the sweat on my face? I'm literally dying. She says, also, I was hot last year too. The media always acts shocked when celebs suffer mental health breakdowns, but they continue to perpetuate unrealistic body standards and push toxic diet culture on us all. If you are seeing this and you're fat as hell or just have a body that isn't chiseled or traditionally quote unquote hot and want to go to the motherfucking beach or put on a swimsuit, do it. You only get one life and we are making the most of it, baby. Hashtag hot girl summer, hashtag F your beauty standards. Fortunately for Tess, you know, she's been in the public eye for a long time now. She can handle this kind of criticism because I'm sure she gets a ton of it. Obviously that doesn't make it okay, and obviously the harm that it caused Tess is very, very real and very wrong. But I think more importantly to consider is how readers, young teenage girls are gonna look at this, read all these comments, and they're gonna start to think horrible things about themselves. They're gonna think that everybody's looking at them, thinking these things about them. And the National Enquirer did not even stop at attacking people who are confidently their size. They included people with the most average body shape possible, or even bodies that were on the thinner side, and made fun of them as well. They also shamed people of all ages for having wrinkles, some of which were, you know, inevitable due to the person's age, but most of which were simply a result of the way the person was sitting or posturing themselves. They're subtly making readers feel that they cannot exist at the beach if they're fat, if they're older, if they don't always sit in the most flattering position, or honestly, if they even have an average body type. And I know there are gonna be some people out there thinking, you know, it's just a magazine cover, there's bigger problems out there, you know, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Seeing the way that the media treats people who are fat badly leads those viewers to believe the stigmatization of weight when you're constantly told through the media that being fat is unhealthy, undesirable, or just plain bad. Those perceptions really start to sink in and stick whether you realize it or not. And before you know it, you're subconsciously thinking to yourself that being fat is not okay, either for yourself or for people around you. And soon have something that is referred to as weight bias. Weight bias is defined as negative attitudes towards and beliefs about others because of their weight. These negative attitudes are manifested by stereotypes and or prejudice towards people with obesity. This weight bias is extremely important to be conscious of because one, having an unjust negative opinion about somebody is just like not nice, it's like shitty. But secondly, this weight bias, when it goes unchecked, it often develops into something more problematic and more impactful, which is referred to as weight stigmatization. Weight stigma refers to the discriminatory acts and ideologies targeted towards individuals because of their weight and size. So weight bias are those negative attitudes and those negative perceptions of people who are fat, and weight stigma or weight stigmatization is when that bias goes past just thoughts and perceptions and becomes discrimination. Discrimination that manifests in many different ways. I'm gonna drop a link down below where I'm getting all this information from, but I do just wanna quickly talk about some of the ways that this discrimination and this weight bias manifests itself. The first one is in education settings, so in schools, colleges, wherever. And it's not just against students, it can be against teachers and staff members as well. The school and education environment is renowned for bullying, and weight is one of the primary reasons for victimization. The second place where this discrimination really manifests is in the workplace. There is consistent evidence of weight discrimination at every stage of employment, including career counseling, interviews and hiring processes, salary disparities, fewer promotions, harsher disciplinary actions, and higher contract termination rates. And in my opinion, one of the most impactful places that people experience weight discrimination is in personal relationships. Close relationship partners, including spouses or partners, parents, siblings, and children, are documented as being the most common source of stigmatizing comments, and in some cases, generate the most harmful stigmatizing encounters. Hearing these stigmatizing comments from somebody that you love so dearly can really mess with your mental health. But this discrimination does not just affect your mental health, it can also affect your physical health. Physicians, nutritionists, dietitians, fitness professionals, and exercise science students have all shown a propensity to ascribe stereotypical characteristics such as lazy, weak-willed, and non-compliant. Physicians generally have lower levels of respect for patients with higher BMI and generally spend less time providing consultations to patients with obesity compared to their healthy weight counterparts. As I'm sure you can all imagine, when doctors do not prescribe evidence-based treatment for a specific condition simply because of somebody's weight, people die. People go untreated for conditions all the time because a doctor feels that they don't have to do tests because it must be because the person is fat. Duh. But of course, in reality, people can be overweight or be fat and be extremely healthy. People have such a strong association with being thin and being healthy when you can very easily cause a lot of damage being underweight as well. I'm gonna play devil's advocate again because I'm sure there's people out there that are gonna comment this. What does making fun of people for being fat in a magazine have to do with discrimination in healthcare settings? You can't separate the two, okay? You can't build stigma in one area and make something out to be gross, unhealthy, undesirable, but then when deadly consequences arise over here because of what you've been saying on these magazines, you can't just say that that's not your fault because it is. It all feeds into each other, all affects different aspects. Discrimination in some areas of life are going to trickle in and affect discrimination in other areas of life. Like, that's just how it all kind of works. When people consistently see this stigma portrayed in the media, it becomes real. Weight prejudice exists in almost all sections of the media, from children's shows where characters with obesity are stereotyped as clumsy, lazy, and without friends, through to news reports which have apportioned blame for global warming and rising fuel prices to people with obesity. That fear of, what if I'm going to be stigmatized like they do in the media? What if people are going to think that I'm unhealthy and undesirable like they say on TV shows? Directly leads to those more deadly consequences. Fear of stigmatization in healthcare settings leads people to not even want to go to the doctor for treatments related to their weight or even not related to their weight. It can also lead a lot of people to develop eating disorders, which obviously are not healthy. And then if they do lose weight and people are all praising them, all this stuff, then, how bad could an eating disorder actually be? Very bad. The answer is very bad. I don't think I've ever spoken about my struggles with eating disorders here on my channel, but I've definitely been through a lot. I was a little bit of a larger kid, so I got bullied a lot, and it led me to, not only develop an eating disorder, or multiple eating disorders, but also to constantly analyze the way that I was being perceived by my peers, by family members, by literally everybody. I felt like I always had to wear outfits that would hide my body shape so that people wouldn't know that I was fat. I would cry the night before they would be doing the scoliosis exam in school the next day because I knew that I would have to take my shirt off in front of people, and it terrified me. I would wear a shirt at the beach because I was so uncomfortable having my body be that exposed, and whether that was because I was trans or because I was overweight, I don't really know. Maybe it was both. But this fear of stigmatization can completely control somebody's life. It can lead to not only, obviously raising stress levels, which affects a lot of other aspects of your physical health, but when the stigmatization is really bad, it has been known to lead to suicidal acts, suicidal ideation, things that are very real problems. So no, it doesn't end as a joke on a tabloid magazine. It kills people. I do want to talk about some ways that we can combat fat phobia and really break down this weight stigmatization and this weight bias that a lot of people have. Obviously, education is going to be crucial, and you're going to want to start with yourself first. I think that if you grew up in this generation, if you grew up, honestly, like in the last 100 years, you probably have a little bit of weight bias. Doesn't mean you're a bad person, doesn't mean you hate fat people, but you probably have a little bit of that implicit bias just in the back of your head. I know I do, and I'm working very hard to deconstruct it. Once we educate ourselves, we can then educate others, and it's like a little trickle-down effect, Also, another great way to fight this weight stigmatization is to push for corporate education. And I feel like this is especially important in healthcare settings. It is crucial that everybody feels that they can access evidence-based healthcare specified for their needs. And that has definitely not been the case for most people. Be conscious and be critical of media like the National Enquirer, and really stop to think about how they might be affecting your perception of whoever they're talking about. When you see the most unflattering angle edited to be the most shocking looking, think about what motives they may have to do that. If they say that somebody's too fat, they're probably selling diet pills. If they say someone's too wrinkly, they're probably selling skin cream. And if they say someone's too old, well shit, they're probably selling souls out in this bitch too. I don't know. Moral of the story is there is no such thing as a perfect or a bad or a best and worst beach body. Unless you're not at the beach, then you're not a good beach body.
If you ain't at the beach, then where the fuck you at?
Anyways, you guys, if you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post videos twice a week on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you'd like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, everyone. Dying. She says, also, I was hot last year too. The media always acts shocked when celebs suffer mental health breakdowns, but they continue to...
Seems like he's made a few videos about the veil card, including discussing it with other creators. I mostly felt like what he had to say was pretty vague, and since the only thing that would have actually stopped me from trying to DM out for myself was if there was confirmation of some major bug or glitch that made it unplayable, or something bad gameplay. He really didn't sway me either way, but he said something very odd. The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom.
continue to perpetuate unrealistic body standards and push toxic diet culture.
Unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Now I'm sure everybody remembers the Muppets. At least you should. The Muppets were iconic. Princess. Usually when I do these commentary type videos, I'll have like a little script written out, but I watch this and she does not make a single like actual argument. She just goes off. She's just upset about it. Now I probably should have watched the actual Muppets clip before watching this, but I didn't, so we're just gonna go off of what she shows us. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna stop talking now.
I'm very disturbed and I'm laughing, but not really laughing at the Muppet Babies. Remember that? Remember the Muppet Babies you grew up with and maybe you could leave your kids watching Muppet Babies? Yeah, no longer. Let's just watch what the Muppet Babies is promoting today.
We met the most amazing princess, but they ran away, and all they left behind was this.
Everyone, there's something I need to tell you. The princess who came to your ball tonight was me. I'm Gonzarella.
But Gonzo, why didn't Vu tell us?
Because you all expected me to look a certain way. I don't want you to be upset with me.
I am upset with you, Gonzo. I am upset with you.
I thought that was cute. What's the problem? Like I said, I haven't watched the full clip. I don't know like the context of this, whatever, but is that really all she's mad about? This boy Muppet that honestly you cannot even tell is a boy. Like it's just a Muppet. Tells his friends, oh, the princess that you met tonight, that was actually me, but I didn't want to tell you because I was scared of what you would think of me, you know, dressed up like a princess. Sister, they didn't say transgender now. They did not. Gonzo can be Gonzarella and still be a boy. Maybe they just want to wear princess dresses. All jokes aside, it is at the very least representing somebody that is gender non-conforming. So I'll give you that. Okay, Candace, I'll give you that. But I'm interested to hear why this is going to be such a big problem for them. Like it's not like the show is saying you can change your sex, you can change your parts from a penis into a vagina, you can go on hormone treatments. It's literally just saying like you can be a princess if you want to be a princess. My little nephew, he's a boy, fully a boy, doesn't want to be a girl. I mean, not yet, but he's still young. I'll get to him, don't worry. I'm just kidding, that was a joke. At least in my personal opinion, I think that a Muppet, even if they are a boy wearing a dress, is pretty harmless. So I'm interested to hear what you're gonna have to say. Let's hear it, Candace.
We talk about it all the time. We talk about this, nobody listened, the kids are definitely being attacked. This kind of messaging, if I was sitting here thinking that my child was watching something that was for children, looked around and saw them promoting the transgender, like I would go absolutely mad.
Wait a second, did you just say transgender? Transgender, she just more, the transgender? I love it. Let's go with it, the transgender. She has to see how much of a reach it is to say that little Miss Gonzarella is an attack on children. Like I don't even know what to say. Like usually I have like some like data or something. I'd be like, well, actually you're wrong. Like what do you mean? Like this is just silliness.
They know that children's brains are developing. They want them to know it's an option.
I'll give you that, Candace. At least personally, I do want children. I do want everybody to know that being transgender is a possibility. I think doing so is honestly just a form of harm reduction. One, for those young transgender people that might not understand why they're feeling so lost in themselves and may not understand why they are so uncomfortable in their bodies, but also for everybody around them. So a lot of people don't know what to do when somebody comes out, somebody close to them comes out, they feel awkward, they have questions, whatever. And this is kind of breaking that ice early on and saying that, You know, if your friend is transgender, again, they didn't say transgender, but I'll just go with it. This is showing those very young readers that if your friend is transgender, if your friend wants to be a princess, if your friend is a little bit different, that's okay. You can still love them and be their friend and support them. How is that an attack on children? If a little boy wants to wear a princess dress, what's the problem? We're the snowflakes.
100%, it's child abuse. And I can tell you from the Hollywood perspective, having been a director and producer in Hollywood, these people hate us. They hate us so much. That's why what you're doing and what Daily Wire is doing is so important, because for too long, conservatives have not understood the importance of messaging this way to our society in total, including children. The left understands it. It's why you can't go to a movie now with your child without seeing some sort of left-wing messaging. In the latest Scooby-Doo movie, they give references to Ruth Bader Ginsburg as a hero of women's rights.
As they should. Is she not?
That's why we've got to keep doing the stuff you're doing and continue expanding it into every avenue.
Can you just elaborate though? Just elaborate. What stuff do you want to expand into children's media? Go ahead, just explain. You're bullying? You're telling people that they aren't real. You're telling people that they're predators.
And we've seen how, as Robbie said, entertainment is always about targeting children and to normalize evil. And for all of the culture and the left that says we have to tolerate everything, no, we don't. We don't have to tolerate evil, and we can stand up and say, you know what, judgment, discernment, those words used to actually mean something, having good judgment and being a discerning person. And I am going to judge that. I'm going to say that that's evil. I'm going to say that that's wrong, that's anti-biblical, and stand up for the truth with courage.
This is why I didn't take notes. Miss Gonzarella, she's normalizing evil. She's really just out here trying to live her best life, go to the little Muppet ball, and now she's normalizing evil. Damn, really backfired on her. She's like, we don't have to tolerate this. We don't have to tolerate this. Like, okay, okay. Okay, sis, go off, turn the channel. You're right, you don't have to tolerate anything. God is good. Anti-biblical. Gonzarella is not a biblical figure. Listen, Gonzarella is going to heaven, okay? You can't tell me she's not. A shout out to all the religious people watching that support trans people and love trans people. I'm not religious, but on your behalf, I don't claim her.
It's no longer safe to just give your kids to a public school. Like, unless you literally know every document that they're reading, if you understand exactly what they're learning, it's no longer safe when they're pretending that gender doesn't matter and you can wake up one day and you can be Cinderella, right? You can be Cinderella, you can be a woman.
Yeah, why would schools want to teach children the definitions that are used all over the world? All government sources, medical sources, educational sources, all these different places confirm that gender and sex are different and that gender is socially constructed, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's perfectly fine if you don't want your kids to learn what the real world is like. Sorry to burst that bubble for you, but like, you do you. You deprive your kid. I just pray for them that they are not LGBT, because
we didn't just go from like one trans person, Chaz Bono, and a whole documentary because it was so extraordinary, to now 1 in 6 kids is thinking that they're non-binary. This word didn't exist when we were growing up.
There was never one trans person. Just because you only knew one trans person, or you only knew of one trans person, or there's only one trans person out in the media, does not mean that there was only one. You could argue that more people are coming out as LGBT, but like, let's be real. It's not because it's some disease going around and everybody's catching it. It's because resources are becoming more accessible. It's because acceptance is becoming the norm. Because of shows like The Muppets that are teaching young LGBT kids that it's okay to be yourself and that you don't have to hide who you are. And again, just for the record, non-binary did exist when you were growing up. Again, just because you didn't know about it, or just because the specific term non-binary didn't exist, doesn't mean that people that didn't identify as man or woman did not exist.
And this is scary because men, if we don't have a society that believes in masculinity, that believes in gender difference, you're just going to see that the disappearance of manhood means that a society can't survive. You can't survive with a bunch of men walking around in dresses, unsure of which bathroom to go into.
Dresses are gonna ruin the world. Can you elaborate? Why can't it? You can't just say that. I think the world would be a much better place if all the men just wore dresses and didn't know which bathroom to go into. I think we would do amazing.
You also have to make sure that femininity survives in culture and traditional marriage and the traditional family unit. And what's so scary about this is that we're seeing judges actually go to children and say your feelings matter more than your biology, that your feelings matter over facts.
I'm sure she's referring to cases like the Luna Younger case, where judges decide that the child's gender identity has to be affirmed. Yes, that's a good thing that judges are doing that, because that is going to save transgender kids' lives. Do you not care if kids die? And this whole thing about traditional femininity, traditional masculinity, the traditional family unit, why is it so essential? You can't just throw out these things like, oh, it's essential to our society, we would collapse without it, and then not back it up. Like, what do you mean? And she says that your feelings matter more than the facts. Sweetie, the facts are that a child's gender identity is who they are. The facts are not on your side. I hate to break it to you.
Parents are responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of their children, and they're the ones that absolutely have to protect their children, not be at the will and the mercy of a 6-year-old who says, I came home and I'm confused one day because, you know, Susie gave me some nail polish and I think I'm a girl. You can say, no, Tommy, you are a boy, and here's why.
You can put those parameters in place all you want, but to be honest, in my opinion, that's child abuse. Especially if you bring that child to a doctor and the doctor tells you what is best for them is to affirm their gender identity and you refuse, you are neglecting that child of the medical care that they need, and that is the definition of child abuse.
Tied into education, period. This is why we just saw a 4th grader this week go up to a school board and say, my teacher told me to do this equity survey and not to tell my parents. It made me uncomfortable. It made the whole class uncomfortable. That's why this week a Harvard professor went on TV and had the gall to say that sex is defined by science, by biology, and that there are males and females.
We all been saying that. We're all on the same page here. I mean, if you said something else that you're leaving out, maybe it was problematic, but to say that sex is defined by biology, that's literally the definition of sex. The biological characteristics, to say that it's just your genitalia, that's not necessarily correct, but it is the biological characteristics. We all agree.
And the fact that it takes, like, a guy with a man bun is standing up saying, we need masculinity, okay? That should tell everybody something. That at this point in time, I'm considered like a very masculine person because I speak out. That should tell people something. We need help.
It does tell people something. It tells people that masculinity is not rooted in biology. It tells people that masculinity as well as femininity is socially constructed, which is why it's able to change to now include you, sir, with your man bun. That's literally so funny how he just perfectly described how masculinity is fluid, ever-changing, and not rooted in biology. And everyone's just like, ha 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 ha, shh, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. I think that's the end, right? Yeah, that's the end. Well, I never knew that I liked the Muppets so much. I'm gonna go start watching all the Muppets just because they pissed off Candace Owens. Do you think the Muppet Babies are attacking children? Do you think that children are going to be harmed by this? Is just so silly. Obviously, children are not going to be harmed by this. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye, everyone!
But notably, Reagan helped their Goldwater campaign much earlier, and it was Goldwater who began to win over the American South for conservatives. The subsequent conservative Southern strategy to use, among other things, race and racism as a wedge issue between Americans would go on to be the subject of the following quote from Hannah. You start out in 1984, maybe never knew. By 1968, you get so abstract now, talking about cutting taxes and all of these things.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Have you ever just been in the situation where you just can't seem to get a boyfriend or get a girlfriend? I mean, personally, I've never been in that situation. I'm just kidding. You're just getting real frustrated, you're getting real down on yourself, you don't know what's wrong with you, you need answers, you know? You need to figure it out. If you are somebody in that boat, fear not, because for today's video, we are going to be watching some I like pause because I don't even know what to call them. We're gonna be watching some TikToks from some dating coaches, maybe? We'll go with dating coaches. Be nice. In all seriousness though, there has been this massive trend of alpha males and being the most dominant, assertive alpha male you can possibly be. But not only do these alpha males just go on TikTok and show off their alpha qualities, but they also offer other young men advice on how to be as alpha as them. So for today's video, we're gonna be watching some TikToks from a few different misogynistic men, if we're being real. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you, go ahead. Go ahead, scurry on, click the button. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep as up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get into it because I need to know how to be an alpha male, okay? I mean, I also am not a dating expert. I am also not a dating coach, not a dating therapist, anything of the sort, but I feel like I want to give you guys my reaction from a woman's point of view. We have 3 different men here that are offering their dating advice to us, so we're just gonna go ahead and start with this one. This first guy has been going very viral on TikTok, mostly because he's just getting roasted. I'm pretty sure the one that went super viral he deleted, rightfully so.
Why is it that even beautiful women, bad bitches, are single today? It's simple. Feminism.
I know Sam Collins also did a video on him. He's been everywhere. So yeah, let's listen, see what he has to say, and yeah, see what we think.
If I can give some dating advice to women, I would tell you, number one, there's 2 types of guys in this world. There's more the leadership, alpha, dominant type of guys like myself, usually the breadwinner, or there's more of the submissive type of guy who likes to let his women lead and she's more of the breadwinner.
I feel like money really does not have anything to do with whether or not you are the dominant or submissive partner in the relationship, but I mean, maybe that's just me.
But why don't you guys, most of you guys try to chase and be with more dominant type of guys, but you don't be submissive. Try being submissive. See what makes you feel better. I mean, you only have one life, so why don't you try it? You know what I'm saying? He's
like begging women to be submissive for him. He's like, just try being submissive. It'll be fun. Please, babe.
And the thing is you guys think submissiveness is bad. What are you talking about? Submissiveness is the most feminine trait. That's why I can't be submissive. It doesn't feel natural to me. Being a leader, being dominant, being a man and masculine, it's the most masculine thing you could do is lead. Most of you women are submissive, right? When you're submissive to the universe, trusting your intuition, not chasing, sitting back waiting, that's submissive to the universe.
You guys are submissive all the time when you sit back and, you know, make me chase after you and do all that stuff, and now you don't want to be submissive anymore? So upset. He's so butthurt. That video was titled, My Advice to Women Dating, and the only advice that he has to offer is, be more submissive, it'll be better. We have one other video from this man, and he talks a little bit more about what being submissive means to him. So let's just watch it and see what he really wants from a woman.
Just a disclaimer, I'm a heterosexual male, but I know myself and I know my boys and I know how we rock and I know what would keep me, would want to keep a woman around long term. So if I was a woman in 2021 and moving forward, how I would keep a man with money, looks, or status is so simple. The first thing I would do is allow the man to lead. Say for instance, he was like, yo babe, I'm going to pick you up at 5 o'clock. We're going to go here at this time, get ready. I would let him do that because that would show me that he has the right qualities I'm looking for long term, provide, protect, and lead.
Making dinner reservations is now providing, protecting, and lead. I mean, okay, I'll give you that one. Sure, I'll go with it.
The number 2 thing I would do is I'd be considerate. So if he's hungry or if his room's dirty or his house is dirty, I'd clean it and cook for him because that will show him that I'm a supportive woman, which is very important long term, and I'm not combative.
I would consider myself a very considerate person. Considerate, you know. If someone I love is hungry, yeah, I'll make them some food, whatever. Like I'll help clean, like I'll do my part, whatever. But something about it coming from a man and a man saying that this is what's going to make you a valuable woman or a successful girlfriend just like doesn't sit right with me. Like there's a difference between making food for somebody because you love them and you care for them and making food for somebody because it's expected of you. Like you can just say you don't know how to cook. I'll buy you a cookbook. We can get takeout. It's okay.
Number 3 thing I would do is I'll fill his desire. So what I would do is I wouldn't do it too quick because then he'll take it for granted, but I wouldn't do it make him wait too long because then he'll become resentful. So around, I would make him wait till like the 2nd or 3rd day. And when we do establish the fun, I would do it every day and I would have him wrapped around my fingers. And I really don't understand how y'all having these problems. It is so easy.
Great advice. Love it. Thank you so much, sir. So what have we learned here? To find a man and to hold down a nice, high-value, successful man, you gotta be submissive because that is the most natural form of femininity out there, and that's what men need. You gotta clean up his dirty undies because he doesn't know how to do his own laundry. You gotta make him food. You have to cut up his food so he doesn't choke on it because, you know, he doesn't know how to use a knife yet. Oh wait, no, that's for your 3-year-old. Sorry, I got them mixed up. Just the way that he frames that is so gross to me. Like, call me cheesy, whatever, but I feel like being intimate with somebody, it shouldn't be you fulfilling their desires. It should be like, you know, like you share a little, you fulfill each other's, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm looking into it too hard and like reading into it too much, but I don't know. He leaves a very bad smell in the air, if you will. I was gonna say a bad taste in my mouth, but he's not anywhere near my mouth, hunty. So the next men's dating coach, as we're referring to them, doesn't talk to us, thank the fucking Lord. But they post videos that are very similar to this one. It's captioned, I love women, they're the best. And then underneath it, it says, I love when women make me food. I love when women give me back massages. I love when they know how to be quiet, when they like to submit, when they only talk to me, when they never have any fun. That one's like self-explanatory. I'm gonna get into that one. We all know why that one's messed up. And then further proof that this person just hates women. So this one says unattractive things girls do, and it's a list. So it says high body count, nose rings, random ass tattoos, a big attitude in quotes. I don't. Okay. Being disrespectful, comparing you to her past, virtue signaling, clubbing and partying, and vaping / smoking. Me hiding my nose ring. I'm like, some of these, you know, I can give to you. You know, if you're not like a clubbing, partying person, you might not want somebody that, you know, goes clubbing and partying all the time. I also would not want to have a partner that constantly is comparing me to their past. But you have to think about it in the context of his other videos. He's very much doesn't like women. It's giving very much misogynistic. It's giving very much I hate women. It's giving very much, I don't know what else it's giving, but it's not cute. It's like the same as the last guy where he needs his women to be submissive so he can just do whatever he wants to them. All right, we are finally on to our last men's dating coach for today. This person is like the funniest of all of them. He just like cracks me up. It just gets me good every time. We actually have 4 TikToks from this one guy, so.
This is how I hacked female psychology. So when girls look at a guy, they tend to box him in as a certain type of guy. Oh, he's a fuckboy. Oh, he's a nice guy. Oh, this guy's a creep, etc., etc. Now, I personally want to be perceived as the fuckboy or the player. So when girls look at me, they're like, okay, this guy gets girls, or okay, I would have sex with this guy. So what I did was I studied all of these quote-unquote fuckboys, and I looked at all of the physical accessories that they had, and I made a list. And within a week, I had all of these accessories. Results were crazy. I was like, wow, this worked more than I thought it would. If you're curious about what these accessories are, like for part 2.
Sir, I can already guess what the accessories are. It's gonna be the fake earring, it's gonna be the eyebrow, and it's gonna be the little, like, chin fuzz. But I just want to quickly clarify, this is not hacking anybody's psychology. I think he knows that though. I think it's just for the video.
It seems like you guys are really interested in what these accessories are, so here they are. Tattoos, earrings, trendy haircut, eyebrow cuts, jean jacket, tight jeans with tears, tight shirt, muscles, chain, bracelet, maybe dye your hair.
Oh, he didn't see the chin shot. Hold on. Did he just say tight jeans with tears? I don't think that's the vibe you want to go for. This one isn't very sexist, so it's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, go too hard. I mostly included this because I just thought it was funny that he's actually giving this advice to other men. Just get some earrings, like, you just gotta get, like, you know, the player pack. The Walmart player pack, you know, they got it on aisle 4. Everything you need. They got the hair gel, everything.
I went out last night to go talk to girls, but I was frustrated because too many girls were trying to have sex with me. You might be like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That doesn't even make sense. Well, let me explain. I am a dating coach, and my job is to work on my social skills and to become the best I could possibly be at cold approach pickup. But I can't do that if I walk into a place and there's already a lot of girls that know me that are trying to have sex with me. It just makes it too easy and I'm not able to work on my skills, work on my craft. 99% of guys won't understand the headspace that I'm coming from. But if you do, then good shit. We need to be friends, bro.
I don't even know what to say. Girls, back off. He's trying to work. He is busy. He's taken. He's unavailable. On the job. A working man. Okay, I'll stop. On the clock. This is the final TikTok from this man. The final TikTok for this video. It is truly the best one. What was this clap that I was just... Girl, play the TikTok.
This is why some girls reject me because of too much attraction. So there's 2 ends of the spectrum. Attraction and comfort.
I feel like that's not the scale. I feel like it's not like attractive, 10 out of 10, comfort, 0 out of 10. I feel like those are not the 2 ends. Attractive, unattractive. Interested, not interested. Comfortable, uncomfortable. Like those aren't on the same wavelength.
If you have too much attraction in the girl's eyes, she will perceive you as too high value and she will be afraid that you are going to reject her. She feels that she isn't good enough, so she'll reject you because of that. On the other hand, if you give her too much comfort, then she sees you as too low value and she feels that she is superior to you and she will leave because of that.
I mean, I guess it does translate. Like if you're too like on the unattractive side of the attractive unattractive scale, then yeah, she's gonna leave you because she thinks that she can find somebody more attractive, period. But for the other thing that he said, I don't think that people leave you because they're too attracted. I mean, maybe, but like, no, I don't think people do that. I think you might be mistaken.
My problem used to be that I gave girls too much comfort by being overly nice, supplicating, not being confident or masculine.
I was being too nice. I was being too friendly. I wasn't being masculine.
But bro, it's the ladies like when
This man don't.
Girls are now rejecting me because of too much attraction. And this is due to my work that I put in this field of developing my charisma, confidence, and social skills. And now I give off too much of the F-boy vibe instead of the boyfriend vibe. So now the girls are really attracted to me, but they can be so attracted to the point to where they don't want to talk to me because they think I'm just gonna sleep with them and then ghost them right after, or I'm gonna be a D-bag. The problem is my aura is a bit too playerish, so I need to tone it back a bit if I want to get more results. Instead of being all the way on the attraction spectrum, I need to be somewhere along the middle, or calibrate to the girl that I'm talking to.
Whatever you gotta tell yourself, dude. I guess you... This is what I should just start doing. I just need to start telling myself that. Like when guys like reject me because I'm trans, I'm like, it's because I'm too much of a woman for them. Duh. Like, no sir, he thinks I'm a tranny. He thinks I'm a man. I mean, maybe there are some women out there that would not date somebody because they think that they're too good for them, but like... Girl, don't do that. Well, you guys, that was the end of those TikToks. That was all that I had to show you guys for today. You guys should now be well on your way to getting yourselves a girlfriend, getting yourselves a date, a boyfriend, a partner, whatever you're looking for. These people, these men's dating coaches really help us out. So just thank you, babes. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post videos every week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe right now if you are... Did you guys hear that squeak? Was that a mouse? Little rat! Subscribe if you're not already and you'd like to be. I post every week. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone!
Whoa, bro.
He can romance Cassandra, Josephina, Ironbolt, Dorian, and Harding, but not Colin, Blackwall, Solus, or Sarah. Of all the female romance options, Sarah alone is exclusive to female players. And that makes her special. Her specialness is not exclusively a product of her exclusivity.
I'm just saying, bro. It's like, bro up, bro. Bro it up. Welcome to the Bro Academy, bro.
Two heterosexual only romance options and two bisexual romance options. During age 2 had 4 bisexual romance options.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So it's been a minute since the last time I filmed a video on Miss Ariel Scarcella. If you remember the last time I made a video about her, I was reacting to one of her videos where she was claiming that being non-binary was sexist. But you know, the world's so crazy, and I figured that all of us could just use a nice little laugh today. We're going to be revisiting Miss Ariel Scarcella. I'm actually going to be reacting to this video right here. I think Ariel has kind of given up on trying to hide her transphobia, and it's just gone full on. Trans people are taking over, they're trying to change our language, they're trying to hurt gay people, they're trying to eliminate homosexuality. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And also, before we get started today, I want to let you guys know that today's video is sponsored by Scentbird. So thank you so much, Scentbird, and we will talk about them a little bit later on. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. Ariel reacts to quite a few different things in this video today. She reacts to some TikToks, she reacts to some tweets, some Reddit posts, but the one thing that most, if not all of them, have in common is they are about how trans people are hurting gay people, hurting women, hurting children, hurting everybody. I laugh not because women and children are actually being hurt, but because of how ridiculous that is to say that trans people are the problem. But okay, we'll go with it. Roll the first TikTok.
Wish I knew before top surgery. It makes you cooler, hotter, and smarter than everyone else.
Did you know that being a lesbian makes you cooler, smarter, and hotter than everyone else?
Imagine how society would come for gays and lesbians. They already have. Remember that video that went viral a while back of the gays being like, we're coming for your children. If we actually said something like this. Like, it's literally the idea of the gay agenda. It's what kept us from getting our rights for so long.
Miss Ariel, we are not coming for your kids, okay? Like, they have every right to be less cool, less hot, less smart than us. I don't care. Not all of us can be this cool, hot, and smart, and I haven't even had top surgery. I mean, I guess I kind of have. Not the same top surgery that they had. I had like the opposite one. Is that better? Do you like that better, Ariel?
These trans kids are saying shit like this, getting millions of views, getting total support, changing laws, all because society is afraid of being called a bigot.
Wait. What laws, honey? Okay, understand being jealous of the views. Like, we've all been there, girl. I understand. But what are these laws that are enforcing this trans agenda? Do you care to share? Care to share. Sharing is caring. The only one that I can think of that she might possibly be talking about or referring to is the Equality Act, which is a literal non-discrimination law. So, like, must be so hard to not be able to openly, legally discriminate. Would you like me to play my world's smallest violin? I have a regular size violin. I do have a violin tattooed on my leg. Let me see if I can get it out. I did not shave my leg, so I'm not doing that. I'll play it for you, Miss Ariel. Next TikTok.
I hope everyone knows that we need to protect the women and children has been used against marginalized people for most of human history.
I mean, are they wrong? Fear is a very powerful persuasion technique, and conservatives know that, and they also know that that's literally their only shot at winning these political battles against LGBT people is to frame them as dangerous, predatory, inhumane, insane, etc. It's happening to trans people right now with the whole bathroom laws and everything like that, but it's also happened to gay people in the past and even to the present day, where people say that gay people cannot adopt children because they're going to corrupt them and make them all gay. These fear-mongering techniques have been used for centuries, especially from the right. Like, this is a very known, like, it's very, like, people know about this. Okay, you guys, so the opinions that we've heard so far are pretty stinky, not gonna lie, and they're just gonna get stinkier, so I think before we continue, we should take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor, Scentbird. Now, I typically wear a perfume every single day, but I was never the type of person that was like, oh, I have this perfume, these are my favorites, this is my list of go-tos, these are my top perfumes, you know what I mean? I never had the experience with all these perfumes. I just didn't know what I liked. I always thought it was so awkward to have to go into the stores and, like, sniff each one and, like, spray them on the little things, and, like, it was so stressful to me, so I was like, no, I can't do it. That is exactly why I love Scentbird. So Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that gives you the opportunity to shop from over 600 brands, high-end, authentic perfumes, and it's so affordable. You get to pick a new designer fragrance every single month for just $16, and if you want to skip a month or 2 months, whatever, you can do that with no penalties, which is perfect because, you know, they say these are a 30-day supply, but honestly, these things last so long. It's not just like a tiny little thing. Like, you get a full, like, this is a lip gloss, you get a full, like, lip gloss thing of product. This time I got sent the Versace Bright Crystal Absolute. This one smells so good. Like, oh my god, I can't. You can stick to the 1 a month subscription, but you can also upgrade it to get more every single month. I also got this one, Good Habit Align. Oh my god, again, so good. I've actually worked with Scentbird before, but I got totally new scents this time. I cannot even express to you guys how good these smell. The last one I got is the Deck of Scarlet Power Suit, and, like, you guys, they actually have quizzes on their website that'll help you pick out different scents, so if you're like me and you have no idea where to start, they will give you some suggestions based on your preferences. I always have at least 1 or 2 of these in my purse just with me at all times, because you never know when you're gonna need a little spray. You know what I'm talking about? If you're interested in signing up for Scentbird, make sure to use my coupon code for 30% off. It brings it from $16 down to $11. So, you guys, do not sleep on this brand. Thank you again so much to Scentbird for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get right back into it.
Listen to this logic. If trans women are women, and everyone in your leftist community keeps saying protect trans women and protect trans youth, isn't that going completely against what you just said?
Damn, girl. I didn't even think of that. You really got me there. She totally just blew up our whole argument. What are we gonna do? Shut the fuck up. The whole argument is based off of trans women going into women's bathrooms, which wouldn't even be a discussion if everybody agreed that trans women were women. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how could you say these things? But, like, I have to just, like, I have to stop. I have to just laugh.
If you are a young person, if you're a daughter, if you are a woman, would you do me a favor? Please let all of the men in your life know that you can take care of yourself.
In some instances, yes, we can take care of ourselves. In others, no. It's not weak
to admit that you sometimes, as a woman or a child, need help or protection from men.
Oh, so we are men. Okay, got it. Girl, you were just all over the place today. You're right. In general, women are physically weaker than men. But one, trans women are women, don't forget. And two, trans women are not a threat to cisgender women, even if we are physically stronger than them. I'm not saying that we are, but even if we were, we are not a threat to you. And there's no data that suggests that we are, so don't want to hear it.
I know cis gay men aren't shit because they love to eat ass but are disgusted by men's pussies. Weak. Dear gays. Remember when we lesbians were speaking out against the homophobic nonsense and we were getting shit for not wanting to suck dick? And we had asked for your support and many of you completely ignored it. Well, now they're coming for you. Don't tell us we didn't warn you.
She's like, they're coming for you. I warned you. I'm pretty sure this was a joke, was it not? If it wasn't, like, I'm there with you. Genital preference is fine, you know? But I'm pretty sure it was a joke. Right over her head. I love how she's like, lefties are going crazy. Look how wild they're becoming and, you know, they're getting worse and worse. Sister, this is a tweet from 2019. We've been crazy.
There are lesbians who like men. There are lesbians who are men. There are lesbians who are straight. There are lesbians who are bisexual. There are all this and more. These people are also coming for our language. Like, what do these words, what do words even mean at this point, honestly? A lesbian is somebody who lives as a woman, who has primary and secondary female sex characteristics, who is attracted to other women who live as women, who also have primary and secondary female sex characteristics.
A lesbian has to have primary and secondary sex characteristics. I feel like the only reason you would say that is to exclude trans people. But like even then, cisgender women have surgeries that remove their secondary sex characteristics all the time. Are they no longer women? Are they no longer women? Are they no longer lesbians? Do they become straight? You cut off your womanhood. You're now a straight person because you, I don't even know. Are pre-op trans women attracted to women considered straight? Would I be considered gay if I was dating a man and I hadn't had my bottom surgery? Or would it just be him that was considered gay? And once I had my bottom surgery, does that mean we're both, like, suddenly straight? I might need a study guide on this one, Ariel.
A lesbian is also not a non-man attracted to other non-men. Also, can we please stop calling women non-men? It's fucking degrading.
Can you just like shut the fuck up, please? Like just shut the fuck up. Just let people use the words that they're comfortable with. Do you pay money to have an exclusivity deal on that word? No. Or like at the very least, just stop making these brain dead videos because it's like embarrassing. I mean for you. It's kind of funny for me.
I need feminism because I get catcalled for wearing a skirt too. And somebody wrote, by who? My friend Mars wrote, pretty sure they're confusing getting made fun of with being catcalled. I love you, Mars.
All I'm gonna say is people in glass houses should not throw stones. Notice how she had to throw in her tweet from her one trans friend to be like, look, I don't just hate trans people. See, I have a trans friend. At this point, it's your whole brand. Like, just commit. Like, we know you're transphobic. Just commit.
This I have a problem with. I just feel a lot of euphoria from someone calling me slut, whore, bitch. While I know it's important for these people to feel good in their own bodies and have society see them as the way they see themselves, can we talk about how these are derogatory terms?
So now it's trans women's fault that men have created derogatory words and used them against women?
As an example, Sarah Lowe's magic.
I don't see how that, like...
It's also kind of fetishy. Almost being degraded is turning them on. This is what they think being a woman is. I would consider it somewhat to be a fetish because it's something that these people are desiring, even though it's a negative.
Wasn't your channel literally founded on sex education and sex positivity? Positivity? How you gonna get all fetish and kink shamey now? Those fetishes and those kinks are what, like, gave you a career, sister.
Cis gay men would rather shove an eggplant up their asshole than have sex with trans masculine people, and personally I hope those eggplants get them sent to the ER. I've heard of plenty of gay men shoving way more things up their ass than just an eggplant. Still doesn't mean that they need to like female genitalia though. I mean, sexual orientation is defined by...
Oh my god, you're literally so boring. Like, we've talked about this so many times. Genital preference is fine. It was a joke. Like, it was literally a joke. The person said, I hope those eggplants get them sent to the ER. Like... You think that person's for real?
Tell me you're a leftist without telling me you're a leftist. See that smug look on their faces? Every time. It has nothing to do with being trans. It has nothing to do with being gay. It has everything to do with being entitled, smug little shits that have that look.
What? Girl, are you okay? Those are children. You're like 45 years old. Calm down.
If gender is on a spectrum,
then homosexuality doesn't really exist, because it can only exist in a binary.
If gender is on a spectrum, homosexuality doesn't really exist. This person literally just said that homosexuality doesn't exist. I can't believe that it is 2021 and people within the LGBT community are saying that homosexuality doesn't exist.
She's trying so hard to make it seem like trans people are trying to do away with homosexuality and erase even the gays now. Now we're trying to control everything, even people who are gay. I'm like, I don't even honestly know what she's trying to say. But when you look at the full clip of this woman, all she's saying is that once you have full acceptance of gender variance or the gender spectrum, whatever you want to call it, acceptance of gay people and bisexual people and pansexual people and everybody else comes along with it. When you break down these rigid stereotypes of what a man is and what a woman is and what they have to do and who they have to love, it creates room for everybody to be accepted. But trust me, girl, if we could erase some of the homosexuals out there, I won't say it. There's one that I would erase. I won't say who. That is the end of Ariel's video. Bravo. My favorite part of the video, when it ended. Moral of the story, I don't even know. Trans people aren't erasing gay people. They're not trying to hurt gay people. I love the gays. What do you mean, sister? If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe. I post new videos every week here on my channel. Thank you again to Sandbird for sponsoring this video. Other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
The way she might behave, so much of her identity could be dictated to her. This creates for Sarah a potential to be received as genuine, but it does one other amazing thing for her as a character. Specifically, she as a character facilitates something special for players who may choose to opt into the role of playing a queer female inquisitor. The sincerity and humanizing quality of her character and the fact she is accessible specifically to female characters gives those female characters an opportunity to be more fully themselves. By extension, this is also true of gay women who play the game, because not only is their reflection humanized, the reinforcement of the ability of gay women to deny the advances of men also creates the...
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I'm sure that we've all heard of the Met Gala. They wear the fancy costumes and it's like crazy exclusive. I'm sure that you know the Met Gala. I don't have to explain it. I wouldn't describe myself as somebody that's super into fashion, but I do always like to look at the outfits. The outfits are like are they called costumes? I think they're called costumes. So like the costumes from the Met Gala, I get to be a little critic, you know? Oh my god, already girl, come on. So for today's video, I figured it would be fun to critique. I say it like I know fashion at all, but I figured it'd be kind of fun to look at some of the costumes from the Met Gala this year, specifically the costumes that were worn by LGBT people, of course. Who cares about the non-LGBT, let's be real. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you, go ahead, my nails are finally done again. I did them myself, are they so cute? Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below as well. But yes, with no further ado, let's get right into the very first Met Gala outfit for this video. Now, like I said, I did not study fashion. I am not anybody that is qualified to be making critical statements about any of these costumes. However, I'm gonna do it anyways. But yeah, just keep in mind that this is my unprofessional opinion. If you guys aren't familiar with the Met Gala, every single year they have a different theme that the people that attend and the designers that design for the people that attend have to try to stick to. They've done camp, they've done like that Catholic one, you know, like the whatever, I don't even know. This year, the theme was, In America, a Lexicon of Fashion. So basically, it intended to pay homage to American fashion, both from the past and where it's going. There's a couple different points of criteria that I'm going to follow while critiquing these costumes, if you will. The first one is whether or not it's aesthetically pleasing. Very simple, you know, do I like it? Do I think it's cute? Do I think it's fun? You know what I mean? And then the second piece of criteria is whether or not I personally think it fits the theme or if it has a strong message connected to the theme. So I figured for this YouTube video, it would be super fitting to start off with a YouTuber. So we're gonna start off with Miss Nikki Tutorials, Miss Nikki D Jagger, I don't know how to say her name. So she is wearing Edwin Udshern. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that man is. I hate to say it, but she's wearing this long blue gown, but more importantly, she's wearing this elegant headdress, and there's a ribbon on the bottom of her dress that says, "Pay it no mind." On Nikki's Instagram, she actually clarified that this dress was intended to pay homage or be a tribute to Marsha P. Johnson. If you don't know who Marsha P. Johnson is, please Google it. Especially if you're LGBT and you don't know who Marsha P. Johnson is, get on it. What are you doing? Marsha P. Johnson was a black trans woman who actually threw one of the first bricks at Stonewall. She was out there fighting for LGBT people's rights way, way, way long ago. I think it was 1969. Okay, so let's just get into the scoring. So like I said, there's 2 sets of criteria. I'm gonna do both sets of criteria out of 5 and then give the person an overall score out of 10. So for Miss Nikki DiYago, do I think that this dress is aesthetically pleasing? This costume, do I think it's cute? That's the question. I think it's all right. I would not personally wear it, you know, it's just not my cup of tea. But again, I feel so, this is not gonna be cute. I am so not qualified to be making judgments about anybody's clothing, but I'm gonna do it anyways, like I said. Unfortunately for Miss Nikki, I'm going to have to give the aesthetic of this a 3 out of 5. I'm gonna move on now because I feel bad. However, for the on-theme criteria or the powerful message criteria, I'd give her a 5 out of 5. The theme is all about America, and Miss Marsha P. Johnson is a huge piece of American history, if I do say so myself. So yeah, overall score for Miss Dickie DJ. I'm so sorry, Nikki. The overall score for Miss Nikki Tutorials is going to be 8 out of 10. Bravo. Well done. I think that's a good score. Yeah? Okay, continue. Next person we have is Miss MJ Rodriguez. If you don't know who MJ is, she was an actress that starred in Pose. I love Pose. Shout out to Pose. Is the new season out yet? I know they're coming out with a new season. I don't know if it's out yet. But she is wearing a designer named Tom Brown. Again, I don't know who that person is. I'm so sorry. I think this outfit is actually really, really cute. You know, it has a lot of different elements that I really like. The corset, the big poofy shoulders and arms. And I also really, really like the red accents, like the red laces and then the red nails and the red lip. So good. So for the aesthetic score for Miss MJ Rodriguez, I'm gonna give her a 4 out of 5. Beautiful. However, I'm not quite sure this outfit or this costume is on theme. But again, I don't fucking know. I hope you guys are like playing along down below. Like if you guys pick up on something that I totally like went over my head, please leave it down below. Please. For all of these people, I did try to go to their Instagram or their Twitter or whatever, you know, social medias they had to try to see if they would talk a little bit about the costume that they wore or the pieces that they were wearing. And Miss MJ didn't really mention any specific meaning or anything like that. However, that does not mean that there wasn't one, just that, you know, I don't know what it is. Unfortunately, on the themes, that's messaging criteria, I'm gonna have to give you a 2 out of 5. I'm sorry. Next we have Hunter Schafer. I don't really know how to pronounce her last name. She starred on Euphoria. I'm sure that we're all familiar with Hunter at this point. Love her. Love her. However, I'm not sure I love the outfit. So for the aesthetic, I'm gonna give you a 2 out of 5. So sorry. Maybe it's supposed to be very futuristic looking, but it is kind of unclear. It also gives me like suit of armor vibe. I'm gonna have to give you a 2 out of 5 for being on theme. So sorry. Next we have Mr. Elliot Page. Elliot is wearing Balenciaga. Now when I first saw the look, I was disappointed, to say the least. It looks very basic, it looks very boring. That's just my first initial impression. For the aesthetic rating, I'm gonna give you like a 1.5 out of 10. Like you look good, it's just not very Met Gala. I'm so sorry. However, for the theme, for the messaging, his costume is a tribute to Oscar Wilde, a writer who back in 1985 was actually arrested for being homosexual. And the story of the green carnation that Elliot has on is Oscar Wilde asked his friends to wear a green carnation for one of his show's opening nights, and it later became a secret symbol for queer men. So queer men would wear that green carnation to let other queer men subtly know that they're also queer and like, you know, hit me up. So similar to Nikki's costume, he's paying homage to this huge civil rights issue that's been going on in America for centuries. So for being on theme or having a powerful message on track with the theme, 5 out of 5. Y'all already know. Okay, next we have Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X actually pulled a Lady Gaga and had 3 different looks, you know, like one on top of another, and like, you know, did like reveals. They're all Versace, if you were wondering. And honestly, at least the aesthetics, they're all so good. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? This giant robe moment, beautiful. And this little R2, it's not R2-D2, what's the other guy in Star Wars that's like all gold? I don't know his name, I'm so sorry. It's giving me very much that, very much like space alien gladiator, but I love it. And then the third one, he has this like gold rhinestone encrusted bodysuit. So good. For the aesthetics for Lil Nas X, 5 out of 5, obviously. However, I'm not too sure this is quite on theme. I'm gonna have to give you a 2.5 out of 5. That's being generous. You're welcome. So next we have Mr. Troye Sivan. I love Troye Sivan. I used to watch his YouTube videos all the time, like his little like story time videos, his little covers on YouTube. Are you kidding? I love him. The look, not quite sure I love. Like it's just, it's not, I don't know, I don't like it. The dress is just really, really boring to me, honestly. It's just like a black dress. Like boring. He kind of saves it with the jewelry, the boots, and the little arm cuff. So for that, I'll give him like a 2. 2 out of 5 for the look. Now for being on theme or for having a powerful message for, you know, American fashion, I think he's kind of onto something. Conservative bitches in America hate when men wear dresses, but honestly, I'm kind of thinking that's where fashion is starting to head. Fashion is really starting to break down those walls between gender, and who knows, maybe someday this will be the norm for men. 2 out of 5. Next we have Miss Megan Fox, and honestly I did not even know that she was LGBT for like ever, but apparently she's bisexual. Love that. She's wearing Dundas. Again, I don't know who you are. Something about the dress is very, very familiar to me. I don't know if that's just like some weird, I don't even know what's going on, but it just feels very like, been there, done that. Just on it, to be honest. So I'm gonna give it like a 3 out of 5 for the aesthetic. I don't know how I'm coming up with any of these numbers. I'm just honestly just going for it. And honestly, I don't see how this fits in the theme at all. So I would have given her a 0 out of 5, just to be honest. But I looked on her Instagram and she posted a picture of this as well as a picture from the VMAs and captioned it, "Just me out here ignoring and defying all your puritanical, emotionally repressed projections of what a woman should be." And so that kind of saved it for me, you know? She like kind of added in a little message to it. So I'm gonna give her like a 1.5 out of 5. So next we have Mr. Dan Levy, and I hate it. I hate it. It's so ugly. I'm so sorry. It's just so bad. The aesthetics for this one, I'm gonna give you like a 0.5. 0.5 out of 5. So bad. I'm so sorry. I don't know nothing about fashion again. I'm so sorry. However, for the theme and the messaging, this is where Dan Levy earns some points back, okay? Apparently this costume is a tribute to somebody named David Wojnarowicz. I can't say his name. I truly did my best. I truly did my best. This person, who is an artist who was heavily inspired by his own personal struggles with AIDS. So Dan's costume is literally just like all a piece of David's art. It's actually this art piece right here, and it's titled "Fuck You Faggot Fucker." Don't demonetize me for that, it's art. So yeah, obviously that's where he earned some points back. 5 out of 5. As you can tell, if these people put literally like any effort into the messaging or into like paying homage to somebody from the past, automatically 5 out of 5 for being on theme for me. That's just how it's gonna be. I'm so sorry. Next we have the beautiful Janet Ma wearing Valentino. I was really like on the fence on whether or not I liked this outfit. I'm like, is it cute? Is it not cute? The more that I looked at it, the more I was like, yeah. I think I like it. I finally settled on a score of 3.5 out of 5 for the aesthetic. So Janet, like Dan and like Nikki and like Elliot, is actually paying homage to somebody from the past, Zora Neale Hurston, who was an American writer, anthropologist, and filmmaker who portrayed racial struggles in the early 1900s American South. I love it. So for Miss Janet Mock's theme score, of course, she gets a 5 out of 5. Next we have Kristen Stewart, and sister. She's wearing Colleen Strata. I'm so sorry, Colleen. I'm so sorry, Kristen. I just hate it. I don't like it. It's not my thing. It's not my vibe. It's not cute. Take it off. 0 out of 5. So sorry, but it's so bad. As for staying on theme, honestly, when I was looking at this outfit, I did not see how it fit in the theme whatsoever, but I read a little bit more about what inspired this outfit and, you know, why they did what they did. This outfit and this hair and makeup was inspired by somebody named Betty Page and, you know, pinup girls in general. Y'all see pinup? Y'all getting pinup from that? 2 out of 5, sister. 2 out of 5. That's about it. That's all I can do. Now next, girl. So we have Miss Kim Petras. Somebody lied to you. Somebody told you this was cute, and they fucking lied to you. I don't know if I just have something against horses. I really don't think I do. I think horses are fine. But this is so bad. This is not good. 0 out of 5. I am not even going to explain myself. And staying on theme. What theme, sister? Like, I'll give you like a 1. I'll give you 1 point, because you could argue that like horses are like a horse girl, like the American joke of like a horse girl, but like I really don't see it. I don't see it. Like, I love you, Kim. Great songs and stuff, but this isn't it. And finally, the last look that we're going to be looking at today is from India Moore. They're wearing Saint Laurent YSL, and I love this look. I think it's really, really good. I think it's really, really interesting. I could actually see myself wearing something like this. I obviously would not look nearly as good as them, but I could see it. I would down. So for the aesthetic, I'm gonna do a 5 out of 5. Really like it. Now for staying on theme, where they really earned a couple points for having a strong message was in an Instagram post that they posted. This will probably be my last Met Gala. I'm going to think long and hard about why I came and if it's truly in alignment with what I want to accomplish in this life. Being at the Met this year was cognitive dissonance. People were protesting and arrested in the name of what so many of us who attended care deeply about. We organized millions for a museum on stolen land that Black and brown people suffer on unless white supremacy thinks they are exceptional. Can't we be substantially generous in ways that alleviate suffering and poverty? I am surprised that I was invited, and I am grateful for the gesture. And I want us to be more sincerely thoughtful around how we take from people we do not care about. Not so that we can accept that truth, but so that we can grow the heart. India also included this video.
$35,000 for a fucking ticket to show your fucking wealth while our people are still dying! Our people are still dying! Our people are still being murdered! And there are millions of dollars going to this museum! We demand free housing! We demand all political prisoners to be free!
It's just very strange. And it's very sad. Now to move on to a more positive note, get some more happiness, some more excitement back in this video, I want to go over the final results. We had lots of costumes here today. We had some great ones. We had some awful ones, in my opinion. So sorry. So coming in 12th, dead last, 1 out of 10, we have Miss Kim Petras. I'm so sorry. Girl, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. In 11th with a 2 out of 10, we have Kristen Stewart. Number 10 with a 4 out of 10, we have Hunter Schafer. Number 9 with a 4.5 out of 10, we have Megan Fox. Number 8, 5 out of 10, Troye Sivan. Number 7, 5.5 out of 10, Dan Levy. Number 6 with a 6 out of 10 is MJ Rodriguez. Number 5 with a 6.5 out of 10 is Elliot Page. Number 4 with a 7 out of 10 is India Moore. The top 3 in 3rd place, we have Lil Nas X with a 7.5 out of 10. This is so fun. Oh my god, I feel so... Oh my... In 2nd place with an 8 out of 10, we have Nikki Tutorials. And in 1st place with an 8.5 out of 10, we have the nail drum roll, Janet Mock. So, what do y'all think? Y'all agree? You think I'm dumb? Like I said earlier, I really do hope you guys were playing along down below. I want to know if you guys think similarly to how I was thinking. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It's a bit different than the content I usually do here on my channel, so definitely give it a thumbs up if you like it and you want to see more content like this. I post the videos twice a week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Unlock Krill's potential. So, what now? Piccolo saying no. Does Piccolo have a Super Saiyan transformation? Well, why didn't the next against Frieza?
Kind of. It's like,
and how did they
kind of. Piccolo does have somewhat like it, but it's like you have to fuse with what's the thing?
Of Goku, Zero, again, harkening back to the older part of Dragon Ball. Build androids designed to defeat Goku, ultimately leading the creation of Cell, a bioandroid who absorbs everything in order to
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I feel like it's every single day that I'm seeing some sort of transphobic meme or some sort of anti-trans meme. And transphobic memes are really not good for much, but they are good for a little laugh. I'm not even gonna try to give like a little inspirational moment, like you have to just laugh at these kind of comments because, I mean, you're gonna see the memes. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you're not subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. TikTok. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. Also, before we get started, I want to let you guys know that today's video is sponsored by Glamnetic. Shout out to Glamnetic. We'll talk about them very soon. But with no further ado, let's get right into these transphobic memes. Alrighty, let's see what we have first on the agenda today. The transgender. I'm not letting that go. Shout out to Candace Owens for giving us that new term. Okay, we're gonna start with this one because, like, how dare you disrespect Patrick and SpongeBob and... Wait, who is this man? Who? It's not Mermaid Man or Barnacle Boy, I know that. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. Anyways, I don't need to know his name to know that he's not transphobic and he would not support this usage of his face. Okay, this is biology, right? Yep. Genetically speaking, biological men have advantages over biological women. Makes sense to me. And trans women are biologically men. Yes? Okay. Hold on, let's finish the meme and then I'll come back to it. Trans women have a genetic advantage over biological women in competitive sports. You transphobe. I mean, it had a nice ending. I liked where we ended up, but it makes everything seem so simple and so cut and dry when things are a lot more complex than that in real life. Trans women are indeed born biologically male. However, that does not mean that they will always have these athletic advantages, especially after they transition and have been on hormone replacement therapy. Every sport is different, you know, it's kind of a case-to-case thing, but to make these blanket blanket. To make these blanket claims and throw them on a SpongeBob meme like this is just, it's just distasteful. Can I have a cigarette? No, you're 5. Can I have a beer? No, you're 5. Can I drive the car? No, you're 5. Can I take hormones and change my sex? Sure, you know best. Who's letting 5-year-olds take hormones and have sex changes? Girl, I should talk to them. I wouldn't have had to wait so long. I'm kidding, it's a joke. Doesn't happen anywhere. It really is kind of sad though, because people really will just believe this. You know what I mean? Like, people aren't gonna look it up. They're not gonna care enough to like do research into it. They're just gonna be like, oh, sex changes on 5-year-olds? Gasp! Which, like, yeah, you're right. If they were doing sex changes on 5-year-olds, that would be something to gasp over. You know, kind of how they perform those surgeries on infants who are intersex. It's kind of fucked up like that, right? No, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. I feel like I shouldn't even clarify this. Like, I feel like it's not necessary, but kids are not going on hormones. They're not having surgery. Nope. Unless they like break an arm and like need an arm reconstruction. I don't know. Oh my god, this is another hormone one. According to the left, it's okay to pump one of these full of hormones, but not the other. It's a picture of meats over a picture of a bunch of different kids, implying that, you know, it's not okay to pump meat and stuff like that with artificial hormones or whatever, but it's okay to give hormones to kids because, you know, I don't fucking know. We already talked about this. We're not giving kids hormones. Hormones for nobody. I'm the only one that gets hormones. No hormones for the meat, none for the kids. Just for me. I want all the estrogen. You can have the testosterone though, I'm good with that one. Also, is this kind of like a double, you know, like a double advocacy type thing? I want hormones in my meat, but not in my kid. Give the meat back its hormones. Give the hormones back to the meat. I mean, I feel like there's enough hormones to go around. I mean, no, I was just joking that I want all of them. Never mind. No hormones for anybody. Oh my god, nobody look at my nails either. Ew. Next picture. So the next one is a picture of Dr. Rachel Levine, and it says, you must accept the science, accept chromosomes. That stuff is bullshit. Who's denying chromosomes? Chromosomes exist. Yeah. Nobody's denying any chromosomes here, sister. Oh my god. Like, they're like, you chromosome denier. Can we be called chromosome deniers? Wouldn't that be kind of fun? They get to be deniers. I want to be a denier of something. I want to be a chromosome denier. Goes along with the whole like, trans women don't know that they were born biologically male, blah, blah, blah. Like, we know that. Bitch, we're aware. Trans women are aware that their chromosomes are XY. At least most of the time they're XY. There have been some trans women with XX chromosomes, interestingly enough. But funnily, is that a word? Funnily? Comically? But funny enough, yeah, that's it, okay. But funny enough, it doesn't matter what your chromosomes are. Chromosomes don't dictate gender. That's what the science says, sister. Sister Science is not on your side. Okay guys, so before we keep going, I want to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor, Glamnetic. Glamnetic, as I'm sure you all already know, is a female-founded magnetic lash line that makes putting on lashes so easy. I've been putting on eyelashes the traditional way for years now, so I'm definitely not, you know, a rookie at it, but I still consistently get tripped up on it and have to redo them, rip them off, put them back on to make sure that the position is right and everything like that. And by the end of it, I'm always left with so much gross, clumped up, like dried up lash glue like stuck to my eyelashes, and it's just not the look. With Glamnetic, you don't gotta worry about that. All you need is some of the magnetic eyeliner and a pair of the eyelashes, and you can literally take your lash glue and throw it out the window. It's very therapeutic. I actually recommend it quite a lot. Each of these lashes can be worn up to 60 times. 60. They stay so nice and so clean looking, and you don't have to peel off the old lash glue each time. I do like a generally longer lash, but they have tons of different styles for literally any occasion. They have very natural looking eyelashes as well, so they're a little bit less intimidating if you're not used to big lashes like this. I mean, I'm all about it. The bigger the better. I'm about to put on some Glamnetic eyelashes right now, so I'm gonna show you guys how I do it. Make sure you shake it. Gotta shake up all that magical magnetic stuff. And now what I'm going to do is take the Glamnetic Felt Tip Magnetic Eyeliner in Deep Space, and I'm going to just line my eyes. For the full potential hold, you're going to want to apply 2 to 3 layers of the eyeliner, wait 30 to 60 seconds, and then apply your eyelash right on top. When doing eyeliner, I personally always opt for a winged eyeliner, and these felt tip eyeliners are perfect for that. I'm going to try on a few pairs for you here today. So once this eyeliner has dried for 30 to 60 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and take the lashes. This is style Venus. And then before I apply them, I'm actually going to take off these little anchors. I'm going to take this eyelash and just set it right on there, and then just kind of push the corners in a little bit, just like that. And it's literally stuck. It's good. So this is the style Venus. If you like natural, these are cute. Now I'm actually gonna try out a little half lash. Look how cute. Are you kidding? This one is the style Shameless. Oh, now I don't know which ones to do. What do you think? I kinda like the little half lash. Isn't it cute? It's like, who, me? I'm not even wearing lashes. What do you mean? I really don't even need to do this because this eyelash is on so well. I'm gonna take one of these little anchors and just put it right underneath my eyelash. Oh my God, that stuck real quick. And I just put it underneath my natural eyelash to kind of clamp the lash into place. And now, especially with that anchor, like, are you kidding? They're not coming off. I think I am gonna do the little half lash because it's so cute. Okay, I put the other side on. This is both eyes with the princess lash. What do you think? So if you have not already, I definitely recommend checking out Glamnetic. There's literally no risk. Glamnetic is offering a 100% money back guarantee if you are not fully satisfied with your eyelashes. So what is there to lose? You can actually use this code right here or the link down in the description to save money off of your order. So go do it. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Glamnetic, for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get right back into it. Boomers, it's not okay to stare. Also boomers when they see a trans person, then it's Phineas looking straight at the camera. For real though, like, I know I'm beautiful. Stop staring at me. I don't know if they're saying it that or like the fact that like my whole tit is out walking down the road. Stop staring, either way. Unless it really is out though, then like, let me know. Also, this picture of Phineas, terrifying. Look back to the side. So the next feed that we have are more political cartoons than memes. So this one is a little girl running out of a bathroom, and it's a beautiful woman in a bathroom going to the bathroom that is yelling at the little girl, calling her a bigot. I mean, I don't even fucking know what to say. The beautiful woman going to the bathroom has a nice ass. That's all I can say. For real though, like, why'd they make her so thick? They made her so beautiful and then just gave her like a 5 o'clock shadow. It happens to the best of us, okay? Like, well, sorry. But I love how thoroughly they thought this out and how accurate this, you know, meme or cartoon is. You know, what woman's bathroom doesn't have a stall that's just out in the open that anybody can pee right in standing at? I surely don't know of one bathroom without that. The next one's not really funny. It just like was too true to not put in. In 1965, if government doesn't outlaw birth control, society will collapse. And obviously, you know, birth control wasn't outlawed. Society didn't collapse. I mean, she's not doing well, but... And then in the year 2000, if we can't throw people in prison for gay sex, society will definitely collapse. Didn't happen. 2008, if gays can marry, society will collapse. Didn't happen. And then finally we have the present day, this same man going off, still upset, still not making any progress. If trans people get equal rights, society will collapse for realsies. Any day now. Just a little hint to you guys, give up. We're gonna win. Next meme. We lost women's sports to transgenders. At least we still have beauty pageants. And then in the background, there's like a breaking news thing that says, transgender crown Miss Nevada. Yikes. Got him good. Gotta be prettier, sis. Gotta do better. Sucks to suck, bitch. I don't know what to say. I'm a genetic male, but I identify as female, so I compete in women's sports. Not because I'm more likely to win, but just as a matter of principle. So why don't we see genetic females who identify as male competing in men's sports? Seriously? What chance would they have? First of all, I hate this animation style. It's giving me very much racism. And also, like, there are trans men competing in sports. You know that, right, sister? But there have definitely been cases of trans men going into sports. This one made me so mad because how dare you use the office for such vile purposes? The fact that this flag is flying over government buildings, embassies, and cultural institutions suggests you're not oppressed. Ah, yes. The worldwide symbol of lack of oppression. A flag. Cute. You guys, we beat the homophobia. We beat transphobia. Not only that, but all the laws that are criminalizing healthcare providers for treating trans patients are now gone because of this beautiful flag. Trans kids are not allowed to play sports in high school because of this beautiful flag. Next. Man who identifies as 6-year-old dominates CrossFit kids class. Oh, we have some trans ageism going on here, I see. If you can identify as a woman, why can't I identify as 5 years old? Bitch, you might as well. You already have the intellect of a 5-year-old. Go for it. Who's stopping you? Okay, you guys, that was the last meme for this video. Did you like them? They're kind of funny, right? They're not like good. Like, I don't support any of the messages, but they're fun to laugh at. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post every week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you'd like to be. Other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much, Glamnetic, for sponsoring today's video. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
guarantee no. Broly isn't what makes you insane. The golden great ape isn't what makes you insane. Of course, this begs the question: why didn't Saiyans transform into golden great ape all the time? After all, they're probably binary planet systems they ruined.
We're regular versions of myth. Oral be electric, it for 100% cleaner teeth. Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So I have avoided talking about Nikita Dragun on my channel for a while now, and it's not because she hasn't done anything too problematic in the past. You know, she's definitely had her fair share of scandals, we'll call it. But last week she uploaded a music video onto her Instagram where she managed to piss off a lot of different people. In today's video, you're going to see why. I post videos every week here on my channel, so if you're not subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead, go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. So this whole situation started back last week when Nikita Dragun started switching all of her different profile pictures on Instagram, Twitter. I don't know if she did YouTube. I think it was mostly just Instagram and Twitter. She changed them to a picture of a trans woman named Venus Extravaganza. I'm done. Venus Extravaganza. Venus was a trans woman who was actually very tragically murdered back in 1988. To be honest, I don't really know what Nikita was trying to do with like the whole switching her profile pictures and everything like that. At least in my opinion, it's just like kind of random. It's kind of a random case. A lot of people were actually upset about Nikita using Venus Extravaganza's face, as well as the faces of other trans women who have passed away, like Marsha P. Johnson and Sophie. A lot of people understandably thought was very disrespectful and quote unquote fucking weird. It's bad enough that Nikita used their faces to promote her song or whatever, but then to put the dick like over their face too, it's just like a little bit fucking weird, I guess. She then posted a picture to Twitter where she was basically like fully naked, had tape over her genitals, and the photo had the caption tucked. And then she followed it up by tweeting, "I am finally free," or "finally free," or "I'm free," or something like that. Saying that her exposing that she has not had bottom surgery is, you know, freeing to her. Which, like, don't get me wrong, I definitely would understand how that could be a freeing thing. But, like, the only reason that people think that she's had bottom surgery is because that's what she's been saying for years.
The FFS, honey.
Oh, true.
Before the
Before
TTT.
everything. Before I had
the
lips.
SRS.
Oh my god, before
Before
it
everything.
all.
Maybe it's just me, but lying about having bottom surgery kind of gives me that same bad feeling as when people lie about like not having plastic surgery. So if somebody has like their body done and they say, "Oh no, I just like work out, I just do this ab exercise, and I just, you know, use this diet supplement." To me, it kind of has those same negative impacts. After the Twitter photos and all that kind of stuff, she finally dropped a music video. I say finally, as if we've all been waiting for it or something like that. I'm not gonna play the music video, obviously, because I don't know if it's copyrighted. I don't know the whole situation with it. I'm sure you can find it somewhere online though. Me giving her a casual plug. You're welcome, girl. In this music video, she's including photos and videos of tons of people, tons of men, along with the line, "Come get your boyfriend because he's on my page stalking." She talks about her ex-boyfriend, Michael Yerger. If you know Nikita, I'm sure that you've heard of this whole fake boyfriend situation, whatever. I don't know what went on. The only people that really know what went on are Nikita and Michael, whatever. This is so silly. Like, this is just like the drama part that I don't care about. But Michael has come out many times and been like, I'm like, that didn't happen. Like, shh. Don't tell anyone, which is obviously not cool, but I mean, that's his prerogative, I guess. It is possible that they were together and it's like a whole trans thing, you know, he doesn't want people to know that they hooked up because she's trans. But like, damn, come on, this was like literally 2 years ago now. Like, I don't even know. It was a long time ago though. Putting him in your music video and trying to expose him for the 50th time, it's not this righteous message for trans people that Nikita thinks it is. She literally said, "It's cool to be DL, just don't lie, you know, whatever, just don't lie about it." Then goes on to expose multiple other men that have allegedly, you know, tried to hook up with her. One of the men being Tyga, like the very famous rapper Tyga. He actually tweeted this out denying it, and like, girl, I don't know if it's real, if it's not. It probably is. Like, we've all heard the rumors about Tyga. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to prove? How many trans women have come out and said that, you know, they hooked up with Tyga and like nothing happened? To me, the only thing that this does is perpetuates that it's like this weird thing that is something to gasp over. What do they call it? Like this like gotcha moment, which is obviously not what we want. We want it to just be like a normal thing. I will say that I totally understand how frustrating it is that a lot of men are not willing to love you in public, but they're so willing to, you know, be with you in private. But coming out and exposing them and putting them in your music video when they literally did nothing to you, it's like, it's not the way to win. Not to say that your ex didn't do anything to you. Like, I don't know what he did to you, girl, but like the other people, they all fucked you over, girl. I know for a fact they did not, because Mr. Harry Jowsey went on that podcast or whatever, proudly admitting that you guys hooked up and was like totally fine with everybody knowing, you know. He's being the perfect example of what you want straight men to act like, but Nikita would rather go behind his back and try to make it into, again, this gotcha moment, instead of showing the world like, hey, this is what a strong, confident man does when he likes a trans woman.
Okay, remember Nikita Dragun's music video / expose? She included this of Harry Jowsey. He was asked about this on the BFFs pod, and here's what he said.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't really matter, because like for me, like it's just like hooking up with another girl. Because I honestly see like trans women as women.
Did you know that you were gonna be in it?
No, I was annoyed because I'm pretty sure we took a selfie. I'm pretty sure there was a selfie the morning after. Like, why didn't you get me when I didn't look like a fucking bean? I don't see it as a big deal, and I feel like I'm very blessed with my friends and my family that like everyone's open-minded and just loves people for who they are. I told all my friends the next day, I was like, yeah, shit was crazy.
If your goal was truly to show that trans women are desirable to straight cisgender men, or whatever you were trying to do, why not to have a conversation or do something with this famous, attractive man that is being the perfect example of how you want men to treat you? I don't get it. Not enough clout? In the next part of the video, it says you wearing shit that I already wore, and it includes pictures of other women wearing outfits that are similar to outfits that Nikita has worn. Apparently trying to prove that trans women are the blueprint, and fashion and trends copy what trans women, specifically black trans women, started. And I've heard this said a lot, not just from trans women, but, you know, from a bunch of different communities, that, you know, we started these trends and we started these trends and blah, blah, blah. It just gives me very much like, he's copying me, she's copying me, they're copying me, like very much just like second grade vibes. And I'm not talking about cultural appropriation. That's a different topic. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stupid shit like, you're copying my dress. Just take it as a compliment and move on, sister girl. A perfect example of why this is so pointless and counterproductive is Asian Doll. Asian Doll is one of the girls that Nikita actually called out in her music video, and she was pissed. She was real mad. Nikita will get dragged by their bald head. What do they call boys that pick on girls? Bullies. I don't want to read it because it is really, really mean and transphobic, just obviously. I never support misgendering anybody or, you know, body shaming anybody, anything like that. Obviously, ever, period. Deep down there, though, there is a point to be made. Even Nikita has admitted herself that black women have started at least some of the trends that she herself has participated in. So I can definitely understand why Asian Doll, who is also black, I know the name Asian Doll can be a little bit confusing, but I believe she is also black and Asian. I can understand why she would be frustrated with Nikita for, well, one, calling her out for no reason. Like, it was just very uncalled for. But also for being a hypocrite. Or in my opinion, worse than a hypocrite, because Asian Doll was just, you know, copying dresses. Nikita was being a full-on culture vulture. They're different. Miss Nikita, though, she was not backing down. She was not giving in. This statement was to show that trans women set the trends for cisgender females, yet never get the credit. This was not meant to be shady. You just happened to be an example. Black trans women and black gay people gave the culture. And then finally we have trans women are the most beautiful creatures to walk the earth. I've never seen a cisgender female even come close to looking how my sisters look. Girly. I really wanted to give her like the benefit of the doubt, you know? But this is just too much to try to play it off as some sort of like activism or something. All these claims of trans women are the most beautiful and we're better than you isn't doing anything but make cisgender women think that trans women are trying to compete with them, which maybe Nikita is, but I am not. And I don't think that most transgender women are trying to compete with cisgender women. We're just trying to, you know, live life. We have enough problems with people thinking that we, you know, think that we're the exact same as cisgender people and we don't think that we're any different. We don't need to start going around saying that we're better than everybody. Nobody's better than anybody. Except for me, duh. Just kidding. She even literally says explicitly, I'm winning, and puts up a screenshot of her Instagram likes as if that's, you know, what determines who's winning in life. Her Instagram likes compared to the amount of Instagram likes that other people get, like Sweetie, Jeffree Star, James Charles. This whole competition thing, whatever. Not only is it not a good look, but like it or not, trans people need cisgender allies to progress and to really make impactful change in this world. And competing with them and saying that we're better than them is not the way to keep those allies. There is more, it just keeps getting worse and worse. She really just tried to get as many problematic things jam-packed into this video as possible. After that, she shows clips of a bunch of different trans women, the first of which being Caitlyn Jenner. Interesting choice. And the last of which being, again, Venus Extravaganza. Again, using somebody who has passed away for that little clout grab. And finally, the video ends, finally, with the words, Nikita Dragun, the first trans pop star. Literally a second ago, she was talking about how trans women created the trends and we need to pay respect to the people that have come before us. Blah, blah, blah. Then claims that she's the first ever trans pop star. Even though, one, she's not a pop star. Two, she used a picture of Sophie, a pop star who has passed away, to promote this exact music video. Three, she's literally been featured in Kim Petras' music videos, who is literally one of the most well-known trans pop stars ever. It's like, sister girl, practice what you preach. If you're gonna say uplift trans women, uplift all trans women that have come before you. Not just ignore them so you can have a catchy title for yourself. At this point, at least to me, it's pretty clear that this was not some attempt to empower trans women everywhere or anything like that, since the only trans women that are being empowered are trans women that she does not see as being in her way. But okay, poor little Kim Petras and poor little Sophie. Damn. So what was the point? To sell makeup, duh. Come on, that one was predictable. Okay, everyone, that is pretty much it for this drama. After this, Nikita Dragun just logged offline. She said, okay, I'm done, bye. She literally said, it was all a joke. The song's never dropping. It was just a joke. It was just a gag, haha. I think she actually deleted the video off of her Instagram, but it's still on Twitter, so I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, what do you guys think about this music video? I keep calling it a music video. I don't know if it's actually technically a music video, but I mean, close enough, right? Leave a comment down below telling me what you guys think. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe. Like I said, I post videos every single week on my channel. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. All right, everybody. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today we have a very, very fun, special, exciting video. As a trans woman, I'm always looking for new tips and new little tricks to be as feminine as possible. Am I? Kinda? Sometimes, you know, it's just a little hard to figure out. It's just hard to navigate the ways of femininity. The ways? The waters? Luckily for me, and luckily for all of you out there who also want to be the most feminine version of yourself possible, Miss Classically Abby has actually provided us a wonderful tutorial on how to be as classically feminine as possible. And of course, if we're going to be feminine, we're going to be the classy, traditional feminine, okay? For today's video, we're going to be watching Abby's video titled 5 Feminine Behaviors That Aren't Really Feminine. I'm really feeling the pressure now. Like, what if everything I know about femininity is a lie? Who am I? What have I been doing? Damn. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you are not subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right on into it. We have a lot to learn. Now, you may or may not know, this is not my first experience with Miss Abby Shapiro. We've actually taken one of her classes before here on my channel. I truly learned a lot. It was a very monumental day for me. You know, a lot changed. I was really set on a new path of womanhood, and it's been lovely. I mean, who would want to just express femininity in the ways that, you know, come naturally to them? Not me. Start the video.
Welcome to today's video, where we're going to be talking about 5 femininity mistakes I've made.
So apparently we're going to be learning from her mistakes, so she's been there, done that. Love to see it. I'm ready. I'm excited.
Here on my channel, I think it is so important to embrace our femininity. And part of being a classic woman is knowing the value of womanhood. But I've made the mistake in the past of confusing certain behaviors with femininity and thinking that those things that I was doing were feminine. And in fact, they weren't. I was misunderstanding what feminine really means.
I'm ready for everything I know about femininity to be broken down and thrown in the garbage.
The first femininity mistake I made was to confuse sexiness for femininity. One of the things that we as women can do is use our feminine wiles or manipulate. And those two things are unique to being a woman, but they are not feminine. They do not make you womanly.
Oh my god, wait. How did we go from sexiness to manipulation? That was a quick jump you made there, Abby. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be listening and learning. Please, Abby, tell me how sexiness is manipulation.
Misleading people and causing them to stray by using our manipulation or allowing ourselves to use those feminine wiles negatively is not good, and it isn't actually feminine.
Homegirl is really just saying that being sexy or dressing sexy or looking sexy is in itself a form of manipulation. The only reason that I personally like to look sexy is to manipulate men, but I thought that was just me. This is coming off as very just like upset. She's like, well, I could manipulate and trick men if I wanted to, but I'm feminine, and I'm classically feminine, and I don't show my titties to get what I want. Too far? Maybe she does. I don't know.
And I think I used to do this because I felt empowered in my feminine behavior, right? I was able to get a man's attention by being sexy. I was able to get someone to do what I wanted by acting like a woman can. But at the end of the day, those things weren't really embracing my femininity, because there's a difference between embracing femininity and abusing femininity. And I definitely abused femininity.
Good to know, sister. Can't be abusing our femininity up in here. You know, that's a good point. Sorry, my eye's just watering. Let me just Q-tip my eye real quick. Should I just let my eyeliner come off? Is this considered abuse? My makeup is abused? I'm sorry, I'll take it off. No, I won't. It's so cute. Abby, if some mascara and lip gloss, which is all that I have on right now, by the way, if that's abuse, send me to jail. Lock me up.
And in today's modern society, being sexy, using your feminine wiles, manipulating are all under the title of feminine behaviors, instead of recognizing that women can do those things uniquely, but it is not a feminine thing to do. It doesn't make use of our femininity in the most positive way. Number 2,
if my eyeliner lets me look cute and get things that I want from men, like I feel like that's just like a win-win, no? I feel like we should be celebrating that. Am I wrong? I mean, I didn't dress this way with the intention of manipulating men, but if a man is manipulated in the process, I can't make the joke. I have to move on.
Number 2 is being vain. I used to take way too much time with my hair, way too much time with my makeup. And you know, I don't think it's bad to do those things, to take care of yourself, or if it's something that brings you a little bit of joy, but doing it to look good all the time and needing to look amazing in all photos and being really kind of vain, those are not feminine qualities. A feminine woman embraces her beauty and knows how to accentuate it, but she doesn't rely on her looks to define her. And vanity can really make you think less of your personality because you're so dependent on people thinking you look beautiful that you don't actually give yourself credit for being who you are. And again, I think this is a really easy femininity mistake to fall into in today's day and age, where you think that looks make you femme.
Oh, don't worry, girl. My personality's a 10 and my looks are a 10. I know that. It's fine. She's like, don't forget about your personality, girl. Don't get so caught up in your looks that you forget that you have an amazing personality. I didn't forget. Who's forgetting? Not me. Did you forget? I'll remind you. I'm not telling Abby how long I took on my hair. I'm not telling her.
And taking care of your beauty, encouraging your beauty, that's great. That is feminine. But being vain is a really different animal. It's something that takes away from your feminine beauty if you're so focused on your looks that you can't get past yourself. And if you've ever been around someone who's really truly vain, you know how boring it is. It's just, there's this self-consciousness that prevents you from living your life because you want to look perfect at all times. And that is not a feminine quality.
How dare you be self-conscious? How dare you have insecurities? That is not feminine. Sorry, I'm supposed to be listening and learning. No more insecurities here. No more being self-conscious about how I look here. feminine. Dang, Abby, how do you do it? Somebody should have told me this sooner. I've tried everything to get my self-consciousness to go away, but in the name of femininity, in the name of being feminine, instantly vanished.
Number 3 is thinking weakness is feminine. I used to think that kind of giving in to my weakness was a feminine thing to do because women are physically weaker than men. But the fact is that a strong woman is the most feminine thing in the world. When a woman is strong, she is better. She can be the best version of herself, and she can help those around her. And that is really feminine. Again,
you know what, Miss Abby? I like this one. I approve. I mean, okay, teacher, got it. No, but for real, that is a good one. I like that one. I feel like it's definitely true that weakness is considered feminine a lot of times, and let's change that, right?
Number 4 was dressing prettily, but impractically. I always thought that, you think of a feminine woman and you think of a woman in a beautiful dress and gorgeous heels with, a gorgeous outfit on. But at the end of the day, if it's impractical, how feminine can you really be?
Oh, sister, I can be the most feminine. Who walks? Not me.
My last femininity mistake was being friends with more men than women. When I was younger, I used to be the kind of girl who would say that I couldn't make friends with women, that I needed to have friends that were guys, that I liked hanging out with guys more than I liked hanging out with girls. And I think part of that was the women I was hanging around with at that time were not necessarily good for me.
Sounds like Miss Abby Shapiro was a pick-me girl, if I do say so myself. I don't really know if this is something that is considered traditionally feminine, only hanging out with girls or being friends with more girls than boys. I think it's a bit more beneficial to tell women that they can be friends with whoever they want to be friends with. I like what you said in the third one where you said women should be strong and, not a damsel in distress and not, weak, whatever. I think we should continue that theme of strength and empowerment and not try to push women back into these boxes of, who they can and can't hang out with. And also, I don't really see how hanging out with men would make you less feminine. I guess if you were one of the boys and you hung out with the boys all the time and acted like the boys, that would make you less feminine because you were acting like them.
More than that, I think that there's an issue when we believe that it's feminine not to have female friends because you're too girly or men like you too much for you to be able to hang out with women.
Who's saying that? I think Abby is anti-pick-me girl. I think that that's what she's trying to tell us. I approve, Abby. Come on out and say it.
Nowadays, I have a huge friend group, and it's all women, and I love it. It makes me so happy. And this is real femininity. This is the greatest thing that I can give myself as a woman, is having other women I can talk to about life, about what we're going through.
I'm just gonna say agree to disagree. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy she found her, supportive friend group and everything like that, but it's a little bit anti-men if you ask me. Abby, I'm gonna get the men's rights activists to come and attack you, sister. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't get me in trouble for that. That was a joke. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna get anybody on anybody. I don't know anybody. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know anybody. I especially don't know any men's rights activists. But anyways, you guys, that was the last tip that Miss Abby had for us today. I don't know about you, but I feel like a changed woman. I feel like I now have the tools that I need to be the most feminine version of myself possible, and I don't know, it's just the beginning of a new chapter, and I'm just really, really excited for it. Thank you so much, Abby Shapiro, for, giving me these tools and this guidance on how to be a more feminine, or a more truly feminine version of myself. I'll be sure to throw away my eyeliner and all my eyelashes and stuff, and change my hair routine so it doesn't take as long. Whatever I need to do. Just kidding. Anyways, that is the end of Abby's video, like I said, and that is the end of this video as well. Moral of the story: you can define your own femininity. How about that? If your form of femininity fits how you feel about yourself, then it is perfect. I think that's a good little final statement to say, yeah? Okay. If you guys like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post every week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone!
Wow, you gotta be all dumbass about it, Miss Swicer.
But I feel like he was like challenged on that. Like somebody pointed out that you're like being too chill these days, Ethan. And Ethan was like, "Oh wait, I can't be too chill. I gotta say some racist shit."
Well, do you know the whole thing about Mr. Burger and Vito? Were you aware of that at all?
Not really.
So the Mr. Burger, I don't even know where this guy came from, but he's like a little cartoonist or whatever. He's got a channel here on YouTube where he makes cartoons or whatever. He threatened Vito.
Wait a second. Hold on, man. I'm sorry. Holy shit.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Recently a TikTok has gone very viral of a trans woman at a Sonic being allegedly discriminated against because she is transgender. And here on the Samantha Lux channel, we do not stand for discrimination of any kind, ever, especially on TikTok. However, there has been a lot of conversation about this video, about this incident. The Ben Shapiros and the other transphobes of the world are taking this and kind of using it to make fun of trans people. It's kind of like that situation. Remember that whole GameStop clip that went viral of the trans woman in GameStop being, you know, called sir, and she was being aggressive, saying it's ma'am, it's ma'am. I know you all know the video. We don't have to get into that video. This video has created a situation similar to that one, and we need to figure out why. We need to look into it and see if it's warranted or not. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you, go ahead. I just got a notification about Mr. Brian Laundrie. We gotta find you, sir. We gotta find you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep as up to date with me as possible. And also I do have a Patreon, so if you guys wanna donate, the link for that is down below as well. But no pressure, of course. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this TikTok. Shall we? So now I should start out this video by saying that I obviously am a trans woman, so I probably am going to be a little bit biased in this, you know, conversation. Whenever I see another trans woman get misgendered or treated badly, I just feel so strongly for them. I'm like, been there, I know how you're feeling, I know how that like hurts the soul a little. So yeah, I'm going to do my best to, you know, not let my bias play any part in this conversation, but I feel like that is necessary to say before we get into it. In the video, she's clearly obviously very upset, understandably so, but she did make some pretty intense claims. She called him aggressively transphobic. She says that they have discriminated against her for being a trans woman, not just, you know, were mean to her, but discriminated against her. A lot of people seem to think that the man in the video that was being recorded didn't really do anything wrong, and it was actually this trans woman that was a little out of line. But now before I continue talking about it, I feel like we should maybe watch the video. Should we do that? Okay, let's do it.
Why does it matter? Oh, it doesn't matter to you. But to me, I'm a male. Okay? Okay. So, what are you? So I can call you sir or ma'am. What are you?
Okay, so I'm gonna pause really quickly. Now, the terminology maybe is not the best. He's basically saying, are you a dude or a girl? Like, are you a boy or a girl? Are you a man or a woman? In my opinion, like, if I were in this situation, I would have interpreted that. I mean, it's hard to say how I would have interpreted it, but like, looking at this, I kind of interpret that as him saying like, what are your pronouns? Like, what do you want me to call you? You know what I mean? Like, how should I address you? Whether or not that is an appropriate question to ask is a totally different conversation. Somebody came up to me and said, well, what are your pronouns? Like, what do you want me to call you? I feel like I might be a little offended by it. It would kind of be upsetting to me. But also, there's also that like cognitive dissonance of understanding that a woman can look like anything. And even though I do look like this, that doesn't mean that I am a binary woman. Doesn't mean that I'm a binary trans woman. And it doesn't mean that my pronouns are she and her. Does that make sense? Probably not, but that's just what's going on in my head right now. But that's kind of how I interpreted the first half of this viral TikTok, as him saying, okay, well, like, what do you want me to call you? Like, what are your pronouns? You know what I mean? I didn't see that as something that was very aggressive or even transphobic, to be honest. So let's continue. Let's see what else happens.
What would you assume looking at me? What are you? What would you assume looking at me? I assume that you're a man.
Okay, fair. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. I understand now. I understand. See, here's the thing. As a trans woman, like, I understand. I know exactly what's going through this person's mind when they're saying, what would you assume when you look at me? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? It can be so frustrating when, you know, you put so much effort and you try so hard to be recognized as the gender that you are. And then for somebody to just be like, well, I don't see it. Like, obviously you don't look like a woman. Like, that's so hurtful. You can very easily understand how in this situation, you know, this trans woman's probably very like flustered. She's probably very, you know, full of adrenaline, whatever. So I can understand why she reacted, you know, the way that she did, saying, you know, what do you think? What do you think? Like, look at me, what do you think? Was this quote unquote aggressively transphobic? Was this discriminatory? I don't think it was. And of course that is just my opinion. I don't wanna like speak and be like, that wasn't discrimination. How dare you be upset? That's not my place. In my personal opinion, it's just, I don't know, man. If someone's asking you like, what are your pronouns? Like, what do you want me to call you? Just say like, she, her, I'm a woman. You know what I mean? Like, don't, you're just asking to get hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get what you fucking ask for at that point. It's so easy for us to be like, well, this person should know better. You know what I mean? This person has had every opportunity to educate themselves and to be a better ally to trans people. And, you know, it's their fault. They should know better at this point. And I do agree with that to an extent, but at the same time, we have to understand that not everybody is in the same, you know, place as us, especially as people that watch, you know, my channel. Like, I'm a trans woman. I talk about LGBT things all the time. We're very much in this conversation. We very much try to be knowledgeable about all these things, but we can't be mad when that isn't the case for everybody else. You know, everybody has their own lives going on. Everybody has their own little thing that they like to watch on YouTube, their own little things that they like to be educated about. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, there has to be a little bit of leeway. There has to be a little bit of space to allow people to grow and allow people to change and allow them to be respectful, even if they don't come into that situation with all the knowledge that, you know, they might need. It is no trans person's job or responsibility or, you know, duty, whatever word you want to say, to educate cisgender people. That's not what I'm saying. Don't think it's the most helpful to do things like this where when somebody is very clearly trying to do their best to address you in a way that you prefer, for you to record them and then post it online and say that they are being aggressively transphobic and discriminating against you because they don't know any better, or, you know, they don't have the right terminology or something like that. In my opinion, this does nothing more than divide people and to separate people and to make people pick sides, when in reality, it's not about picking sides. It's just about, you know, gaining as much knowledge as we can and being, you know, the best people that we can. Nobody really knows what happened in this situation. Maybe this person did come out and say, hey, and started throwing slurs at them and started purposely misgendering them and all this stuff. And if that happened, of course, that would be aggressively transphobic. That would be something that would, you know, possibly permit these TikToks for somebody to just be like, what do you want me to call you? Are you a sir or a ma'am? Like, what are your pronouns? How would you prefer I speak to you? Like, what? I don't know. I feel like it's a bit much. This trans woman did post some other TikToks talking about the situation and talking about, you know, just their perception of it, I guess. I might insert some clips of it just to give you guys, you know, the gist of it, but we don't have to watch the whole thing. However, there are a couple points in this that I do want to, you know, point out and talk about a little. She opens these following TikToks by saying, as a trans woman, I should not have to do anything other than say my name and say my pronouns to be affirmed as the gender that I am. And I agree. I 100% agree. You shouldn't have to give somebody some explanation or some long lecture or anything like that to be respected for who you are. You know what I mean? It's just simply not their business. If they don't understand something, if they have questions, blah, 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 they can Google it. Google, great invention. She highlights that, you know, not everybody has access to get their IDs changed and to get their name changed. These things are not only incredibly tedious to do, they also take a very, very long time to be processed, and they also cost money. So I fully agree when she says that, you know, you shouldn't have to have the name on your credit card changed to be addressed as a woman or to be called the name that you want or to have the pronouns that you prefer used for you. I 100% agree with that. However, she didn't do that in the video. She says I shouldn't have to say anything more than my name and my pronouns to be affirmed as the gender I am. But when we watch the video, she says, well, what do you assume? What do you think that I am? Kind of pulls it out of this man. I shouldn't have to say anything more than my pronouns and my name. You don't. But like, you do, like, say it. She also talks about how the situation would have gone over differently if she was more passable. She says that we have to look a certain way to earn respect from cisgender people, and I think that there is some truth to that. However, in this situation, again, I feel like this man was very willing to be respectful of this trans woman's gender identity. He just literally did not know. And something else that she said in this video that I think, you know, might be a little bit beneficial is having corporate education on how to treat trans people. I don't think it's as important in like fast food service, like at a Sonic or a McDonald's, as it is in like healthcare settings where trans people's lives are at stake. But, you know, there is something to be said. Navigating life as a trans person or a minority in general is really, really hard. And I do think that those people that do not experience those hardships that those minorities face should do their best to, you know, foster a safe and inclusive and educated environment for all those minorities. But if that were to happen, we're gonna need to allow a lot more space for people to question things and a lot more space for people to grow and learn. But again, I really just don't think this man was being that bad to this woman. Am I missing something? She says that we need to fight for this education about trans people, but she refuses to answer this simple question to educate this man who is trying very hard to understand this woman's identity and to treat her with respect. I don't know, you guys, it's a really weird situation. You know, there's a lot happening. There's a lot that we don't know, a lot that we have to kind of speculate on. I do genuinely feel bad that this woman had such, you know, an upsetting experience, and for the transphobia and stuff like that in their comment sections, that's disgusting. You know, there's no space for any of that. Hopefully I don't actually have to clarify this, but I'm not talking about questions about, you know, what's in your pants or what your old name used to be or anything like that, but like your pronouns. I feel like, you know, just say your pronouns. Anyways, everyone, what do you all think? Let me know down below. If you like this video, please make sure you give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. I post new videos every single week here on my channel. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye, everyone.
Right out of the gate, you don't have to say anything. I've barely heard him talk, and I already know that what he's about, and he's, you know, white nationalist piece of shit. JD, it's basically the same thing. I've heard him fucking, denying Holocaust numbers and stuff like that. And then I've seen there's a little list that you can go find of like all of the shit that he's done. Well, not all of it, it's kind of outdated now, but like just a long list of just shady scumbag moves that this dude has made over the years, just like critics and comments or whatever that he would just, follow and stuff like that, and do all kinds of harassment too.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So today's video has been in the works for a little while now. My comment section on my last few videos now has been, can you please talk about the Dave Chappelle thing? I want to know your opinion on the Dave Chappelle special. Fear not, I was not ignoring you. I was, gathering as much information as possible. It's a long special, I wanted to watch the full thing, really digest it all. But then a few days ago, Dave posted to his Instagram another clip of him doing some quote-unquote comedy, some jokes, and he kind of doubled down on what he was saying. So I figured I can't wait any longer. This video needs to be made, and I need to get my thoughts out there. I need to take him down. I need to cancel him. All in a day's work, If you don't know what I'm talking about, the comedian Dave Chappelle actually had a special release on Netflix, and in this special, he makes a lot of jokes about trans people and LGBT people in general, and people are rightfully upset. I watched the special and it's not good. But yeah, I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this special. That's it. The special. Before we continue, we're going to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Now, if you're anything like me, you can't cook. But that being said, I do really, really want to learn, and I want to be able to create dishes that are good and, healthy and all that kind of stuff. And that's why I really, really like HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you can get mouth-watering seasonal recipes and fresh, pre-measured ingredients delivered straight to your door. And if you didn't know, the average trip to the grocery store is about 41 minutes. Plus, you're not only saving time, you can save over 30% when you shop with HelloFresh versus grocery shopping, in a store. Each week, they offer 50 menu and market items, including sandwiches, ready-to-eat salads, and soups. Gotta love the soups. They offer a variety of quick and easy meals. They include 20-minute meals, easy cleanup meals, easy prep meals. They have a family-friendly version. They have a calorie-smart version, a pescatarian, veggie options, whatever fits your lifestyle best. And let me tell you, they are easy. Okay, I did it all by myself. I was so proud of myself. No help at all. There was less running around and aimlessly searching for the ingredients that I needed. It was all ready to go. HelloFresh sources its produce directly from farmers, so you're getting very, very fresh produce. And you actually get the produce faster than you would if you got it from a grocery store. Plus, the packaging that they ship the food in is almost entirely recyclable, so I don't have to feel bad about, getting another package sent to my door. It really helps introduce me to a lot of different seasonal meals that I wouldn't necessarily know about. For example, right now they have a pumpkin cinnamon roll, mini pumpkin cheesecakes, apricot pecan biscuit bakes, and spiced lattes. Like what? HelloFresh has more 5-star reviews than any other meal kit, so if you're interested, definitely consider HelloFresh. You can actually go to HelloFresh.com and use my code LUX14 to get 14 free meals. Like what? Plus free shipping. Gotta love free shipping as well. Again, that was go to HelloFresh.com and use code LUX14 to get 14 free meals. Go. What are you waiting for? But yeah, thank you again so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. So before I start talking about the content of this special, I do want to give a couple little disclaimers. You know, be a professional YouTuber, provide some disclaimers. First of all, this is not my attempt to cancel Dave Chappelle, to get him in trouble, to get him fired, anything like that. This video is just meant to provide another perspective to these jokes that Dave is telling to hopefully kind of balance out the negative impacts that they can have. Second disclaimer, I have watched the entirety of the closer special, so I don't want to see any comments like, I bet you didn't even watch it, blah, 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 blah. I watched it, bitch. Keep it to yourself. I actually also watched the entire Sticks and Stones special as well, which is the special that he mentioned several times throughout the closer special, so I got all the data. I got all the info, okay? That being said, I have not, however, watched any other videos or read any articles about it. Obviously, I know people are very upset. I've seen some tweets and stuff about it, but I haven't, you know, looked into it too much because I wanted to form my own opinions. Wanted to be as unbiased as possible. The last disclaimer before we get started is I think there is a conversation that can be had about comedy as a form of quote-unquote moral immunity, or whatever you want to call it. Basically the idea that you can be as offensive or damaging and problematic as you want, as long as you call it comedy. It was just a joke. Personally, as somebody who has studied media and the effects that it unavoidably has on all of us, I don't really believe in that. I think saying something deconstructive has just as much of an impact, if not more of an impact, when you say it in comedy or in this casual setting as it does in other genres of media. But yeah, that is the third and final disclaimer, and now we can get into the juicy bits. Ew. We'll just see the good part. My history with Dave Chappelle is limited to none. I'll admit before this whole situation arose, I had not watched any of his specials. I did not watch any of his comedy. Any of it. Nope, not at all. Which is surprising due to his extensive history of making fun of the LGBT community, or as he calls it literally every single time he refers to us, the BLGTs, or the alphabet people, or the BLTs, or... If you also are not familiar with Dave Chappelle, he is a straight man, not gay, not trans, none of the above, which I will say I do think it would make a difference if he was gay or trans, you know what I mean? I feel like gay people can make jokes about gay people, trans people can make jokes about trans people. If somebody is trans themselves, I feel like it's completely up to them to decide how they want to talk about their struggles or, you know, make art out of their experiences. The same thing goes for race or gender. I think if a black person wants to make jokes about their struggles with, you know, being a black person, I think that's fine. I think if a woman wants to make a joke about being a woman, that's fine. However, I don't think the opposite is true. I don't think it would be okay for a white person to joke about a black person's experience. I don't think it would be okay for a man to joke about a woman's experience. And I also don't think it would be okay for a cisgender person to joke about a trans person's experience. Dave brags about how he's been making jokes about the trans community for 16 plus years. And although I haven't seen them all, he admits that they used to be a lot more mean. Because, you know, that's something to brag about, right? He proudly admitted that he used to use slurs. He actually named the slurs that he used to use in the special. But I mean, okay, whatever, damn. Let's just use our imagination. We don't have to get into the details of the jokes that he used to make. Okay? They were mean. Let's just leave it there. Usually I find infatuations of this size to be a little bit flattering. You know, it's like, cute. You're obsessed with me. I get it. But like, this is a bit much. It's a bit much. You're doing the most. Aren't you supposed to be one of the greatest comedians? There's a flag. You really have to resort to attacking another minority community to boost your numbers? You're really struggling that hard right now? Now, I'll be upfront and say that the special was definitely upsetting to me as a trans person. It hurt my feelings, you know, it got me good. Whether you care if it hurt my feelings is up to you. I really don't care if you care, you know what I mean? Like, okay, you're an asshole. I don't care if you don't care. Regardless of whether or not my feelings were hurt, though, there are a few arcs throughout the special that I feel are potentially dangerous to the progress of the trans community. Again, I know that not everybody cares about the trans community's progress. You got me. You got me good. You don't have to comment about it, okay? It's fine. I get it. You don't care. Actually, wait. I forgot that I'm like a YouTuber. I should be playing into the algorithm. Comment away. Go off. Go ahead. Let me know how you feel. The Netflix special starts out, and while there are some funny moments, you know, I'll give it to him. There are some funny moments. There are also a lot of moments that are problematic and very clearly indicated where he stood on certain issues such as COVID. Like he says that he didn't even get sick from COVID, which is like, okay, are you trying to, like, what are you trying to say? He complains about the increase of attacks on Asian Americans, then compares black people beating up Asians to his immune system fighting off the COVID virus, playing into the whole myth of COVID being this Asian disease, which is quite literally the reason that hate crimes against Asian Americans has gone up. I will say that he also does poke fun at anti-vaxxers and clarifies that he himself is vaccinated, so like, That's good, I guess, right? We'll give him that. We love making fun of anti-vaxxers. But after that, he doesn't waste much time before getting into the bulk of his content source. The alphabet people, or the BTLGs, or the QRF double, I don't even know letters anymore. Ebbleju? What the fuck is an Ebbleju? But like LGBT. Is it really that hard? Like, just practice it like 3 times, I swear you can get it. But I'm sure he knows the acronym. He's purposely messing it up to try to play into this whole LGBT people being confusing and ridiculous and absurd, and they're making us learn all these acronyms. Again, we can learn it together. It's not hard. So like I said, there are a few arcs throughout the special that I think have, you know, transphobic roots, we'll say. The first of which, there's 3, if you're curious. The first of which is the proclamation that the modern day LGBT movement, or the modern day LGBT community, is too sensitive and too brittle. He takes the time to clarify that, you know, he doesn't have any issue with being gay, which is, thank you so much, love that. But rather that he just isn't a fan of these newer gays because, like I said, they're too sensitive and they're too brittle. And he then brings up the whole DaBaby situation to try to show how, you know, sensitive and brittle we are and the damage that we cause to, you know, good people's careers. DaBaby? A good person? Come on. If you aren't familiar with the whole DaBaby situation, I do have a whole video on it. You're welcome. But to sum it up really quickly for you guys, basically he said that people with HIV are dirty. He praised people for not being gay. It was a whole mess, and then afterwards he actually refused to apologize and doubled down on his homophobia, saying that if gay people want us to accept them for being gay, then they have to accept me for being homophobic. Sir. That's not how that works. Shortly after, a bunch of his shows were canceled because what music festival is going to want a performer that bashes a large portion of their customer base? I don't know, when do you? Every time I do something like that, I feel like Dora. Like, what do you think? Is DaBaby a dumb bitch? I can't. My favorite part of Dave calling us too sensitive, though, was when he said that we were being too sensitive and he misses the Stonewall gays. You know what the Stonewall people did? They started violent riots demanding respect and demanding equal rights. But calling out how what DaBaby did is problematic on Twitter is too far? Okay, Dave. The aims of the majority of the LGBT community is not to cancel everybody that doesn't agree with us or to get everybody that doesn't agree with us fired and ruin everybody's lives. I mean, I'm sure there are some people out there that would like that. Rightfully so. I'm just kidding, that was a joke. People being fired due to outrage over their homophobic or transphobic comments, that's a result of their personal or their public agendas not lining up with what their employer wants the brand to represent. Which, by the way, is well within their right. If you continuously say some fucked up shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then refuse to apologize and make it right, which, you know, therefore makes the brand look bad, why would they want to keep you? Why would they damage their own reputation to protect you? Free speech and self-expression? That's cute. Now, the comments that Dave made, honestly, some of them were supportive of things that would benefit trans people. He talks about the North Carolina bathroom bills and how they were messed up and how they are ridiculous and, you know, should never be a thing. But the way that he goes about it, and I know it's comedy, you know, it's supposed to just be funny. Excuse me for, like, being a little bitch or whatever, but shit's hurtful. And that's where this second arc comes in, and it's not about how we're too sensitive for Dave's liking. This one goes directly for trans people's bodies. He makes joke after joke after joke about trans women's bodies, about our intimate, personal, private body parts, and the entire time the audience is roaring with laughter. So even if he's saying that he supports trans people and he's saying that he supports these laws that protect trans people, he has millions and millions of people laughing at our bodies. Our bodies are frequently the reason that we're bullied, that we're demonized and ridiculed, that we're assaulted, and that we're murdered. He doesn't even stop at laughing at, you know, pre-op or non-op trans women's genitalia. He also makes fun of trans women's strong jawlines, big noses. He mocks trans women's voices. He dead names and misgenders Caitlyn Jenner, claims that she's not a real woman, as well as quite explicitly saying that trans women's vaginas aren't real. Like, dude. Fuck off. What trans woman rejected you and hurt you so bad that she made you feel like you had to dedicate your entire career to bullying us and making our lives harder? Like, it's time to move on. Now, the third and thankfully final arc of Dave's transphobic comedy is, unfortunately, the worst one. I think that these are the parts that most people have heard of, you know, besides the impossible pussy or the beyond pussy jokes. In this arc, he basically says that trans women are not real women. Not in those words, of course, but he does make it very obvious that that is his opinion. And now when I say that trans women are women, I do not mean that trans women are the same as cisgender women. I do not mean to say that they have the same experiences or the same struggles, anything like that. But I am saying that we are both women. Okay? Moving on. Now to start, he implies that Caitlyn Jenner isn't a woman. He says that her winning Woman of the Year would be the same as Eminem winning N-word of the year. Which, let me break it down. Caitlyn Jenner being a woman is the same as Eminem being black. Oh my god. Is Eminem transracial? Now, like I said, these comments do require a little bit of brain power to really understand what he's trying to insinuate. And I feel like they're also given a little bit of lenience due to the fact that they're in a comedy special. And for those reasons, people don't really view it as transphobic. But now, I disagree. I would actually argue that these subtle digs at trans people are actually more damaging than those explicit, overt attacks on trans people. Those comments tend to be a lot more shocking and unreasonable to the average viewer, and for that reason they don't stick with the audience as long. Playing into that cognitive dissonance that some may feel when they don't understand a trans feminine identity allows Dave to play into those caricatures or those stereotypes or the misconceptions that so many are familiar with. Caricatures, stereotypes, and misconceptions that hurt trans people, that get our rights taken away, that get us beaten and murdered by people whose only information on trans people comes from people like Dave Chappelle, who mocks trans people's experiences and laughs at their bodies. He brings up and defends J.K. Rowling, who, as we all know, has perpetually attacked the trans community on Twitter, in her books, and even in an essay on her own website. He emphasizes that he's Team TERF and that gender is a fact. First of all, what does that even mean? Gender's a fact? Okay, go off. Gender's a fact, I guess. He says there's man and there's woman, and then mocks the usage of they, them pronouns. It's time to move on. Get therapy or something. He ends the special by saying that, I'm done talking about trans people until we're all laughing, which I would appreciate if it were true. Like I said, he posted on Instagram a couple days ago and stood by what he said and defended his jokes for a few minutes before bringing up this documentary and, promoting it and telling you guys where you can go watch it. So, I doubt he really plans on slowing down on his transphobic jokes anytime soon. But can we blame him? We basically gave him a career with all the jokes he's been telling about us. Cut us a check, bitch. Too far? Too mean? Sorry. But yeah, that's about it for the special, thankfully. I hope Dave got whatever off his chest that he needed to get off his chest. To sum up his points, BLTs are a little too brittle, trans women have big dicks, and J.K. Rowling is his celebrity crush. Right? Something like that? Again, I'm not making this video to try to cancel him or push Netflix to fire him or take down his special or anything like that. I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I just want people to be aware of the implications that it could potentially have on trans people and, to do your best to try to break down those misconceptions that this special is building in your head. Because these misconceptions and these jokes and these awful portrayals of trans people, they stick with us and they affect us all whether we realize it or not. But alright everybody, how long has that been there? I really hope that hasn't been there for a long time. But alright everyone, what do we think? You think it was transphobic? You think it was funny? You think he has an excuse because it was a joke? Or, yeah, what do you think? Let me know. Like I said, I post videos every week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. If you did like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. And yeah, I'll see y'all in the next video. Bye everyone.
Does a little bit look like that, Christian, but there may be some internal calculus happening that we don't understand or don't have context for, but just what we can see, it does look like that at the very least, they're protecting the more powerful entity. But it could also be that they're protecting that entity for a specific reason.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that there's clearly, and we've had this covered over on Twitter and Discord and stuff, where channels are breaking guidelines. I talked about it in one of my videos where it's very clear what YouTube allows and what it doesn't allow. And agree or disagree with YouTube. This is what I said in my video about this. Take it up with YouTube. It's in their rules. It's in their terms of service.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. To get right into it, I owe you guys an apology. I've been making videos for a while now and I've been using some language that I'll admit I didn't know was a problem. I've been saying these things, specifically this one word, so casually, and I realize now that I've been, hurting people and I need to take accountability for the harm that I've caused. So, my camera's crooked, hold on. There we go. But anyways, I am sorry. I've been calling people the C word, not even, intentionally trying to be mean or trying to offend people. It's just, it's just a casual word. I can't. I'm so sorry. The C word just makes it sound so much worse than it is, so I just can't continue with that. Recently on Twitter, the hashtag cis is a slur started trending, and it made me realize that I've never talked about this topic before. I've definitely seen a lot of other people talk about it, a lot of TERFs, I can't be saying that either. That's also a slur. I'm so sorry. For today's video, we're gonna keep it pretty lighthearted. You know, we're gonna get into some of the arguments that these people are making, but more so we're just gonna be reading and laughing at some tweets and some posts. And, you know, yeah, that's it. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into today's video. So I feel it's kind of necessary to start this video by, you know, just clarifying. Cis is not a slur. I think there are some people that just genuinely do not understand that it's just a prefix. You know, it's not a new term. It's not anything like that. It's nothing serious. It's nothing too intense. Let's quickly look at the dictionary definition though, because you know these people are all about their dictionary. No, they're not. No, they're not. Anyways, so cis, as they're referring to it, is an abbreviation for cisgender, or, you know, the prefix that comes before cisgender. A prefix, might I add, that has been used for centuries. You know, it's not a new prefix that the transgenders have made up. It's been, you know, it's been a thing. It actually comes from the Latin prefix cis, you know, the same thing, cis, meaning literally on this side or on the same side of. To be a little bit more specific, we can define cisgender. It's an adjective and it means of, relating to, or being a person whose gender identity corresponds with the sex the person had or was identified as having at birth. I got a little tongue-tied for a second there. Doesn't mean anything crazy, doesn't mean you're a transgender. Don't worry, you're fine. Literally means the opposite. But like I said, I will say that I don't think that everybody on this whole, you know, cis is a slur, don't call me cis wave is necessarily transphobic or has bad intent. I think that some people genuinely just don't understand, you know, what it means. For example, there's this one quote from an article from a person that wrote a book about trans people, a book that was meant to teach people about trans people's experiences. It was a positive thing, you know? It wasn't like Abigail Shrier's book or anything like that. The quote from the article says, "And while I wholeheartedly support the rights of trans men and women and consider them courageous pioneers, it will probably make some unhappy to note that I reject the word cis, the term given by transgender people to their non-transgender brethren. I don't consider myself a cis man, I consider myself a man. For while I will happily employ any term that a person feels best defines them, whether that be transgender, non-binary, or gender fluid, to name a few, I reject the notion that someone can force an unwanted term onto another." When I read this, I interpret it as him feeling like, you know, he's getting something taken away from him. He's like, I'm no longer a man. Now I'm just a cis man. Like, no, you're still a man. You're still a man. You're fine. And I have no issue with people not referring to themselves as, you know, a cisgender man or a cisgender woman every time they refer to themselves. That would be, you know, a little bit, what's the word? Much. And I think the same is true for a trans woman. I don't think that a trans woman should have to clarify that she is a trans woman every single time that she brings up that she's a woman. If you don't want to call yourself cis, that's fine, but you can't also be like, well, you have to clarify that you're trans. You can't just say that you're a woman. You have to say trans. Because at that point, it's very clear that you're just trying to make trans this other. So with all that being said, I do tend to have a little bit more lenience for this type of person, you know, the person that comes off as just missing a little bit of that information, if you will. But I don't think that these are the people that are filling up the hashtag cis is a slur trend on Twitter. Those people tend to be a bit more comical in their approach. And they do sometimes make some arguments or whatever, which we'll get into. But I feel like the comical ones make for better content, so we're gonna focus on those and, you know, go off of those first. Because it's my channel and I do what I want. Stop trying to force women to accept being a subset of their own sex. It's off the scale offensive. Trans women are trans women. Women are women. Cis is a made-up slur. We want nothing to do with a fantasy word made up yesterday. Yesterday? The 1800s is yesterday? Girl, you're old. Sorry, was that me? Girl? Sorry, I don't know if you're a girl. I don't mean to assume your gender. I'm so sorry. As we already discussed, cis is not made up. You know, it's not this new thing. It's not anything like that. It's just a term that has been applied to gender to more accurately describe the different identities that are in the world, okay? It upsets me a lot more than traditional insults like bitch that at least acknowledge your womanhood, referring to the use of the word cis. Okay, bitch, damn. Cis, with its implication that there can be such a thing as an XY woman. The irony here is that there are many women, like cisgender appearing women, women that grow up with the same exact anatomy as these TERFs with XY chromosomes, but they don't care about them. They pretend they don't exist. That totally invalidates the special, elemental essence of our being. You're very special, girl. Don't worry, you're still special. It declares that not only are women not good enough, but that men can perform us better. I think that she's referring to me as a man. Cute. And bitch, I can't do it better. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Nobody's saying that trans women do anything better than women. I don't know where that whole thing is coming from. And also, trans women are not trying to take anything from cisgender women. We're not trying to say that we're the exact same as you, or at least I'm not. I mean, maybe there are some people out there that are, but I'm not. We're not trying to take away your ability to like produce babies or whatever your special essence or, you know, whatever you're talking about is. Like, you can use you. It's fine. You're still, you know, it's good. It declares that women are not good enough. Who said that? Who said that? Belinda DeLucy, a former British politician, by the way. Yikes. I see hashtag cis is not a slur is trending. Women being demoted into a subcategory of women under new cis term while hashtag trans women are women is rammed down our throats? Let me think. Yep, cis is a slur. We don't consent. Simples. I love when people bring up consent to be like, I don't consent. Nope, I'm not consenting to that. Haha, gotcha good. Like, as if consent is like a joke to them. They're like, haha, I don't consent. You're all about consent, you loser. Like, oh. Is that a self-report? Damn. First of all, a cisgender is not a demotion. I mean, it's not a promotion either, but it's definitely not a demotion. I hate generalizing like cisgender women because I know that a large percentage of my own audience is cisgender women. Most of the cisgender women out there are great allies. Like, it's just the select few. Anyways, that being said, it's not just cisgender women that are TERFs. This tweet from a cisgender man says, cis is a slur because to call me a cis man makes me a subcategory of my own sex gods. Oh my god, this whole thing, you're demoting me to a cisgender man. Okay, you're demoted. Yeah, you are. You know what? I'm demoting you. You're being annoying. You're demoted. Men are men. There are no subclasses, and women are women. That's correct. Good on ya. Trans women are also men. Just as trans men are also women. There it is. There it is. Hashtag cis is a slur. Even if cis was a slur, if you're gonna be out here calling trans women men, what makes you think I'm not gonna use cis as a slur against you? I'm not saying it is a slur, but even if it, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was. This post, though, this post is actually from a trans woman. It says, I'm a trans woman and heard this daft word a year or so ago and have refused to use it as I think it is a ridiculous invention that is quite unnecessary. And if it is unnecessary, then it has to have an ulterior motive, as I don't see any way it is needed for clarity. You are either trans or you're not, so trans woman/woman is perfectly fine when you are arguing over any differences. See, that's the thing. You're framing them as two different things. You're framing yourself, a trans woman over here, and then woman over here. Are you not a woman? Are trans women not women? Like, I pointed that out, but got told that if we were going to call ourselves trans women, then everyone else had to have a prefix too, or it singled us out. That's, whoever told you that was right. Well, we are the ones that need to be singled out as far as I can see. Okay, well, that's your opinion. It's just funny, you know what I mean? It's just like comical. Oh my god, that's not even the funniest one though. Look at that. This one was great. Yeah, I don't even want to read this one because it's just like, y'all are weird. Y'all are so weird. My perfect and beautiful vagina and my perfect and beautiful uterus are central to my experience as a woman. I love being a woman. I love being female. That's my nails going like this on the table. You're weird. And then right underneath it, yeah, those dirty transgenders need to get out of our female spaces. Okay, there's no shame in loving what you got. You know what I'm saying? Love all of you. That's fine. I support that. But when you start loving yourself as a way to bring down other people, that's where you lose me. That's where I unsubscribe. Now, I know I'm making all this seem kind of silly and, you know, these arguments are quite ridiculous if we are being honest, but some of these people are very serious. They are not joking around. I have a couple posts from some blogs. I don't really know what kind of blogs they are. They're like TERF Reddit. I don't really know. This person says, I object to the term cis for 2 reasons. Firstly, as PPs have pointed out, I don't know what that means. Like, maybe like original poster or something like that. Something like that, I don't know. It refers to the sexist gender stereotype of a woman, which no feminist worth her salt would agree with or identify with. I'm gonna hold off on the second part for a second because this is an argument that I think is, you know, one of the most, like legitimate arguments that you could make. It's not a good one, you know what I mean? It's a ridiculous argument, but it's one of the best. This other person says, I am not cis, though I get that many think that just means not trans. But actually looking into the concept reveals that it also requires someone to possess an abstract gender identity, which just happens to coincide with the sex of one's body. I don't have such an identity. I'm a woman because I have a female body. So no, I am not cis. For many trans or gender self-ID activists, cis, in addition to meaning not trans and not gender identity asserting, means that you are the privileged demographic in the hierarchy of the new binary. The binary of those who feel comfortable in, have made peace with their sexual material body, and those who have not, and who assert a special self-discerning gender identity. This post, like I said, is where we get to see some real arguments. Not good ones. Again, not good ones. So firstly, if I'm correct, you know, if there's any TERFs out there, feel free to correct me. I know you guys are gonna do it anyways, but the first part of their argument is that there is no identity aspect to being a woman. Being a woman is simply the result of having, you know, XX chromosomes, a vagina, a womb, all that kind of physical stuff. However, as I'm sure all of my loyal subscribers know, when we discuss the physical traits and physical characteristics of a person, we're referring to the sex of the person, not the gender. The World Health Organization, who TERFs actually frequently misquote against trans women, actually defines gender identity and says it has nothing to do with sex. Gender identity refers to a person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. So again, I know that they're saying that, you know, gender identity doesn't exist. Your gender is just your body, just your physiology. I don't, like, you can think that all you want, but like, your own credible source seems to disagree. And as for this whole, you know, you have to fit into a gender stereotype to be a woman according to, you know, people like me, these trans rights activists, blah, blah, blah. It's just not accurate. At least personally, I always advocate for allowing anybody to express themselves whatever way they feel comfortable, regardless of what gender they are. I support all women, trans or cis, being as masculine or as feminine as they want, and the same thing for cis and trans men. They can be as feminine or as masculine as they want. And I see this argument even extended to say that trans people are pushing young feminine boys to transition to be girls and young masculine girls to transition to be boys. I didn't push anybody. Not a single person did I push. You are making that up, sister. You are fully making that up. It's just really another attempt to make us seem, you know, predatory and like we're coming for your children and we're gonna make them all into boys or make them into girls or whatever the opposite gender is that they are. You know what I'm saying? It's silliness. This argument is just ridiculous. But to get back to this post, the second half of it says, secondly, using a prefix of any sort implies that there are various other sorts of women, such as so-called trans women. This is nonsense. There's only one kind of woman, the sort with XX chromosomes and female genitalia. Trans women, so-called, are actually men, with XY chromosomes, male genitalia, and a problem with gender dysphoria. Words have meaning, and woman only has one. Okay, so only 1 point, I guess. You're very mask off, though. I do appreciate that. They're not hiding behind this whole trans women are trans women are women. They're just, you know, they're coming out and saying trans women are actually men. Okay, so the next post is from a different website, and it was actually so funny to me. You just wait, okay? It says, I think it is definitely a slur. Humans can be divided into male and female sexes, and that is it. By saying that there are cis women and trans women, they are saying that there are subcategories of... We know all this argument. It's silliness. Breaking down female in this way is dehumanizing and biologically wrong. We don't do it to any other animal on Earth, so when it is done to women, it is a slur, whether the speaker intends it as such or not. I'm getting a headache. First of all, nobody's talking about sex. Nobody's talking about that. Who forgot to inform our bestie here that sex and gender are different? We don't do this to other animals in the world. Other animals in the world do not have a social conception of gender. Are you dumb? I shouldn't say that. That's mean. You're not dumb. I know you're not dumb. There's no social characteristics that imply what a dog has to do when it's a boy or a dog has to do when it's a girl. I'm not even gonna try to get into that though, because we are not animals, hunty. We are not. Then my favorite part of this post, and the reason that I included it, was it's on a website. It's like one of those like turfy Reddit things or whatever. But then over to the side, there's like the rules for the blog, and it says the no list. It says no racism, blah, 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 blah. And the next one, no slurs. Posts with slurs will be removed. Your post wasn't removed. Your own community doesn't even seem to think that cis is a slur. Y'all are collapsing. The whole thing is collapsing. But yeah, this whole argument is just so silly, you know what I mean? Cis is not a slur. It's the same thing as back a few years ago when that whole movement came out, when people were trying to say that TERF is a slur. The acronym Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. They tried to say that that was a slur, and calling people that was, you know, a form of an attack and harassment. I don't even know what they're trying to say, but while researching for this video, I came across a tweet that I feel really nicely sums up this whole cis is a slur hashtag and this whole thing, whatever. So this is the tweet that I want to end this video on. It says, whenever you see someone say cis is a slur, just know that this is not a sign of ignorance. It's an intentional obfuscation because they want to frame themselves as normal and trans people as something else. It is done to dehumanize us. I could not agree more. But of course, I want to know what all of you think. Do you think that cis is a slur? If it is, I am so sorry I've been slurring this whole time. Let me know what you think down below. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
lets you customize your down payment and monthly payment of the car you want to buy.
I make the deal myself.
I make the deal myself.
You can customize terms on literally thousands of cars in no time. The deal you make on your phone is the deal you pay. You make the deal yourself. Get the real deal at driveway.com.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my god, wait, I need to fix my lights. Like too on me, you know? There we go. That's better. This video I was not planning on making, but the girlies are mad. Yeah, I think the Dave Chappelle fans found my video on Dave Chappelle. No, I am 100% sure they found it. They are not happy with me. They are not pleased. I posted a video a week ago talking about the Dave Chappelle special titled The Closer. In that special, he talked about trans people. He made a lot of really not nice jokes about trans people. A lot of jokes that I won't get into it. If you haven't seen that video, definitely go watch it. I talk much more in depth about, you know, my opinions of the special, why I thought it was problematic, all that kind of stuff. This video is gonna be more of just like, kind of just like a reaction to the comments that I've gotten. I will probably do a little bit of clarification on some of the points that I maybe didn't explain the best. If there's any, you know, reoccurring themes throughout the comments that people want me to address, obviously I will address them, I guess. I post videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into some of the hate comments that I got from Dave Chappelle's fans. Hate comments? I'm gonna go with hate comments. Dave literally dragged DaBaby and you completely missed it. You even glossed over his pro-trans bathroom joke over DaBaby, proving what he said once again. You don't listen. The pro-trans joke where the punchline was that the woman had a dick? I listened, babe, I listened. How are you gonna lead with, it's terrible and damaging to make these jokes and think it's okay if it's in the name of comedy, yet turn right back around and say, oh, it's okay to make these jokes if he was gay or trans? You lost all credit with me right there, fake outrage. God. I hate having to explain simple things, like I really do. Do you think it's okay for a white person to call a black person the N-word? Or maybe to get a more accurate comparison, do you think it's okay for a white person to joke about the stereotypical physical features of a black person? Do you think that's cool? Do you think that's fine? Or do you think it perpetuates racist tropes? Well, damn, actually maybe you do think that's fine, but those things would have a different answer if it was a black person making jokes about, you know, themselves, the stereotypes that have been placed about themselves, or using these slurs that have been used against their own community as a way of retaking the power from them. Samantha Lux. I do believe some of the LGBTQ community is way too sensitive. You are misrepresenting his jokes and opinions. Okay? Like, I think y'all are too sensitive. Moving on. I can say things too. I've watched the comedy skit and I didn't see any transphobia. I'm not here to demean anyone who's trans, but I truly didn't see anything. In fact, most of it's true. This community is by far the most sensitive and it shows. I feel if we're able to make fun of cis-hets, then why the hell can't we take a joke? I think this person might be trans. I'm not, you know, 100% sure if they are trans. But this whole, like, we make jokes about cis-het people, why can't they make jokes about us? Like, and they can make jokes about us. I wasn't saying they can't make any jokes about trans people. Just the jokes that he was making, they were just really low blows. The jokes that we make about cis people are like this. You know those cis-hets that insist on hanging out in queer spaces? I think they should be called fruit flies. Are you that mad? Or is that really that, like, offensive? Dave Chappelle's jokes where a woman had a dick and trans women aren't really women. Like, haha. Don't get me wrong, trans people are hilarious. You know, our situations, our circumstances, our transitions. It's a very unique experience and there's a lot of room for jokes. There's a lot of room for comedy. But the jokes that he made, you know, they lacked any sort of depth. They were completely dismissive of the struggles that trans women actually do face every single day. And they even perpetuated a lot of that information that gets trans people killed. Like, not to be that snowflake ass bitch, but people are dying. It's all fun and games until somebody dies. Unless it's a trans person, right? Then it's just funnier? Question mark? I think she kind of missed the point. Racism was the overarching theme. Fair enough. You know, there definitely was some other themes in the special that I didn't mention. I definitely focused on the trans and like the LGBT parts, which like, can you blame me? Like that's the content that I make. Obviously I'm gonna focus on the stuff that I know. Though I will say I'm not really sure how bringing in another minority helps this cause, but all right, got me good. I thought you would be a little more chill and dig deep into the whole situation. Did you not know his friend who was a trans woman committed because of all the hate she was getting for supporting her friend Dave Chappelle? Some of the jokes might suck, but still most of us ordinary trans women and trans men don't find it an issue. And in reality, I thought you would see it from an elevated point of view rather than from a Lux point of view. As a trans woman, this was disappointing. Expected you to have a little more maturity on the issue. Trans woman for Dave Chappelle. Okay, here's the thing. Some people are acting like I'm calling for this whole massive strike against Dave Chappelle or something. I'm pretty sure all I did was make a video critiquing some of the jokes that he made about my community. I feel like that is well within my right. Even if it wasn't my community, comedy is a form of art. And you can't just say that, you know, I'm going to create this art and put it out for millions and millions of people, but you're not allowed to criticize it. And you're not allowed to comment on it. And I thought I looked into it pretty well. Admittedly, I didn't bring up Daphne, but since a lot of the comments on my last video about Dave Chappelle were saying that, you know, I purposely didn't bring up Daphne because I didn't want to make the trans community look bad because they did this to her, blah, blah, blah. I'll talk about it. At the end of this special, Dave Chappelle talks about his trans friend, Daphne, who after the Sticks and Stones special came out a few years ago, where Dave Chappelle was once again being transphobic, shocker, she publicly defended him on her Twitter. A lot of trans people thought that, you know, she was going against her own community and, you know, whatever. We don't have to get into what they were specifically saying to Daphne, but just not nice things. And then Dave says that he isn't sure if it's a result of, you know, the tweets that came in backlash for her supporting Dave Chappelle. But about a week after this Sticks and Stones special came out and she defended him, she actually ended up taking her own life. And of course, anybody ending their own life is tragic. I feel like I shouldn't have to clarify that. And also something that I feel like I shouldn't have to clarify is that bullying and harassment and this online torment, you know, where we send death threats and messages to people telling them to kill themselves. None of that is okay, and I'm not excusing any of that. That's totally unacceptable. And I would say that even if it was coming from another trans person, obviously. And maybe I should have mentioned it because to me, he was really using her. He wanted to give himself this kind of trans pass to make these attacks these jokes or this dark humor against trans people without having to take any criticism or anything like that. It was okay because he has a trans friend. You know, my friend is trans. She said it was okay, which of course, even if his friend did say it was okay, that does not mean it's okay, okay? And the other reason I think that he brought Daphne up was to, again, further frame trans people as this irrational, cruel, and, you know, vicious community that would stop at nothing to cancel people, even if it meant causing somebody in their own community to take their own life. It wasn't to bring light to her story or to pay homage to her. It was to cover his ass. And by the way, Daphne's roommate has actually come out against the allegations that the reason that Daphne, you know, ended her life was because of the tweets and stuff like that coming out after the Sticks and Stones special. But Dave didn't really care to bring up the actual issues that Daphne faced as a trans woman that led to her death. He didn't care to bring up the fact that she lost her child or lost her job or faced daily harassment for being transgender. Harassment against trans people that has potentially been influenced and informed by comedy like Dave Chappelle's. This one says, I have an idea. If you don't like him or disagree, don't watch him. It's called a remote. No one is forcing you to watch. People have views I don't agree with, but I don't advocate to cancel them. They just have a right to their opinions and views. I love that this person took the time to criticize me and tell me not to take the time to criticize Dave. You get to take the time, but I don't get to take the time? Humor is dark in nature. It's a coping mechanism. People use it to get their heads around things they don't understand. Frankie Boyle, Eddie Murphy, South Park, etc. It's all done as a joke and shouldn't be taken seriously. I'll bet everyone here laughs at something others don't find funny. Being really angry over a comedy routine makes it more infamous and popular. Don't spend your life being upset over nothing. It's far worse to censor things because you can't stop how out of control it goes. Who's trying to censor anything? Like, did you watch my video? Like, I really just don't care to censor him or cancel him or get it taken offline. I don't care. But also, like, what is poor Dave Chappelle trying to cope with these jokes attacking trans people? The fact that the trans woman rejected him? Is that what he's trying to cope with? Yes, I get it's all supposed to be done as a joke and it's not supposed to be taken seriously, but like, you have to understand that even if it is a joke, even if it is in this comedy setting, people are still taking bits of this as truth. People are still, you know, it's still getting ingrained in the back of their head that it's funny that a trans woman has a dick. Trans women aren't really women. Dave Chappelle laced his comedy with truth. I mean, come on. Do you have a period, Samantha? Do you use feminine hygiene products? If you can't have a sense of humor about the uniqueness of transition, you're always gonna get hurt. See, I have a sense of humor about my transition and all that. These jokes just sucked. You have to have a very, very low, like, honestly degrading understanding of what it means to be trans for these jokes to be funny. My point is just that he's bringing up these differences that are coincidentally, question mark, the same differences that people bring up when they want to say that trans women are just men. Not to mention him quite explicitly saying that trans women aren't women when he stands up and supports and defends J.K. Rowling. Love that. Saying I'm Team TERF and wondering why you're being called transphobic has the same energy as saying I stand with the KKK and wondering why you're being called racist. Also, Dave, how old is 15 anyway? Chappelle has never been funny and no one can change my mind. Okay, yes, this comparison first of all, but oh my god, I forgot to talk about this in the last video. Them calling Dave, how old is 15 anyway, Chappelle, is not just like some random thing. In his Sticks and Stones special, this man makes some very strange jokes. He jokes about how attractive specific children are and like names Macaulay Culkin in the Home Alone movies when the kid was like literally like 10 years old. It's giving very much Shane Dawson joking about Willow Smith and, you know, pretending to be pleasuring himself to that poster of Willow Smith. It's giving very much that. Apparently things like that are not problematic unless you're a YouTuber, I guess. Like, yeah, no, Dave Chappelle saying it to millions and millions of people isn't problematic at all. It's just jokes. It's not like he is telling people to go out and chase down trans people and hurt them. Bitches think I'm dumb. Bitches really think I'm dumb. If you can't understand how a massively maybe I am dumb. Can't understand how a massively influential person like Dave Chappelle telling millions and millions and millions of people that trans women aren't women, if you can't see how that's going to hurt trans women, I don't know what to tell you. I simply can't help you figure that out. Calling Chappelle's stand-up transphobic is damn ignorant. You really wonder why so many trans people and LGBTQ members alike find it hilarious and remain unbothered. Unreal. If you are a trans person and you like think this special is fine and like you don't care, whatever, you're not upset or offended by it, I am so happy for you. I'm genuinely just so happy for you. That's awesome. If you're a trans person telling other trans people to not be upset, you're annoying. Also, I love when people throw out the word ignorant. Like, do you care to elaborate on what makes it ignorant, or are you out of vocab words? That is it. I am done. I am probably done talking about Dave Chappelle for a while too. I figured this would be kind of a fun video to do, maybe clarify some of my points, you know, address the hate. I don't know. It was fun. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time watching. If you did have a good time watching, make sure to give it a big thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. I post new videos every week here on my channel. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in next week's video. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. God damn, I almost swore. God dang it. BBC News, you know, the like almost 100-year-old broadcast network, recently published an article titled, "We are being pressured into sex by some trans women." You should be so lucky. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. It was a joke. I'm sorry. But for real though, like TERF, are you? Are you? Debatable. Yeah, spoiler, this definitely was either written by TERFs or written to, you know, gather an audience of TERFs. And you'll see why, you know, I'm not just making that up. It's pretty heavy on the TERF. The whole article, which obviously I'm going to get into, is just a bunch of different anecdotes and a bunch of different quotes from different transphobes talking about how they were pressured into, you know, the sexual intimacy or sexual activity with trans women, and also just, you know, chatting about how they think trans women are men. The casual stuff. Overall, it's just very fear-mongery, very transphobic, and I wouldn't even say that the worst part is necessarily the content that's in the article, but who the article quotes to give this content. I don't even know if I should say who the article is quoting. I should say what. Pretty sure this woman is a demon or something. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. No nails today. It's sad to me too, don't worry. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to also follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places. My TikTok, she's kind of funny. I'm gonna give it to myself. She's funny. With no further ado, let's get right into how people are being pressured by I don't even know. Before I go ahead and talk about, you know, the people that are quoted throughout this article, the people who are, you know, cited throughout this article, I do want to mention the arguments that are brought up throughout the entire thing. I was gonna go like argument by argument, but honestly, all the different anecdotes, all the different people are just saying the same exact thing. So I'm just gonna sum it all up for you. You're welcome. The first argument is lesbians are same-sex attracted and only like women who are born female. Period. That's it. Jenny is a lesbian woman. She says she's only sexually attracted to women who are biologically female and have vaginas. She therefore only has sex in relationships with women who are biologically female. Can we all just like congratulate Jenny? Like, yay! I'm so proud of her. I'm so happy for her. Just kidding. I don't give a fuck. You do you. It's your loss, girl. It's your loss, Jenny. I'm not in the business. I'm not out here trying to tell anybody who they should be attracted to. You know, I'm not trying to, like, it's just, who has the time? You know, who has the energy? The next part is part of the article where, you know, a woman is talking about how her partner had proposed that they had a threesome with a trans woman, and she was like, no, I could never be into that, blah, blah, blah. This is what she said. She said the trans woman in question had not undergone genital surgery, so she still had a penis. I know there is zero possibility for me to be attracted to this person, says Amy. Which, okay, sure, yeah, like I said, genital preferences are fine. Like, you know, you're not into trans, sorry, I'm like fixing my tits, sorry. Like, okay, sure, yes, genital preferences are real. Like, I've talked about them many, many a time. I'm not getting into it. Like, everybody agrees. Like, I don't know why they keep bringing this up. The only people that are perpetuating this argument that trans women say that you know, you have to sleep with them or you're transphobic is TERFs. They're the only ones saying that trans women say that. Trans women don't actually say that. Amy continues and she says she would feel this way even if a trans woman had undergone genital surgery. If it's the trans part that bothers you, just say so. Like, I'm still gonna call you a TERF, but no, some people really do, you know, refuse to admit that it's a trans part, but not in this article. Not in this one, girl. They do not shy away from their true opinion, which actually coincidentally brings us to our second point. Trans women are men. So this one is not, you know, explicit. They don't ever say trans women are actually men, blah, blah, blah. But you can put it, you can, you know, connect the dots. A little, what are those things? What are they called? It's literally like connect the dots, right? One compared going on dates with trans women to so-called conversion therapy, the controversial practice of trying to change someone's sexual orientation. First of all, this is just like not okay. Like, going on a date with somebody is completely voluntary. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna compare that to conversion therapy. I brought this quote up because they're saying that a lesbian going on a date with a trans woman is similar to a lesbian going on a date with a man, you know, going to conversion therapy to try to be with a man. So yeah, they think trans women are men. That's that. But I mean, again, it is not as explicit. You know, they don't ever say trans women are men. So I mean, if you need a little bit more evidence, if you will, one of the people that they quoted, which again, we're going to talk about the people that they quoted a little bit later on, but they quoted, get the L out, or the, some weird ass thing, I don't know. But on one of the people that they cited's websites, it says, the LGBT community is coercing lesbians to accept penises as female organs and heterosexual intercourse as lesbian practice. I'm not gonna talk about the whole accepting penises as female organs. That is the whole different conversation. That's a different conversation. But what they're referring to as heterosexual intimacy is a trans woman and a cisgender woman being intimate. That's two girls. Another thing that TERFs love to do is stereotype and generalize trans women to be this caricature of a trans woman. You know what I'm saying? And you all know the caricature. This quote is actually from the same person that, you know, I talked about the quote from before. The one that had the girlfriend that wanted to have a threesome with the trans woman. It's the same story. So she said in response, I can hear their male vocal cords. I can see their male jawline. I know under their clothes there is male genitalia. These are physical realities that, as a woman who likes women, you just can't ignore. So like, we already talked about the whole genitalia part where she said that even if they had had bottom surgery, she still would not be interested. So I don't know why she mentioned that they had male genitalia under their clothes. But what's this about male jawlines and male vocal cords? I mean, like, yeah, on average, males tend to have deeper voices. You know, they tend to have stronger jawlines, whatever, whatever. But that's not to say that there aren't cis women out there that have voices as deep as, you know, the average male, or have jawlines as sharp as, you know, the average male. So not only are you unnecessarily and inaccurately stereotyping trans people, you're also ridiculing the very people that you say that you're out to protect. Young, cisgender women. Figure out what you're trying to do and then come back to us. Anyways. The third argument that they bring up, trans activism is trying to revert progress back to asking women, how do you know you don't like dick if you haven't tried it? Which they compare it to, you know, straight men saying to lesbians, how do you know you don't like men if you haven't tried them? Throughout this whole article, everybody is bringing up this huge problem and saying that, you know, it's taking over and it's a huge crisis on the rise. Several people have gotten in touch with me to say that there was a huge problem for lesbians who are being pressured to accept the idea that a penis can be a female sex organ. So they're trying to frame it as this huge issue and something that needs to be handled urgently. But then 5 times later, they're like, it's not that big of a problem. It's like 3 people saying it. Those affected have told me the pressure comes from a minority of trans women, as well as activists who are not necessarily trans themselves. We know a minority, but still a sizable minority of trans women do pressure lesbians to go out with them and have sex with them, and it's a very disturbing phenomenon. Of the 80 women, 56% reported being pressured or coerced to accept a trans woman as a sexual partner. Just 56% of the 80 people. Not even 100% of the 80. 56% of the 80. That's like what? 44, 46? So like, is it a minority or no? Because you're going around saying it's this huge problem, but then when you're asked about it further and like pressed on like, how do you know it's a huge problem? You're like, well, it's not that big of a problem. It's like kind of fine. I mean, it's like you know, we've heard some things, we got some DMs, you know, like you made this whole BBC article for a couple DMs that you got on your turf blog. You want to go off random polls? Fine, let me put a, can I do a poll? Can I get a poll up here, please? So the fourth and final argument is going to perfectly segue us into the people that they quoted, but let's get into it real quick, shall we? The final argument that they propose is that trans women are pressuring cis lesbians to sleep with them, also known as assaulting cisgender women. 24-year-old Amy told me she had experienced verbal abuse from her own girlfriend, a bisexual woman who wanted them to have a threesome with a trans woman. That was the story that I quoted earlier. I just wanted to bring that up again because, like, what does that have to do with a trans woman? The trans woman did not pressure you, honey. That was your girlfriend. You're in a toxic relationship. Time to leave. I thought I would be called a transphobe or that it would be wrong of me to turn down a trans woman who wanted to exchange nude pictures. Young women feel pressured to sleep with trans women to prove I am not a TERF. The article and the quotes do go farther and talk about some experiences that cisgender women have had where trans women have, you know, physically forced them or coerced them to sleep with them. And obviously that's bad. That's disgusting, horrible, illegal, like all that stuff. No excuse at all. But unfortunately, bad people like this exist in every single community. We cannot take these bad examples and generalize a whole community and create perceptions that these communities are predatory and all rapists and all like going to do whatever. Because what if we did that with one of the lesbian contributors in this BBC article? You want to go there, Miss BBC article? Miss BBC article? Sorry, are you Mr.? Miss? What's your pronoun? So they do include a pretty good variety of sources in this news article. I can't get over that. This is a literal news article. Like a news article. They include, of course, you know, the traditional TERFs, but also some self-loathing, pick-me trans women, some concerned lesbians, and of course, our favorite, the infamous gold star lesbian porn star, Lily Cade. We'll get to Lily. We'll get to Lily. I'm sure you all know what's going on with Lily. We'll get to her. Let's start with, how about Miss Get the L Out herself? Miss Angela. So Angela Wild, one of the people that was quoted in this thing, you know, her picture's actually in the article, is the co-founder of Get the L Out. What is it? Get the L Out? Some transphobic ass alliance. If you don't believe me that they're transphobic, we can just take a look at their homepage real quick. Just a bunch of nonsense about how trans women, or, you know, men, sorry, men, not trans women, how they're invading the progress of the lesbian movement and torturing lesbians to sleep with them. These people are taking it upon themselves to warn young girls about, you know, the medicalization of young lesbian women. God, this is like focusing on my hair. Like, I know it's cute, but like, focus on me. For example, we strongly argue that the only way to end lesbianism is to get the L out of the LGBT community and build women-centered alliances with all lesbians and feminists willing to end male domination and women's oppression. So this whole thing is about how trans people are, you know, a problem, whatever, and how transitioning is bad. And then they call it ending male domination. That's the trans movement right there, male domination. They say we stand against any kind of misogynistic politics and systems that prioritize men's interests, such as queer politics and transgenderism. Anyway, next we have the self-loathing pick-me trans woman. We have none other than the YouTuber Rose of Dawn, who, if you don't know, is just basically like a Blair White. She's like a very turfy, that's like it, I don't know. We also have teacher Debbie Hayton, who says some very interesting things about trans women, but I think she's more so, again, just used as, you know, the trans card. You're like, look, we have trans people that agree with us too. We're not just transphobic. Look, I swear. Somebody should tell them that trans people can be transphobic, huh? Damn, imagine being a trans person and like being in an article with Lily Cade. Do you think they knew who else was gonna be in this article when they like agreed to be interviewed for it? Probably not, but like still. Ooh. So when I looked at this article, it seemed a little short. Looked like something was missing, you know what I'm saying? And then when I got to the bottom of the article, it said, update 4th of November 2021. We have updated this article published last week to remove a contribution from one individual in light of comments she has published on blog posts in recent days, which we have been able to verify. We acknowledge that an admission of inappropriate behavior by the same contributor should have been included in the original article. That's all you're gonna mention? Okay, whatever. I did find the excerpt that was cut. Nothing really too exceptionally bad was said, just some really fucking weird stuff. Like her talking about how she couldn't have sex with a trans woman because their vagina did not resemble that of a female ape. Same. No, I can't. Not same. A few days after this BBC article was published that, you know, platformed Cade, she posted a, what would you call it, like an essay? Maybe? I don't know. A diary entry on her website? I don't know, basically just talking about how she wants to kill all trans people. Like literally talking about how all trans people are evil pedophiles from Satan, like sent to kidnap your children or some shit. Like scary things. She called for the lynching of multiple famous trans people. I'm like laughing because I'm like concerned. I'm like, girl, I hope she doesn't see this video. I'm like, fucking put me on her website, damn. She calls for the lynching of multiple famous trans people and says that if other people aren't gonna do it, if the army isn't gonna do it, if the Marines aren't gonna do it, then she would proudly kill us all herself. Like, I know this came out after the BBC article, but like, damn. Also, if this was not bad enough, multiple people, including some of Cade's co-workers, have come out and accused Cade of sexually assaulting them. She's really out here saying that all trans women are evil, pedophile, rapists, demons, while she's literally like an admitted serial rapist. Allegedly. Sorry, allegedly. Shit. Like I said, BBC has removed Cade's portion of the article, but I'm like, I feel like whoever is in charge of this article really needs to take a deep look at the rhetoric and whatever they're saying in this article and just like think. Just like give it a quick thought. If somebody like Lily Cade agrees with the messages that you're saying, it's probably pretty bad. It's probably not good stuff. The worst part of it though is that allegedly BBC knew of the allegations against Cade and decided to publish the article anyways. And they even told critics and readers that, you know, the article met up to journalistic standards for BBC News. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on over at BBC News. Like I don't even know what to say. The fact that this was a news article posted on like this very famous news platform is very concerning to me. But honestly, at the same time, it's not surprising. I'm not even gonna lie. BBC News, you done disappointed me. But yeah, what do you all think of this article? It's bad, huh? I didn't like it one bit. Definitely make sure to leave your opinions down below. I wanna know what you guys think. Of course, always, I wanna know. Leave it down below. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Only if you wanna be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in my next video. Bye, everyone.
Some people don't have any mom. Count your blessings. You trapped her in that other universe? Well, yeah. I figured I had two moms, so I'll give her boys two moms. Plus, what mom wouldn't want a copy of herself every once in a while?
He straight up admitted that his opinions are not supported by any data or any like factual evidence, but rather, and get this, his feelings. And they all went crazy for it. They loved it. They ate that shit up. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So I know I've talked about Ben Shapiro many times, and I mean, hey, I don't even feel bad about it because Ben Shapiro is definitely not somebody that ever shies away from the trans community, so you get what you get, okay? Not even that. You get what you give. What's the expression? Along with him posting those cringy, like reacting to TikTok videos, he also recently posted a video where he went to a college campus and did like a talk and then had a little Q&A session afterwards. And if you've ever seen those college videos where he goes to college campuses and has these talks and has these discussions, he always puts them up on YouTube as like, Ben Shapiro destroys college student, or Ben Shapiro goes to college campus and destroys transgenderism. But in my honest opinion, I don't think he really did. So yeah, for today's video, we are going to be reacting to this video right here that Ben Shapiro posted. Actually, just like a clip of it. It's a long video. We don't have to react to all of it. But one person brought up the trans conversation and Ben had a lot to say about it. And I couldn't just let him, you know, go off and say all these things without being checked. So that's what I'm here to do today. I post new videos every single week here on my channel. So if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Also, make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep us up to date with me as possible. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this Q&A section, shall we? So like I said, this video is not one of Ben's typical style videos. This is a recording of a Q&A that happened at a college campus that he went to, where some of the college students got to come up and ask him different questions. Ben and this student, I'm assuming, go back and forth quite a little bit. So we're gonna go ahead and start off with the question that this person placed. So go ahead.
Why do you believe you're right about trans people given the American Psychological Association, American Medical Association, American Psychoanalytic Association, I can go on for about 5 more associations, that are very prominent and govern the existing like health government or health industries within like the major Western countries. And all of these associations have multiple thousands of doctors, sociologists, psychologists, and with PhDs in their respective fields backing the idea that sex and gender are different, effectively gaining the medical consensus for sex and gender being two different concepts, yet you have a different opinion.
So to summarize, their question was, why do you not believe that gender and sex are different when all these different medical associations, all these different scientific communities all agree that sex and gender are different? And you know, in the past I would just say, yeah, they're right. Like, medical associations all agree that sex and gender are different, but I got the screenshots for you this time. Don't worry. According to the American Medical Association, it is essential to acknowledge that an individual's gender identity may not align with the sex assigned to them at birth. So the American Psychological Association says sex usually refers to the biological aspects of maleness or femaleness, whereas gender implies the psychological, behavioral, social, and cultural aspects of being male or female. The American Psychoanalytic Association, psychoanalytic technique does not encompass purposeful attempts to convert, repair, change, or shift an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Such directed efforts are against fundamental principles of psychoanalytic treatment and often result in substantial psychological pain by reinforcing damaging internalized attitudes. The World Health Organization says gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. Like, the list goes on and on.
Sex and gender are two different concepts, but gender is tied to biology. So one of the big problems that you see in sort of the argument in favor of trans rights is this notion that gender and sex are completely separable. They're not completely separable. If they are completely separable, then this means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female. Male and female are biological terms. So using terminology like male and female to describe a self-perception of maleness or femaleness is sort of a bizarre way of arguing whether a thing is a man or a woman. So here's my question. It's an argument that my friend Matt Walsh likes to make. What is a woman? Define what a woman is without reference to the word woman, please.
So he agrees and says that sex and gender can refer to different ideas because he would look pretty dumb if he did not agree with that. However, immediately then effectively backtracks and says that gender is tied to biology. So if biology is the same as sex, and you're saying that gender is tied to biology, then you're saying that gender is tied to sex. Like, you can't just say that they are and then that they're not. Like, make up your mind. He says if gender and sex are separable, then a person's gender has nothing to do with the sex that they are. And that's right. That's correct, Ben Shapiro. Of course, this can be a bit unintuitive. You know, for most people that are born, their gender identity aligns with their sex, so they never really have to consider that their gender identity is not the same as their sex. Trans people don't have that option. We're kind of forced to think about it. We're forced to deal with that reality. I think the best way to just sum that little tidbit up is just to remember that correlation does not always equal causation. So just because most people that are born male identify as a boy, that does not mean that because they were born male, they identify as a boy. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I'm moving on. So I did my best to make sense out of what he was trying to say. All right, I did my best. I tried to give him a little bit of credit. He goes on to say that male and female are biological terms. So you can't identify as a trans female because it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that does make a little bit of sense to me because he's right that male and female are words that dictate sex and refer to sex, which again is somebody's biology or somebody's anatomy. And personally, at the moment, my opinion is just because you are a trans woman or just because you identify as a trans woman, that does not automatically mean that you are physically female. However, I also believe that sex is more than just the genitalia of a person. I think it's a combination of, you know, chromosomes, external genitalia, internal genitalia, hormone levels, you know, hormone response levels, primary, secondary sex characteristics. It's this whole list of factors that go into making up somebody's, you know, their sex. And I also believe that once a trans woman starts a medical transition, she's no longer entirely biologically male. I wouldn't say that she's entirely biologically female, but I mean, definitely not biologically male. I wouldn't say that they weren't born biologically male, but I would say at the current moment, they aren't. So when it comes to sex identification on like government IDs, I see no problem with allowing a trans woman who has just transitioned, even a trans woman that has not undergone medical transition. I see no problem with allowing her to change her sex marker to female. You really have to consider the utility of that sex marker. It's not the chromosomes or your genitalia. It's just about how you operate in the world, you know, who you operate as in the world. So to be honest, I'd propose that they change a sex marker to a gender marker. I feel like that makes a little bit more sense. But when it comes to sex markers on, say, like hospital forms, I think that's a little bit of a different conversation because at that point, the utility of that marker is not to figure out who you live as in the world. They're looking at your body. I mean, you all know what a doctor does. You know what I mean? I don't have to explain this. I don't know why he brought up the whole, can you define a woman for me then, please? Is that that's all you got to say? Define a woman, that's like your go-to thing? Very simply, a woman is the gender that is typically associated with the female sex. That's it. But again, I just don't see how that's relevant to the question that this person asked, which is, why do you disagree with the medical, scientific, and academic consensus? But, I mean, you asked your question. Go off.
So this is actually a logical fallacy called a red herring. You're asking me a question in order to actually challenge my question without actually
No, it isn't. I'm saying that it really is not.
The questioner comes back and is like, this is actually a logical fallacy. Like, that, I don't know why you're bringing this up. I'm glad that this person was blunt about it. If you don't know what a red herring is, I mean, you could Google it, but look at me, I'm going to give you a little information. A red herring is a fallacy that consists in diverting attention from the real issue by focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. And again, maybe I'm missing something, but defining a woman, I don't see how that answers the question.
I'm agreeing with you that the notion of gender, which is effeminateness or masculinity, can be different from biology in the sense that biology is just pure male or pure female. But to suggest that there is such a thing as an effeminate male is not to suggest that an effeminate male is now a woman. Transgenderism makes the argument that if you believe that you are a woman, you are therefore a woman. Or if you believe that you are a man, you are therefore a man. I disagree with this. There are objective measures as to whether you're a man or a woman. There are objective measures as to whether you're male or female. There's certainly a spectrum with regard to effeminateness versus masculinity. That's certainly true, but that does not change the underlying sexual dichotomy that is the basis for all human reproduction.
So again, he starts out his answer by framing it like he agrees with this medical consensus, because he can't not, you know what I mean? He can't explicitly disagree with this medical consensus because he will just look stupid. Starts out by saying, yeah, I agree that gender can be different than sex, but then again, backtracks, and this time not only backtracks, but throws in a few different strawman arguments to try to, again, distract from this actual issue of why do you not agree with medical consensus? He mistakenly refers to gender as effeminacy, femininity or masculinity, not what gender is. Okay, it's not. Just because somebody feels feminine does not mean that they're a girl. Just because somebody feels masculine does not mean that they're a boy. This kind of goes along with the whole, they're pushing our children to transition. They're making my young tomboy daughter become a boy. Being transgender is not like fun. It's not fashionable. It's dangerous. It's painful. And it's unavoidable. When you're trans, you can't not be trans. Like you don't have a choice. In my opinion, the trans community is super welcoming and accepting of everybody, young or old, expressing their gender however it makes them feel comfortable. If you're happy as a tomboy, then I'm happy. You know what I mean? I don't need you to be a boy. That's total. I'm good. I have no interest in making kids trans. Don't need that. I just want to help young trans kids be okay with who they are. As to the whole disagreeing that feeling like a woman can make you a woman, but once again, that's just the medical and scientific consensus. Like we can look, the World Health Organization, gender identity refers to a person's deeply felt, internal, and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. He goes on to say there are objective measures to determine whether you're male or female, and you're right, there are. Again, that's sex, not gender, but we'll go with it. To determine somebody's sex, most of the time doctors will just look at somebody's genitalia and be like, okay, male, female, whatever. But there are also tests such as chromosome tests. You can do an ultrasound to look at the internal structures. There are some options, and those options are all possible because when we're determining somebody's sex, we're looking at their physicality. We're looking at their anatomy. Something that is very physical. Something that's right there, something that we can grab. Maybe don't grab, but you know what I'm saying. It's all there. So yeah, he's right. There are objective measures to determine if you are a male, female, or intersex, somewhere in between, because it is not just male and female. We'll get there. However, he also says that there is an objective measure to determine whether you're a man or a woman. And I feel like this is upsetting to people because they're like, well, I need proof. I need to see the evidence that you're a man or that you're a woman. I can't give that to you. I'm so sorry. There isn't a test to determine whether you're a man or you're a woman because, as the World Health Organization said, as all these different, organizations and associations have said, gender is a feeling. Gender is a self-perception. And how do we determine self-perceptions? Well, I don't fucking know. He finishes this little segment of his argument by saying that there is a spectrum to gender, but that doesn't change the underlying sexual dichotomy that is integral to human reproduction. Okay, Ben. Why did you have to bring that up? Nobody's trying to say that males and females aren't necessary for reproduction. I took Bio 101. I took sex ed. We're just trying to say that gender and sex are different concepts, which you seem to agree with, or do you not?
Right, so this dichotomy is a false dichotomy that isn't supported by any of the medical associations that I just named off.
Then let me explain.
None of the medical associations that I just named off would actually support the idea that gender is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single medical consensus.
And once again, They're right. Sex is not a dichotomy, or in other words, a binary. I've discussed this before, so to save my breath, I'm going to insert a little YouTube short. She explains so beautifully why sex is not binary. So go ahead, Riley.
Let's talk about why biological sex is non-binary. When we say that something is binary, that means it's a variable that can produce only one of two possible values. Take binary code. Every value is a 1 or a 0. If there's even a single 2, it's not binary. Binary works for things like on or off and true or false. Notice that in these systems, you can never have something that is both true and false or on and off at the same time. This will be important later. This is why using chromosomes to define biological sex would mean that it's non-binary, since there are plenty of instances where people have something other than XX or XY chromosomes. Some of these include Klinefelter syndrome, where someone is born with XXY chromosomes, triple X syndrome, where someone is born with XXX chromosomes, or Turner syndrome, where someone is missing part of or an entire X chromosome. That being said, another way people may try to define biological sex to be binary is by focusing on whether someone produces large or small gametes, or whether they produce eggs or sperm. But even here, we find that it's not always the case that people produce just one or the other. There are also documented instances of people producing both types of gametes, meaning that even using gametes to define sex would entail at least 3 sex categories, if not more. No matter how you define it, biological sex just is not binary.
Quite interesting, right? So interesting. Let's see how Ben is going to talk his way out of this one, shall we?
I will just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology, it's not connected in any way to biology, is just full of shit. Because if the and the reason I and the reason that I say
then you actually just disagree with medical consensus within the Western
disagree.
nation.
Yes, I disagree with the false medical consensus driven by politically driven, quote-unquote, doctors. If any doctor denies to me that there is a dichotomy between male and female, a sexual dichotomy between male and female, they are ignorant, and they are letting their politics get in the way of their science. Anybody who suggests to you that there is such a thing, for example, as a pregnant male, is not a doctor, they are an activist.
I mean, at least he's honest. He's like, listen, I know the entirety of all these medical and scientific and academic communities all agree that I'm wrong, but they're full of shit. AKA, I don't have a better argument, so I'm just gonna say that they're lying. Again, yes, males and females have differences, obviously. And again, yes, one male and one female is required for traditional reproduction. Boring. You're boring me, Ben. We are once again talking about sex, not gender. No, somebody born male will never be able to naturally give birth. You're right, that's fine. But someone who is a man may be able to if they have the right parts. Because again, as Ben taught us earlier, male and female are words that dictate sex, while man and woman are words that dictate gender. And gender, according to the medical and academic and scientific communities, is not tied to biology. Now, if you were to clarify and say that you were a cisgender man, that would provide us more information and we could say, yeah, no, that person would never be able to give birth. The only reason that we make this clarification is because when you say that no man can give birth, you're obviously excluding trans men. Trans men are men, and they sometimes can give birth. He straight up admitted that his opinions are not supported by any data or any, factual evidence, but rather, and get this, his feelings. And they all went crazy for it. They loved it. They ate that shit up.
I'm very glad that none of these opinions are actually accepted in academia and haven't been for over 70 years. Sent this here on Twitter.
Okay.
The questioner comes back and says, I'm glad these opinions haven't been supported in academia in 70 plus years, so whatever. Ben comes back. He's mad. He's real riled up. He is furious.
The notion that they haven't been accepted for over 70 years is a bizarre one, considering they were accepted until about 5 minutes ago. And the basic idea that male and female do not exist runs counter to all mammalian biology. All of it, not just human. Are we to suggest that gender and sex are different in walruses? How does this work exactly? Are they different in bears? All mammalian reproduction is rooted in the idea that there's a sexual dichotomy between male and female. To obscure that with all sorts of semantic word games about how you feel subjectively has no bearing on whether male and female are categories that exist. And if you're trying to define male and female with reference to any subjective category that cannot be identified by any metric whatsoever other than how you feel today, I challenge whether that is scientific or whether that is merely a self-perception that is being guided by a political agenda.
The notion that these ideas haven't been supported for 70 years is bizarre, considering they've been supported up until 5 minutes ago. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. These ideas are not supported in academia now, and they haven't been for quite some time. But Ben just tries to appeal to his audience's lack of knowledge on the current conversation surrounding gender and sex, and tries to make it seem like trans activists are coming out of nowhere and changing everything and ruining everything from how it's always been. but that's not the case. A fluid perception of gender has actually been around much, much longer than this binary perception. Third genders, trans people, etc. have been documented for centuries, much longer than Ben's binary framework of male and female that has only been used really within the last century. Ben's own religion recognizes no fewer than 6 distinct sex categories throughout all of their classical texts and traditions. So I'm like, he continues and throws in more straw men of they're trying to get rid of males and females and they're trying to erase what it means to be a male and a female. Like, I can't even get this out. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. No, we're not. You just don't have an argument and need a little soundbite for your audience. I mean, it worked. I love the part where he compares us to walruses and bears, and he's like, well, do walruses have differences between sex and gender? Do bears? Ben. Maybe if walruses had different expectations and roles for female walruses versus male walruses, we would recognize the difference between sex and gender in different mammals, but they don't. And you're kind of really weird for that. We're the only mammals, the only animals that have this social conception of gender. Like, do you really not see the difference between us and walruses? I mean, he says we can't define male and female by your subjective daily feelings. Once again, Ben, as you said earlier, male and female dictate sex. And your gender identity is not informed nor defined by your sex. What are you talking about? Like, how do people watch this and think like, wow, he did such a great job. I can't wait to just, you know, my king. He really pulled out those facts and those sources and that evidence. No, he didn't. He literally just talked about how he felt. He talked about his feelings, which is fine. You know, I have empathy. I care about your feelings, Ben. Do I? Bravo. Bravo to whoever this questioner was. They did say their Twitter app, but I could not figure out what they said. So I wish I could shout them out, but I can't. If you guys know who this was, put them in the comments, whatever. Shout out to them. I really hope the average viewer of this conversation, of, you know, even Ben's video, not even this video, but like Ben's video, I hope they understand how like unhinged he sounds. We have all this data and all this evidence for one thing, and you're just disagreeing with it. Like, why? He tries to avoid the question several times, and then it's just like, well, they're full of shit, that's why. Great argument. Great job. So yeah, that's that for that. What do you guys think? Let me know. If you did like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. I post videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already, and you would like to be, only if you want to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Like, it existed in like the 80s. That would have been really nice. With the 80s, I feel like we're, I don't know, maybe not the 80s. 80s when we're trying to decide like the random old decade. The Reagan era. Pick the Reagan era to do like that. Hey, my impression of the 80s is children's cartoons where everything is happy and nice. Alright, you gotta legalize one drug. Any drug in the world. And you can like...
They can say that Steven Crowder's jokes are just racism under a veil of humor, but when I say that Dave Chappelle's jokes are just transphobia under a veil of humor, I'm being ridiculous. The LGBTs are at it again, trying to cancel everybody. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So I know that I said that I did not want to talk about Dave Chappelle again on my channel for a while, and I really wanted to stick to that. I tried my best to stick to it, but unfortunately today, I'm going to be talking about it a little bit more. Well, not actually the Dave Chappelle content specifically, but rather this video right here. A couple weeks back, I posted a video talking about my opinions on the Dave Chappelle special, and apparently these people did not like it. I mean, I already knew a bunch of Dave Chappelle fans did not like it. I haven't made a second video reacting to some of the comments that I got from Dave Chappelle fans, but these two men, Abbott and Preach, have a lot to say about my opinions on the Dave Chappelle special, and I've definitely seen some people coming to my channel from their channel, so I'm excited to see what they had to say about me. Before we get started, I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already, and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places to keep us up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into this video about how transgenders are crybabies or whatever these people are gonna say. Who knows? So just as a very, very quick little recap, recently Dave Chappelle released a special on Netflix, and in that special he made some jokes that were transphobic. But like I said, I did already do that video on it, so if you guys want to know my opinions and all that kind of stuff, definitely go watch that video. or don't. I mean, I'm gonna say my opinions again, so I think you'll be fine, but if you are somehow seeing this video after seeing their video and you have not seen my original video, if that made sense at all, I do recommend that you watch my original video because Abby and Preach literally only watched maybe 20% of my video, and I actually think that they would maybe agree with me if they actually listened to what I had to say, but hey, the world will never know. He is a straight man, not gay, not trans, none of the above, which I will say I do think it would make a difference if he was gay or trans, you know what I mean? I feel like gay people can make jokes about gay people, trans people can make jokes about trans people.
Flame Monroe makes comedy about LGBTQ people, and she's getting flamed, no pun intended, all the time. So, people are gonna get offended no matter what.
I'm not people. I never said that I had a problem with Flame Monroe. Not all trans people think the same, that's fine. I was just giving my personal opinion that if you're trans, you can, you know, make whatever jokes you want to make. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Whenever I hear this stuff where it's like, only black folks can make jokes about black folks, white folks can make jokes about white folks, and women can only make jokes about women, and men can make jokes. Really? Women can't make fun of men? Really? You sure you want to go down that road? Because a lot of women's acts are about to get destroyed. Listen, if we're being honest, we make fun of each other. We make fun of ourselves. But this whole thing, like, you can't make fun of other groups. Why? Why not? And also, to what degree do we want to do this? Should poor people only be able to make fun of poor people? Rich people, rich people?
No.
Americans?
Poor people can make fun of rich people because they're punching up. You see, on that layer?
If you're on the bottom layer, it's perfectly acceptable for you to punch everyone upwards. If you want to punch against oppression, it's acceptable. But oppression cannot punch against the oppressed. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the whole punch up, punch down stuff. You know what I mean? If you want to go and make fun of children, make fun of children. If children want to make fun of you, make fun of you. I dislike it when people gatekeep who can make jokes about who.
I won't lie, watching kids fall is pretty funny. Especially when they're on ice. You know, they stumble for a while and then eventually they fall. It's so great. That's not really the kind of joke that we're talking about though. Dave didn't show a video or laugh at a trans woman falling. He laughed at our bodies.
Ooh, look at that big chiseled jawline, that big thick Joe Rogan neck. Is that a dude? Is your daughter a man?
He joked about how he's on Team TERF. Do you know what a TERF is?
TERF is an acronym. Stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. This is a real thing. This is a group of women that hate transgender. They don't hate transgender women, but they look at trans women the way we blacks might look at blackface. It offends them. Like, ooh, this bitch is doing an impression of me. I'm Team TERF. I agree, man. Gender is a fact.
A TERF is a type of activist that focuses on how trans women are actually men and they're just pretending to hurt women. That's a funny thing to align with? That's just like a joke? When I say that I don't think that cis people should be able to joke about trans people or, you know, men about women, blah, 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 I don't mean to say that cis people can never mention trans people or, you know, mention their experience with trans people and joke about that. And, you know, maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I did not articulate that the best way. He was laughing about the fact that a trans woman was trans. Literally that if he were to see a woman with a penis, that would be the funniest thing ever.
And suddenly, a woman walks into the men's room. I'm gonna be like, that's strange. And then she hikes her skirt up and pulls a real live meaty dick out. And what do you think I'm gonna say?
There are ways that you can joke about trans people without making the punchline of the joke the fact that we're trans. Like, the trans experience is funny. Even being somebody around the trans experience, funny. Tons of comedy gold in that, you know, situation. You don't need to make fun of the fact that somebody's trans.
And then, I don't know, out of nowhere. It's just, you just, it's Caitlyn. Then you couldn't react, you couldn't on any level be like, oh my God, you know, what the F, on any level. You couldn't say that, or you automatically homophobic. Dude, you shaved your beard off, people like, oh my God, that's your chin? Wow, this guy walked out a dude, came back a woman, you're just supposed to be like, oh yes, anyways, Caitlyn, that's what I'm saying.
See, now this was a perfect example of how you can joke about a trans person being around you or your experience with trans people without perpetuating this transphobic rhetoric. He's not joking about the fact that Caitlyn Jenner is trans. He's joking about that awkward situation. So it's fine. You know what I mean? I have no problem with it. Dave mocks trans women for literally just having a penis. And in my opinion, this is really comparable to white people making jokes about the stereotypical features that black people may have. Just like in those racist jokes where people are laughing at somebody being black or, you know, the caricature of a black person, Dave is making fun of trans people for literally just being trans. The same thing goes for race or gender. I think if a black person wants to make jokes about their struggles with, you know, being a black person, I think that's fine. I think if a woman wants to make a joke about being a woman, that's fine. However, I don't think the opposite is true. I don't think it would be okay for a white person to joke about a black person's experience. I don't think it would be okay for a man to joke about a woman's experience. And I also don't think it would be okay for a cisgender person to joke about a trans person's experience. So maybe I should quickly clarify what I meant in that little segment. When I see that men shouldn't joke about women's experience or white people shouldn't joke about black people's experience, I'm referring to those jokes that perpetuate discrimination.
She didn't say, I don't think it's okay for a black person to make fun of a white person or for a woman to make fun of a man. She only said it one way, which literally aligns with one way of this.
Yeah. That's our direction.
Yes, you're a clever one, aren't ya? It was definitely purposeful. Saying that cis people making these jokes about trans people is the same as trans people making these jokes about cis people. It's kind of like saying you can't be mad at somebody for doing blackface if you think it's okay to do whiteface. What? Whiteface isn't even real. Joking about cis men not being real men is not real. Trans people don't discriminate against cisgender people. That's just not how this works. You really have to resort to attacking another minority community to boost your numbers?
Ain't nobody trying to talk about y'all that deeply. You guys just won't shut the fuck up, and you guys are in every news article, always trying to cancel folks. So of course, the reason why folks talk about y'all is because you guys put yourselves out there all the time and then constantly demanding change from everybody. I could honestly say up until like maybe 5-6 years ago, the trans stuff wasn't that common in terms of stand-up comedy.
No.
Then the pronoun stuff happened. The bathroom stuff happened.
We're gonna laugh. Comedians is the news. If you look at comedy that did not age well, it's a reflection of not the comedian, but the era which he lived in. Comedy reflects what's going on a day-to-day basis.
He said that he's mad that we're demanding change and then references the bathroom bills in North Carolina. These bathroom bills that he references are discriminatory. Even Dave Chappelle admitted that. Are bad for fighting against a discriminatory bill. He then tries to prove his point by saying, well, nobody talked about you guys up until 5 or 6 years ago when you guys started making all this noise and started being so annoying. Did he even watch the special? Like, am I the only one that watched the special? He literally said in the special that he's been making trans jokes for 16 plus years. I guess that's our fault. We just won't shut the fuck up. 16 plus years, he's holding a grudge. Damn. Again, he can make jokes about us. I really don't care. I feel like most people don't care if people make jokes about trans people, as long as they're not jokes about the fact that we're trans. They're jokes that infer that you don't think that trans women are real women. Whether you care if it hurt my feelings is up to you. I really don't care if you care. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you're an asshole. I don't care if you don't care.
baby.
That was perfect.
Love.
That was perfect.
That's not how things work, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't care if you care, you fucking dickhead, piece of shit, asshole. I don't care.
You got hurt. And I understand that you got hurt. I understand. But then again, that's what it is. In a video, okay, you can't be saying, I'm a trans person. Of course I got hurt. And then minutes before say, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion. No.
Okay, hold the phone. When I said I was giving an unbiased opinion, or as unbiased of an opinion as I could give, I was referring to me not reading a lot of news articles or not watching other videos on the special before, making up my own mind. That's what I was talking about. But I was also very clear about the fact that I'm a trans person. I can't take the fact that I'm trans out of the equation. Just felt like I needed to clarify that. It's not really important.
Also, just because you were hurt doesn't mean the joke was mean.
Or that it's not because the joke was not funny that it's not a joke. You just didn't think it was funny, which is fine.
Listen, comedy's always funny until it's directed at you. And then it's oppressive.
Comedy is just like a drunk uncle at Christmas. It's funny until he touches you.
Yeah, that's interesting, yeah. Just because you were hurt doesn't mean the joke was mean. Just because you didn't think it was funny doesn't mean it wasn't a joke. It's just jokes.
Most happy about the new policy, these people. So, yeah. I'm gonna buy a plow, man! I'm gonna plant that corn. Go get a John Deere. Barack Obama, mother, I'm the president of plowing that ass. You.
Crowder's gonna crowder.
These guys are so cringy. These guys are unbelievably cringy, and, their undertones are so apparent. It's crazy to me. Might as well just put on blackface. Might as well. Might as well. Honestly, this kind of like crazy characters that you're trying to drive as you're doing these, this is just cringy. I got big lips and large ears and a wide nose, and I suck in all the oxygen because I'm like a monkey. Like, they might as well just said that. It's pretty much what they're saying.
Ooh, look at that big chiseled jaw, man. That big thick Joe Rogan neck. Is that a dude?
Here, they come in with such ignorance, right? and then they use these kind of like stereotypical characters, right? Pretty much doing blackface. It's blackface without the blackface. That's what it is. And they're laughing about it. And it's just like, okay, that's how you roll. It's cool. It's just jokes, guys. Okay.
Wow,
cool
you're
story.
good.
Cool story. If you guys think that's humor, if you think that's trying to be funny, cool story. You can't use a veil of humor to say this kind of stuff and always be like, it's just comedy. We know the difference. And most smart people know the difference, okay?
Wow.
Wait, but it was just a joke. That doesn't mean he's racist. They say Crowder might as well just do blackface if he's going to be making jokes like that. Well, I say that Dave might as well call us all men. Oh, wait. They can say that Steven Crowder's jokes are just racism under a veil of humor, but when I say that Dave Chappelle's jokes are just transphobia under a veil of humor, I'm being ridiculous. The LGBTs are at it again, trying to cancel everybody. It seems to me that you both really do understand the concept. I really just wish you had listened to my whole video. He complains about the increase of attacks on Asian Americans, then compares black people beating up Asians to his immune system fighting off the COVID virus, playing into the whole myth of COVID being this Asian disease, which is quite literally the reason that hate crimes against Asian Americans has gone up.
That's a funny ass joke. That's a funny ass joke. That's funny. But again, if you don't like it, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it.
Steven Crowder has a lot of fans. That video that you cited has a lot of views, and I'm sure that a lot of people thought that the jokes that he was making were hilarious. That's exactly what you're doing with Dave Chappelle. You don't have to like when people do blackface. It doesn't mean that they're a racist. This isn't about whether or not I like the special. Like, come on. This special, in combination with Dave's other specials where he talks about trans people and laughs at our bodies, and all the other media laughing at trans people, including maybe Abby and Preach's videos, you know, talking about how trans people are doing whatever, that all of these things are informing people's perceptions of trans people. This quote talks about how racist depictions can influence people's perceptions of different races, and I think that it can be applied to trans people as well if we, you know, use our imagination. Racial images packaged as entertainment can skew the way all viewers understand and categorize people. Popular media can have a negative impact on whites' perceptions of people of color, and racial stereotypes in film and television can exacerbate pre-existing racist fears. When there is lack of contact between racial groups, or in this case between, you know, trans people and cis people, people tend to rely on media stereotypes to formulate ideas about people outside of their own race, or in our case, people who are not like them. The media's tendency to fuel racial misperceptions can contribute to public support for harsher punishments for people of color. And that is to say that the jokes that Dave is making and the rhetoric that he is promoting and pushing is influencing the way that people think about trans people, and it is impacting our lives in a very negative way. We love making fun of anti-vaxxers.
So you see, it's perfectly acceptable. It's perfectly acceptable to make fun of the groups that she doesn't like. But the groups she does like can't do that.
Yes, and I will continue to make fun of anti-vaxxers because that is a choice. We're not going to talk about it right now, but I will say that choosing to not get a vaccine is not the same thing as being born transgender. Duh. But like LGBT, is it really that hard? Like, just practice it like 3 times, I swear. You can.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. LGBT is a shitty acronym.
You know what? They're not even wrong. You know, it's not the best acronym, I won't lie. They're missing the point of why I even brought this up, which was that Dave was doing this to purposely frame us as, you know, irrational and, you know, annoying and blah, 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 whatever he was trying to do. But they don't care about my actual opinion. They're just trying to make jokes. They're just trying to, like, laugh at trans people. The first of which is the proclamation that the modern day LGBT movement or the modern day LGBT community is too sensitive and too brittle.
To be fair, though, I feel like most people feel as though most folks have become too brittle and too frail. My experience is that people feel like the world is soft.
Yeah. Black people, white people, Asians, everybody's soft.
And I'm really inclusive. So I feel like since you guys are part of the world, you're soft too.
I don't get this. Like, are they okay with us being too brittle? Or are they saying that they're too brittle too? I appreciate them standing in solidarity with us. It's very polite. I don't know if I would say that we're more brittle now. I would say that we're just, you know, more vocal about the shit that harms us and the shit that affects us every single day. Like, would you prefer that we just, like, deal with it silently? Just, like, shut up and just take people mistreating us? We just don't get to say anything about it? Shortly after, a bunch of his shows were canceled because what music festival is going to want a performer that bashes a large portion of their customer base?
You mean like Eminem? Carry on.
You mean like most rappers who say anti-gay stuff? Like, what do you guys think? Do you think your favorite rappers like gay folks?
He's like, well, do you like Eminem? He's homophobic. Gotcha. Like, first of all, no, I don't really care for Eminem. I won't lie. Don't hate me. Don't come at me. I'm sorry. That's just such an interesting defense of a rapper being homophobic. Well, all the rappers are homophobic. No biggie. Rappers will be rappers.
It's the same rhetoric again and again. We get it. Okay, we get it. We get it. You don't get second degree. Fine. It's okay. It's fine. You don't like the way things were said and you were hurt. I get that. You're biased because I get that. Okay, like, you know what I mean? We get it. Yeah. This is fine.
It's kind of disappointing whenever you listen to somebody and you can just tell that they got literally all their views from Twitter.
All your opinions are coming from Twitter. You listen to like 20% of my video. You don't know what my opinions are. Abba, preach. If you're watching this, feel free to reach out. I feel like I wouldn't even have to explain to them. I feel like they would agree with me. If they actually knew what my opinion was, I feel like they would agree. They pretty much said the same thing about Steven Crowder. But yeah. Anyways, like I said earlier, I post new videos every single week on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, please subscribe. Love that. Thank you so much. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, it was like I ended my stream the other day, and there was these Australian guys that
my back is killing me, dude.
forced me to get into a VC with them, and they were like, "Crikey, it's up there, mate!" And then there was a bird that was stuck on a fence, and he was gonna like kill it, but he didn't have a gun, so he couldn't shoot it, and so he brought like a hammer, but then the bird got free, and so he flew away.
And then on the side, it says, for ladies or low testosterone male. Oh my god, wait, are they talking about me when they say low testosterone male? I'm out. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So growing up, I've always seen those products in, you know, the store. I don't know, anywhere, honestly. That's like pencils for men or rulers for girls. Girls only. No boys can have this ruler, period. And I've always just wondered, like, why? Is that necessary? Like, do girls have different hand structure that requires them to have a different pen? Honestly, yeah, men's hands are bleh. Just kidding. Me with my man hands. Oh my god, put that away. But yeah, in all seriousness, it has always kind of confused me. And you know, the more that you think about it, the more that you notice it, the more that you notice it. You know what I mean? It's literally everywhere. On the most random items too, you know what I mean? They'll have like a pink, well, I don't want to ruin it because, you know, obviously we're going to be getting into some good examples today, but I actually saw a post by Impact, which was talking about, you know, the way that we gender certain items and certain products in our society and how we should not do that. I was reading through it and it had a lot of great examples, and I figured it would be a great topic for a fun little video. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already. Oh my god. And you would like to be, of course. Only if you would like to be. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Me waiting and like pointing with my nails. Cute, right? Are you done? Thank you very much. With no further ado, let's talk about some pink screwdrivers or something. So before we get started, I want to take a quick second to talk about today's sponsor, which is Warby Parker. Warby Parker creates boutique quality eyewear at a revolutionary price point. They offer everything from eyeglasses to sunglasses to contact lenses to even eye exams. They also have a free at-home try-on program. You can order 5 pairs of glasses to try at home for free for 5 days, and there's literally no obligation to buy them, so if you turn out not liking them, it doesn't even matter, just send them back, you're like, oh, never mind. Which I love so much because I am the worst at selecting glasses online. I need to see them on my face. I cannot imagine what they're gonna look like from a picture. It just doesn't work for me. The try-home kit ships for free and actually includes a free return shipping label, so you don't have to worry about, you know, printing everything out or paying for shipping or anything like that. It's super, super simple. I did get personalized results using their online quiz to help me find the best frames for myself, which was very, very helpful considering the amount of frames that they have to choose from. These are a few of the frames that I included in my home try-on kit. Also, if you have an iPhone X or later, you can download the Warby Parker app and use their little virtual try-on. I used it to pick out the frames that I got, and then I compared it to the frames that came in person, and the app did a really, really, really good job at showing how they would look on my face. Their glasses start at only $95, even for prescription lenses, which is, if you know anything about buying glasses, a good price point. Okay, like that's real good. And you can actually use your FSA or HSA dollars on Warby Parker, so, you know, don't let them go to waste. Go get some new glasses or some new contacts, whatever you need. So yeah, if you're interested in getting new eyeglasses or sunglasses, you can use my code Samantha Lux on warbyparker.com to try out those 5 frames for free. Thank you so much to Warby Parker for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get into these products, shall we? So I want to start this video by, you know, going over that little post that I saw that inspired this video, but then we are going to get into some more fun examples and some more funny stuff, so bear with me. Stop gendering, and the first example is colors. I do get the point of it when kids are babies, you know what I mean? Like, you put a blue hat on them, or you give them a pink shirt, and then people know what to call them, he or she. That's, you know, that's cool. But later on in life, like, why do we have to punish little kids for liking a certain color when it's not meant for boys or not meant for girls? Like, use the color, please? Also, historically, wasn't pink like a masculine color? Wasn't that a thing? When did that switch? The second slide says, stop gendering makeup. Anyone can wear makeup. And this is also so true. But I also love when I see like makeup for men and it's like these cute little, you know, masculine, quote unquote masculine packagings. Looks like a little pen, it has to be super discreet so nobody knows that you're wearing makeup. Like if the girl that you're talking to really cares that much that you're wearing a little concealer to cover up a blemish, she seems a little. The next one says stop gendering hairstyles, long hair, short hair, curly hair, straight hair. It's all genderless. And I really like this one. I feel like it goes along really well with the makeup example as well as the fifth example, which is clothing. With these things that we've created, these cultural, you know, norms around like clothing and hairstyles and stuff like that. It's just, it don't make no sense. Like you watch the Hunger Games, the boys have very fancy hair, they're wearing pink, they're wearing makeup, all that kind of stuff, and they're not seen as less of men. The fourth example is periods and pregnancy, and I feel like this one's gonna get the transphobes mad because they're like, well, only a woman can have periods, and obviously, you know, people are all born out of a woman's legs. And also people always bring up the example of, you know, well, they want us to say chest feeding or birthing parent or something like that, and it's, oh my God. Like, calm down. You're gonna make it. You're gonna be just fine. So when we don't have definitions or words that include everybody, those people that are not included tend to feel there's something wrong with them, or that their bodies are messed up in some way, or that they're not normal. People come in all shapes and sizes, and, you know, people are trans, obviously. It just, I'm not saying that we have to get rid of, you know, breastfeeding or, you know, calling somebody a mother. If somebody wants to be breastfeeding, if somebody wants to be called a mother, like, fucking shit, I don't care. Congrats, mother. Congrats. Go breastfeed. Go titty feed. I don't care. But when you refuse to use any other language for people that don't identify as, you know, a woman, that's messed up. That's transphobic. That's, you know, exclusionary. Which, I mean, if that's what you're going for, that's fine. So the last example from this little post says, stop gendering body parts. Gender and sex are not the same thing. Sex refers to our anatomical and biological characteristics and is assigned at birth. Gender identity refers to a person's deeply held sense of their gender. Body parts don't define our gender. Only we do. Sorry, there's a hair in my mouth. I really like this one, kind of for the same reasons that I really like the last example about period products or menstrual products. Most people, obviously, that are born with a penis are boys. Most people with a vagina are girls. But again, that's not the case for everybody. And so when we say that everybody that has a penis is a boy, we're literally saying that trans women are boys. Just to be clear, nobody's trying to get rid of what it means to be a woman or try to get rid of motherhood or breastfeeding, anything like that. We just want trans people or gender non-conforming people or literally just anybody in the world to feel comfortable with the words that are used for them. Okay, the finishing slide says, stop gendering things that don't have a gender. I think that's a very nice little closing statement. I mean, it's very true. You know, we do gender things a lot. Next time you go out to the store, just keep your eyes open, you know? Peep all this stuff out there that is gendered that really does not have to be. One of my favorite examples of this is this here. Earphones, you know, like noise blocking, like earplugs, you know what I mean? And they have a pink one and a blue one, and the pink one says, sleep pretty in pink, silky soft. Obviously made for women, you know, because women need silky, soft, little, tiny little ear plugs for their cute little silky little ears. And then the boys ones say, heroes, extreme protection, USA made. Of course, because that's what I'm looking for when I'm looking for a nice quality earplug. To feel like a hero. Get that extreme protection. Protection from what? Protection from what? I like how also these ones are a little bit bigger. Like, are men's ears really that much bigger than women's? Damn. I personally would love extreme protection in my ears. Am I not allowed to have it? Or maybe because I'm trans, I'm actually a boy, so maybe I can. See, now at least this store has a gender neutral option. They have the pretty pink Heroes. I can't. I'm sorry. The ultimate softness Heroes earplugs for our non-binary friends as well. How come the non-binary folks only get 6? Where are the rest of the earplugs? I do appreciate the inclusion though. You know, we gotta have those gender neutral options for our non-binary pals. So thank you. The next one I saw, which was just like the perfect example of how ridiculous this all is Colgate Max White for men. And the packaging isn't even any different. Like usually when they have these like for men products, they'll have like a darker or like a more masculine looking packaging or something like that. This is the exact same, is it not? Do all Colgate toothpaste tubes not look like this? You know, with the exception of the for men little label. The person tweeted, I forgot that men and women didn't have the same kind of teeth. Like, right. Should I be using men's toothpaste? I mean, it doesn't say male toothpaste, it says men's toothpaste. So can I use regular toothpaste? Maybe it's because men be talking all that shit, they need a stronger toothpaste. Now we have a couple examples of some food that is made just for men. The first of which being men's bread. It doesn't even like clarify why it's men's bread either. Made with organic flax, organic pumpkin seeds, and organic sesame seeds. Like, that sounds kind of good. I feel like a woman would like that. Why is this for men? What am I missing? And also, where's the woman's bread? Where's the equality? The other food example is this here bro nut. It says snack like a man. Like, what does that mean? What is this? How do you snack like a man? Are they implying that a girl cannot take a double stacked donut? Because I'll prove you wrong. Bring it on. Also, what is on this donut? Like, that does not really look that good. What are those green things? Actually, y'all can have the bro nut. You can keep it. Oh my god, we have another food example. Okay, so this one is from Skinny Cow. It says, there's no need for him to steal yours with Skinny Cow for him. Get it for a limited time. My favorite part about this is that, you know, they did this to themselves. They could have easily branded their original Skinny Cow ice cream as, you know, something for everybody, but no, they had to stick with the fact that women need to be skinny and they need to be the ones that are focused on their weight, so they made it feminine. The fancy script and the pink lettering and the girl cow on the front of the thing. If they had just kept it gender neutral, they could have sold those to everybody. They wouldn't need to do this. Maybe it's like a marketing play though. Maybe they did it on purpose so they could like rebrand it as something totally different when it's the exact same thing. Is it the exact same thing? I'm trying to tell. The girls' one is Vanilla Bean Dream and the boys is Vanilla Bean Awesomeness. I want to be awesome too. This one I understand. Bounce for men. Y'all need extra strength detergent. That one, fully admissible. I understand. That one makes sense to me. Next we have some school supplies. Clear tape. Just for girls. Why? Because it's pink? And what's the T? But then there's also this one. I think it's the same brand, is it? No, it's not even the same brand, but it's like the same idea, I guess you would say. And it's a glue stick just for girls. Boys, you don't get to glue anything. You can stick to tape. Oh wait, no, the tape was for girls too. How are boys gonna stick things together? Oh my god. Oh my god. Moving on. Next we have this one. Tough Hands Hand Cream for Intense Dry Skin, whatever. And the thing that gets me about this one is the picture that they include. For the man's tough dry skin, they're like a fist. They're like strength. But then the girls is like, you gotta have cute little manicured hands, so when your hands are dry, use ours so that your nails look super. Can you see it? Pink cap, the pink writing, all this kind of stuff. I mean, the nails do be on fleek. Notice that markup on the girls' product? I bet this is the same exact product in different packaging, and yet the unit price for the girls is $13.32, and the unit price for the boys is $8.66. And they try to hide it from you too by making the girls less expensive, but it's really not that less expensive. What am I trying to say? It's really not that much less than the boys, but it's actually literally half the size. That would mean that it would have to be $6.50 for it to be the same price. Okay, everybody, and the last example that we have for this video, which I just lost my shit when I saw it. It's this pink toolkit, right? And then on the side, it says, for ladies or low testosterone male. They read y'all gay men to filth. They said, y'all are gonna want this. Y'all low testosterone ass men are gonna want this. That's not me saying that gay men actually have low testosterone. That's me saying that they think that gay men have low testosterone, so they're marketing it towards them. But yeah, honestly, this one's pretty cute, so I would get that just to be like, oh my god, give me my pink little screwdriver. Pink isn't even my favorite color, but that's just like... You think I'm gonna buy a fucking black screwdriver when I can get a pink one? Oh my god, wait, are they talking about me when they say low testosterone male? I'm out. Anyways, I'm over it. But yeah, that is it for this video. Which example was your favorite? Let me know. My little jazz fingers. I think my favorite was the headphones because they had a gender neutral option. Yeah. Yep. The headphones, the earplugs, whatever they are. But yeah, that is going to be it for today's video. If you guys did like it, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. It really helps out my channel a lot. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Thank you so much to Warby Parker for sponsoring today's video. And yeah, with no further ado, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
I'm a kid, and I'm a 10, but I'm a kid. My name is Ken, and I'm a 10, and this heifer is taking everything away from me, cause I'm a 10. My name is Ken, and I'm a 10. But the world treats me like a 0. Because my name is Ken. I could be number 1, but I'm a 10. Because I'm a kid. I'm a fucking kid.
Of course they don't know what a bigot is. They're 4! Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Now if you're familiar with the content that I create here on my channel, if you're familiar with the arguments that conservatives love to make about trans people, you would be familiar with transphobes' claim that we are indoctrinating their children, that we're making their children gay, that we're forcing their young tomboy daughter to become a boy. That's not me. Who, me? Who, me? I would never. I love you trans girl. I love your tomboy daughter. She is great. What I don't love is a hypocrite. Matt Walsh, if you are not familiar with, is like an infamous transphobe on YouTube. This posted a video 1 week ago reading his book, Johnny the Walrus, to a bunch of little kids. If you don't know anything about this book, Johnny the Walrus, it doesn't sound like a bad kind of book, you know, it sounds like a nice little children's book, but it's not. This whole book was written to tell kids that being trans is make-believe, basically. For today's video, we are going to be watching this video right here, Johnny the Walrus read-along with Matt Walsh. Grab a drink, grab something, whatever you need to get through this, grab it. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. I forgot what I was trying to say for a second. Are you done? Thank you very much. With no further ado, let's get into this Johnny the Walrus book. Let's see what Johnny the Walrus is up to today.
Looking good, Forrest. 'Cause I'm a kid.
Hello, boys and girls. My name is Matt Walsh. I am a children's author, and I've written a book called Johnny the Walrus. This book is all about identity and imagination. What is identity? Does anyone know what identity means?
Wow.
He's like, this book is about identity. All the kids are like, identity who? It's about what? I thought this was about a walrus. I came to hear about Johnny. Where is Johnny?
It's who you are, right? That's what it means. Now, who likes to pretend to be things? Is there anything you like to pretend to be? How about in the back?
I like to pretend. You know what would have been better than having Matt Walsh?
A ninja. That's a good one. What about you?
Tom Hiltz as Loki to do.
Because I don't fucking know.
Sometimes I use my imagination. I pretend to be a monster. I chase my kids around because I'm big and ugly, so I could be a monster.
That you are. His words, not mine. I didn't say it.
It's all about a boy who pretends to be a walrus. He identifies as a walrus, and his mom's a little silly. She takes it seriously and thinks he really is a walrus.
Alright, do you understand the comparison that's going to be happening here? He's like, this book is about a little boy who thinks he's a walrus, and his mom, you know, also is convinced that he's a real walrus. Do you get the correlation? It's going to be about a little boy that thinks he's a girl or something, and the mom is convinced that he's a real girl. How creative. How did you ever come up with such a creative, powerful analogy for children who don't understand what you're talking about?
What is this thing doing on the floor?
We don't have to worry about that. We're going to read the book now.
This man has never met a kid in his whole life. Never interacted with one child. He's like, I don't give a sit down, we're going to read the book. I'm here for half an hour and then I gotta go, so sit down so I can film, okay? Thank you, brat.
Johnny's a boy with a big imagination. One day he's a dog, the next day a crustacean. It's like a crab or a lobster.
Oh my god. We're on page 1, you already have to define words for them? You think they can read the word crustacean, even if their parents read it to them? You think they know what a crustacean is? The frame of them all so confused already, like, a crust who? An Uncrustable?
One morning, he came downstairs barking and clapping. Wood spoons for tusks and sock fins a-flapping. Johnny's mom loves her son's make-believe time. You're Johnny the Walrus till you change your mind, Mommy says. But Johnny's mom's phone said it's not just pretend. So she went on her phone, and there were people telling her that this isn't pretend, he's really a walrus. Only a bigot would say that. How dare you offend? What's a bigot? Anybody know?
Kids are, I don't know how old these kids are. I'm not good at estimating age, but they don't know what you're talking about. You don't see their face? Did he run this past like an actual children's author and be like, read it to a kid and see what they thought before he published it? I think he just went for it. Of course they don't know what a bigot is. They're 4. I mean, it does make sense that he would go for children because, you know, they have the same capacity for intellectual thought as him. Like, babe, if you're gonna write a children's book, write it for children. Write it using words that they understand and that they know and that you don't have to explain for them to understand what you're trying to say through your book. But Whatever. Let's keep going.
Mommy was told to take John for a checkup. All these people are holding signs. Johnny is a real walrus, one sign says. Human walruses are real walruses. Let Johnny transition, all these people are saying.
He cannot actually think that kids know like anything about this. He's putting in all of these things that are supposed to be like direct correlations to the trans community and like what's happening with the trans community, and kids don't know anything about that. You're trying to draw parallels to trans activists. They don't know what that is. They don't know what you're talking about, bro. Just admit it, this is the only format that your audience would understand.
You'll need to eat worms and to put on gray makeup.
We want Loki.
The worms give you whiskers, the gray blends you in, the doctor says. And a simple procedure cuts feet into fins. The doctor wants to cut into Johnny and make him into a walrus.
Oh my god, I don't care.
It's gross eating worms, Mom. They're all so dang twitchy. He doesn't want to eat worms.
Oh my god, we want Loki.
You see what he's doing here? With the analogies that he's drawing, he's arguing that parents are forcing their young children to take medications that they don't want to take, or to have surgeries that they don't want to take, or to transition when they don't want to transition. That's not what happens. You know, children have a say in the process. Children are allowed to make their own decision. Of course, with the help of medical professionals, of course. But like this whole part that Johnny's like, I don't want to eat worms, that would be the end of it. That's the end of it. Johnny doesn't want to eat worms. No worms for Johnny. No worms.
I thought I didn't eat worms, but I did.
Oh my god, I want Loki.
The kid's like, I've eaten a worm.
Oh my god. Loki.
I ate a worm one time. Wasn't that bad. He's like, back to the book. We are ignoring that. Cut that from the film. This kid likes worms? That goes against my book. It says, wood spoons kind of hurt, and the makeup is itchy. Why are you torturing poor Johnny? Poor Johnny's being tortured. That doesn't happen with trans kids. If trans kids don't want to take the medications, they don't want to continue their social transition, they don't have to. They don't have to. You don't sign a contract like, I will forever be trans. I will forever present as a boy. No. Nope. Don't have to.
Deep down, Johnny's mom knew that something was wrong, but she felt so much pressure, she just went along. The internet people knew just what to do. She went back to the internet to look for answers. Never a good idea.
Are these like actual reactions? Like it feels like very much like, do you guys like broccoli? And they're all like, no. And they're like, get it, get that, clip it. They know that much about online stranger danger that they have to all cheer no when somebody goes online to look for answers. No, so what's so wrong about going online to look for answers? What's so wrong about going to the most vast source of information that we have to look for answers? So you're not supposed to go to medical professionals. You're not supposed to look online for answers. You're not supposed to believe your child. So we're just supposed to believe the author of this fucking bullshit child's book. You? No, thank you.
And Mommy was told to take John to the zoo. Now she's going to take her son to go live at the zoo like he's a real walrus.
I don't want to live at the zoo.
When Johnny arrived, the walruses grunted.
I don't understand. What is this zoo? When I transitioned to a woman, I didn't start living somewhere else or like change my home habitat or something. I don't understand that comparison.
My boy's a real walrus. His growth was just stunted. But she really thinks this kid is a walrus.
We want Deadpool.
No.
I like him. He said trans rights. He said, but I thought he was a walrus. Trans rights. Shout out to you, kid.
The zookeeper thought, what's she talking about? Ma'am, that's just a boy with wood spoons in his mouth. Now he's the voice of reason.
See, like, that response is not the response. That did not come there. They're all cheering because he was the voice of reason. They don't even know what the fuck is happening. He was confused if he was actually a walrus or not.
But if I believe that, they'll say that I'm phobic.
Phobic? For all you people out there with young children, can you just do me a favor? Can you ask them if they know what phobic means? Just ask them. Put in the comments. I need to know if any kid knows what the word phobic means.
Protecting your son, ma'am, is what's most heroic. At last, Johnny's mommy was able to see that Johnny's not what he's pretending to be. Now mommy ignores the mean things on her phone, while Johnny pretends he's a bird flying home.
Oh, thank God it's over. Oh, finally. I hear you, kids. The story ends with the mom, like, coming to terms with the fact that he's not actually a walrus. And then him in the car on the ride home pretending to be a different animal, which I guess the analogy would be that, like, it's just like a phase and, like, we're just playing pretend and we're gonna pretend to be something else sooner or later. I mean, I've been pretending for 6 years strong. I don't plan on changing my character anytime soon, but I mean, whatever Johnny wants is fine. You know, it's fine.
No, I just sat down and wrote it. There's another one there. We got a bunch of them. They're going to be all over the place soon enough. You can ask the parents to buy it for you. Is there a particular ending we're looking for here, or just
ignores the kids. He does not care whatsoever about those children. He's like, all right, yeah, go tell your mom to buy my book. Are we done here? Can I go? Somebody get this kid away from me? What's the moral of the story? What's the lesson here? Aren't children's books supposed to have like a lesson that's, you know, clear? Because I don't know what this is trying to say. I don't know what this lesson here is. The other lesson is don't listen to the creepy people in your phone. Don't trust medical professionals. Walruses are mean? Like, oh my goodness. Maybe take a writing class or something. Ask a kid, like, do you know what this book is about? Because none of them did. Like, you could argue that this book is made for adults. Write a book for adults. Write a book for adults. Or is it that you have to dumb down these analogies and these arguments for children brain because they don't hold any weight in actual adult language? But yeah, that is it for this video. What do you guys think? You gonna go get Johnny the Walrus the book?
No, they're gonna read a Deadpool.
You're gonna read it to your kids? Honestly, go for it. They're not gonna know what's going on anyways. If you guys like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Can anybody explain the olive thing to me? I want
olive oil, yeah.
It might just get garnished, yeah, for appearances. That's what I was thinking. But like, I love olives, especially if they have the pimento.
You have the pimento.
You can put an olive. You can put a pimento in it. You can put a garlic in it. I've even had them with almonds. Have you ever had the almond? The almond olives are a little bit weird. It's like crunchy, and you don't expect that. I have put however many olives I desire.
You're mad that Santa and this man aren't going to be able to procreate? That's really what you're making this video on? How they're not going to be able to procreate and create a baby Santa? Actually, that would be kind of sad if there was no baby Santa because, you know, who's going to be the next Santa? They could adopt. They could. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So the holidays are quickly approaching. I want to say happy holidays to everybody out there. Whatever you celebrate, whether it's Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever it is. I know there's more options out there. Happy holidays. From me to you, love you all. I'm sure that you all remember a few years ago when Starbucks changed their cups. Everybody thought that they were trying to cancel Christmas. Everybody thought that they were trying to make it seem like Christmas was problematic, whatever. When in reality, they were just like, we gotta redo the cups. It's not that deep. This year, it's no longer about cups. Now they're mad about a commercial. Specifically this commercial right here that was released in, I believe, Norway for Posten, which is the Norwegian postal service. In this commercial, which we are going to watch, basically, Santa is gay. And I mean, like, enough said, we can't have a gay Santa. Today's video, we're gonna be watching this very cute, very wholesome Norwegian Santa commercial, but then also we're gonna be reacting to some conservatives who are really upset and offended, and it's ruining their lives. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Me pointing at my boobs. Are you done? Thank you very much. No further ado, let's get right into this Norwegian Posten Gay Santa commercial. So like I said, we are going to first of all start off by just watching this Gay Santa commercial. Oh my god, first of all, horror movie vibes, am I wrong? Is this just like the theme of Norwegian commercials? Just very scary, very dark, very like someone's about to be murdered? I mean, whatever. Santa looks so magical, so like beautifully, artistically drawn, created, whatever you want to say. Beautiful. Did you see what it was? He like made him a little Santa ornament. He made him a little ornament that looked like him.
Kommer til å savne deg. Det er mange som venter på pakkene sine. En dag i året.
til deg. God jul!
Jeg fikk tak i litt assistanse i år, så jeg kan være sammen med deg.
Get it? Because it's a commercial for Poston. So it's like, oh, I had Poston help me out this year so that, you know, the gay people could be together. Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna?
Mistletoe! Mistletoe! Yeah, y'all need the
It's cute and all, but it's giving very much softcore porn. Like, I'm good. We don't need to see all the different angles of them kissing and making out. Like, we get it. We get the point. So the commercial ends by saying that, you know, this is a commercial that is supposed to celebrate 50 years of being able to love who you love. So cute, right? So cute. When I look at this, I'm like, how could anybody be upset about a gay Santa? Like, there's different renditions of Santa all the time. We have the Santa Claus movie where some guy pushes Santa Claus off a ledge and then he's become Santa and whatever. There are so many different versions of Santa. There's so many different versions of this St. Nicholas tradition, whatever you want to say, that to me, when you're going to try to argue that Santa's always been one way and he has this one traditional story and you can't go infringing upon it, it's just like, really, girl? You can't change Santa or you can't make Santa gay. Like, what's the... Say what you want to say it. I don't understand how you can look at this and not like it without being like explicitly homophobic. You can't just say this is a bad commercial, they're pushing the gay agenda or whatever you're gonna say about it, but then also I like gay people, I support gay people, you know, gay rights, whatever. No, you can't have, no. Anyways, like I said, a lot of people had some stuff to say about this, but I want to watch this one person. You may know who he is, Michael Knowles. A lot of people talked about it, but his take on it was my favorite because it's just so ridiculous. It's so, like, what are you talking about? Are you okay? So yeah, let's watch a little.
For the Norwegian Postal Service, that I'm not sure really how it was promoting the Postal Service. All I know is that it turned Santa gay.
Oh.
There's a new ad for the Norwegian Postal Service that I'm not sure really how it was promoting the Postal Service. All I know is that it turned Santa gay. A lot of people are looking at this ad and saying, hey, man, you know, I'm no homophobe, but we don't need to make everything gay, do we? But the thing is, it does, actually. Everything does have to be gay. There is going to be a sexual standard. Every society is going to have one. And they're going to say this is not true just of sex, it's true of everything. They're going to say some things are good to do and some things are bad to do. Some behavior is good, some behavior is bad, some speech is good, some speech is bad. And that's especially true when it comes to sex, because sex is so important to our human nature. And so if the left is going to totally transform our sexual ethic, then everything needs to follow the new rule.
Is this really the argument that the people are trying to make? Oh, they're making everything gay. We can't have anything. It all has to be gay. Yeah, it does. It does all have to be gay, actually. We've grown up our whole entire lives with everything around us being straight and everything around us being cis and everything around us being white. That, you know, maybe it's time for a gay Santa, okay? Maybe it's time for a black Santa. Maybe it's time for a trans Santa. Oh my God. We should have a black trans woman Santa. Imagine how mad they would be. They'd probably cry. They'd probably give up Santa forever. Maybe we should do it. Let's do it.
If we live in a world that views sex as having a purpose, then that is what sex is going to be geared toward, okay? And there are going to be unusual kind of desires and activities outside of that, and those activities and desires will probably be tolerated, but they won't be celebrated, and that won't be seen as the end of sex, and marriage will be encouraged, and families will be encouraged, and that was the way our civilization worked for at least 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years. Now, certainly since the 1960s, the purpose of sex has not been understood to be procreation. The human person is not seen to have a definite end, you know, a telos, a purpose of our lives. It has been thought that the point is just to get pleasure, just to kind of feel good. If it feels good, do it. And so in that world, that's the kind of standard that's going to be encouraged. You're going to have to make a decision. Are you going to give in to that zeitgeist? Are you going to give in to the spirit of the age and just let secularism and leftism roll over your whole culture? Or are you going to stand up and say, no, actually, you shouldn't do certain things. You shouldn't behave in certain ways. You shouldn't be taught certain things. we're gonna set the standards ourselves.
This bitch does not even know what he's trying to say. He's trying so hard to connect these thoughts right now. He's trying so hard to be mad. He's like, so how could I formulate this argument to be, you know, how this is gonna be the destruction of society and how, you know, the gay people are taking over and gonna ruin everything. Calm down. He's saying that we're changing the sexual ethic to mean that it's okay to be gay. And therefore, if it's okay to be gay, then everything has to be gay, or else, you know, it's not really okay. Is that the argument? I could be wrong. I really don't understand. I mean, it would be cool if everything was gay, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to create representation in stories that may not have the most representation, you know, traditionally. Santa has always been straight. The story of Santa has always been he had, you know, Mrs. Claus, whatever. And while it's a nice story, you know, I have no problem with it. Shout out to Mrs. Claus, you're great. It's not unreasonable for people to want to see themselves represented in these stories or in media like this, especially during such a historic time. Like this commercial said, Norway is celebrating 50 years of being able to love whoever you love. So it's you know, it's a big thing. This actually reminds me of another commercial that I saw from Etsy this year. I'll play it right now.
Give more than a gift. Etsy.
As you can see in this quick little commercial is I think it's maybe like a grandparent and a grandson. Everything around them is a white Santa. All the posters in the mall, all the bags around, all the wrapping paper, all has white Santas. You know, even the Santa in the mall is white. And you can tell by their faces that they're kind of like... And at the end of the commercial, the grandfather gets a present that has a black Santa on it. And he's like, you know, he's all happy. He's like, that's what I've been looking for. It really just highlights how impactful good representation can be, you know? People love to see themselves represented. They love it. Can you blame them? Who wouldn't want to be represented in media? You know what I mean? It's not like we're rewriting history and erasing all of straight Santas from everywhere. We're taking down all the Mrs. Claus representation and it's no longer allowed, and any movie that has a straight Santa, it has to be removed and taken down and canceled, blah, 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 blah. This is literally one commercial. One commercial out of how many thousands of Santa representations you think there are? How many, maybe even hundreds of thousands of representations of Santa there are in the world? This is, like, when? You're really that mad? If you're younger than, like, I don't even know, like 15, earmuffs right now, but like Santa isn't even real, babe. Like, you're mad about a fictional character. It's the Mr. Potato Head drama all over again, I swear. Something else that I don't understand why conservatives do is make everything about sex. Like, you guys got some freaky minds. Michael Knowles talks about how this is normalizing gay sex and, you know, now sex isn't even about reproduction anymore, it's about feeling good. Like, what are you you're mad that Santa and this man aren't gonna be able to procreate? That's really what you're making this video on? How they're not gonna be able to procreate and create a baby Santa? Actually, that would be kind of sad if there was no baby Santa because, you know, who's gonna be the next Santa? They could adopt. They could. That's pretty much all I had to say about this. It's just silly. You know what I mean? It's just so silly to be upset about a gay Santa. Really? Okay. Okay. What do you all think, though? Is gay Santa a disgrace? Or is he the new MVP? If you guys did like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Come on, Santa.
I am now trans vaccinated.
My preferred pronouns are vax and V. Just like how transsexuals can transform, all you have to do is change your status.
So I am sure you all remember the super straight movement. Remember all those boys on TikTok were posting how I'm not attracted to trans women and I would never be with somebody who was born male, so I'm super straight. I'm the epitome of a straight person. From the creators of the super straight movement, we now have a brand new joke, a brand new community, the trans vaccinated. Now this joke, in my personal opinion, is a little bit better than the super straight movement. You know, it's a double whammy. You got the anti-vax joke and you got the anti-trans joke. What could be better? In today's video, we're going to be taking a quick little dive into TikTok and a quick little dive into YouTube as well, because this trans-vaccinated movement has spread out across the internet. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already, and you would like to be. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Here I am, patiently waiting. Are you done? Thank you very much. With no further ado, let's get right into learning about our new Sister community, the trans vaccinated. All right, bitch, let's go. Now, when I made my video about the super straight community, everybody was like, this is going over your head, you know, this was not supposed to be taken seriously, this is just a big joke. You think I don't know that? You think I didn't realize that? These things are not meant to be taken seriously, they're just supposed to make fun of trans people, which we love. Similar to the super straight movement, this is not supposed to be serious, I don't think. I mean, if these people are serious, I'm concerned. I'm not exactly sure where this whole thing started, but the first place that I saw it was on TikTok. So I want to show you guys the first video that I saw so we can kind of, you know, be traumatized together.
Hello, TikTok.
TikTok, being trans vaccinated also means that you don't know what app you're on, apparently. I'm kidding, it's a joke. It's funny.
I would like to let everyone know that I am now trans vaccinated. Trans vaccinated, that's right. That's someone who believes
no need to explain
that they are vaccinated, but I'm really not.
Oh, you're not? Oh my god. I get it. You know, it's like trans people. They think that they're women, but they're really not. Oh my god, hold up, my eye is watering. I honestly, how do people come up with this stuff? This is just comedy, like, genius. Dave Chappelle, take notes.
I made this decision because I felt as though I was being attacked in the world for not being vaccinated. And so I decided to become trans vaccinated.
Just so we're clear, being trans is not a choice. You know, you're born trans. Obviously, you're not born fully transitioned, but you are born with that gender identity that does not match your sex designated at birth. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't wake up one day and choose to go transition because I was being treated unfairly, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. It's because I had to. You know what I mean? I did this because I had no other choice. There was no future for me if I did not transition. I mean, also, there might not be a future for you if you don't get that vaccine. We don't gotta talk about that.
If you agree with me, I appreciate you. And if you have been vaccinated, please accept me as one who has not been vaccinated, but I identify as being vaccinated. Thank you. Thank you all.
That is just so beautiful. Such an inspirational coming out story. Lucky for you, babe, it's a very simple procedure that you can go through to, you know, transition. And unlike transgender people's transition, which is extremely expensive and painful, most of the time, you know, if they're having surgeries and stuff like that, yours is free. Let's read some of the comments on this person's video, shall we? I'm with you. Do we get a flag? Oh my god, should we look? Do you think they have a flag? Let's look. Is this it? Y'all bitches are so lazy. Wait, is this it? This is a fucking candy corn. I'm so confused. Oh wait, maybe this one? Trans vax. Pronoun. You're supposed to put your own pronouns underneath? I'm confused. ESPN need to make you Person of the Year for your bravery. God bless you. No, it's like a joke about Caitlyn Jenner winning Woman of the Year, you know? Bitch, stay mad. We must defeat our enemies with logic and use their own words against them. Also, by the way, every single word of this sentence is capitalized. Who knows why? I don't know, not me. This is what many of us needed to hear, and these tools we all shall use. You alright? Okay, let's move on to the next TikTok, shall we?
I got one for you, TikTok. 2021. I'm trans vaccinated. I'm not actually vaccinated, but I identify as someone who is vaccinated. Oh yeah.
Got me good. Did this person just like take the script of the last video and just make their own TikTok to try to like grab those transphobic, you know, TikTok points? Where's the originality? You can't even come up with your own transphobic joke? Like, at least with the whole attack helicopter or, you know, nor/mal pronouns, people had a little bit of variation. This is just the same exact thing. I'm bored. Give me the hate. Give me the bigotry. Where's the bigotry?
Trans vaccinated. I'm not actually vaccinated, but I sexually identify as vaccinated. Okay, thank you.
What does that even mean? How does one sexually identify as vaccinated? Like, what? I'm just trying to imagine a situation where this would be sexual. Like having sex with someone and someone's like, I sexually identify as vaccinated. Like, is that a no? Oh my god, wait, what is this? Oh my god, wait, they have merch? Let me see. Trans vaccinated. I'm not actually vaccinated. Why is vaccinated in quotes? Anyways, but I identify as someone who is vaccinated. Why the quote? I am not quote unquote vaccinated. Transphobes love to be like, you're indoctrinating our children, you're making them all gay and all trans, blah, blah, blah. But then come out with clothing for kids that say, I'm trans vaccinated. I don't want to be vaccinated and I hate the transgender. Like, just imagine a parent being like, yeah, no, I don't let my kid watch Sesame Street because Gonzarella It's just, you know, kids don't need to know about that kind of stuff and then buying them a shirt that says trans vaccinated. I know this is a very confusing concept, you know, it's a new identity. I'm being sarcastic. I don't even know how to do this little intro to this next clip, but there's a YouTube video. This person made a whole 2.5-minute YouTube video about being trans vaccinated, so let's fucking do it. Hold your breath.
What is a trans vaccinated person?
A trans vaccinated person, it's someone who was born into the wrong body.
Oh wait, did you see the pronouns underneath? Vaxxed/V. Those are your pronouns?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, V, go off.
And I knew at a very young age that I was meant to be a vaccinated person.
Then get vaccinated. If you identify as vaccinated and you're an unvaccinated body, just get the shot. Quick fix, getting the shot. Universal symbol for getting the shot. You don't have to suffer through this incongruity of your body and your mind any longer.
So now I identify as a vaccinated person, and my preferred pronouns are vax and V.
How do you become a trans vaccinated person?
So you don't have to go through any hormone treatments or hormone blockers, and you don't even have to take the vaccines or any booster shots. Just like how transsexuals can transform, all you have to do is change your status.
That's not how that analogy works. To be a woman, you don't have to go through any of these physical procedures or anything like that because that's not what a woman is. But to be vaccinated, you do. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make the rules or gatekeep or whatever, you know, word would fit in here, but you gotta do it.
Why did you become a trans vaccinated person?
I wanted to be able to go to restaurants, go to movies, go to bars, just like everyone else. And the Democrats has done a very great job in providing a safe space for people who are vaccinated. Just like what they did back in the days with like a color restroom and a non-color restroom, or like the restaurant for color people and
stupid ass, non-fucking-sensical analogies. I keep like wiping my eyes. My eyes just won't stop watering right now. Really just tried to compare vaccine mandates when going into restaurants or going into gyms, stuff like that, to the segregation of black people in America. A black person can't go to a CVS and get a free shot to become white and avoid racism. That's just not how this works. Your joke is not funny. Do better. I'm not even finishing this video. I'm not. I'm over it. I'm literally so over it. This same YouTube channel has actually also created videos such as Gay Superman, Man of Heels, which was making fun of the idea of a gay Superman. They also have a video called I Am Transracial, Half Black, Half White, where they make fun of being transracial and compare to trans people. They're just obsessed with us. Listen, transphobes, if you want to be mean to trans people, that's fine. You know, everybody has their... everybody has a right to be an asshole, you're fine. At least make it funny. If you're gonna go for this whole dark humor, you know, blah blah blah, I make fun of everybody, be funny. Like, make it a good one. Transphobia was too thick. It clouded his vision, it clouded his thought. But yeah, that's about it for this video. I had myself a nice little laugh. I hope you guys did too. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already. And you would like to be, of course. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Did you like that? In the next video. I gotta go. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Now if you follow me on Twitter, you would know that this
Really hard trying not to make a gummy bear squirting joke.
Yeah, gummy!
Hey, Irene, leave those stairs alone. Mozart votes for unfrosted. They have to make a new flavor. Wild Barrier is barrier. Wild Barrier is like a RPG spell, right? Wild Barrier.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. First of all, Happy New Year. I hope you all had a great holiday season. I hope you all had a lot of fun. I hope you all were safe. I had a good time too. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking. I've never been a big fan of South Park. However, a while back, I don't really remember exactly how long it was, but I made a video on South Park, specifically a South Park episode that featured a trans character, a trans athlete, Heather Swanson, if you recall. If you've seen that video, you know that I was not a fan of that representation that they had of this trans athlete, but I do sometimes believe in second chances, so I think today we should give South Park another try, right? For today's video, we are going to be reacting to this South Park episode right here titled Sissy, or The Sissy. Notice the spelling of it too, C-I-S, like cisgender. Now, I'm not going to spoil it because we are going to watch a little bit of this episode, but in the episode, one of the main characters, Cartman, transitions. He becomes a girl, well, I mean, that's pretty much it. He comes out as trans. Or does he? We'll have to wait and find out. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe right now if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Do it right now. Go ahead. Do a little touch up real quick. Are you done? Thank you very much. But yeah, with no further ado, there's a lot of content here, so let's get into it, shall we? We are just going to be watching a few select scenes from this show, but if we miss anything important, I'll let you know. Don't worry.
Today is the day I finally have the guts to do what I should have done a long time ago. Nobody notices what I have in my front pocket. They're all gonna pay. No, goddammit, no! Who's taking the shit? Occupied. Son of a bitch! Oh no. No. I cannot go another lunch break without my toilet time. Alright, that does it! I'm sick of this shit! And I'm not taking it any longer! You all push me to this!
If you didn't put together what was just happening, the intro of this was framing it like he was going to be like doing some violent acts in the school. Then it turns out the thing that he was hiding in his front pocket that he was going to take out if needed was a cute little pink bow. Where's my cute little pink bow? Bitch, is that my bow? I love how they framed it as him going to be violent and then it turns into like a trans issue, because a lot of times people that are transphobic or focus on issues like this where, you know, young trans kids are going into the bathroom that they want to go in and blah blah blah, whatever they're saying, they always ignore real threats to schools, like people coming in with weapons or anything like that. They don't care about that. Second Amendment right, bitch. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything bad about the Second Amendment, about gun rights or anything like that. I'm not going there. But it's so true that a large population of people freak out about trans issues but are quiet about issues that are actually impacting students, which is, you know, funny.
What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm going to the potty. This is the girls' bathroom! Alright, I need to tell you something, Wendy. I'm transgender. Did you notice the bow? I'm not comfortable with the sex I was assigned at birth, so I'm exercising my right to identify with the gender of my choice. Now get out of my way, I have to take a shit.
I love that so much. Bitches are so mad about trans women going into the women's bathroom when this just perfectly illustrates that all we want to do is shit. I mean, I don't shit. Not me. I just want to pee.
I want to know just what makes you think it's okay to go inside the girls' bathroom. Because I'm transgender. I looked it up. That means I can use the girl shitter. You are not transgender, Eric. You don't even know what that means. Yeah, it means I live a life of torture and confusion because society sees me as a boy, but I'm really a girl. Well, if you identify yourself as a girl, you must find yourself attracted to boys. That's actually not true. I can be transgender without it having anything to do with the gender I'm attracted to. Check the state bylaws. All right, listen, Eric. Erica.
Not the misgendering. Great scene. Great scene. Yes, Carmen, you educate that transphobic, uneducated principal. Where's the PC principal? We need the PC principal. See, I know that character. I know some things. Quick little educational moment. Cartman is right that sexuality and gender identity are two separate things. Just like any other woman could be attracted to men, women, whatever variations there are, they're the same variations for trans women as well. Now, I did do a little bit of research on Mr. Cartman because, like I said, I'm not a huge follower of this show. Can I just show you guys what I found on him? They say he's manipulative, sociopathic, he lies, he's all this stuff. Also, it says that he hates gingers. It's just ironic to me. He's saying that I'm a transginger. Don't you hate the gingers? Him pretending to be transgender or, transginger just so that he can use, the bathroom that he wants to use and have, the special privileges to go to the bathroom. Very, fitting for his character.
All I know is I'm transgender and you can't make me go to the bathroom with the cisgengers. With the what?
Cisgender. It's the politically correct name for people who aren't transgender. If you identify with the sex you were born with, then you're cis. But then cisgender is just normal. Saying normal is extremely offensive to people who aren't in that group.
Didn't that guy transition at one point? I feel like I've heard some tea about you, sir. Or ma'am. Again, if you didn't know, that is the perfect definition of cisgender. It just means that you're not transgender. But I love that this turf-ass, principal-ass bitch was like, what did you call me? Because, turfs are like, cis is a slur. Don't call me cisgender, I'm just normal. You tell her, Miss Harrison. Mr. Harrison.
So Eric Hartman just has us in some kind of bathroom checkmate?
It's more like a royal flush.
I like that one. I do like the royal flush joke. That's a good one.
Eric, there are people actually struggling with their gender identity, Erica. If it is agreeable to you, Erica, we are going to clear out the janitor's closet and remodel it into a private bathroom just for you. My own special executive bathroom? Would that be agreeable to you? Oh my god!
This is why I like that it was Cartman that did this, because it's not supposed to be real. He's just supposed to be a super manipulative person that will do literally anything to get what he wants. I also like how they framed it like this, because that's what a lot of people think that trans people want, is like this special privilege. We want to be able to use our own private special bathrooms and be treated like, special untouchable people, whatever transphobes say. We just want to, you know, feel safe and comfortable in the bathroom that we're in. But the show will get there. Don't worry.
This is gonna be so awesome. Holy moly! Hey, what the fuck, dude?
Okay, I'm gonna stop real quick. I'm gonna clarify if you don't know what's going on because I did not. That person is Wendy. They are usually a girl in the show.
I want her suspended, and I want charges brought up for sexual harassment because I don't want a chick watching me go poo. I thought you were a chick. No, I identify as a chick. I'm still a boy. You can't make me share a bathroom with a girl that identifies herself as a fucking dude.
Cartman.
Do you know your girlfriend's going around telling everyone that you're gay? She's got the whole school believing it's to the girls, but she's dating you. So what does that make you, Stan? A girl. Stan, a girl.
Really had me fooled. His whole facade is falling, it's crumbling. He basically admits that he's not actually transgender and just wanted a special bathroom because he's pissed now that somebody else also gets to reap these benefits. And like, what happened, Cartman? I thought you understood the differentiation between gender identity, me clapping for no reason, and sexuality. Sexual sexuality. I thought you were one of us.
Hey, Dad, can someone identify as one sex but be something else but still have it be nothing about sex?
Yes. Yes, Stan.
Stan's a little confused in the terminology here. So Stan is asking his dad if it's possible to identify as one sex but really be something else while also having it be nothing about sex. So let me just translate this real quick. What he's asking is it possible to be born either male or female? We'll just go with male for the sake of simplicity. Is it possible to be born male but identify as a woman and have it be nothing about sex? Yes, it's very possible. Very, very possible, Stan. I didn't transition for any sexual reasons. I didn't transition so I could date men, nothing like that. I actually dated men before I transitioned, and you know, it didn't do it for me. Something was still missing. Something was still very, very off. But this rhetoric and this, you know, perception of it being all about sex really bothers me because a lot of transphobes like to weaponize that and say that, oh, you know, people are just transitioning to be able to access women and get at women and all this bullshit stuff. And they do this to try to make the trans community seem as predatory as possible.
It started off so simple. There's a guy at work. He would use the bathroom and just blow the thing up, you know? I finally got fed up. I pretended to be a woman. I called myself Lord. It was so free.
I just love the ridiculousness of this whole thing, that everybody is transitioning to be able to go into the women's bathroom, because that's exactly how ridiculous the opposition sounds when they say that, like, trans women are going in women's bathrooms to, you know, pee. And mind your business. This part confused me as well. I guess there's this whole, like, arc on this show about Stan's dad being Lord. Like, I don't get it. I guess she's trans too. Congrats to Lord for being trans.
Lord, we're all big fans of your music. For some time now, the females at this office have been pressuring me to find your own space to go to the bathroom.
I like the women's bathroom. I feel safe there. Being able to use that bathroom is critical to my identity, to my music.
My girls are big fans of your music, Lord, but the women here aren't comfortable sharing a bathroom with...
With what?
I know this is so silly, it's literally a South Park episode, but this kind of stuff really does happen in real life. The whole bathroom situation is such a huge thing for trans people. And I'm not just talking about, you know, us going into the bathroom that aligns with our gender identity. I more so mean for the other people. The people that are uncomfortable with our presence in the bathroom. She's just trying to take a shit. She's just trying to write her music in peace. I was gonna say write her music in peace, but write her music in peace, same thing.
The singer went dark on Twitter after claiming severe depression and stating, I realize now that I make people uncomfortable. I need to give this up and go back to just being the old me.
Lord's like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta just detransition. Sometimes trans people do feel like they have to detransition because there is such a lack of acceptance in the world. Being trans, coming out as trans, it's hard enough, you know, to ourselves. Like, internally, it's hard enough. We don't need the pressure of everybody else being like, you make me uncomfortable because you pee in my bathroom. People wonder why the depression rates are so high in the trans community, but like, give it a little thought. Give it a quick think. Just because the trans community has come a long way in recent history does not mean that there are not an abundance of people that do not support us and even feel the need to tear us down and to ridicule us and to invalidate our identities. Of course, that's going to take a toll on your mental health.
At this school, it doesn't matter if you're trans or you're cis.
If I could talk to Lord right now, you know what I'd tell her? I'd tell her not to let people change who she is. That if people are making fun of her, it's probably because they've lost touch with being human. I'd tell her to keep on doing what she does. Because when someone's not allowed to express who they are inside, we all lose.
Oh my god, that was the cutest shit I've ever seen in my whole entire fucking life. That woman that was talking to Randy, that dude that we just saw, was Randy's wife. Well, I mean, you saw it. I'm not gonna say what she just said, but she was just like encouraging him and saying, you know, be who you are, do what you gotta do, you know, don't change.
I don't want a sympathy. I need to feel safe. I've gone away, and I will put
song like, I don't want to find a separate place. I want to, you know, be safe in this woman's space, blah, blah, blah. But it's so cute. I loved it. Honestly, the song's a bop, too. You see me dancing?
The student body has elected to get rid of the transgender bathroom and give any fellow student the right to use the bathroom they feel most comfortable in.
Oh my god, all the kids applauding.
I don't want to use the girls' bathroom if anyone can use it. It's going to be all crowded.
Oh my god, Cartman, I thought they... Are you detransitioning? Can I have the bow back?
Anyone who has a problem sharing a bathroom with people who might be transgender will have to use the special designated bathroom designed to keep them away from the normal people who don't care.
So that is the end of that episode. As you could see, the school votes to eliminate the trans bathroom and says that if a trans person or anybody would feel more comfortable in the gender or in the other bathroom, you know what I'm saying, the other bathroom, then they can do whatever they want. Basically trans rights. They said trans rights. And they also pretty explicitly said that if you're not okay with a trans person going into the bathroom that they feel most comfortable in, then that's your problem. And you can find a separate bathroom where, you know, you can be away from the normal people that don't care. Cartman's plan is foiled. He detransitions. I got my bow back. All is right in the world. South Park, you blew me away. You done good. But yeah, all in all, I thought this was a great episode. Much better than the Heather Swanson episode. What do you guys think? Did you like it? Did you hate it? You think it was a good representation, a toxic representation? Let me know. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below and make sure to watch some other videos of mine. I've heard that that is what is best in the algorithm right now, is to watch other videos. So go check out some other videos. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching. And yeah, I will see you all in the next video. Bye everyone.
Today, it's time for some good old gossip. Good old lefty gossip. Because I know nothing is,
Wait, I'm actually not convinced this guy knows what happened to Virgil, Texas.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So it is officially the new year, and you know what they say, new year, new me. I would not describe myself as a controversial person. I say I'm pretty nice, you know, I try to be, but I've definitely had some videos that are a little bit on the more controversial side. And in today's video, I want to talk about them. I want to tie up all these loose ends, and I want to put these videos to rest once and for all. It is finally time to put the past behind me, to air it all out here for you guys, and just move on, to really just grow and learn. I'm going to not only be talking about all of that today, but I'm also going to be doing my makeup throughout the whole time for you as well, because, you know, why not? We can't be too serious here on the Samantha Lux channel. We have to keep it a little bit lighthearted, a little bit fun. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into my most controversial. Okay, so I just did my eyebrows off camera. They're nothing special. They're just kind of like lightly filled in. I do want to get started on this makeup right away, but we will get into our first little topic right away, so I don't have to bore you. If you're not here for the makeup, you know, I'm so considerate. Wow, I am going to be mentioning everything that I'm doing with my makeup just because, like, I'm a beauty guru. Why not? Duh. I'm not really. I'm just kidding. But I just put a little bit of the Maybelline Fit Me Concealer on my eyelid, and now I'm just blending it out. Oh my god, look at this cute little sponge that I got from e.l.f. And the bottom is silicone, so like you can do your foundation with that, and like this could be like powders and stuff. Sorry, it's so cute. As I do that, I want to get into the first topic. South Park. I wanted to start with this one for a couple of reasons. One, because I just posted a video on South Park again. Little shameless self promo. Go watch that one if you haven't already seen it. That is not the video that I'm referring to though. The video that I'm referring to is the one that I did like a year ago on the trans athlete, the one with Heather Swanson, the strong woman competition, you know, the weightlifting one. Bitches were mad. This one wasn't even like a controversy because it was just like my opinion on like a show. Like, calm down. You're gonna be fine. If you don't have to agree. You don't have to try to cancel me. I think obviously because it was a South Park video, you know, it had like the giant South Park title on it, the thumbnail, whatever. I think it attracted more of the South Park's audience. Who would have thought? I'm just doing a little bit of the Benefit Hoola Bronzer right in my little eye crease right here, just a little. But basically everybody was just saying, oh my god, you don't get South Park, you don't get what they're trying to do, you don't understand the characters and what they're supposed to represent and who they are at heart and where they were born and what their zodiac sign is. Joke's on you, bitch. I know all about their zodiac sign. I know everything about them. I went into that show Not really knowing anything about South Park, honestly, probably having watched maybe an episode or two in my whole life. But that being said, that episode was still really messed up. Come on. I even saw like a YouTube video or two about people being so mad at my response to that South Park episode. Like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was that deep. I didn't mean to offend anybody by not liking that South Park episode. Or seriously. Actually, fuck it. I really don't care. It's a South Park episode. You're gonna be fine. And I don't feel bad saying that because the majority of the people in my comment section had no mercy. No mercy for me. You don't need to bring up the fact that I'm a man to disagree with my opinion. Just leave that out of it. This is what I do when I don't feel like doing like a cut crease or anything. Don't get me wrong, a cut crease is cute and all, but I ain't always got time for that, you know what I'm saying? I will say though, the episode that I reacted to for Thursday's video was much better than that episode. I was a big fan. There's a cute little song at the end by Sia. Lord is in it. It's great. Go watch that video. You'll love it. How wild do I look with one fucking eyeliner like this? Not cute. So yeah, when I'm doing my eyeliner, I start out like this. I do a pretty thick line on top of my eyelid just because like mine, oh my god, I look like I have bug eyes. Literally. Are they even? Kinda? Maybe? I'm gonna like draw like a little straight over line right here. And just connect it. And once the eyeliner is on, it's not the most even, but it's fine. We're gonna work with it. I'm gonna take like a black eyeshadow and just pack it on top to get rid of all of the reflectiveness on it and also lock it into place. And then I'm also gonna take it up into this corner a little bit. Blend that black into the crease a little bit more. This is such a weird video combination. I'm like talking about my controversial moments and doing my makeup. Like glamour time, apology time. In all seriousness, this is not supposed to be an apology video. I don't think that I've done anything that warrants an apology. Okay guys, the next video that I want to talk about is the Abbott and Preach video series, I should say. I made a video about Dave Chappelle's The Closer special and how I thought some of the jokes that he made were problematic. And then Abbott and Preach made a response to my video, and then I made a response to their video, and then they made another response to my video. It was just a big back and forth, and I decided not to make a full video response. One, because I don't feel like it. Like, my point has gotten across. If you just want to ignore it, that's fine. But at the same time, there is a couple things that I feel like I do want to, like, clarify for some people. By the way, I'm using this new e.l.f. primer. It's this new Power Grip primer. It's sticky. Do you see this? I should make a whole controversial video to how many people comment that I have the wrong foundation shade on. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't care. I'm sorry. So there's a few different things that I want to talk about this Abbott and Preach second response video. The first of which being a complaint that I left out a clip of them saying that they don't care when it comes to people making jokes about racism or people doing blackface or anything like that.
Just because you were hurt doesn't mean the joke was mean.
Or that it's not because the joke was not funny that it's not a joke. You just didn't think it was funny, which is fine.
Listen, comedy's always funny until it's directed at you, and then it's oppressive.
Comedy is just like a drunk uncle at Christmas. It's funny until he touches you.
Yeah, that's interesting, yeah. Just because you were hurt doesn't mean the joke was mean. Just because you didn't think it was funny doesn't mean it wasn't a joke. It's just jokes.
Most happy about the new policy, these people. So, yeah. I'm on black. Buy a plow, man.
I'm gonna plant that corn.
Go get a John Deere. Barack Obama, mother. I'm the president. I'm plowing that head.
You. Crowder's gonna Crowder.
These guys are so cringy. These guys are unbelievably cringy, and you know their undertones are so apparent. It's crazy to me. Might as well just put on blackface. Might as well. Might as well. Honestly, this kind of like crazy characters that you're trying to drive as you're doing these. This is just cringy. I got big lips and large ears and a wide nose, and I suck in all the oxygen because I'm like a monkey. Like they might as well just said that. It's pretty much what they're saying.
Ooh, look at that big chisel jaw, man. That big thick Joe Rogan neck. Is that a dude?
Here, they come in with such ignorance, right? And then they use these kind of like stereotypical characters, right? Pretty much doing blackface. It's blackface without the blackface. That's what it is. And they're laughing about it. And it's just like, okay, that's how you roll. It's cool. It's just jokes, guys. Okay.
Wow,
cool
you're
story.
good.
Cool story. If you guys think that's humor, if you think that's trying to be funny, cool story. You can't use a veil of humor to say this kind of stuff and always be like, it's just comedy. We know the difference. And most smart people know the difference, okay? I feel like there's a cut there.
Well, just checking on the video.
All right. Cool. And it's just like, okay, that's how you roll. It's cool. I don't get mad. I don't get upset. I just peep game. And I'm like, I know how it. You know what I'm saying? I don't get mad. I don't get upset. I just peep game. Like, is that how you roll? Cool. Very important.
Yeah.
Very important. I'll tell you why. I know she cut it out. That's her choice. I'm not gonna get mad. Maybe she was an editing error. I don't know. But
an editing error.
I don't know.
You're good. You know what? Because you give her that's not an error.
Mind you, I play a clip of him doing yellow face.
This week, the mystical, age-old culture of China.
Listen, okay? You are allowed to look at somebody, and this is my personal thing, and say, I don't think they're trying to humor. That's okay. You can look at somebody and say, I think what they're doing is transphobic. That's okay. You can look at somebody and say, I think they're using the veil of humor to spread their race ideology or their transphobic ideology. And that's okay.
I don't want to cancel Steve. You want to cancel Steve?
I've never said that. I've never said that. I actually said in the video, oh, is that how you move? Okay, I peep game and I keep it pushing.
You said that?
Because here's the thing. When
You said that?
Yeah, I did. It just wasn't included in her video. But it's okay.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. When I see someone doing stuff like that, you know what I do? I keep it pushing.
And like, yeah, I did cut the thing out. I will admit it. Yep, I did that 100%. But I did that because it wasn't fucking relevant. It didn't matter. The point of me showing the clip of you talking about Steven Crowder was to emphasize that you clearly understand that sometimes it's not just jokes. Sometimes it's actually racism. Sometimes it's actually just transphobia. Abba literally said, you can't use a veil of humor and say it's just jokes. That's literally all I was saying to Dave Chappelle. You can't use a veil of humor and say it's just jokes. It's transphobia. He says, well, you cut out the part where I said that I don't care. I just kind of, you know, hear the racist joke and I just say, okay, and I just don't listen to it. That's literally all I was doing with Dave Chappelle. Like, okay, yeah, I made a video, but like, so did you. I never said we should cancel Dave Chappelle. I never said we should take the video down. I never said literally anything like that. I actually explicitly said in my video that my only goal was to just give people my opinion and give people my point of view as somebody that is, one, trans, and two, studied the way that media, like Dave Chappelle's special, impacts the way people perceive the trans community. Their next argument in their video is, no jokes are off the table. You know, you can make jokes about, I don't even want to like list these crimes, but they say it's all on the table. Anything is fair game. I definitely think there is a line that needs to be drawn, especially for comedians that are going to be broadcasting to millions of people. And also, his TERF joke wasn't even a joke. That was just a statement. He literally said, I'm Team TERF. Nobody laughed. Did you notice how they cut out my part of the video where I included, you know, academic sources, talking about how media creates prejudice and how media can affect, you know, marginalized groups? They cut all that out. But I mean, hey, they also admitted that they have no problem cutting information out, so like, are we surprised? Also, allegedly, this is like super allegedly because I cannot confirm this, but somebody told me that a day before they posted their response video to me, they deleted one of their videos titled, Black people can do blackface or Black man does blackface, something like that. They deleted it because in that video they were talking about how doing blackface can cause actual harm. The fucking argument that I made in my whole video that they made their video to fight me on. They're like, nope, jokes can never lead to harm. It's just ridiculous to me to try to deny that media affects the way people act. And I'm not saying that everybody that hears one Dave Chappelle joke is gonna go and hurt trans people. I'm not saying that media is the only thing that affects the way people act, but it's definitely one element. It definitely plays some sort of role. You can't deny that. Like with violent video games, for example, of course you would never say that just because somebody played a violent video game, they became, you know, a serial killer or something like that. That's not how it works. It's obviously not going to be the only reason that that person did what they did, but it could definitely have played a part. There's actually many studies out there that show that there is a definite connection between violent video games and violent behaviors. So like, you're just gonna deny the facts? You're just gonna deny the data? Okay, babe, all right. So the next controversy is honestly probably my favorite. It's the TERF. She was fun, wasn't she? I miss her. Wonder how she's doing. That one wasn't even really much of a controversy. I feel like everybody was pretty much, you know, on my side, in agreement that that was an unnecessary, just mean video. But I had a good time. I thought it was funny. All right, you guys, I think we have time for one last controversy. So this is the most serious out of all of them, and I'm honestly like very annoyed with the people who were like saying these things that we're going to get into. Do you guys remember that whole Wii Spa situation? Where there was a cisgender woman that had recorded being inside of a Korean spa and was like freaking out because a, you know, quote unquote man, as she was saying, was going around and exposing himself and going in the women's spaces and, you know, flashing like young children, blah, 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 whatever. Very serious allegations, you know? At the time that I recorded the video, there wasn't a lot of information about the whole situation. The way that I looked at the situation was, well, we don't have a lot of information about what happened in this specific situation, but we do have some other examples of, you know, people saying things like this and, you know, events like this happening. In that original We Spa video that I posted, I actually included a clip from a different situation where a woman went into a bathroom and there was a trans woman in a stall, and she started freaking out simply because the trans woman was, you know, in the women's room using their facilities. That's a situation that, you know, happens pretty often for trans people. You know, look at the bathroom bills that we have. Of course, those discriminatory laws are going to, you know, create people that are going to be on the lookout for trans people and want to call them out and, you know, kick them out of their bathroom. And so when I saw that woman filming in We Spa, that is what I thought was happening. I thought a trans woman was simply using the women's section of a Korean spa in which you have to be naked. Like, that's the rule. You have to be completely naked. I thought that she was just simply in there. You know, I thought she was just simply using the spa. And since I thought that was the case, I thought it was a little unreasonable that that person was upset. It says on the We Spa website that they welcome everybody, including transgender people. More information has come out that has changed my perspective. I don't know all the details, so I'm going to just say allegedly. I don't want to get in trouble, but turns out that the person that went into the women's room was actually a registered sex offender who allegedly had previous charges of exposing themselves. That changes the situation for me. I feel like anybody, transgender or cisgender, that is a sex offender should not be allowed into a spa where you have to be naked and you're going to be around other naked people. I feel like that is just like putting them in a place where they can, you know, offend again. Isn't that like a thing? You don't want to put them back into a place where they're going to offend again. So yeah, had I known that they were a sex offender, would have had a different opinion, probably would not have had the same stance. For all of you saying that I'm out here defending sex offenders and shit, calm down. Like, can you F off? I guess I kind of do have one last controversy, just the whole Dave Chappelle thing, duh. The Dave Chappelle thing was probably like my most controversial video. I don't know why. Honestly, I didn't think that it was that, you know, intense. I'm sorry, I'm like looking all over the place this video. I'm just trying to do my makeup at the same time. In that video, I thought I was pretty like relaxed. Maybe I could have explained things a little bit better, but I thought I got my point across pretty well. As for that one, I said what I said. I've made my points, and if you don't know them, you can go check out the 3 videos that I did on it. I'm just gonna finish my makeup off with this Stay All Day Blue Light Micro Setting Mist from e.l.f. And also look at this little fan that my sister got me for Christmas. Are you kidding? And it's pink and blue. I live. Okay, you guys, that is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me do my makeup and discussing my most intense, cancel-worthy controversies. Kind of silly, right? If you guys like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to go watch some of my other videos. Subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, I will see you guys in my next video. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So a few weeks ago, I made a video on the infamous transphobe Matt Walsh. If you didn't see the video that I did on Matt Walsh, he recently released a children's book titled Johnny the Walrus, in which he drew comparisons between children identifying as trans and children pretending to be walruses. The book, I mean, it was exactly what you could expect from somebody whose entire career has been based off of ridiculing trans people and spewing propaganda about how the left, specifically LGBT people, are indoctrinating your children and, you know, persuading young people to transition or be gay. The book was full of false comparisons, such as Johnny literally being forced to transition into a walrus. Matt's own words, literally forced. And it even argues that young transgender kids, or sorry, trans species kids, are being forced to have these surgeries at very young ages to affirm their gender, or in this case, affirm their species. Last week, Matt actually posted a response video to my video, which we will be watching today, don't worry. And he really comes in with those low blows. You know, he does not hold back. I'm not even gonna pretend to be upset or, you know, surprised by these low blows. It's Matt Walsh. I mean, come on. Hell, that's why most of his followers subscribe to him. The video of him bashing me has 5 times the amount of views that his channel typically gets and twice as many views as his video in which he debuted his book. So I mean, I get it. I understand. His audience loves me. Or rather, they love making fun of me, which I mean, I would argue is the same. No hard feelings, Maddie. I can take the heat, don't worry, I'm good. I just hope that little Maddie boy here can take what he dishes out. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do so right now. I'll wait for you. Even if you came from Matt Walsh's videos, feel free to subscribe. Are you done? Thank you very much. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into hearing what little Maddie boy has to say about me. I'm so excited! The thing that bothered me most about Matt's video is he says that I don't have the arguments or I don't have the data or the science to back up my claims. Fair enough. The video that I posted was not supposed to be a dissertation on how Matt's propaganda book was incorrect. It was just supposed to be making fun of how badly written and, you know, stupid the book was. But don't worry, Maddie. In today's video, I got all the data for you, so hold tight. I came prepared. When I react to people like this, you know, that just keep spewing this BS over and over and over again, it's really important to me to just freshen up a bit, cleanse the air a bit, and, you know, get it smelling all nice again. And that is where today's sponsor comes in handy. I've worked with Scentbird a few times now, but if you don't know, they are a subscription fragrance company. And for just $16 a month, you can choose from over 600 different brands and get super cute canisters like this, filled with designer fragrances. Each of them has about a 30-day supply, but honestly, I would say way more because I don't think I've ever run out of one. They're not those knockoff scents that are, you know, inspired by this fragrance or inspired by that scent. They carry top designer brands like Gucci, Prada, Versace, as well as indie labels like Confessions of a Rebel, The Harmonist, Vince Camuto. They're just in a cute little bottle so you can try out the scent before you commit to a $300 bottle of perfume. Trust me, you're saving a ton of money. It's super customizable so you can actually upgrade to get 2 or 3 fragrances a month, or you can skip a month with no penalties. They have a super simple quiz on their website to help you pick out the best fragrance for yourself. My favorite this month is from Eau de Juice. I don't really know how to say it. It's this one right here. To me, it smells super sweet and super warm, which is the kind of fragrance that I've been going for lately. A very candy-like smell, if you will. But I also got Good Habits Align perfume, as well as the very, very famous Gucci Bloom perfume. And here on the Samantha Lux channel, we don't like to discriminate, okay? We're not about that. They don't just have perfume for women. They have scents for men, for non-binary people. No matter who you are, you'll find something you like. Trust me. If you're interested in trying a perfume from one of the over 600 brands, make sure to use my coupon code for 55% off. That's just $7 for your first little thingy. Like, come on, come on. If you guys want to support me and support my channel, make sure to check out the link below. So yeah, thank you very much, Scentbird. Now let's get back into the video.
Today, we're going to be canceling Samantha Lux, who is a YouTuber and, quote, trans woman that is a biological male with a YouTube channel. Actually, a quite popular channel with well over 600,000 subscribers somehow. Sam has many videos promoting transgenderism and quite often responding to perceived instances of transphobia.
I love the quote-unquote trans woman. Like, no, you don't need to... Whatever. It's fine. Whatever, quote-unquote Matt. Notice how he's shortening my name to Sam, you know, the more gender-neutral version of my name, Samantha. It's Samantha Tubit. I'm just kidding. I really don't care. But is that the best you got, Matt? Tissin? Maddie? Maddie boy? Whatever. Got me good, queen. Go off. Quick little clarification. I do not promote transgenderism. Whatever that means. If you look at my content, it's actually mostly defending the trans community from trolls like you. Trolls that spread misinformation in an attempt to make the trans community seem predatory and dangerous and deranged and perverted. I'm just doing damage control because of like you.
One of the most recent videos on the channel targets, if you can believe it, none other than the leading LGBT children's author on the planet, yours truly. Sam stumbled across my children's book, Johnny the Walrus, and does not approve. Specifically, my video where I read the book to a group of children has provoked Sam's ire in a video titled, "Transphobes Are Writing Children's Books. Trans Girl Reacts." This is good. You know, I am sincerely interested to hear how a trans girl, quote unquote, reacts to Johnny the Walrus. Perhaps this will be a point-by-point rebuttal. Perhaps evidence and science and logic and bulletproof moral arguments will all be marshaled. And by the end of the video, I will have completely changed my mind, realized the error in my ways, repented of my anti-trans beliefs. Maybe even because of this video that we'll watch together, I will become trans myself.
Spoiler alert, he doesn't actually come out as trans, and thank God we do not need another transphobic trans YouTuber, okay? We got enough. If you're familiar with the content that I create here on my channel, if you're familiar with the arguments that conservatives love to make about trans people, you would be familiar with transphobes' claim that we are indoctrinating their children, that we're making their children gay, that we're forcing their young tomboy daughter to become a boy. That's not me. Who, me? Who, me? I would never. I love you trans girl. I love your tomboy daughter. She is great. What I don't love is a hypocrite. Matt Walsh, if you are not familiar with, is like an infamous transphobe on YouTube. This posted a video 1 week ago reading his book, Johnny the Walrus, to a bunch of little kids.
Okay, so we're off to a rough start here already. A few points. First, I do not believe, Sam, that you are forcing any child to do anything or making any child do anything. I am accusing you and your fellow propagandists of trying to heavily influence children with falsehoods, distortion, lies, and other forms of insanity that they, the children, do not have the mental capacity to sort through.
Maddie, let's just go to the book's description on Amazon really quick, okay? Johnny is a little boy with a big imagination. One day, he pretends to be a big, scary dinosaur. The next day, he's a knight in shining armor or a playful puppy. But when the internet people find out Johnny likes to make believe, he's forced to make a decision between the little boy he is and the thing he pretends to be. And he's not allowed to change his mind. Those are your words. Is he forced or not forced? Come on, be consistent. Even if that was your argument, you know, that we're persuading them with distortion and lies. What distortion? What lies? Like me talking about how transitioning saved my life? Is that the lie? Because it did. That's not a lie, sister. No, the distortion I assume you're referring to is that men can be women and women can be men, or whatever bull you want to be Ben Shapiro's cannot stop saying. I've never said that. Once again, you're lying. You're broadcasting straw man arguments to what? 500,000 people? I mean, maybe that wasn't your intention. I know I'm just so popular. I get you so many views, but you're broadcasting these straw man arguments to 500,000 people for what? Like, what's the point? This men can be women and women can be men argument is transphobes twisting our words to make us seem delusional. What we really say is that gender and sex are different, which by the way is the medical, scientific, and academic consensus. I have never claimed that I am the same as somebody that was born female, ever. What I claim and what I've always claimed is that me living my life as a woman made me happier. I claim that it saved my life because it did. Why are you so mad about people doing what they need to do to survive? To protect biology? Babe, biology does not agree with you. I hate to break it to you. The biology that you're referring to clearly states that gender identity is not always the same as, you know, the sex that somebody was born as. And here are my sources. Where are yours?
You can coerce and trick people into believing things, and when they're children, that's very easy to do, as you know from experience.
As you know from experience. What do you mean? Like what? I moved away from home at 18 in order to transition. My parents were not initially accepting of me being transgender. So I don't know, like, are you trying to say that my parents influenced me to be trans or something? Like, is that the experience that I have? Or are you implying that I'm experienced at tricking kids? Because again, that would be very misinformed considering less than 6% of my audience is under 18. You're the one out here doing story times for children. But honestly, I think you're just rambling. I don't think you've actually thought through your perspective. So we'll let it slide.
I appreciate being called infamous, and I won't take any issue with that label. But I am not an infamous transphobe because I'm not a transphobe at all. And when I say I'm not a transphobe, I'm not saying it to gain your approval or to convince you that I'm not bigoted. Yeah, I couldn't give a less of a damn if you think that I'm bigoted or not. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I am instead concerned with definitions. And the definition of phobia is irrational fear. I'm not afraid of trans people. If I was, I wouldn't spend so much of my time saying things that I know will make you angry. My fear, and it is not irrational, is of the effect that trans propaganda has on society, and especially on kids.
I am not a transphobe. I'm not afraid of trans people. I'm concerned with definitions. I swear, the beard and the hairline must be fake. This is a 13-year-old. This cannot be a grown man. The only people that I've ever heard make this argument before are 10-year-olds. They're concerned with definitions, babe? Okay, let's look up some definitions, shall we? Transphobic, having or showing a dislike of or prejudice against transsexual or transgender people. So you don't dislike trans people? Could have fooled me. I feel bad for your audience. Honestly, I do. They're being manipulated by you for your monetary gain. Right over their heads. Like, would you argue that oil has an irrational fear of water because it's hydrophobic? No. He says that he's afraid of the effect that trans propaganda has on children and has on society. First of all, what effects? Suicidal kids finding a way to live happily? Is that what you're afraid of? Transitioning saves lives. And that's just a fact. While we're on Google, let's look up propaganda too, okay? Because I don't think he understands what that means. Propaganda. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. How have I misled anybody? If you've seen any of my videos about my transition, especially my surgical transition, you'd know that I'm very upfront about it being dangerous, about the complications that I've had, you know, the journey that I've been through with it. And you'd also know that I think that surgical transition should be a last resort for people suffering from dysphoria, because it is a very, very serious decision. I am very clear that I think that everybody who is struggling with their gender identity, no matter what age they are, should talk to a professional and also follow the guidelines that are put in place to ensure they're making the decisions that are best for them. If anybody is misleading people, it's you, Maddie boy. Okay? You're the one out here with your little children's book telling people that 7-year-olds are having surgeries and they're being forced to commit to transition even if they don't want to. both of which are 1000% false. Like, that's just not true. Show me any data, show me any evidence of that being true. Stop with this, the children, society. You obviously don't care about the health and well-being of children. Otherwise, you would support them doing what they need to do to be happy. Understand the comparison that's gonna be happening here? He's like, this book is about a little boy who thinks he's a walrus and his mom, you know, also is convinced that he's a real walrus. Do you get the correlation? It's gonna be about a little boy that thinks he's a girl or something and the mom is convinced that he's a real girl. How creative. How did you ever come up with such a creative, powerful analogy for children who don't understand what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, you're right. It's not creative. It's not creative at all. I mean, the comparison between somebody identifying as a different sex and someone identifying as an animal has been done a million times. I'm not the first to do it. South Park did it a decade ago. But the problem is that nobody on your side has ever come up with anything approaching an effective response to the analogy. You've never been able to explain why it's wrong. All you can do, all you ever do, is just scoff that you've heard the point before. Well, we know you've heard it, and you're going to keep hearing it over and over again until you answer it.
Are you serious? I'm losing brain cells. I mean, fuck, let's talk about it, I guess. I'm gonna make this as simple as possible for you, Matty Boy. First, let's clarify the difference between gender and sex. According to the World Health Organization, and many other sources as well, but let's just, use the World Health Organization. Gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. This includes norms, behaviors, and roles associated with being a woman, man, girl, or boy, as well as relationships with each other. Okay, you get that? Did you hear that? Gender is socially constructed. That is the consensus of the World Health Organization and many, many other communities. If you want to deny that, that's up to you, but I mean...
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
Facts don't care about your feelings. Sorry. Again, from the World Health Organization, sex refers to the biological characteristics that define humans as female or male. So very, very basically, because I know this is probably over your reading level, Matt, but sex is what parts you have, okay? So if you have a penis, if you have XY chromosomes, your sex is very, very likely male. Your gender or your gender identity are those norms, roles, and behaviors that you feel most comfortable or most natural with. For most people, their sex, which is, being male or female, aligns with their gender identity, being a man or a woman. But for trans people, for whatever reason, they don't line up. Transphobes like Matty Boy rely on their audience's lack of understanding or lack of knowledge on the difference between gender and sex, and do their very, very best to conflate the two, even though, again, the consensus of the medical, academic, and scientific communities is that they are different. This is why transphobes' main argument is typically, what about basic biology? They're banking on you not understanding that basic biology defines your sex, not your gender. Now, being a human being versus being a walrus is not a difference that is socially constructed. I can't even believe I'm explaining this. Like I was saying, that difference is not socially constructed. Just like being born with male sex characteristics versus female sex characteristics, these are physical realities that are typically quite uncomplicated. Now, whether or not you can change your sex through hormones or through surgery is a different conversation, but for the sake of Matt's life, I can't even get through my sentence, sorry. For the sake of Matt's last brain cell, we'll save that conversation for a different video, okay?
We don't have to worry about that. We're gonna read the book now.
This man has never met a kid in his whole life. Never interacted with one child. He's like, I don't give a sit down, we're gonna read the book. I'm here for half an hour and then I gotta go, so sit down so I can film, okay? Thank you, Brad.
No, I think the problem is that you've never been around a dad before, which maybe I would have already guessed. I'm around kids all the time because I have 4 of them, but I have by now developed a critical case of dad syndrome, and that means that I'm just snapping my fingers and I'm keeping people on task. That's what I do. I'm dad. You should see me during chore time every night in my house. You, get over there, pick up those shoes. You, come over, vacuum the rug. I don't even remember anybody's names anymore.
I don't even know my kids' names. Weird flex. He's so mad that I said he hasn't interacted with any child. Damn though, come in with the low blows, Matty Boy. I must have really upset him. Pat on the back. By the way, not that it's any of your business or that you really care, but my dad, who is actually mostly conservative, is incredibly accepting of me being transgender and, me being his daughter because he loves me and he wants me to be happy. I pray for the sake of your children, whose names you can't remember, that they're not trans or LGBT because I would personally hate to have a father who's more concerned with his false sense of biological reality than the happiness of their own children.
What's a bigot? Anybody know?
Kids are, I don't know how old these kids are. I'm not good at estimating age, but they don't know what you're talking about. You don't see their face? Did he run this past like an actual children's author and be like read it to a kid and see what they thought before he published it? I think he just went for it. Of course they don't know what a bigot is. They're 4. I mean, it does make sense that he would go for children because, you know, they have the same capacity for intellectual thought as him. Like, babe, if you're gonna write a children's book, write it for children. Write it using words that they understand and that they know and that you don't have to explain for them to understand what you're trying to say through your book.
First of all, don't call me babe. Second, did I run it by an actual children's author? Yes, I ran it by myself. And when myself came to myself and said, self, what do you think of this children's book idea? Myself responded, self, that's an exceptional idea. So I did get the go-ahead from an expert in the field of children's literature, if that matters to you. Now, Sam also says that some of these concepts are above a child's head. Yeah, Sam, that's the point. Now you're getting it. If a silly story about a kid transitioning into a walrus is inevitably too weird and abstract for children, then what happens if we mix sex and gender into it? Does it suddenly become more appropriate for children? If a child, as you say, isn't even old enough to understand what a bigot is, or to hear the word, then is he old enough to be introduced to a concept like transgenderism? If he can't understand bigots, can he understand what it means for a boy to have a girl mystically trapped inside him? If my book is above his head, what about a choice that will fundamentally change his life and alter him physically and biologically forever? Is that above his head too? What do you think? Connect the dots, Sam. You can do it.
So sassy. Don't flatter yourself, babe. If you're gonna call me Sam and attempt to be disrespectful, then I'm gonna call you whatever I want, babe. Ew. He doesn't deserve to have a beautiful woman like me calling him babe. I never said that we should teach kids about the complexities of gender and sex, Matt. I don't think it's necessary to get into all that with kids. However, if a child comes to their parent and insists that they are really a boy or really a girl, I would recommend bringing them to a specialist, bringing them to a gender therapist, or someone that can professionally help them navigate those thoughts. I would not tell them to shut up because daddy knows best. I don't really think that's productive. Professionals, actual professionals, say that a child begins to have an innate sense of their gender identity between ages 3 and 5. You're probably gonna hate on gender therapists or something like that and say that they're, you know, persuading your children or whatever. That's not what happens with children therapists or therapists at all. I can tell you're not familiar with therapy, maybe you should get into it. But a therapist's job is literally to just help them navigate their own thoughts, not pressure them or persuade them in either direction. He says if a child is too young to understand or hear the word bigot, then do you think he's old enough to make a decision that will permanently change his life forever? What are you talking about? What decision is a child at 7 years old going to make that is going to permanently change his life? When children at this age transition, the only thing that they do is change their name, cut their hair, change their outfits, all of which are not permanent. I don't know if anybody told you this, but hair grows back. You can change your clothes again. Like, the very first medical intervention that will be allowed for a transgender child comes after they've already started puberty. And even then, it's only puberty blockers, which are completely reversible. Puberty blockers are used to temporarily delay the onset of puberty so that that child has a little bit more time to decide what's right with them alongside their medical professionals. This is super important for a lot of kids that are trans because going through a puberty that they do not identify with is excruciating. I know you don't understand this and I know that you don't agree, but I don't want a child to feel suicidal because they hate their body that much. I want them to feel comfortable and happy with their lives. And guess what? If they end up growing out of their dysphoria, like a lot of you like to argue will happen, which is not even true, they can stop the blockers and resume their puberty as normal. It's literally like nothing ever happened. Another little fun fact for you, puberty blockers have been used in non-transgender kids for a very, very long time. They were originally approved by the FDA in 1993 and given to kids who started puberty too early. Do you have a problem with them using puberty blockers too, or is it just the trans kids? Children are just not making these permanent decisions like you're saying they are. You're either wrong or you're straight up lying. And unfortunately, I'm gonna guess it's the latter.
The worms give you whiskers, the gray blends you in, the doctor says. And a simple procedure cuts feet into fins. The doctor wants to cut into Johnny and make him into a walrus. It's gross eating worms, Mom. They're all so dang twitchy. He doesn't want to eat worms.
Our children's... You see what he's doing here? With the analogies that he's drawing, he's arguing that parents are forcing their young children to take medications that they don't want to take, or to have surgeries that they don't want to take, or to transition when they don't want to transition. That's not what happens. You know, children have a say in the process. Children are allowed to make their own decision. Of course, with the help of medical professionals, of course. But like this whole part that Johnny's like, I don't want to eat worms. That would be the end of it. That's the end of it. Johnny doesn't want to eat worms. No worms for Johnny. No worms.
I will say we got exactly the reaction to the doctor page with the bone saw that I had in mind when we included that page, and I fought for that page. Now, there was, I will tell you a little bit behind the scenes, there was some discussion over here about that particular page with the doctor with the bone saw chasing the child, and I fought for that. I said, that's got to be in there, and it was. No, Sam, but see, you say children make their own decisions, but children can't make their own decisions. If I'm arguing that a certain course of action is harmful for a child, bad for them, damaging to them, it does no good to retort that the child wants to do it. Children who want to do harmful things should still be prevented from doing those things. Why? Because they're children. They don't understand what they're saying. They don't know what they want. And often they don't actually want what they think they want. At Red Robin the other day, my 5-year-old told me he wanted to order salmon for his dinner. Now, I knew damn well that kid did not want salmon. He wanted chicken tenders and fries because that's what he always wants, and it's the only thing he'll ever actually eat at a restaurant. So I didn't let him have the meal that he wanted because I knew that he didn't really want it because he's a kid. And that's just for something as frivolous as a meal at Red Robin. What if your son says he wants to become a girl? Or a salmon, for that matter? Not only can you be sure that he doesn't really want that because he doesn't understand what he's saying, or what it means, or what the implications are, because he can't, because he's just a kid. But also, in this case, whereas it's at least possible to actually order salmon, it's not possible for him to actually become a girl, which is reason enough to not give him what he says he wants.
I'm not surprised that you fought for the bone saw page, Matt. Your entire brain revolves around framing the left, specifically trans people, as predatory and dangerous. What better way to do that than to lie and say that we're operating on 7-year-olds? You're so boring. Side note, Matt Walsh sounds like the worst kind of father. I really would hate for him to be my dad. Like, and that's not even just like because I'm like, man, he's being mean to me. Like, it sounds like a torturous existence. Like, nope, you can't try a new food at a restaurant because daddy knows best. You're just a stupid little kid. Why would you ever want fish? Riddle me this. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen if your kid ordered salmon and they didn't like it? You just send it back? They learn that they don't like salmon and, now they know? Sorry, little Maddie Jr., you don't get to try new foods because daddy doesn't want to go through the hassle of sending your meal back. He argues that a child should not be able to make a decision that will result in their harm. And I agree. Fully, I agree. There are some times when you need to step in as a parent and say that, no, this is going to harm you. However, when transgender people transition, it does not harm them. In fact, and get this, Maddie, it actually dramatically improves their well-being. We conducted a systemic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and 2017 that assessed the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being. We identified 55 studies that consist of primary research on this topic, of which 51 or 93% found that gender transition improves the overall well-being of transgender people, while 4 or 7% found mixed or no findings. We found no studies, none, between 1991 and 2017 that conclude that gender transition causes overall harm. Do you do any research? Do you ever look into the actual data or the facts? Or do you just hate trans people that much? Do you just hate trans people being happy that much that you have to lie to 500,000 people and say that transitioning hurts you? He says it's just not possible for my young son to become a girl. You and your semantic wordplay, it's so disingenuous, Matt. Obviously that child will have always been born male and cannot ever change that. Okay, I admit it. I've always admitted that. But they can transition into a role that will make them happy. Don't you want your kids to be happy, Maddie? What's the moral of the story? What's the lesson here? Aren't children's books supposed to have a lesson that's, clear? Because I don't know what this is trying to say. I don't know what this lesson here is. The other lesson is don't listen to the creepy people in your phone. Don't trust medical professionals. Walruses are mean? Oh my goodness. Maybe take a writing class or something. Ask a kid, do you know what this book is about? Because none of them did. You could argue that this book is made for adults. Write a book for adults. Write a book for adults. Or is it that you have to dumb down these analogies and these arguments for children brain because they don't hold any weight in actual adult language? But yeah, that is it for this video. What do you guys think? You gonna go get Johnny the Walrus the book?
Well, since you asked, what do I think? I think you should probably in the future have some kind of rebuttal if you're going to make a rebuttal video. You rebutted my points in the same way that my dog rebuts the deer that he sees running through the backyard, by just barking incoherently at them. Yeah, you're right that I did dumb down the arguments and analogies, but apparently I wasn't able to make them dumb enough for you to understand. My story about a kid pretending to be a walrus was, it would seem, slightly above your reading level. And that's a shame, because it's a message that you might have really benefited from. And instead, I'm forced to say, finally, Samantha Lux, that you are, sadly, tragically, canceled.
Canceled? No, what am I gonna do that Matt Walsh canceled me? I don't give a fuck. He says, unfortunately, I couldn't dumb it down enough for you to understand it. No, I got it, Matt. I understood what you were trying to do. Don't worry. He says it's above my reading level, but I don't know, Matt. I think my reading level might be a little bit higher than yours, seeing how you can't understand the consensus of medical, academic, and scientific communities. Maybe you should try reading a couple children's books. I recommend this one. It could really provide an important lesson for you. We finally reached the end of that video. I'm curious if he's gonna respond to this, but honestly, I doubt he will, because what can you say when, you know, the facts don't agree with you? And after all, facts don't care about your feelings, right? But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Maddie, for, you know, providing that little entertainment for today. If you guys like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to check out some of my other videos. Go check out my original Johnny the Walrus video where I supposedly bark. That seems a little fun. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
So yeah, I'm kind of getting tired, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, that's what's weird, right?
So yeah, like, subscribe, comment, share. I'm out, and I hope I don't get nothing on this one like I got in the last one. I'm out like a block.
In general, what I found is that
I'm out. Like, subscribe, comment, share. Follow me on Instagram.
You know,
Yep, my Instagram channel right here.
You know, can be a way
and
to,
I also got a TikTok.
Like, I mean, it is a visa. Sometimes these are harder to parlay into like a work visa.
Yeah, right at my TikTok page right here.
I'm like legitimately confused about this. Why the tourist visa?
So yeah, until then, I'm out. I'll see you probably. I'm probably gonna do another one of these either tomorrow or whatever. It all depends. I'm probably gonna do tomorrow, like I always do.
Is common. I've seen that for
So yeah, I'm out.
Some of them even have